social channels because it's going to be every epic storm chaser, meteorologist, anybody in the weather world from all over the world is going to be joining in on this. It's going to be so fun, so amazing, and it's to support an amazing cause. There's been, unfortunately, a lot of billion dusters just this year alone, and a lot of people need doing this. So it's lead up to Thanksgiving and to give thanks, showing your support for those communities that have been impacted by these disasters. And the lineup is incredible, from Reed Timmer, Jim Cantori, Jen Walton. So many amazing people are going to be here talking about, geeking out about weather and all sorts of different things. So
yeah, we're looking forward to this. Is going to be great. It's going to be a great day. And Jen, you mentioned it, and I think that's important. Is we're trying to do this here over Thanksgiving, over the Thanksgiving holiday. Everybody's getting ready to spend time with friends and family, and I think it's just a great opportunity to realize in the community that we work and operate in this weather community, that obviously what can come from that are disasters and opportunities and situations where people are being taken out of their home and they're being separated from friends and family. And so it's really an opportunity for us and all of our guests that are coming on today to really donate and spend some time to hang out and have fun, but also to recognize and ask for help and ask for support to the American Red Cross, to donate and give to those that aren't as fortunate. So I know we haven't even started yet. I was joking earlier, we've already met our goal. We've already raised $40 and we haven't even started. We haven't even started yet, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to have to, I guess, figure out a new goal to be shooting for. But I know, Gabe, you wanted to highlight some of the folks that have already donated and give them thanks and praise.
Yes, and if I was a good host, I would have that pulled up and ready to go. So
I got it here.
If James wants to maybe shout it out, that would be the way to go.
Well, I have all of the screens, so it's very easy for me to see that Cody Law is our most recent donation of $10, bringing our total donation so far to $50.
Wow, thanks,
so
Cody.
We're just 9 minutes into this already.
That's awesome.
I know that one of the donations was from a friend of mine, Morgan. She goes by Tropical Trouble, so I do want to give her a shout out. Thank you, Morgan, and Radar.
Yep, and we also the Reno family has made a donation. So thank you. And the very first donation that we got on the 11th of November, so 7 days, this is a week ago, was Jenny Lassiter made the very first donation of $10 to get the ball rolling, get things started. So thank you already for all of you, and which is surprising because it's only been us so far showing up on your screens, and it's not like we're probably the ones that are going to encourage you to donate, right? It's these big guests that we have coming on later.
This is true. I love it. Everyone, I mean, this is amazing. It's going to be an epic day, and we're just getting started. That's the fun thing. We're just getting started. So much more to come.
Yeah, Jennifer, I'm so excited. Sorry, Phil, but I wanted to say one of my favorite parts about this community is their overwhelming desire to give back to this community. That's one of my favorite parts, is so many different people from so many different areas and backgrounds. Like Jennifer was saying, I mean, it's a really collective group that is always so willing to help when needed. The second there's any kind of charity event or, God forbid, a disaster that happens. And that's one of my absolute favorite things about this weather space that we're in.
Carly, I couldn't agree more with that statement, because it really is, we're a tight-knit community, and not just a community, we're a family. We support each other. Whenever there's somebody in need, we're there, right there in an instant, to have their back, to give them a call. It's something truly special that I don't think a lot of other industries are like, which is really neat to be a part of. And I absolutely love it. And
I'll tell you what, let me just kind of quick go through some of the scheduled guests we have set to appear today, so that you can kind of know what to look forward to. And I encourage everybody, throw us on your TV, throw this on your laptop or on your phone, and just go ahead and leave it on all day, because you might need to hit to the grocery store, take the kids to soccer practice. But when you come back, it'll still be there. There's still going to be some great guests. Let me go through this a little bit. I've got Mike Boylan, Trey Greenwood, Tony Rice, Tim Marshall, Kim Cunningham, Ken Graham, Cameron Nixon, Brett Adair, Chris Jackson, Mark Suddeth, Jeff Petrowski, Todd James going to be joining us from the Red Cross here in a minute, Bruce Jones from Midland Radios, Gabe Cox, Richard Neal, Jen Walton, Michael Binsky, Mike Bettis, Aaron Jajak, the Outbreak video game crew, Jim Reed, Eric Fox, Ginger Z, Reed Timmer, Ed Mansuri. We've got Gabe, the weather drama team. I'm looking forward to this. Elfaria and Cassie. Is that right?
That is correct. I had to give a little bit of airtime to my partners in crime. We cover any and all drama that happens in the WX Twitter, I guess now XWXX community. Is that what you would say? Definitely won't be adding one more X onto there because,
So that should be good. We got Janice Dean, Josh Morgerman, Dr. Jacobs, Brandon Kopic, Candace Jordan, Jim Cantori, Mike Scatlin, James Spann, Greg Johnson, and all the other co-hosts from all of our other podcasts joining us. This is going to be an amazing day. Bill, what are you looking forward to today?
I'm just overwhelmed by the incredible guests. I mean, I want to, it's hard to get me away from the television on Saturday for college football. And I tell you what, this right here is compelling enough to make that happen. Well, especially since it's Cupcake Saturday today over in the football world. But just the guests are blowing me away. It's going to be a fabulous day. I can't wait for our hour. With Ken Graham, the director of the National Weather Service, you mentioned, Phil, Mike Bettis from the Weather Channel, and we have a special guest. Dr. Neil Jacobs' mom is going to join us, and that sounds kind of silly at face value, but the American Red Cross has a very special place in their family's heart. It's almost one of those tearjerker things you see on ESPN Game Day. But his mom is going to join us and tell about her experience in Vietnam, in which she got Neil's dad out of the deal. So that worked out pretty well for them. And,
bonus.
And Jamie Rome is going to join us from the National Hurricane Center, one of Dr. Neil Jacobs' guests. So I can't wait for the whole day. I can't wait to, see, these donations just rolling in. The Mid-Atlantic Severe Weather folks just gave us $100,
Wow.
so
Woo!
that thing is
Thank you.
rocking up the scale over here. But all of our people are excited about it. I put out a feeler and said, who wants to join, thinking, well, maybe one of them will be like, him hawing. It's Saturday. There's lots going on, but each and every one of them, check back in. I had to call Phil and say, hey, Phil, can we have 6 on here at the same time? And he was like, yeah, more the merrier. So again, it's just going to be a fun day.
Well, I'll tell you what, before we go to break here, let's also highlight, I've got Elena and Dustin, $50 donation. So thank you very much.
That's
as
awesome.
well. Laura Hicks, $10. Marcus Sharkus, if that's your real name, I love it. $25. Thank you so much.
Even if it's not your real name, we love it.
It's still sweet. So I'll tell you what, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have Todd James, the executive director with the Red Cross here in North Central Ohio. So we'll be right back.
I am out here helping people who have lost absolutely everything that they have. Their cars, their furniture, their clothes.
All their stuff is gone, and I just want to give them some hope. And sometimes just a hot meal will do that for them.
People are always grateful when I come up to them. With me and my husband as a team, we give them food. We ask them how their day's going. At first, they were very sad, but as they see us day to day, that sadness gets a little less. And they're very happy, and they come up to the window and they tell us how much they appreciate us.
Hey, I appreciate it. Take care, bro. Thank you so much. Stay strong. Thank you. Thank you guys. Have a great day. You too. Take care.
Thank you so much.
I just want to give back to humanity. everybody that needs a hand up, everybody that just needs a little hope. And, I feel as a Red Crosser, I can give that to them.
When I get home at night, I'm like, you know what? I've helped people, and that just makes the world a difference.
Hold tight. We're about to start.
Okay, sorry.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. The first guest we have this morning is from the Red Cross. Todd James is the executive director for the Red Cross in North Central Ohio. So first off, Todd, welcome. Thanks for joining us on the Telethon.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your entire community coming together to do this, to help the Red Cross, let us help the folks that are affected by these weather disasters, and especially Phil, thank you, and then the folks at Stormfront Freaks who put this all together. This is exciting. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Well, I'll be honest, and I'll be saying this all day that I did not put this together. I talked with Gabriel and James and Bill and Carly earlier about the fact that this is definitely a team effort. Ideas are just ideas, but it takes obviously a team to make it happen. So this is great. But so tell us, I guess, Todd, what we'd like to know is the whole focus of today is really to help raise awareness for the programs that the Red Cross is doing for disaster relief, but to raise money for that at the same time. So can you help us and help our listeners and viewers know the money that's being donated? Where's that going towards? What's that helping?
Well, we're very proud of the fact that over 90 cents of every dollar that's donated goes right back into our mission. And in terms of disaster relief, that means that when a disaster happens, the large disasters, the big ones that you see us out on, tornadoes, hurricanes, and earthquakes, whatever it is, a wildfire, we're there. We're providing shelter, and we're providing comfort and food, access to medical resources, to counseling resources. We're working with the community as a whole then when it comes to recovery. But we're also doing that every day right here at home. The number one disaster that the Red Cross responds to across the country is home fires. So we're not only busy out on the big ones pretty much every day anymore, but we're also busy at home every day, making sure that folks who have lost everything, whether it's a fire or a smaller disaster at home, have the comfort and the care that they need to start recovering.
So can you explain a little bit any situations that you've come across, Todd, that my guess is you've probably been a part of some weather disasters, fire disasters, things like that you've actually witnessed and seen? Maybe what has been some of the more memorable ones for you?
Yeah, I've done over 40 deployments in my time with the Red Cross. It's what we call when we go out to the larger scale disasters and become part of the team there. And I've had the opportunity and the honor to serve alongside so many Red Cross responders. Almost all of them are volunteers, of course, which is amazing. The folks that give up their time and their talents and will walk away from their own families and their jobs and their lives to go where help is needed. I have been on a lot of different weather-caused disasters, many hurricanes. Sandy was my first big one, Superstorm Sandy. Wow. Florence, Michael, most of the Harvey. Ian did two deployments down to Ian last year. And, the one thing about disasters is every disaster is different from the next. Unfortunately, what's not different is the heartbreaking impact these disasters have on the communities that are affected, and especially the families and the people living in these communities. I have seen, unfortunately, a lot of heartbreak. I've seen families that have lost everything, families that have lost loved ones, and it's hard. It really is. You have to learn how to kind of compartmentalize it, and we make sure that all of our responders have access to the same resources, especially the counseling resources that we offer to the folks that we're serving. But I will tell you also, I've yet to leave one of these disasters that I've been on without also having an amazing sense of community. And every one of the disasters that I've been to, whether it's here at home or out on the larger scale events, the way communities and neighbors and families come together to help each other during these times of crisis is simply amazing.
Have you, one thing I want to bring up, and I know this is something that's near and dear to Carly's heart as well, is really helping on the mental health side of things. And you brought that up. Have you, I guess, tell us what are some of the things it's a really relatively new focus. Like, people are finally starting to figure out this is another wellness piece of humans that we have to focus on, not just bodily injuries, but the mental health injuries. What has the Red Cross been doing recently to also help there as well?
Well, you're absolutely right. And our disaster mental health teams are right at the front when we deploy to a disaster. Again, whether it's a local disaster or one of the bigger ones, we realize that the long-term effects of living through a trauma like that, especially for children, is really difficult. So we have disaster mental health teams of certified professionals, counselors, and the folks that do this every day for a living and are experts at it, again, will volunteer their time and their talents to join us, to offer immediate help right there, to meet with the folks that have been affected and how can we help them. But also, even more importantly, make sure that they connect with the resources in their community for their long-term recovery. And that's a big focus of our work. It's not just going in and being there for a few days or a week or two running a shelter and feeding thousands of people a day. That's vital, and that is a huge part, especially in the immediate after effects of a disaster. But having those disaster mental health teams on the ground is a huge part of it also. They go into action right away. And again, not just for those that have been affected, but also for our responders who are on the ground and helping these families and dealing with the tragedy that's occurred around them. We are constantly recruiting professionals who want to be a part of this team. So if anyone happens to be joining us today and you're a licensed mental health professional, we would love to talk to you about joining our team and being there when the communities need you.
Hey, Todd, Gabriel here.
Hi, Gabe.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I have a question. What is or what has been the most challenging event that you have had to work as a member of the Red Cross?
I think probably because it's still fresh in my mind, one of the most challenging is my most recent one, which was the Hawaii wildfires. It was really difficult because of the distance that Hawaii is from here in the continental U.S. And so getting all of the supplies and the people there, along with the conditions on Maui itself. Housing, of course, was in extremely short supply. The hotels were all full, and so it was really a challenge. But I'll tell you, Gabe, I think one of the things, I've been with the Red Cross for 17 years now, and one of the things that amazes me about our people, if you've ever had the opportunity to see us come in right after a disaster, is within a couple of days, we will set up basically a corporation or a business. We have to set up a headquarters. We've got to bring in all of the supplies that we're going to need. Now, again, we start with the local chapter. Every disaster is a local disaster, no matter how big it is. And it starts immediately with the local Red Cross, who have already had trained volunteers ready for these events, have supplies laid in. But as we see the event is going to be bigger than just the local chapter can handle, that's when we start, saying, let's mobilize, let's get everybody in there. And we bring them all together in a few days. You'll have a few hundred or 1,000 or more Red Cross responders in the community. And so that involves not just the outward work that we're doing, the sheltering, the food, the comfort, the counseling, the medical services, everything that we're doing. But we have to make sure we're taking care of our people too. So we have to house them and feed them. And we've got to make sure they have transportation, access to the resources like counseling and healthcare and all those. I have yet to see any organization that can mobilize a response like this outside of the U.S. military. And it's really something to see when we get this up and rolling while we're caring for people while we're doing it. You've kind of heard of building the airplane while you're flying. Well, we know how to build the airplane very well, and we can do it. We take off and we're building, and almost before we've left the ground, it's all ready to go.
And Todd, this is Carly. Thank you so much for being here. I had a question. You've kind of already touched on this a little bit. It's kind of in the same vein, but one of the things I think about is how easy it is to sort of donate and be wrapped up in events right after they happen, the immediate aftermath. There's so much media surrounding it, and that's all great. But one of the things I think about is after the media leaves and the attention sort of goes away from the event. Can you kind of speak to the importance of long-term recovery as you have been, and how important sources like the Red Cross are for that long-term recovery, and also why doing charity work during not as obvious times like right now is so important?
That's a great question, Carly. Thank you. And you're right. Long-term recovery is a huge piece of what the Red Cross is involved in after a disaster. And once that immediate, attention is gone, we're still there days, weeks, months, in some cases, years afterward, even on that long-term recovery. We're experts. I mean, this is what we do, and we collaborate with the communities that we're in. So especially in long-term recovery, we get together. Oftentimes we'll be the convener of a coalition of organizations and governmental and non-governmental that are serving the affected community. So we can work with them to lay out that long-term recovery plan. And then we work one-on-one also with the families, the people that we're serving. If you're in one of our shelters, you're going to meet one-on-one with one of our folks who know what recovery is and how it works. And they'll be able to help you map out what recovery, who can you talk to, what do you need, where are the resources. Right now, currently, we still have over 6,000 people that we're taking care of sheltered in Hawaii. Now, it's been months now since the wildfires, but they have no place else to go. So again, working with the state and federal and local organizations, we're making sure that these folks have safe shelter and food every day and access to counseling and medical care, and also working on that long-term recovery piece. And I'll tell you, it's the volunteers that make it happen. And I'll also tell you that we're tired. We have seen in just the last decade almost a doubling of the number of huge billion-dollar disasters. We've responded to $25 billion disasters so far in 2023. That's almost twice what we were doing just a decade ago. If you look back into the 80s and early 90s, it would be that we would go maybe a month or more between the large scale disasters. Now we're going out less than every 2 weeks. There's another one happening, and our people are out there, and many of our volunteers and our people are going literally from disaster to disaster at the rate that they're happening. So it is vital that we have new volunteers coming in and getting trained, and also to be there in your own community to help us respond, because some of your folks, your neighbors and friends, they may be over in California helping with the wildfire. They may be down in Texas responding to a hurricane, but we have to make sure that we're taking care of the folks at home too. So, if you're thinking that, boy, I sure would like to help, but I can't get on a plane and leave for 2 weeks, that's fine, because you can help right there at home, being available in the middle of the night when a family loses their home to a fire. You are a vital piece of the puzzle to helping them know that there is going to be a road to recovery, and we're going to get them on.
Todd, this is Bill Murray. I'm glad you said all that, because that was going to be my question. How can our folks help? Because, there's some folks who can't donate money, but they can donate time. So where should we send them? Where should we direct them to to get themselves signed up to help here?
Great question, Bill. Very easy to volunteer with the Red Cross. You can go to redcross.org/volunteer. You can call us at 800 Red Cross. We are all over all the social media channels. You'll find us on Facebook and X and LinkedIn and Instagram, or just contact your local chapter. Again, if you go to redcross.org, type in your zip code, we'll give you the information on where your local chapter is located. And that's a great place to start, to talk with your local Red Cross team. And it may be disaster relief. It may be something else. It may be helping at a blood drive. It may be helping with our service to the armed forces, supporting our military families and our service members. But so many volunteer opportunities, especially in the disaster relief field. We would love to talk to folks about those opportunities.
Hey, Todd, thank you. Before we go, I know Jen Watson's got a question for you as well. Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick one. I would just love to know one of the biggest things when it comes to touching people and, getting really people to help out and donate is those personal stories, the stories about families. Do you have one of those that you can share that really touched your heart, that is just, special to you?
Yeah, sometimes it seems like there's too many of them. I mentioned earlier about compartmentalizing. My very first deployment, my large scale disaster response, was the Joplin, Missouri tornado, and I'm sure we all remember that one. It was the first time I had been out of this area on disaster. I had done a number of local disasters, fires, and we had some tornadoes and such here, but this was my first big deployment. And being a mass casualty event also, we try to be very aware and very respectful when we go into the community. And I think it was about my second night there. We had been very graciously donated some rooms across the border in Oklahoma. And so it was about a half hour, 45-minute drive, which actually was nice to kind of decompress each night. But I got back to my room, and of course I had all my Red Cross gear on, so we kind of stand out like a neon sign when we're wearing all of that. But just as I was getting back into the hotel, a couple stopped me in the hallway and of course could tell I was with the Red Cross. And they asked me if I could help them because their daughter had lost her life in the tornado and they weren't sure how to get into where they had set up an area for families to identify their loved ones or find out what was going on. And that is not part of what we as the Red Cross deal with. That was a local governmental operation with support, I'm sure, from a number of agencies. But it was heartbreaking. I tried to offer them, information I could on where they would be able to help, but also connected them with our disaster mental health team and let them know about the resources we had available at the shelter there in Joplin. And I did actually run into them a couple of days after that in the shelter. They were coming in to get some information and help. And that one has stuck with me for the 17 years I've been here with the Red Cross. I guess it was a few years into so probably now it's been about a dozen years or so. That one has stuck with me from the beginning. But there also, I know that one's a little bit of a downer. There are so many positives. I mean, I meet so many people in all of the shelters. I've been hugged by thousands of people. I almost someday thought, I should have started counting these for a Guinness World Record. And I've seen birthday parties and anniversaries celebrated in shelters. We helped plan a little birthday party. Again, going back to Joplin, a little girl was having her 5th birthday, and of course the party that mom had planned couldn't happen. So we made it happen in the shelter for her. And when you can do that, try to give these families, especially the kids, a little taste of normalcy in the midst of all this chaos. It's an amazing feeling.
Well, I think the important part is bringing the smile, and which can be difficult to do at times. But Todd, we appreciate your time, and we appreciate you coming on and being a part of this. And we hope by the end of these 12 hours today that we're able to make a big donation to the Red Cross from all of our listeners and viewers. Along with that, before we go to break, I want to thank Bobby Rowland, $50, B, $25. Theo and Valentine, $50. Thank you. Convective Chronicles, I think we're going to see you a little bit later, Trey. $25 there as well. So thank you. We're going to head to break, and Ginger Z is coming up.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holly with the American Red Cross of Illinois, but right now I'm in Mayfield, Kentucky, where devastation has run through this town, leaving a path of destruction. The American Red Cross is on the ground in Kentucky to help with people's basic needs, to provide them shelter and lodging, to provide meals, and to provide comfort and care as we go through this really difficult, devastating time. We're here to provide comfort and care and hope for a brighter tomorrow, and we'll be here for as long as is needed. If you're looking to help make a difference to people experiencing disasters like this one, consider giving a gift to the American Red Cross, a financial gift at redcross.org, or if you can find it in your heart to roll up a sleeve and give blood. We are in a blood shortage and are looking for more people to give to help save lives. You can make an appointment at redcrossblood.org.
All right, well, welcome. So we're here with Ginger Z, Chief Meteorologist at ABC World News. Ginger, you've got, last time I talked, you've got another kind of title, has something to do with climate, and I want to find out a little bit about that.
Yeah, so my new title includes Chief Meteorologist, but also Chief Climate Correspondent. I had been managing editor of the climate unit, but it just made more sense to lead the charge on being the correspondent at the front. So it's a it ties sometimes to climate change, and when it does, we want to bring those stories. When it doesn't, we want to be clear about that. And usually, it just has a ton of nuance, and it's part of it. And we want to cover all parts of the science.
Well, the title is probably recognition of a lot of the work that you've already been doing prior to that. So I know you lead the forefront in that, and I want to jump into a little bit with recently Hurricane Otis down in Acapulco, Mexico. That seemed to, I shouldn't say joke, but we talk a lot of times about individuals that say they never got the warning, they never didn't know it was coming, things like that some of us in the industry know the word's getting out, but maybe we just need to do a better job of making sure that gets out. But in this case, Otis really did ramp up really fast and catch a lot of people by surprise.
Yes, and that is a word, surprise, that I've really helped my team understand we don't use unless it really happened. And so we don't use it. But with Otis, it did happen. And so I can count on one hand how many times you could legitimately use surprise. And we often get so frustrated with politicians or with the communication not getting to people when it's like, we know what was going to happen. It might, ramp up maybe a little bit faster or have a mile or two difference. But our science is so good that it is so often that we are misrepresented in that, it's just a guess anyway. Well, in this particular storm, I think it's so important as scientists to always say what we do know, but also say, this one got away. It is the one that got away. And unfortunately, it got away to a Cat 5 in a heavily populated area. And that's the part that you really hate to see. If you think about a couple years ago, I think it was 2017, another Cat 5, I think its name was Patricia. I have to go back and remember, but also hit the west coast of Mexico. And I remember that one was a much better forecast, but it also hit pretty unpopulated areas. And I remember my Max, Samantha, myself, we were just terrified thinking, what is going to happen? Because there still are villages and all this stuff. It hit the cliffs of Mexico and it was like it got ripped to shreds and it was gone and nothing happened. And we thought, well, that was so strange. But that was just truly a function of where it hit and how quickly that part of Mexico can, rip up a storm. Unfortunately, not the case with Acapulco.
No, and obviously a lot of damage done in that. And you've covered your share of disasters, storm disasters, whether tornado, whether hurricane, fire. I guess what have been some of the more memorable ones that really impacted you or have left an impact long term?
I think too we should talk about the forecasting of and relating to climate and extremes, because I think that's something that anecdotally I have most certainly experienced in my career, and I think Otis is hopefully not symbolic of what's to come, because I do think that we are presently in a very unique situation, unprecedented sea surface temperatures, unprecedented air temperatures around the globe, and a lot of other factors that are playing in just beyond greenhouse gas emissions. However, once that gets studied and figured out, I can tell you from all of the storms, especially in the last decade, that I have had to change the way that I forecast, because I always say when I got into this business, I was kind of both learned but taught to be a conservative forecaster. The models, especially in the late 90s, early 2000s, I felt like often overdid what was going to happen. And so, that is what a meteorologist's job is. It's to learn the bias of the models. It's to then communicate what people are going to feel. And I would often under forecast so it could over deliver if that were the case. And I think that it worked for a decade of my career. Starting in, I'd say after 2012-ish, I noticed a remarkable difference in forecasting, especially the last 5 years, Ida being one of the big ones, where the models kept doing things that we were like, no way. It kept saying, Ida's going to be over land for 9 hours as a 4 or a 3. And physically, as a meteorologist, you say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Even if it is, Plaquemine Parish in Southeast Louisiana that's so low to sea level, still doesn't make sense. It's friction. And sure enough, it verifies. And I remember just being there and after doing the coverage and being in the hotel, like, holy cow. And then knowing, okay, now the models are trying to print out 6 to 8 inches of rain around the tri-state in just like 6 hours. If that really verifies, like this verified, my goodness, we're going to be dealing with, oh my gosh, by the time we get there, people are drowning in the streets in New Jersey. People are dying in their basements in Queens. It verified and then surpassed it. And I have seen that happen, especially with big rain events, pretty regularly up until this summer. Stony Point, New York, it's like 20 miles away from my house. And we're watching a foot of rain in less than 12 hours. Unreal. Unrelated, by the way, to any tropics. And so I think that each storm, and to answer your other question of like which ones stick out, each storm has their own footprint, and it has this kind of core memory for me. But I hope that the ones that stick out never happen again. Katrina being the top one. And that was my first real hurricane to ever cover. Of course, it was Katrina. There's nothing like covering something of that magnitude first. But it did really throw me into the transition of why I do it. And I think I was so young and I was still so focused on the meteorology, which is important. But that storm within 30 seconds taught me that it is not about science. It's about people. It's about how it impacts people. It's about how people are either prepared or unprepared. It's about privilege. And that's something that I've continued to learn through my stories and the evolution of all of these storms. Hurricane Michael was another one that stands out. I was right there in the eye wall of a Cat 5, like the first one since Andrew. And as a meteorologist, it's not that we have these bucket lists of like, I have to be in this place. But when I knew I had the opportunity to be in the eye wall of, at that point, a Cat 4, very strong one, I thought, well, if we can be safe, let's do it. And then it was really shocking and unnerving to know that afterward, there were people who didn't have the opportunity to get out. And I thought, oh no, our science is so good and I'm here being safe. And then we've got people unsafe. So it keeps my, each storm, while they have their own things, it changes why I do what I do.
Have you changed then over the years when you've seen these models start verifying, at least in regards to tropical weather? Have you started shifting your focus on which models you tend to focus more on?
Yes, and I don't dismiss them anymore. There were definitely times where Harvey, a great example, where now I'm forgetting which one, but one of them was printing out like 48 inches, and we were all like, "Come on, it's just so silly." Oh my gosh, 52. Bingo. Really that, I think that's the lesson that I learned, is that my bias maybe had gone too far into, of all the modeling of saying, well, that outlier needs to be thrown out. It's not like I fell in love with the 6Z run or something at this point, but I'm also not going to ignore it. And I'm, just keep it in mind. And it can be bias can have a tuck in, like in the back, but it's got to stay there instead of being thrown away.
So we're doing this Weatherpods telethon for disaster relief to help benefit the American Red Cross. So that's one of the projects we're working on. What? Tell me a little bit. What are some of the other side hustles and things that you're working on? Because I know you are constantly busy and doing all kinds of other things as well.
I'll say, this is just on giving back. I think that is one of the most positive and powerful things somebody can do, because we are going to, and always have been, kind of, it's hard to take in all these images. You see disaster daily, right? Whether it's war or it's these natural disasters or however it is. And I do think that it can feel overwhelming. I think one of the best things that we can do as fellow humans is to give back and to say, okay, I am incredibly grateful for what I have. However, I realize that financial help, and that's how I usually deal with a lot of that kind of survivor's guilt, or the guilt of having to leave after I tell a story and having to move on to the next one. So I'm so proud to be a part of this, and that you all are doing this, because I do think that gives action, gives you purpose, and it gives obviously back to the people who need it the most. So thank you for doing this. And this is why I wanted to do this again. It's so important that people realize you won't feel as helpless the moment you start to say, I'm going to help gets rid of helpless. And so I have employed that a lot because it's not, mentally, there's a lot that goes into the being the first, and what a unique position that I've been in for the last 20 years to be kind of often the first person before, during, and after, and then I'm gone. And then I see it again. And I see the human condition in every single disaster, from wildfire to tornado to whatever it is. And it's so fascinating because people act the same, and truly the best comes out of people. But as I've talked about in the past, the maintenance of us helping these folks, they don't get better in 6 months, like right away, much like grief, everybody piles in and all the help comes right at the beginning. The American Red Cross does have longer standing help, and they are there as a resource. And that's why I think they're such a great thing to support. So that aside, that was a long answer for not even to answer what you were asking, but I wanted to make sure to get that in.
It's important.
We are working on several big climate stories. We've got a lot of plans for the future of climate here. Personally, I'm still at this crossroads of trying to figure out, when you have children, and I've got 2 young children, when do they become, they're always the focus, but now they're becoming to the age where it's like, how do I, balance is not the word because you can't do that. How do I make sure that I am prioritizing what they need? And so one of the big things I'm working on is just making that kind of family and human choice of like, what is that? And I think that's a very normal thing for people to go through, but I also think it's really good to talk about. So I thought I would mention it. And it's something that's always top of mind. And what I've learned through therapy is just to communicate. So I often communicate to them and say, mommy has this opportunity. They're like my husband now, right? Like with my husband, I would always communicate and check in and make sure that this was going to work in our partnership. Well, now we've got 4 people in this partnership, and I got to make sure that each and every one of them feels like this is a good decision for everyone. So that's something that I'm working on personally.
Good luck. And when you figure it out, let us all know.
Yeah, I think what I've noticed is the communication helps, so that usually they're good and they understand. And we often they have questions about what it is. Why am I going to be gone for 2 days? Why am I going to be gone for 5 days? What is the purpose of it? What can they understand about it? And then there are ones where, I was gone recently for 3 days straight, 4 different cities or something. And I got back and my hairstylist had come in because I was going to do an event at the Tribeca Film Festival. And the moment she walked in, my oldest starts bawling, and he's like, "Are you leaving again?" And I was to mommy, like, this is too much. And we made change, for the following 2 weeks, he was able to see the action and feel like he was being helped by the change. And so I think that's something that every parent probably has to go through and understand. But when I do have those windows, I'm never going to stop being me and wanting to keep growing, not just the climate unit here, but my end goal is both to finally get something into children's programming. Don't know what that is or how it's going to look, but I will never stop trying, because I think that that's the place that I get most excited about. I'm doing a story actually at the end of this month with a group called Change is Simple, and they provide this really fun, interactive, hands-on environment and climate education series where they go into schools and they it's what I used to do as a meteorologist in local markets. Like, how is a teacher supposed to know as much as we do as experts in a field? Right. They go and they just, but really brilliantly, with hands-on experiments and all of these really cool things. And it's something that a school can't necessarily focus on as a curriculum or prioritize. But the kids are going to learn so much in this one thing. Like, to be involved in something like that we could make nationwide, I think would be really powerful. So that's one of the other goals. Cool. Yeah. And then in the same way, I'm on the board at the National Children's Museum. And that's kind of where my mind is always going, is how do we bring access to STEM to kids who would never necessarily get it? So all of those things, I used to think it was going to be through a show or through some other way. I actually think it might be through something much more tangible and not so much in the way that I've always been trained to do things. So hopefully that comes to fruition.
That's great. Well, I'll tell you what, let people know, Ginger, how people can follow you maybe on social media so they can track some of this progress and some of the projects you're working on.
Yes, please. So you can find me at Ginger_Z on everything except TikTok. I think I'm Ginger Z, and then Facebook's Ginger Z TV. Pretty easy to find.
Well, I appreciate you helping out and
Thank you.
coming back a second time. We might tell our listeners and viewers why I'm saying that, but thank you for doing it. Very gracious and helping to support what we're doing.
Good luck with the telethon. Oh, and finally, I am also on the mission always and still on my No New Clothes challenge, because that's both personally, but also as like the brand that I build, you know, what anywhere that I can make an environmental contribution. And I think that's something that we often forget as I'm sitting with this like greedy look behind me. I have made this statement, and I come from a place of privilege making it, but I have said, okay, I'm 17 months into a no new clothes challenge. The average American, and this is going to sound like a lot, buys 16 items every 3 months. And there's a giant economic, but also environmental impact from our clothing. And so that's something, and social, and it's really about people being paid properly. So check out Remake and that No New Clothes challenge. Try it for 3 months if you want to try something with me. It's been so easy and so enlightening, because I wasn't a big shopper. I don't think that I was getting the 16 items, but to see what you can save, both obviously financially, but mostly for the planet, for me has been so great. And it really forces you to think differently. And then I've applied it to different parts of my life. And I am the biggest secondhand shopper, and I hope to make secondhand all the rage.
You are, and it already is. I think I hear a lot and I see a lot about that. But so thanks for sharing that. And again, thanks for your time today, Ginger.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest and good luck.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Missy, and welcome to the American Red Cross Mobile Recovery Vehicle. In these vehicles, we have all the supplies needed to help clients on the road to recovery. We carry tents and chairs. Sometimes we're stuck out in the elements, and this helps protect the clients. We also offer the cleanup kits. Sometimes a client can stay home but just need the extra bit of supplies to help them. We also carry blankets for when it's cold, and we have these comfort kits here that have personal toiletries in it. All the vehicles are also stocked with water and snacks. These vehicles are stocked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the ready to respond to any needs the clients have.
Welcome back to our telethon. We are coming up at the close of 1 hour, and we are closing in on $600 of donations thanks to your generosity just in this first hour alone. It's very exciting. So happy to have you with us here as we continue on.
This is just like a small piece of what we do here at the museum when we teach like weather programs. So we get a lot of field trip groups here because we are a museum. They kind of come here, we get to have fun, but you know, we do make it curriculum based. That way it is an educational field trip. So that's a little bit about what we do here in Gastonia. So I wanted to bring a piece of this to you today.
What do you have here? I know we are talking about disaster readiness and the impacts of severe storms. And one of those things that storm chasers will see and communities impacted will see from thunderstorms is hail. I understand you have a little demonstration to help us, if we've never seen hail before, or at least significant hail, kind of wrap our mind around how that process works and how large it might be.
Yeah, so let's talk about how we make hail first. So you're going to have a thunderstorm. And if you've ever lived in a 2-story house, slept in bunk beds, you know that heat rises, all right? And when you get a lot of heat rising, you can actually create vertical winds, okay? That vertical winds is called an updraft. So I'm gonna create an updraft here today, all right? And what's gonna happen is raindrops will get stuck in an updraft. Now, when they get stuck, they're gonna go to the top of the cloud and they're gonna freeze, okay? And when they freeze, you may have ice chunks that are suspended in the sky. Now, as long as this updraft is able to support this ice chunk, it's going to stay in the cloud. Now, it's going to go down and up. It's going to grow and melt. And what it'll do is it'll actually make layers in the hail. So the hailstone is layered. You know, onions have layers. Ogres have layers. Hail has layers as well. And eventually, this ice chunk is going to get a little bit too heavy, and it's finally going to fall. So that updraft cannot sustain it anymore. So my question for you at home this baseball here, will it levitate? All right. Raise your left hand if you think yes. Raise your right hand if you think no. All right. I know I can't see you guys, but I know you're voting. And let's see. Womp womp. So my question for you, why won't this levitate? And if you're thinking, it's probably because the ball's too heavy, you're exactly right. So I want you to take that one step further. That means this updraft can't support this baseball. So you have to have even stronger winds going vertically to support things like these baseball, softballs in the sky. In fact, softball sized hail, you have to have winds going up in a cloud at 100 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
Whoa, right? 100-mile-an-hour winds going up, right? And you know, what comes up must come down. When it comes down, something like baseball sized hail, when it comes down, will fall at nearly 100 miles an hour. So if you've ever seen people, I know we're over here in North Carolina, baseball sized hail is pretty rare for us. But over here in the central portion of the country, they have baseball sized hail a little bit more regularly. That's why you'll see people who carry like baseball helmets in their cars and such. If this thing's falling at 100 miles an hour, you're going to want to protect your head for sure. Now, we're talking about, you know, weather preparedness, and I actually have some citizen science stuff for you guys, stuff that you can do at your house, but you can also help the meteorologist. And that is if you find hail at your house. So if it's hailing and you can safely get a piece of hail, measure it. And then send that in to your local National Weather Service. That really helps them out because, yeah, we can see what we can see through radar. But if they're getting really ground truth about what kind of hail is out there, that might give them a classification of a storm being severe or not. It also can just help them update their warnings. So I've got some similar or very common items. So coins are always great. You can put your hailstone right there beside a coin, take a picture and send it to them. That's a really standard way. If it's bigger than a quarter, it's technically severe hail. Golf balls, baseball, softball, these are very standard things. What you don't want to use is bouncy ball sized hail. Well, bouncy balls come in a lot of different sizes, so not a standard unit. Also, you don't want to get out something like a pipe cleaner sized hail. You guys didn't know I actually cut off a little bit of this, so it's not a standard pipe cleaner size. So try to find objects that you would that are pretty standard across the industry. So softballs, baseballs, golf balls, coins, dollar bills, things like that are really, really helpful.
I mean, that's an excellent point, Candace, because the storm reports that come in from professionals, but also just the community really helps the National Weather Service, as you mentioned, understand what's happening on the ground and what's to come downstream. So having some sort of confirmed point of reference rather than just trying to reference an object that might come in various sizes could really help people in the next community allow that National Weather Service to issue that proper severe thunderstorm warning.
Exactly. And, you know, being a citizen scientist, you may live in a more rural part of the county. Maybe we don't have a lot of professional, you know, whether it be weather equipment or human interaction in your local area. So even something as simple as taking a picture and putting it on like Facebook and tagging them, putting it on Twitter, X, whatever they're called, and tagging them can be a really big help. So just know that you are important in the meteorological world, and your forecast or your observations really do help our forecast.
Absolutely. Candace, before we let you go, I can't help but notice you've also got a tornado there on the table.
Yes. And do you want to see a really cool snow thing? Because you know we're about to come up on winter, right?
We are. Yes, please.
Okay. So this stems from me living in North Carolina my entire life, pretty much. And snow is not what it is up north around here. Okay. We get like that wet snow, the heavy snow. You know, you walk outside and you're drenched after you come back in, but it's not like that everywhere. So we have what we call snow ratios, okay? So it's the amount of water compared to the amount of snow. So sometimes a little bit of water can make a lot of snow. Sometimes a little bit of water can make not a lot of snow, and it's kind of mushy. So around here in the South, we typically get that mushy snow. It's basically there's a lot of water content in that snow. Up north, you can get really dry snows. So I wanted to show you that today. I've got 2 tubes here filled with some snow. James, can you confirm that you can see these tubes here?
I can confirm we can see those tubes.
Awesome. So I'm going to pour some water in each one of these, and we're just going to see what happens. So here we go. So I poured some water in there. not much movement. I'm going to pour a little water in here. And you'll notice this one here is starting to rise a bit more. So this one here that I put in, this one, you can see it's sticky. It's not really even wanting to come out. It's that very heavy, wet snow. This here, really dry, really fluffy. This here is that snow that, you don't really pack well, but man, you could get like 40, 50 inches of it really, really quickly. So you can have 1 inch of rain make 6 inches of snow. You can have 1 inch of rain make 50 inches of snow. It's really all about that snow ratios.
That's really good to remember as we head into the winter season. That's what makes forecasting snow so hard. I'll also say, as a native New Yorker, not all sleigh riding is the same. You want that nice, packed, maybe just a tad bit icy snow to really quickly get down the hill.
For sure. And then you mentioned the tornado. I just had to bring the tornado. It's just a lot of fun to look at.
Absolutely. And that's a nice, safe way to look at it. Candace from the Shield Museum, if anybody's ever visiting Charlotte, it's just a quick little drive to the west over there in Gastonia, North Carolina. As always, Candace, we appreciate your expertise, your knowledge, and just your energy this morning.
Yeah, always come over. We have an annual event called Weatherproof. We're also going to be doing some Snow Much Science programs in January, so come on out. We'd love to have you guys. And from one nonprofit to another, we really appreciate your donations this morning because they really do matter.
Well, they absolutely do. And we are happy to say that as we close on our first hour with 11 to go, we've just crossed $600. Phil Johnson and the Stormfront Freaks will take it here after the break. And as we go to break, Carly, who are some of those latest helpers who have made donations here to the American Red Cross?
Yes. Thank you again, Candace. I felt like a kid watching that. That was so fun. And we also want to say thank you to our recent donations. We've got Tropical Troubles again with the 10. Thank you so much. Team Bolt with a $10 donation. Thank you, Team Bolt. Chris Schammel with the $100. Thank you so very much. Jana Adams, 25. Valerie McMahon, 25. Thank you so much. And we've also got the Tornadoologist. I know I've seen you around. Thank you so much for the 25. And Jean Schaefer as well. So what an incredible first hour we've had already, James.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Missy, and welcome to the American Red Cross Mobile Recovery Vehicle. In these vehicles, we have all the supplies needed to help clients on the road to recovery. We carry tents and chairs. Sometimes we're stuck out in the elements, and this helps protect the clients. We also offer cleanup kits. Sometimes a client can stay home but just need the extra bit of supplies to help them. We also carry blankets for when it's cold, and we have these comfort kits here that have personal toiletries in it. All the vehicles are also stocked with water and snacks. These vehicles are stocked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the ready to respond to any needs the clients have.
On the next Stormfront Freaks.
But it's our job to tell the story. People expect me to be out there and tell the story. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get our team in the best position to do that.
Through the day, when the roller coaster hits, because it's inevitable, I do this question to myself every time. Something will really piss me off in the show, inevitably, 3 out of the 5 days a week.
So when people see the tornado when you're up close, a big factor is how close you're going to get is what's going on over your head.
I try not to ask too many questions that are all sciencey and inside baseball, but what would my kids ask? Honestly, that's what I think most of the time.
That was a lot of fun with Phil and the gang. They do a great job over there.
Him laughing is funnier than anything.
I don't understand what happened. I really don't.
We've got some great guests coming up. And again, we appreciate everyone's donations. The whole point of today is we've got some great people willing to share their time with us, and all in the hope of really raising more money for the American Red Cross and their disaster relief. So keep those coming in. Thank you so much for doing that. I am joined this morning. We've got some of our Stormfront Freaks co-hosts first.
This is
Okay.
amazing. I
All
love
right.
everyone here, the mission.
We've also got our co-creator, co-host, co-producer, and my brother, Mark MJ Johnson, joining us this morning. Thanks, MJ.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good to be here. This is a lot of fun. It's a good,
and then
cause.
Brady Harris. Brady Harris is one of our co-hosts as well. Brady's joining us from Columbus. Brady, good morning.
Hey, Phil. I don't have any exotic rugs behind me like MJ does, but I'm working on it.
That's good. And we're still joined by WeatherBrains Bill Murray. We got Carly Sisson with us, but we want to jump to our first guest here. Mike Boylan, creator of Mike's Weather page. He's also a storm chaser. Mike, thanks for joining us. I know you got some softball or something like that going on today. Is this you or one of your kids?
Oh, it's my kids. It's my second love. I don't know what I love more, is watching her play or chasing a good storm. But today I get to do both. Or this week I did the big storms in Miami a couple of days ago, and here I am watching her play. So it's a perfect week and doing your all's telethon. So there we go.
Well, we definitely appreciate you joining us. So thanks for the time on that. And I'm going to tell all of our co-hosts what we do on Stormfront Freaks is if you've got a question, you just kind of jump in and whoever's the loudest tends to get their question in first. But Mike, I want to first get a little feedback from you on this year's tropical season. What was your take on this year? What were your thoughts on it?
I think beginning of the year, I stress the importance of, it only takes one. Sometimes we get these seasons with a lot of names. We almost had Vince today. So I think it comes down to all that preseason hype of a busy season versus a slow season. And sometimes we only get one or two landfalling systems. And that's the one thing that I think it stands out is, everybody thinks it's a dead season when they're not affected. And we really only had Idalia. We still had a third active season ever, but we really only had one memorable storm. So it just kind of shows you that tropics are tricky. We saw over in Mexico with Acapulco there what could happen overnight. So always you just can't turn your back on the tropics, that's for sure.
I want to actually, Mike, expand on Phil's question. So he talked about the tropical season this year. What about like the year as a whole when it comes to chasing storms? Was there anything that stood out for you, and kind of break down some of your biggest chases?
Yeah, well, Idalia we went to Idalia, and that was a different storm for us up here because we had surge all the way basically where Ian made landfall. Some places down in Fort Myers area had more surge than they did with Ian, and it was a storm that was 100 miles off the coast. So I think the biggest impact for me was the non-direct landfall of a storm, and the whole west coast of Florida experienced flooding, and every town where I live had FEMA set up. And we're talking, Palm Harbor, Clearwater, Tarpon Springs, the Sponge Docks, places that have never flooded, had water inland. I mean, I went to Crystal River, which was way away from the landfall, and they had water a mile from the coast. And there was locals walking around. They look like zombies because they've never seen it. Locals have never saw water come inland that far. So those are things that I take away. The non-landfall effects in Valdosta, Georgia. Like, this storm was so strong, there was pine trees everywhere. Interstate 10 was closed. So it reinstates how important to discuss inland effects and not where the storm hits, because there was people that, again, up in Georgia that thought it was only going to be a Florida event, and they're looking around and they got trees down everywhere. So that was my most memorable thing, I think, was just how many people were affected from a storm that was 100 miles off the coast here on the West Coast. And we had record surge. And it was a wake-up call for Tampa, where I live, that they had flooding that they've never seen in Tampa Bay, again, from a storm when the sun was out. We were getting flooded. So surge is a real deal. And I think that was, the big thing for me is what surge can really do.
Yeah. And Mike, and that's a really interesting point, right? Because you're right that, there was storm surge with sunshine out, right? That's how do you, do you think the public, do you think people that you were seeing were ready for that? Like, did they expect the amount of flooding or no?
No, totally. No. Because I had locals kind of calling me out because I saw we had a storm called Ada a couple years ago in 2020, and we had hundreds of homes flooded in Pinellas. same situation. It was a tropical storm that was only 60 miles off our coast. Everything lined up. We had, the new moon, tide cycles. And what I've learned from these storms, something that I never really learned until Idalia, especially, is when you have a persistent southwest wind here during high tide, it drives all that water in. But when that wind stays, the low tide never gets a chance to escape. So then when the second high tide came in, that's when we had our surge, several hours after Idalia was gone. That's when midday the next day we had these high surge values. Cedar Key, for example, I tried to go out there, that's where Cantori was camped out. It was closed. It was still underwater. The bridge, the little causeway was underwater from this secondary surge from high tide. So that's something that I think fascinates me, is when the low tide never gets a chance to escape, and then the next tide comes in with those winds, and we get that additional surge that nobody really expected.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure too it was the historic high tide, right? It was one of the actual surge combined with the fact that this was the highest tide of the year was just a recipe for disaster. And I can't even imagine having to try and communicate to that, hey, we're not going to get hit with the hurricane, but you're still going to have storm surge. Like, the public doesn't understand storm surge as it is, how do you explain, hey, the center of this thing is going to be 100 miles off our coast, but we're still going to get storm surge flooding, and we're still going to have flooding along the coast. Like, if I'm a person that lives there, I'm just going to be like, it's not going to hit me. I'm going to be fine.
Totally. And it goes back to the cone, what the NHC wants to try to figure out a different way to showcase the cone because of what happened with Ian. The eye was right on that edge of the bottom part of the cone. A lot of people focus on that center line and the effects that can can happen outside that cone. And again, we're talking a storm that was 100 miles away, and so many people were flooded. I have not seen final numbers yet, but Homosassa Springs, Crystal River, all these little cities, Yankeetown and stuff. If anybody knows driving on US 19 North, every one of these little towns had serious flooding, and again, like you said, everybody thinks the storm's going north. And so going back to that statement, here at the softball field, I'm meeting a lot of folks that live in Fort Myers, and that storm still bothers me of how the emotions swung with every 6-hour update. And folks in Tampa, when that thing, for one cycle, they had the models go into the panhandle of Florida. So everybody here in Tampa is like, oh, it's going west. Especially Fort Myers, it's like 2 days before, right? They're like, oh, that's not our storm. And then so the emotions with swings on these shifts. Down at Wink News, they're doing Matt. Thank you, because I just drew a blank. But he went out on a limb, and they've changed their graphics, and they don't show the center line anymore. They have a cone with just a cone, and that's the biggest thing is I think educating people and the inland effects. That's the number one thing I hear is like, oh my God, I had no idea, because everybody's so focused on landfall.
Yeah. And Mike, you bring up a good point about, I like how they took out the center part of the storm. So it's just the cone, because I think that's really difficult even, for everyone to understand, okay, what do we need to do? How do we need to prepare? And, for the public to prepare and do what they need to get all their resources and everything in line. And it can be one of the most difficult things when it comes to communicating, on TV. Now, Mike, I'd love to know more about a little bit into tornado chasing and what you've done there and some big things.
Oh God, I'm a rookie. I joke, I haven't met Reed, and I've tried. This last little tornado outbreak that we had here at home, I did capture our Oldsmar tornado on a drone. So I'm getting better, and we did have damage here, and I felt good because National Weather Service in Tampa actually used my footage. They didn't even designate this a tornado until I had the footage, and we had some homes that were damaged. So I am getting a little better reading, vorticity signals and learning what side to be on, and don't be on the rain side. I mean, I went to Georgia over the summer, and I was on the other side of the tornado, and I'm like getting hail, and I can't see, and all the smart chasers were on the south side and on the dry side, So, and tornadoes are frustrating to me because they bounce. They don't stay on the ground very long, and So yeah, that we did have a pretty big outbreak here. You know, where I live in Curlew and the Curlew Causeway is pretty famous in Dunedin, and we had significant EF2 damage there. And I was in the parking lot, and I just had a bad feeling. So I got the heck out of Dodge, and that's exactly where it hit. That was the one with the portalet. I don't know if you saw the videos. There was a portalet that ended up on a street light. I was right underneath that. So something told me to get out. I just, you know, so I'm kind of scared of tornadoes. I feel confident with hurricanes. I know the direction of the wind. I know where, you know, I know how to stay away from the surge. So the tornadoes are tricky. And I think, you know, how many chasers, you know, go a whole season, right? And they just get that one or two, you know, successful chases, but how many, like 100 did they fail at, right? So I think tornadoes are tricky, right? We see it with SPC all the time. Sometimes they get, you know, dark green and they get an outbreak and they go, you know, all the way up and they don't get one. So I think Mother Nature is smarter than a lot of us.
This is true. Very true,
I mean,
Mike.
All right. Hey, before we go to break, Brady, you got one last quick question. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so Mike, with El Nino the way it is this year, right? I know Florida generally gets a little bit more active, a little bit more wet, a little bit more active in the severe weather season. Do you think you'll be chasing this winter down in Florida in your backyard?
I totally believe it. You know, I spent some time researching El Nino Florida effects, and there's a lot of great graphs been put out from National Weather Service. And historically, strong El Ninos bring the highest flood chances, almost like triple the amount of flooding events. Obviously, tornadoes. I understand with the jet stream. And what we just saw last week or a couple of days ago down in Miami, definitely a product of El Nino. Jet stream fueled storms, you know, and the Gulf's still 80 degrees. So I really believe it. You know, we got another one coming down Tuesday they're talking about, and I just looked at the latest models again. And so, yeah, we're going to be getting that weather, unfortunately. And we did have a tornado outbreak a couple weeks ago, and kind of the same deal. When every time you bring that jet stream into the mix and we have the Gulf, I'm believing that more than ever that we're going to see an active Florida season.
Well, Mike, I want to thank you for your time joining us this morning, all to kind of help support the Red Cross and disaster relief, because I know you've seen that a lot yourself.
Yes. And I will say, I support the Red Cross. They actually did a hurricane special from our house like 5 years ago, and it's on the bottom of my page if everybody wants to see it. So I always give them credit because they gave me a little credit back when I was small, and I really appreciated that from them. So I always try to throw them a support now and then when I can too. So.
Well, great. Well, Mike, again, thanks for your time. Before we go to break, I want to quick recognize Tasha Kirksey donated $50. So thank you, Tasha. Shannon Bolesky, who's been a guest on our show before, Storm Chaser. Thank you. And Jenny Lassiter, she was our first donor. She's donated again. So she's one of a couple people I've now seen as a double donator. Let's make it triple, quadruple. Who knows? We got a few more hours to go, but we'll be right back with Bruce Jones from Midland Radio. All right, Mike. Thank you, buddy.
Hey,
appreciate it.
Yeah, I didn't know, but thank you so much.
Everyone.
Todos.
الجميع مرحب بهم.
欢迎.
مرحبا.
At an American Red Cross shelter.
Cuando se produce un desastre en su zona.
The Red Cross may open.
يفتح ملجأ.
Where you can sleep.
用餐.
To get you back on your feet.
لن يطلب الصليب الأحمر.
Never ask.
Your citizenship status.
ولن يشارك معلوماتك الخاصة.
Sin su permiso.
也无论您从哪里来。Everyone.
Todos.
الجميع مرحب بهم.
At an American Red Cross shelter. To learn more about the Red Cross or to find an open shelter in your area, go to redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS.
All right, back with the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. Again, thanks for watching and tuning in. Do us a favor and tell all your friends, all your weather geeks, message them right now and let them know this is going on, because we still got another 10 plus hours to bring you with some great guests. And again, our co-hosts right now, we've got Jen Watson, MJ, Brady Harris, Bill Murray from WeatherBrains, but we are welcoming in one of my favorites, Bruce Jones, meteorologist at Midland Radio, one of their top spokespeople. And we love having you on, Bruce. I wanted to bring you on specifically because when we cover disaster relief, that's a big part of what you do and you guys are doing at Midland, which is trying with the emergency radios, let people know and warn people in advance of what's coming so that they're not caught in something like that. But thanks for joining us this morning.
Hey, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And for those of you who are watching or listening online, this is a fundraiser for the American Red Cross. And I can tell you personally, I've been working with the American Red Cross closely over the last year and a half, maybe 2 years now. And they have done fantastic work providing weather radios to towns and counties that have been smacked by severe weather, or in the case of Hawaii, by wildfire. In the aftermath of any disaster, post-traumatic stress disorder is a huge issue amongst those who have survived. Whether you lost something in it or not, there's a lot of PTSD after these disasters. For the American Red Cross to be able to go around to these communities and hand each homeowner a NOAA weather radio is a tremendous shot in the arm and really helps them with their mental health issues. Because in the aftermath of something destructive in your hometown, whether you fight it or not, you're going to have a lot of mental issues that come to the surface every time the sky turns dark or the wind starts blowing. You can't control it. It just pops up. But the American Red Cross will go into these communities and hand people a NOAA weather radio. And that radio basically is like an umbrella of safety over that home and that family. So what we're doing here is raising funds for the American Red Cross so that they can continue in these efforts. And I give them an A+ in everything that I've seen them do.
And Bruce, let's talk a little bit about having that secondary source of confirmation when there's severe weather, specifically a tornado, because there's been a lot of social scientists that have gone in after disasters. And what they found is it takes a lot of people, once either they get an alert on their phone or they hear the siren, they need that secondary source of confirmation before they actually take shelter. And also another fact is, a lot of times we can get severe weather when we're sleeping and you can't rely on the outdoor sirens to wake you up. So why is it so important to have a weather radio and another source of confirmation?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jen. I'll tell you, when I was a kid, we lived in Austin, Texas. This was in the 1960s. In Austin, Texas, we did not have central air conditioning in our home. Central air was for rich people.
Yeah.
You kept your windows open.
Wow.
In Texas, in Austin,
my
Texas,
gosh.
you kept your windows open in the spring and summer. Tornado season, your windows were open. So an outdoor siren might have been a little more audible in those days. But those sirens are designed to warn you when you're outdoors. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, unless you're out walking your dog at 2 a.m., you're not supposed to hear that siren inside your home. NOAA weather radio was specifically designed to be an indoor tornado siren because we recognized this problem in the 60s, the 70s, and it persists today. Now people put so much faith in this cell phone that if your local cell phone tower goes down, you need to understand you may get nothing at all from this phone. And that was the situation in Cookeville, Tennessee, in 2020, nocturnal tornado, middle of the night. People who went to bed relying on this cell phone to wake them up got nothing because 2 of the big cell phone towers that serve Cookeville were disabled by earlier wind damage. NOAA weather radio had the tornado warning 11 minutes in advance. Anyone in Cookeville with a weather radio had 11 minutes to take shelter. 19 people died that night. F4 tornado, Cookeville, Tennessee, a suburb of Nashville. But you know, after that tornado, our online sales in Tennessee and Kentucky went up 6,000%.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
So people get the message after, and I understand that. But we try to get the message out before. And so American Red Cross has done wonderful work in the aftermath of these storms, but it's up to each of us individually to do something preceding these storms.
Sure. So
get warnings.
So Bruce, I've got a question because we know all of your, all of the weather radios come with the same technology, right? That's designed so that you can program your county, your locale because that's one of the things people say, I don't want it going off all the time for, it's just like we hear, right, from media, right? They don't want to hear it if it's not in their area.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what's the best way for any of us out here in the community, if we're working with people, doing a distribution of these radios, doing some things like that, best way to get people to be able to program that themselves? What are the resources available to help them figure out how to program it for their locale?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've made it a lot easier. First of all, when you buy a weather radio, look for the public alert designation. Public alert is not advertising. It's the Consumer Technology Association. They set standards for these devices because they want them to be true life-saving devices. So get a public alert certified weather radio, and that one you can program to go off just for your county. And it's easy now because it's all alphabetical. When you do set location, it says USA or Canada, you pick USA. And then it says what state in the USA, you pick your state, and then it has the alphabetical list of counties, and you find your county and set it in there, and it's done. And we have partial county alerting coming here real soon, where some counties of the United States will be partitioned into smaller segments, and then you can set your weather radio to only go off for the northwest or the southeast corner of your county, and you'll only get the tornado warnings for your specific section of the county. So you're capable of doing that right now, but the emergency managers need to meet with National Weather Service and decide how to subdivide their counties.
So Bruce Jones, Bill Murray here. You have a print of a painting on your wall behind you that was in the World Book Encyclopedia when I was a kid. And that print scared me to pieces, Bruce, because that was just a terrifying situation. And it reminded me of too many times, having to go to the, as we call them in Alabama, storm pit. That was a very intimidating name, but it's good to see you. You got any weather history for us today? Anything that happened on this date?
Not off the top of my head, but let me respond to you about that. I had the same World Book Encyclopedia, and that was one of my motivations for getting into weather. That and the Wizard of Oz movie that I saw when I was 5. But that picture right there, if you study it, it's just the most dynamic picture. It's called Tornado in Kansas or Tornado over Kansas, and it's by Curry, Curry. The original's up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, as I recall, or Kalamazoo, or someplace up there in an art museum. But it's wonderful. It's the family taking shelter as the tornado's coming, and there's some drama in there as the cat is getting ready to bolt out of the little boy's arms, and something interesting is about to happen as they try to get to the shelter, but the little boy may be running to chase after the cat. But
and what they would have given for a weather radio back then.
Yeah. So basically, to wrap up, I'll tell you, National Weather Service has developed this network of 1,033 transmitters. They send out a signal 24/7, 365. The weather radio's job is to silently monitor that signal. And so most of the year, a weather radio, it really just sits there silently. It's plugged in, has battery backup, so it'll work in a power failure, but it's plugged into the wall and it silently monitors that. And when there's trouble, it goes off, just like a smoke detector does. These should be standard in every home in the United States of America. And for those of you watching, please make a donation to the American Red Cross, because they've sent these radios to Mayfield, Kentucky. They just sent a bunch of them down to Louisiana. They've sent them to Tennessee. They've sent them to Maui County and the island of Maui. The American Red Cross is working with the National Weather Service and county and state emergency managers to get more of these devices out there, because we know early warning saves lives.
Well, Bruce, thanks so much for taking the time to join us this morning. Definitely appreciate you having it on, and good to see you.
Good to see you guys, and thanks for the opportunity. Everyone, please make a donation.
Yeah, so on that note, some people we want to highlight. Michelle donated $25, so thank you, Michelle. Carrie Monster donated $150. So Carrie Monster, thank you so much. That's going to help a lot of people. And Jessica Woodall, $25 as well. Thank you very much, everybody who's helping to give. I know we got a bunch of people that have been ripping it up on the chats as well. Hopefully we'll be talking with you guys as well. We got a lot of stuff going on. But we're going to head to break here a little bit. We're going to be right back with Reed Timmer. So stay tuned.
When natural disasters like Hurricane Katrina or Sandy happen, Red Cross emergency response vehicles and volunteers make the news. But rarely shown is the fact that on average, Red Cross workers help a family affected by a home fire or other disaster 180 times a day. The Red Cross is there for nearly 64,000 disasters per year throughout the U.S., helping people like Gene Welsh of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A smoke alarm installed by the Red Cross saved Gene's life, going off just in time for him to escape only moments before flames engulfed his house. The Red Cross helps people like Gene and communities all across the U.S., maybe even people you know. Generous donors make this work possible. Donor gifts enable the American Red Cross to sustain a strong nationwide infrastructure comprised of local offices, robust training, integrated IT and communication systems, a fleet of response vehicles, warehouses stocked with shelter and relief supplies, and partners to help mobilize to support one family or 100,000 families. The Red Cross also relies on a network of 330,000 volunteers in communities throughout the country who respond night and day, answering the call for help. So when you hear stories about people like Gene Welsh, you may realize that the Red Cross is your Red Cross too, a local charity staffed and supported by your neighbors, making a difference every day in your own community. You can make a difference in your community too. To join the mission to help people affected by disasters, big and small, visit redcross.org/give.
All right, we're moving on with the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon, and we've got an opportunity now to bring in extreme meteorologist Dr. Reed Timmer. Reed, welcome to the telethon this morning.
Thanks for having me. Never stop chasing.
Absolutely. So besides the fact I love your hat, by the way, but we're talking. I want to just start off right off the bat here. So this is all for the American Red Cross disaster relief. I know certainly with the number of storms you've been involved in, both tornadoes, tropical blizzards, winter storms, floods. You've kind of covered the gambit. I am really curious to know what are some of the top disasters that you've seen that you still remember and kind of still hit with you a little bit.
Well, probably the first one that I ever saw that kind of got when I first started storm chasing in 1999 was the May 3rd, 1999 tornado, the F5 that went from down west of Chickasha up through Moore and South Oklahoma City. And we were freshmen at the University of Oklahoma at that time, and 5 of us were packed in a soft top Geo Tracker.
Oh, nice.
Cool vehicle from back in the day. And
I had one of those.
Yeah, they're a collector's item probably now.
Yeah.
And it was my friend Matt Sanis' Geo Tracker, and we were all packed in there. And then we ended up seeing the first couple tornadoes from that supercell, and then we kind of meandered through a forest and ended up in the path of it somehow. And someone in the vehicle had the bright idea to abandon the Geo Tracker and run for an overpass when it was coming at us. And there was a family freaking out underneath the overpass, but thankfully the tornado wobbled a little bit right when it was approaching us, missed us just to the north. But then we hopped in the car and then we saw the damage that tornado caused up in Moore, and we saw horses just wandering down I-44, people starting to emerge from their homes. And that was kind of the first time that I'd ever really seen that kind of war zone like damage that a big tornado can leave behind.
And Reed, I'd love to ask you a question because you have seen so many storms, have done so much research as well. I remember when I was working in Tupelo, Mississippi, and you would come down to Hyperion Technology Group and you'd be working with the engineers and trying to, create your cool things, that you'd send into the storm. But you have a lot of data, and, we still don't know why some supercells produce tornadoes and some don't. What is some of the most powerful, data and research that you found from your years of storm chasing and just your experience overall?
Well, definitely the rocket launch into the Linwood, Kansas EF4 tornado back in 2019, and even back when we were working with Hyperion Technology Group, we were trying to design miniaturized sensors that could live stream data and their GPS position. But back then, the technology wasn't quite ready for us to recover those sensors, and so we launched a lot into tornadoes, and we never saw them again. They would just get carried away for many miles, and we would lose those sensors many times, and the ones that we would find were the ones that didn't get inside of the tornado, that got deflected straight to the ground. And so finally in 2019, we got a sensor into a tornado, and meeting up with Mark Simpson, who's chasing spin on Twitter, he hand built all of those miniaturized sensors, and it finally worked on that day in late May in 2019. And it did 2 revolutions around the tornado and measured a pressure perturbation of negative 113.5 millibars to as it went up kind of in the lower levels of the tornado, and then also sampled the mesocyclone as well up there. And so I think that for discriminating between non-tornadic and tornadic supercells, probably the data collected in the environment around the tornado is more important. But for us over the years, we've kind of been focused on collecting data inside of the tornado, which I think is kind of more difficult. It's associated with a safety risk too in there. And so I think when we do self-funded research that isn't really attached to the government or a research institution, that it makes it possible for us to get closer to the tornadoes and to try to deploy sensors inside without having to deal really with some of the safety issues that I guess are at play. But we still, of course, when we launch our rockets, we're always sufficiently far away from power lines, and it's always a legal launch, and you have to follow all the local regulations and everything too, as well with the rocket.
Reed, what's your guys' latest technology you guys are using with sensors? Like, is it drones, or because I know there's all this regulation now that we have around those, right?
Yeah, our most recent project has been launching those miniaturized sensors with model rockets that are custom built from the roof of the Dominator.
That's so awesome.
So that we're getting the path of it from the inflow notch, and we've learned over the years that we really need the propulsion of that the rocket engine provides, because around the tornado, almost every tornado I've ever chased has that sheath of sinking motion around it that's associated with the occlusion process at any given level. So if you try to launch a parachute probe from far out of the tornado and it's riding the inflow toward it, it'll just go straight to the ground before reaching the core of the tornado. But if you have a rocket or even a racing drone like an FPV drone, and you can get through that sheath of sinking air, get into the tornado, and then you just have this dynamic pipe of a cyclonically rotating updraft, probably up above 10 or 11,000 feet, and then it, I think, levels off into the tilted mesocyclonic flow a little bit more.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, right? Like I just remember from watching your old TV shows, like you have to get it just right. When you launch a drone, you can't just launch it towards the storm and it's going to go into the tornado. You have to line it up with the wind vectors and make sure you're not going to get a burst of sinking air like you were saying. And it's crazy, right? But it's always really cool just to see the data you produce, and it's like the hunt for Red October meets storm chasing, right? That's awesome.
Yeah, that's fun to collect data inside of a tornado too. And I love just storm chasing with just my potato phone, and a pair of shorts and a beater vehicle and a car too. But when you're trying to collect data inside too, it kind of adds some more stakes and a little bit more fulfillment, I guess, with the whole storm chasing process. I like to do the ground probes too. But with self-funded research, it is tough because it is kind of a one-way street. There's definitely no saving up for retirement or anything, and
no
funded science.
Yeah.
Reed, Bill Murray here. Always love everything you do, and loved the show Tornado Chasers. Talk about that show for a second, and then just spend a moment and talk to us about Tim Samaras and what he meant to you.
Sure. Yeah. Tornado Chasers was our kind of independent production that we did after Storm Chasers. So that was canceled after the 2011 season. And we partnered with all our old camera guys from Storm Chasers and Ken Cole, who we've worked with since our University of Oklahoma years. He's always been a independent film guy in addition to a meteorologist too. And we did our first show, Tornado Glory, back in the early 2000s with Ken as part of his student project at the University of Oklahoma. And so we partnered with him on Tornado Chasers and did 2 seasons, and definitely was a fun time. Our goal was to kind of cover the more realistic side of storm chasing, whereas Storm Chasers, there was a little bit of scripting that happened in there too, and you had to bounce from team to team, but we tried to keep it a little bit more raw in the 2012 and 2013 seasons. And I was very close with Tim, and we were on the same show with Storm Chasers before that as well. And Tim is someone that I always looked up to as well, and inspired a lot of our science too. And I've discussed the turtle probes a lot with him. And Tim also worked with Hyperion Technology Group too, the engineers down in Tupelo. And he developed his pitot tube anemometer that we had on the Dominator back then, which it doesn't have the moving part, so it's capable of measuring some stronger wind speeds as well. And I saw Tim a couple of days before the El Reno tornado after the Cora, Kansas intercept in the Dominators, and I was also good friends with Carl Young as well, and his son Paul. But Tim was always, someone that was an inspiration to me, someone I looked up to. I would say a mentor figure as well in terms of the science and the storm chasing and kind of how to work with, the traditional research and the professional meteorologists, and also do self-funded research and storm chasing. And his legacy still lives on, and all the work that we do, and always striving to do our own science no matter what the circumstances. And he's forever missed as well. He was always looking out for our safety and always worried about whether we're okay when we were storm chasing too. So but yeah, I loved Tim, and definitely will be forever missed. He's a pioneer of storm chasing science, and there's a lot of people in the professional meteorology community that view storm chasing as a little bit less important as to other aspects of professional meteorology, like television meteorology, for example, or National Weather Service forecasters or research meteorologists. And I just feel like Tim was kind of at the leading edge of storm chasers doing science and being professionals, and storm chasing being treated as a professional industry more so, and also how storm chasers can help out in collecting data, because the fact is there's probably nobody more passionate about weather than the storm chasing community out there. And also there's not many people that have such a diversified skill set with the technical skills. I mean, there are storm chasers that computer program, they can video edit, they can fly drones, they have all their licenses and everything too. And so I think that it was such a natural fit for storm chasers to participate in field science and in the warning process. And Tim was always kind of at the forefront of that with storm chasing.
Thank you.
And Reed, those were such kind words for Tim and just the community in general. And that day with El Reno, that was a tornado that surprised everyone. It grew in size so rapidly, and also its forward speed just increased so surprisingly as well. Can you break down the tornado and just that day in general and what it was like?
Yeah, it was one of those setups that lead to like the biggest, strongest tornadoes that I've ever chased in my career. Those ones like the Pilger setup, like Bennington, Kansas in 2013 is another one of those. The Manchester, South Dakota tornado setup in 2003 was a setup like that. The Pipestone, Manitoba tornado 2007 was similar. And basically later on in the season and in the summertime, late spring into summer, you can get those kind of post-frontal environments where you get the northerly winds that'll shift around to an easterly direction beneath kind of zonal flow aloft, or even relatively modest mid-level flow, but a ton of CAPE. So you get a lot of CAPE with those setups, slower storm motions. You get bigger tornadoes, big dew points, low LCLs, and extreme bulk shear too. And you get those easterlies beneath the westerlies in the mid-levels. And the Pilger setup was similar to that. And in fact, those 3 days were real similar to that. as well, and even the Cora, Kansas setup a couple of days before El Reno. And so those types of setups have always led to those really large tornadoes. And the low level jets are so strong relative to the modest flow in the mid levels that they're moving more slowly, and so you get those tornadoes that'll curl off to the left. And those are kind of the tornadoes that I grew up chasing too, and getting started with those in the Southern Plains. And so you're always looking for that left-hand turn, like what the El Reno tornado did, and then you had the Bennington, Kansas tornado just before El Reno that I think might have even been a stronger tornado than El Reno. And both of those were preliminarily rated in EF5 and then downgraded to EF3 when the final rating came out, which I found interesting. But they both had loops in their track, kind of similar to the Yuma tornado, or even Eli up in Manitoba, which happened a day before the Pipestone, Manitoba tornado of June 23rd, 2007. And that was kind of a different setup, kind of an interesting setup, a storm kind of propagating south into that weaker low-level jet. But the next day was similar to one of those El Reno type setups that really destabilize, and a lot of times they're kind of in effective post-frontal environments. It's almost like you're bringing aspects of the high plains further east with deeper moisture and lower cloud bases, or taking like a Dixie Alley tornado moving at 60 miles an hour and making it stationary, and lasting for an hour. So it seems like that type of.
So I know, listen, Reed, I know MJ's got a question, but you're just ripping off these tornadoes and these
amazing
setups.
Yeah.
And I've talked about in the past, I do not have a memory for that kind of stuff. You've got to be the guy that when you go golfing, you remember going golfing a year ago and playing hole number 7 on your second shot, right, and how crazy of a shit. That's you, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't remember the events where we botched the storm chase, though. I remember the ones where we see.
So you remember the good golf shots too. That's what it is.
I love that. Phil, I think the only thing we remember is Clovis, right? As well as everyone.
The whole body of work that was Clovis. I don't remember those dates, though, those individual dates of the Clovis thing. I just remember day after day of action. So I'm not remembering them as well anymore, I don't think.
So Reed, I have a question. Mark Johnson, MJ from Stormfront Freaks. You've talked a lot about self-funded, right? Doing research in a self-funded way. Is that your choice? Are you happy doing that, or have you done grant-based research? Have you looked, because you know so much and have such great technology that you're using to do this research? Just talk about that for a minute.
I have very limited experience with the grant-based research, because I think that once you kind of decide to take that storm chasing path, it can be difficult to kind of get back into the mainstream research or even fields of meteorology, for example. But more recently, at least in like the last 8 or 9 years, it does seem like storm chasers are finding their way into mainstream media a bit more, and kind of more in the field reporter type of a role. But I would love to apply for grants and kind of take a more organized approach, because it just seems like all these years just keep flying by, and are trying to use social media to fund research. But, I think associated with filing for research grants, though, is a lot of paperwork. And I'm definitely not very good with paperwork.
Yeah, it's red tape, right? Yeah.
In my life. So any kind of paperwork.
And time, how much time do you have to take out of your chasing in order to put that grant together and figure that out too? I don't know. If you do it, good luck. That's all I say. Hey, before we get to some more questions here, I do want to highlight, we just went over the $1,000 donation mark.
Oh, wow.
So again, thank you, everybody. As we start driving to $2,000 is where we're going next. But I do want to highlight Barb Mack, $25, Red Cross Water Expert, $25, Jessica Gallagher, $50. Then we get into some rare air here. Cyclone Bruce Jones, who we just had on, donated $100. We've got Grant Lighty, $100. He's one of our Patreon members. So thanks, Grant. So again, thank you for all those donations. Where's our weather pattern going here this next week, Reed?
Yes.
Looks like you saw some interest there.
Yeah. I just took a photo too, so I could post and let everybody know that this awesome thing that you guys set up here today. 12 hours is a long time to broadcast. You guys need to.
We're sharing it. We're sharing the load. That's what it is. Bill and WeatherBrains and James and Carolina Weather Group and Gabriel and Chaser Chat. And we even got Brad Panovich, I think, is taking an hour. So we're help a lot of hands helps ease the load.
Nice. Well, it's awesome. And yeah, I think just ahead of maybe the pattern shift that's coming up on Monday potentially, or maybe even Sunday, some severe weather. But right after this, I'm going to get some new tires on the Dominator 4 at Discount Tire, and then probably blast west tomorrow and do that drive from Greenville, South Carolina. I'm at my mom's house actually right now, where Gizmo is retired here too.
Oh.
About to head west toward Monroe, I think, or maybe Shreveport for Monday. But those positively tilted troughs are kind of, can be kind of a pain, I think, kind of a signature about El Nino, I think. But I think there could be a couple of good, or not good necessarily, but a couple of big tornadoes maybe Monday night there near the Mississippi River, when that convection kind of hits the Mississippi, and maybe it'll be funneling the low-level jet a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Reed, I would love for you to describe, because not a lot of people chase and are the first on the scene for a disaster like you have been, right? And we're raising money for just all the disasters for the American Red Cross. But can you describe a little bit like the smells of, like, of wood, when the trees are completely like torn down and everything from a tornado, the natural gas you smell? Like, what is it like coming up on a scene where a town's been completely destroyed? And what is like the number one thing that people need when something like that happens?
Well, the smell definitely is so apparent when you come up on a damaged path, all the shredded vegetation, the wood as well, and a lot of times natural gas leaks. You can hear kind of whistling in the distance, and you can smell that kind of distinctive smell odor that natural gas gives off too. And sometimes you can even hear screams and everything too, of people that have just been hit by the tornado and people that are injured and everything too. And a lot of times it's pitch black, so you can't see anything. So the first thing you need is a flashlight, certainly, just to get out there to be able to see, because it knocks out the power and it's just pitch black. A lot of times they happen at night too, especially in Dixie Alley this time of year. But you need the standard first aid kit, and of course the one of the most important things is training. I think that all storm chasers should have that training as well. And so sometimes when you see someone that is injured and maybe you don't have the skills to help out, there's really nothing that's more helpless than that if you arrive on a damaged path and don't have the training, or if you're not with somebody that has the training. A lot of times when I'm out storm chasing, I try to team up with people that have that first responder training. So if we do come upon a damaged path, they can help out. And a lot of times I just focus on transporting people to the hospital, because one of my skills is driving, I guess. So, and since I'm not as skilled as many of the other first responders out there and many other storm chasers that have that training, I just try to figure out my role in helping out in the recovery. And I try not to overstep my boundaries out there and overstep my training either. But yeah, I think a flashlight is really important when you come across a damage like that. Peace of mind, of course, remain calm. And it's one of the worst parts of storm chasing, definitely, when you come across damage like that, because you witness the suffering firsthand. Your storm chase is over, you're going to see stuff that's not very good to see too, and people need help, and you just have to barrel in there and help out the best that you can when you encounter those damage paths, and realize that you might see some things that are bad. But I think that the most important part is just to go through the training, and then or be with somebody that has the training when you encounter those damage paths.
And that's a really great point, because the American Red Cross does have, training for people like that, for everyone, if you want to take it, which is so important and so critical. And you've seen a lot of damage, Reed. I know that with pavement scouring and all sorts of things. What is some of the most shocking things that you've seen, whether it's like plywood through a car, or, what are some of those things that you're like, wow, that's the true power of a tornado?
Well, the most shocking was probably the Philadelphia, Mississippi EF5 tornado during the super outbreak. And that one carved a slice into the ground that was a couple feet deep and like 200 yards wide. And just seeing all that clay displaced, and you could definitely tell how powerful the tornado was. And then Tuscaloosa, Alabama, seeing the damage there, I was kind of shocked that wasn't an EF5 as well. And just even realizing that a majority of the people are able to survive a damage path like that too, because seeing Tuscaloosa, you think nobody could survive this, but somehow it happens, and a majority of the people do survive those tornado damage paths. I think what happens is maybe they go limp when the tornado hits, and even if they are transported downstream. But yeah, I think that was the most shocking damage was Tuscaloosa, and the May 3rd 99 damage, of course, and the EF5 that went through Moore in 2013, and just kind of all those big EF4, EF5 tornadoes when they go through an urban area. It's just shocking to see, and apocalyptic how you see those stripped trees and stripped conifers, and it's crazy to see.
So Reed, we're getting ready for our Stormfront Freaks for our 200th episode. We're going to be doing that live January 4th at the Mount Washington Observatory.
Yeah,
we're going to be live up there. Hopefully we're going to be able to get up there, and of course you're coming with us to join us on that expedition and adventure. But before we go to break, tell me what you're expecting with the El Nino situation. What are you expecting for the winter weather this year, especially maybe along that East Coast, Northeast coast?
Yeah, I think it'll be wet in the southern U.S., and if we can get some Arctic air coming in, we'll probably get a lot of ice storms. Like I could see another big mega ice storm in Oklahoma.
Oh, great.
Portions of the central, a lot of overrunning events, positively tilted troughs, shallow Arctic air masses coming in, I think. But then if that active subtropical jet, I think we'll have a lot of candidates of storms that could go up the East Coast. I think it depends on how the North Atlantic sets up. If we can get a log jam in the North Atlantic, coupled with an active subtropical jet, then maybe we could get a good nor'easter up there. I hope so.
Yeah, right around January 4th. As long as it's not too bad. If it's not too bad, they might not be able to snowcat us up the mountain. But we're looking forward to that. Reed, thanks so much for giving us your time today and helping to promote the American Red Cross and disaster relief. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Never stop chasing.
Yeah, so we're going to go to a break, but we got coming up next hour. We've got Trey Greenwood, Gabe Cox, the weather drama team, and Mike Scatlin all are going to be with us next hour. So stay tuned and keep up those donations as we drive to 2,000. All right, Reed, thanks so much, man. Appreciate your time as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you, Reed.
During Hurricane Florence, I decided to stay at my house in Wilmington. I had just moved into it. It was an older house, so we thought it was going to be really safe. Just like a normal night, I got in my bed and the tree literally fell on top of where I was sleeping in my bed. It was probably the most horrifying thing I had ever experienced. I was almost in shock. Water was just pouring into the house. And I was like, we cannot stay here. We cannot stay here. Like, we are gonna have to go through the middle of this storm to get somewhere safe because there's no way that we can stay in this house now. I called my mom crying. I was like, you're never gonna believe what just happened. It was a big struggle after the hurricane. I was in a really bad spot. I had just lost all of my furniture. Literally everything that I had got ruined. It blew my mind to think that so many people got affected by it and that they could help.
I just wanted to give you a heads up. And
it's good dry run, Carly.
I'm going to step out and use the...
We got up that morning, and the night before it was supposed to be a category 2 or 3. So we decided we're not going anyplace with this. We'll be fine.
Wind was so strong that it sheared the screws out of my dining room table and put it on the floor. When the windows blew out and the tree came in, it was very unnerving, very eerie. Our beautiful neighborhood is gone. Everything at that point was in total rubble. So that was my first recollection and my first realization that we were in trouble.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the second day after the storm, a Red Cross group came by, and they specifically were looking for us. I don't know who had reported it, but they were one of the groups that had come into the neighborhood. Yeah, I think financially Red Cross was able to help us immediately. I'd say within, a few days to a week.
Yeah, a little after that.
Yeah. And it was just nice to know that the Red Cross was there. They were handing out water. The food trucks were here. It was just incredible to me that it happened so quickly and so freely.
So just knowing that there was somebody there in the form of the Red Cross, whether it was somebody in a food truck or just somebody coming to check on you per se, it made that whole process a little less lonely, a little less isolating.
If you are in need, period, regardless of your financial circumstances, your lack of financial circumstances, they're there to help.
Howdy folks, my name is Gabriel Harbor, and I would like to extend an invitation for each of you to listen to the Chaser Chat podcast. Chaser Chat has interviews with storm chasers and other weather-adjacent personalities, big names, small names, names in the middle. I talk to all of them. I've also got recap episodes from significant meteorological events, special topic-based episodes, and my personal favorite, some of the more fun, edgier content like WX After Dark, and the WX Drama Report. You can find Chaser Chat anywhere you get podcasts, so subscribe now. Okay, bye. Howdy, folks, and welcome to our little WX Telethon. I'm Gabriel Harbor from the Chaser Chat podcast, as you just heard, and I am so happy to be hanging out with all of you today. Also happy to be hanging out with my good friend, Carly Sisson. You probably know her from the Carly Anna YouTube channel. Carly, how you doing today?
I'm doing so well. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this, Gabriel. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And how are we looking on donations right now, Carly?
Yeah, so we just crossed the $1,000 threshold. Is that correct, Gabriel?
I have no idea because unlike a good host, I don't have that pulled up for the second time in 3 hours.
Fabulous.
Your producer says yes.
I wanted to go ahead. Sorry. I wanted to go ahead and shout out the most recent donations, though. So we've got Anonymous, $25. We've got Stephen Walshy with another $25. We've also got Dora De La Cruz with $50 and John Wetter for another $50. So thank you all so much for being here and for donating. It is very much appreciated.
De La Cruz is such an awesome last name. It just flows perfectly off the tongue. But I digress. Carly, you recently started a new venture, and it very closely ties into what it is we're all here for today. So I'd like you to take 30, 45 seconds and just share with people what it is you have going on in your world.
Yeah, so outside of my YouTube channel, if you aren't familiar with me, I originally started on YouTube, but I actually just launched an apparel brand called Two Storms. So Two Storms is really all about building the bridge between severe weather education and mental health awareness, which is something, if you know me, you know I'm very passionate about, and whether that's before, during, or after a storm. So Two Storms likes to focus on things like storm anxiety, which is something I've personally suffered with for a long time, and post-traumatic stress, which affects a lot of people. So if you want to learn about the mission or the charities we support with the brand or shop the apparel, you can do all of that at twostorms.co. And I just want to say thank you so much for the positive reception thus far.
Awesome, Carly. And I know you also have something special planned for the people who choose to donate today. So if you'd like to go ahead and talk about that for a moment.
Yeah. So in lieu of all of this, it's very exciting. And just to give something back to you, the viewers, we are doing a giveaway today with the Two Storms apparel brand. So if you're interested in that, listen up for the next few minutes, because this is how it's going to work. So by the end of the stream today, we're going to be giving away 2 shirts and accessories to 2 lucky winners. And this is how it's going to work. So all you need to do to be eligible is 2 things. The first thing you need to do is to make a donation today to the Red Cross, which is what we're all about today. So make a donation. Absolutely. And the second thing you need to be to be eligible, that's difficult for me to say for some reason, is to take a picture of your screenshot or your donation. So if you donate, take a screenshot, take a picture, and send it to me on Twitter at Two Storms _. That's TWOSTORMS_. And I'm going to pick a random winner, 2 random winners at the end of today. So if you want to do that, make sure you do those 2 things.
Heck yes. Thank you so much, Carly. I'm excited to see who wins those 2 t-shirts today. And without further ado, I would love to introduce my first guest. His name is Trey Greenwood. He runs the popular YouTube channel Convective Chronicles. And I was about to slip up and say he's my favorite weather YouTuber, but I'm hosting with you, Carly. So I'm going to say both of you are tied. Trey, how's it doing today, man?
Doing great. Thank you for that. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, buddy. So stoked to have you here. And I'm not just blowing steam up your you-know-what to say that you are one of my favorites. I've learned so much from your YouTube channel and appreciate all the free content you put out there for people to learn.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's been the goal, to kind of give a one-stop shop for all meteorology education on YouTube. So appreciate that.
So Trey, before we talk about disaster relief and your experiences with it, could you share what your 2023 chase season has been like? Because I know it was a pretty active one for you.
Yeah, it was a grind of a season, I'll say that, because it was so active. From doing stuff before my tour season, of course, I'm a guide for extreme tornado tours, and then we were out for 3 months straight, basically from April through June, and we got some really good stuff. It was a very tough season from a forecasting perspective, because there were a lot of very small scale, mesoscale events, as we call them, fueled by things like terrain and stuff that you really can't forecast well out ahead of time. So it was a grind of a season, but we got some good stuff. We got the Oklahoma events, April 19th, May 11th, here near the Oklahoma City metro area. And then we finished off the season with a really great chase near Kimball, Nebraska in late June, where we got about 200 yards from a real dusty, beautiful tornado. And the guests were stoked after that. So it was a real awesome season. Nice to have a little bit of a break after such a long season here going into the fall, but looks like we're revving right back up with severe weather here over the next few days.
Now, one thing that I've always thought would be an interesting dynamic about running storm chasing tours is, what is it like when your people who are on the tour experience damage for the first time, whether that's just damage from a non-human perspective, like down power lines, fences, roofs off of barns, that sort of thing, or even if they've experienced people being physically impacted by the storms. What's that like for you as a tour operator?
So we always begin the tour in our orientation meeting saying that we very well may run across damage at times, and for the guests to kind of stay back and let the professionals do their thing. And we don't like to, get in the way. It's nice we had a guide last year who was a trained EMT, so that was nice to have. But we always tell the guests to, let the professionals do their thing. But we've come across damage in the past. And after on one of the tours this year, we were in the Oklahoma City area, and we took a look at some of the damage in Cole, Oklahoma, which was hit on April 19th and then again on May 11th. And it's just we just try to show people the other side of storm chasing, that of course we're out here to experience these amazing storms, and that's what we're out here to see, and that's what we love to see as meteorologists and storm chasers. But there's also the other side of this, so we have to keep reminding them of that, and that we get excited over the beautiful structure and the beautiful tornadoes, but we got to remember that these storms impact people's lives, and that we need to be respectful of that. And it's just kind of nice to bring things back to reality a little bit, seeing the damage after these events happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about you personally? You've obviously been storm chasing for quite some time. What are some of your experiences you've had with coming across damage directly after a storm?
Yeah, so my first experience with damage was the Ray, Colorado tornado, May 7th, 2016. We were very close to that tornado, and afterward, we got out of its path, watched it cross, and we went back and we saw a house that was completely destroyed. Roof was off. And we went out and helped, and that was kind of my first foray into damage. Thankfully, I haven't been in a real intense situation as far as damage, like an EF4 or 5 after the fact. But just seeing the damage going through, I was in Little Rock as well, looking at this past year, March 31st, seeing some of the damage there. It's always sobering to see that. Obviously you want the storms, that's why we're out here, but to see that stuff, you never want to see it. Everyone, I know people like to say that storm chasers love to see the destruction. That is totally not the case. We love the science behind these storms, and we're out here to see beautiful storms, but we absolutely don't want to see destruction. That is the last thing we want to see. And going back to places like Joplin, been through Joplin numerous times since 2011, and seeing and more, I live right down the street from Moore, Oklahoma, and seeing how they've rebuilt, that's always a real heartwarming thing and positive thing to see, how they've rebuilt after these disasters, and how, for example, places like Joplin and Greensburg, Kansas, especially too, how they've revamp their whole way they do business there and being a more green city. Stuff like that is always really awesome to see. But it's always tough to see damage right after, especially when it's fresh, right after an event.
Now, one thing Carly really highlights on her YouTube channel is how people deal with the aftermath of these storms long after the spotlight is gone, the media pack up and go home, and the rebuilding effort has started, because mental health is a big deal. Another thing I think a lot of people might not think as much about, though, is storm chasers and their mental health, both from a sort of taxing perspective, because let's face it, it's a hobby that includes a lot of driving, a lot of time away from home, which can be a challenge in and of itself, especially if you're out there operating tours. I'm guessing you're on the road, in and out of motels all the time. And also just because when you witness damage, everybody, it's like what Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, and everybody thinks they know how they're going to handle seeing the human toll until they actually come face to face with it. So just from that perspective, how has that carried with you as a storm chaser?
It's always tough, especially doing tours now where we're on the road for basically 3 straight months. So, we do base here in Oklahoma City, so we do get to come home every once in a while, but effectively we're on the road for 3 straight months, in and out of motels, eating out, grinding these even marginal storm chase days that, if we were by ourselves, we probably wouldn't be chasing, but we have to be out there to, fill out the tour. It's a grind, and burnout comes pretty quickly. So you always have to manage that. And try to take a break. I know back when I first started chasing, I wanted to chase everything, chase even the marginal days and go, just ham, if you will, with chasing.
Hard to pay.
Yeah. And that I learned quickly was not the way to do things. You really need to prioritize your mental health and not getting burnt out. And it's easy to do that with chasing. So in the past couple of years, I've tried to, not chase the setups that are maybe in Minnesota that look good, maybe from, because from a financial perspective too, it takes a toll on the wallet, but it also takes a toll on your mental health. So I've always tried to incorporate breaks, not try to, do weather 24/7, try to take breaks, play golf, play basketball here and there to relieve some stress. That always helps too. The storm chasing is a stressful hobby as well. So anything you can do to kind of just take a break. You don't need to chase every storm system, every little marginal storm threat. There will always be storms to chase. And so just take a break and prioritize your mental health. And that has helped. Focusing on that last couple of years has helped me for sure.
Another thing that really caught my attention, Trey, when I first started watching your videos is obviously you do a lot of screen sharing. And I would always see in the top left corner on one of the tabs that you were a poker player as well. So it seems like you must have a penchant for masochism, because you chose to double up on stressful hobbies. Playing poker, of course, not exactly always the biggest walk in the park. So do you think that's something, just from a personal perspective, I'd like to know, that has helped you as a storm chaser learn how to handle the ups and downs and the swings of storm chasing?
For sure. I think poker is a great analog to storm chasing, because poker is a game of incomplete information. We don't know the cards that our opponents have. And with storm chasing, we can study all we want. We can study the models, have our meteorology background down as much as we want, but we don't know what Mother Nature has in store. I know a previous guest said, sometimes we have a high risk, nothing happens. Sometimes we have a marginal risk and there's a tornado outbreak. We just don't. It's also a endeavor of incomplete information. So that has definitely helped. And poker, there's real money on the line, so it gets the heart rate going for sure. Just like storm chasing, there's not necessarily the same financial aspect to it, but there's definitely
you only lose money. It only goes one way when you're storm chasing.
True, you only go down. Yeah. So but yes, definitely I think it's a great analog to storm chasing. It's definitely helped me out.
Gabriel, I wanted to take a second to, I'm going to ask you a question in a second, Trey, but I wanted to take a second to say a huge thank you to Tornado Talk for the $100 donation.
Woo, Jen Naramore.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. I guess also, Trey, you've already kind of hit on everything I wanted to talk about, and Gabriel as well, which is just the darker side of chasing. And I love that you openly acknowledge it, that there is another side, and it impacts real people in a very real and long lasting way. And unfortunately, sometimes it's few and far between that you see cities that really do better after. A lot of times it's just a really sad story what happens to these communities. But I guess from there, what I would want to ask then, or just say, is that your channel, the way that you teach people, about forecasting and different aspects of meteorology. I'll say for me personally, that was one of the most powerful things for me as someone who came from a place of having storm anxiety, and being able to learn more about forecasting and having a sense of control back over that fear, because you have that knowledge now. So it's a really powerful thing. And I just wanted to say that that is so cool that there's so many forecasting and educational content out there for people like myself who really absolutely love it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that was a driving force behind the channel is these disasters are going to happen no matter what. We can't stop them. But what we can do is we can be better prepared for these disasters and the aftermath from these disasters. So that was kind of a driving force behind the channel. I wanted to have a source of information, a one-stop shop where we could talk about forecast discussions for upcoming events, but we could also look back at past events, see the pattern, see the background environment behind those events, and what we can learn from those events in sort of a pattern recognition standpoint for future events, so that we can be better prepared. Because these storms are going to happen whether we like it or not. But if we can be more prepared, that's the best thing we can do regarding these storms. So,
absolutely.
Now, talking about easing anxiety, one last thing I want to hit on, Trey, is much like our friend Bill Murray from WeatherBrains, you have the sweet, soft voice of a god. I could absolutely listen to you on your videos all day. I listen. I check for these things being a broadcaster because I sound like a freaking cartoon character. And whenever somebody has a nice voice, like especially like Cameron Nixon, who we're going to hear later today as well, I always get a little bit envious, right? Not too much, but a little bit. And so I just wanted to say that if you're looking to have your anxiety eased and pick up some weather information along the way, just throw that on while you're about to fall asleep. You can listen to Trey send you off to catch a few Z's, and you'll, through osmosis, actually gain some meteorological skill as well.
Yeah, thank you. I've gotten comments about that before, and I've never known how to take it because when you fall asleep, that's usually if something's very boring, which I know meteorology stuff can be kind of tedious and boring, but I appreciate that. So thank you.
Absolutely, my friend. Well, we're going to send you off now, but before we do, could you let people know exactly where they can find you on social media and give us one last plug for your YouTube channel?
Yep. So on YouTube, it's Convective Chronicles. You'll see a tornado as the profile picture, one-stop shop for everything meteorology, education, forecast discussions, etc. And then social media, Facebook, Convective Chronicles, and Twitter, it's Conv Chronicles, CONV Chronicles, just one word. So that's where you can find me.
Awesome, Trey. Thank you again so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trey. We appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, we are going to go to break for just a second, and then we'll be back with an interview with Gabe Cox from the Tornado Trackers. Remember to get those donations in, folks, and also remember Carliana running that little giveaway for two storms apparel. We'll get on that in a second when we come back, but thank you all again for listening. Awesome, buddy.
We got up that morning, and the night before it was supposed to be a category 2 or 3. So we decided we're not going anyplace with this. We'll be fine.
Wind was so strong that it sheared the screws out of my dining room table and put it on the floor. When the windows blew out and the tree came in, it was very unnerving, very eerie. Our beautiful neighborhood is gone. Everything at that point was in total rubble. So that was my first recollection and my first realization that we were in trouble.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the second day after the storm, a Red Cross group came by, and they specifically were looking for us. I don't know who had reported it, but they were one of the groups that had come into the neighborhood. Yeah, I think financially Red Cross was able to help us immediately. I'd say within, a few days to a week.
Yeah, a little after that.
Yeah, and it was just nice to know that the Red Cross was there. They were handing out water. The food trucks were here. Mm-hmm. It was just incredible to me that it happened so quickly and so freely.
So just knowing that there was somebody there in the form of the Red Cross, whether it was somebody in a food truck or just somebody coming to check on you per se, it made that whole process a little less lonely, a little less isolating.
If you are in need, period, regardless of your financial circumstances, your lack of financial circumstances, they're there to help.
All right, folks, I have someone very special for all of you right now. Gabe Cox of the Tornado Trackers. How the hell you doing, man?
Good. How are you doing?
Well, I'm just starting off my shift here today, so this is a pre-recorded segment. Probably a little disingenuous for me to say that I'm looking forward to the day, but I am super excited for what we have going on here. So excited that you have agreed to join us and talk a little bit about what's going on with the trackers. So I'll just throw it over to you. What do you guys have going on right now? What has your 2023 storm chasing season been like? Really interested, and I know all the listeners will be too.
Yeah, 2023 was an interesting year. As anyone who follows any storm chasers knows, it was a very active year. Lots of tornadoes, lots of photogenic tornadoes. And but that doesn't always guarantee that you're going to see them. I witnessed exactly 3 of all of those photogenic tornadoes, which I'm very thankful for. Wouldn't trade any of those days. But it was a tough year for me. And it's easy to get down and think like, oh man, did I lose my spark? Am I, is my skill fading? But that's just how it goes with storm chasing. You have your good years and you have your bad years. This year was a tough year. Again, very thankful for the 3 tornadoes I saw. Very happy to have experienced those. Came away with footage that I'm proud of. So it was good. And as far as the other guys, Jeremy got to join me for one of them in Colorado, which was really special. He and I hadn't intercepted a tornado together in a long time. So that was a great moment. And Jeff has been busy at school. If you guys had listened to any of our podcasts, you know that Jeff is in broadcast meteorology program at Mississippi State. And he just got his first broadcast meteorology job in Temple, Texas. So congrats to Jeff. He is the weekend meteorologist there now. And I got to see one of his first live broadcasts, and he's doing awesome. So surreal to see him on screen.
Now, just out of curiosity, going from storm chaser to broadcast meteorologist, you don't hear about that transition too often. Usually it's the other way around. Somebody goes from being a broadcast meteorologist into storm chasing more. So what was his motivation for choosing to do that?
Well, there's definitely more stability in a studio.
Yeah, that's true.
For sure. He knows that when he shows up, he has a job, as opposed to me showing up in 2023 and missing all the tornadoes. I mean, he loves it. He loves public speaking. That's his background. So he's the man for the job for sure. So he and I are excited to be able to partner with me chasing in the area and being able to report stuff from the ground to him in the studio. So it'll be a fun working relationship.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, but he's obviously got built-in connections for any sort of storms that he's trying to track for his local forecast area.
Yeah, it's great. I know the local meteorologists around here really love when we're able to chip in and report what's going on. Their eyes on the ground for them. So it'll be fun. It'll be a new way that he and I get to work together, and hopefully it'll be a long-lasting one.
Now, the trackers footage was recently featured on Netflix as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. We were on a Netflix docuseries called Earthstorm. And our footage was used heavily in the tornado episode. And then in the hurricane episode, they actually followed along one of our storm chases. So you can see us and our team intercepting a hurricane in Louisiana on the hurricane episode, and then lots of our tornado footage sprinkled throughout the tornado episode.
Was there anything different with your chasing style, knowing that you had a production team with you?
So actually with that one, the team didn't follow along with us, and that was kind of by design. They had some red tape that they, safety first for their team, and then the production company definitely put some hard barriers on what they were able to do. And so I talked to the director beforehand and told him, hey, we don't have those barriers. We play it safe, but we'll also take, calculated risks when we need to. And we could probably get closer to the center of the storm if we were going on our own. So they let us just go on our own. We documented it ourselves, and it worked out great for everybody.
Awesome. Now, you guys have been around the block when it comes to storm chasing for quite some time, so I'm sure you've encountered some situations where you have seen some damage, maybe even had to provide some, search and rescue, or at least helping people out. What has your experience as a storm chaser been like with that?
Yeah, there's two of the more memorable storm chases. One was a hurricane and one was a tornado. The tornado actually was a story that I was heavily involved with. And if you've listened to our podcast, you know about the Canton, Texas tornado. My car actually got stuck in a ditch, and I thought I was going to get hit by the tornado, which turned at the last minute and just missed my vehicle.
One of the craziest episodes of anything I've ever listened to, by the way.
It's intense. My wife doesn't like to listen to it at all. But that meant that when I got out of the ditch, I was one of the first on the scene to a mile-wide EF4 damage path. And there were injured people on the side of the road. There were injured animals running around, following me. I was looking for my chase partner. It's a really convoluted story. I encourage people to go listen because there's a lot of elements that played into it. But yeah, that was the first exposure to a damaging tornado that I had. I'd seen tornadoes in the middle of nowhere at that point, but I had never witnessed that damage up close, and it really hit home. It really was a sobering moment, and it brought the reality of storm chasing to light. So that was a very memorable one. And the other one was Hurricane Michael, which was the Category 5 that hit in the Florida Panhandle. And again, another podcast episode that we have, but that one was even more sobering because it was very similar to the tornado damage that I saw, but just over a massive area. And we weren't expecting it to be as bad as it was. So when we drove out after the storm, it was just a very humbling experience. And I actually had a friend and his family that had moved there previously. And so we knew that there were people that we knew were trying to pick up the pieces in that. And that was one actually that a week later brought my kids and my wife down, and we helped them out, just organizing donations and delivering goods to the people in the community. So the natural disasters and disaster relief side of it, something very dear to my heart, something our team really focuses on. And a proceed of all of our income every year goes to disaster relief.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's something we don't brag about it. It's just something that we do as a team. We love to invest into disaster relief and invest into organizations that are already doing it well. And when it's local, we're there to help out and chip in ourselves.
Check out the Tornado Trackers podcast because, like you said, some of the episodes just really get into the nitty-gritty of some of these convoluted, really detailed stories that are going to be difficult for you to, talk about in this little 10-minute segment here. And people might be wondering, this is a weather podcast live stream. Why aren't these guys a part? I know you guys aren't currently active right now, but I just want to extend the invitation should you choose to pick up the podcast mantle again in the future. We'd love to have you be a part of any future events like this because, like I said, can't sing the praises enough. Love your guys' podcast. Just the storytelling element, whereas all of us that are doing this here today are more focused maybe around the interview side of things, talking about current events and stuff. You guys really have almost like a cinematic flair brought to the audio realm that I think is bar none the best in the weather industry.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we're looking forward to hopefully someday picking up the mantle again and getting back to storytelling and sharing our stories. But appreciate the invitation. We definitely love to join future fundraisers. Love that you guys are doing this. It's a really special thing, and I hope that people who are listening are moved to donate and help people out.
Awesome. Well, Gabe, before I let you go, could you please tell people where they can find you and the rest of the trackers on social media?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find us at Tornado Trackers on X, formerly Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and tornadotrackers.org. And our YouTube is just YouTube-Tornado Trackers.
Does anybody actually call it X?
I don't know. I don't know what to call it anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say
Twitter. We all
Yeah,
know
it's
it
just
as
Twitter. It's Twitter. Thank you again, Gabe, so much for joining me here today, buddy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holly with the American Red Cross of Illinois, but right now I'm in Mayfield, Kentucky, where devastation has run through this town, leaving a path of destruction. The American Red Cross is on the ground in Kentucky to help with people's basic needs, to provide them shelter and lodging, to provide meals, and to provide comfort and care as we go through this really difficult, devastating time. We're here to provide comfort and care and hope for a brighter tomorrow, and we'll be here for as long as is needed. If you're looking to help make a difference to people experiencing disasters like this one, consider giving a gift to the American Red Cross, a financial gift at redcross.org, or if you can find it in your heart to roll up a sleeve and give blood. We are in a blood shortage and are looking for more people to give to help save lives. You can make an appointment at redcrossblood.org.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The WX Telethon marches forward. Carly, how are we doing on those donations so far?
We're doing really well, Gabriel. Thanks for asking. I want to give a quick shout out to the Greenwood family with $100. Thank you so very much. And to Carrie Monster. We love Carrie Monster on this channel. Thank you, Carrie, for the 50. Very generous. So thank you to everybody who's donated so far.
Yeah, I think the Greenwood family is Trey, who was just
I think
on.
so, yeah.
Really, really cool of him. If it's not, I apologize to the actual Greenwood family. That's a crazy coincidence, and we appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
Carly, before we go into our next guests with an S, tell people a little bit about your YouTube channel and what that's all about.
Yeah, so if you aren't familiar with me, I have a YouTube channel and it is Carly Anna WX. I really started my channel from the foundation of having storm anxiety and kind of wanting to work through that and talk about lasting implications of severe weather. So you can check out my stuff over there. I do documentary style content, which is why I'm so excited about today's guest, because we have another documentary creator here in the weather space. I'm so excited to talk to Alfiria as well.
Well, you just stole my thunder.
I'm sorry.
How am I supposed to introduce it when you already introduced it? That's okay. That's all right. This next one is a little bit of a guilty pleasure for me, because for those of you who aren't aware of Chaser Chat, which is probably the majority of you, I actually have a drama report that we drop whenever any significant tea gets spilled in the WX, we'll call it Twitter community, but sometimes at large. And these two yahoos are my partners in crime. So first of all, Alfaria, how the heck are you doing, man?
I am alive. Also, people are like, oh, was this the time where we were actually going to get the face reveal? No. No.
Yeah, I was hoping for the Alfaria face reveal today, but unfortunately,
turns out Alfaria doesn't exist. He's not human. I've actually been a plushie this entire time, and nobody's caught on yet.
All right. It looks like I had some microphone issues. I think I'm back on track now. But thank you, Alfaria, for joining us here today. Cassie Fry, I actually had you entered in as Young, your maiden name, up until about 5 minutes before the show started, when I realized, holy crap, her last name is Fry now. I'm an idiot. So how you doing?
Doing all right. And if it helps, I'm still getting used to it too. I still sign my name, Cassie Young, on every document, and I scribble out the last name and I put Fry. So
you could just go Young Fry and have like the coolest rapper name out there.
Yeah, the coolest name.
Young Fry drops her mixtape. Check out her SoundCloud. All right. So both of you, my drama report cohorts, love having you on the show, but we're here to talk about something a little bit different today. And I'm going to start with Alfaria because, like Carly mentioned, he's also a documentary filmmaker, specifically weather documentaries. And I know disaster relief is a huge, huge topic, a passion for him, because generally the second half or the final third of all of his videos, he talks about exactly what the implications are from a disaster relief perspective for all of the events he covers. So Alfaria, if you could take a few minutes and just share with folks, why is that something that you are so passionate about?
One of the more interesting things that I kind of just looked into when I originally started doing these videos in depth for the first time in like I think a year with Gerald, was that when it comes to a storytelling perspective, right? There's multiple ways that different people do it. You have people who focus exclusively on the meteorology. You have people who focus less on the meteorology and mostly on the human impact. I try my best to kind of land somewhere in the middle. I usually don't end up in the middle. I usually end up at the human relief impact, but there's a reason for that as to why I've made that discovery, which is that the more that I've done this, the more that I've kind of, and like, for example, with tornadoes, you know, people are like, oh, what are your thoughts on like this tornado's rating? And I'm like, I just don't care. And that's because the human impact, these are human events, right? These are natural disasters, not, I don't know what else you would call them.
Acts of God.
But you have, and more, I try and look into, okay, what was the aftermath? What was the response from either, you know, government agencies and then charitable organizations, businesses, then the individual. And that really started to kind of pick up steam, I believe, after the December 10th video. And so it's the response is what makes or breaks what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
Because
kind of like sets the course for how things are going to go after that.
Yes. So you can't really change. You can prepare all you want, but what's going to happen is inevitable. And so how a community and how the world responds is pretty much the big determining factor there. In the case of my project that I'm working on right now, which is Super Typhoon Haiyan, it was one of the biggest international response efforts to a natural disaster in years. And I have to give props to the American Red Cross because they also did a lot of work there and they helped a lot of people move and get better shelter. In the case of what I mean by that, it's that a lot of the times I've realized this, more research is going into the human impacts and the relief than the meteorology. Because the human impacts, that's where the story is. The meteorology is just icing on the cake. And I discovered this with December 10th when like 20 minutes of it, most of the script was on the human relief. And then with Haiyan, over half of that script is about what happened in Tacloban City and how governments pitched in to help, how nonprofits like the American Red Cross pitched in to help out, and how individuals helped to pitch in and help out. It's a side of the story that needs to be covered because, as we are seeing again and again, when you don't learn from how to respond to these disasters, it's going to happen again.
Yeah, that makes very good sense, and appreciate you sharing that perspective because I think it is so important to talk about. I'm going to throw it over to Cassie now and ask, what has it been like for you as a storm chaser and also your husband, who unfortunately couldn't be with us here today? He is on deployment right now over in Poland, I believe, right?
Poland, yeah.
Yeah. So what has it been like for you and Mason, either together or separately, in terms of, you know, seeing damage after you've been out chasing or assisting with disaster relief afterwards?
So, in my adult life, I have been lucky enough to not have experienced anything too terrible. Strongest tornado I've seen was the Athens EF2 last November. And unfortunately, we were unable to stick around to help with any SAR because of the position we were in. I can't speak for Mason because he's seen much bigger tornadoes than I have.
Right.
But when Joplin happened in 2011, I lived in Neosho, Missouri at the time, and that was it's probably, I don't know, 20 miles down the road. So the next day, you know, there was a big like disaster relief setup going on in Joplin. I snuck in and I did what I could. You know, it was at that point where people were still seeing some pretty terrible stuff. That's something that I'm still recovering on. That's why I'm big on the mental health aspect of search and recovery, is because it's a lot. You're going to see some stuff sometimes that will never leave you. So, and from a chasing perspective, if you've got the time during the off season, you're not doing anything, train yourself up. Do stop the bleed, do CPR certifications. And if you find yourself in a situation where search and recovery is necessary, I feel like you have a moral obligation to help out in any way you can. If you're not CPR certified, find somebody who is.
Yeah, it's like, even if you're not able to actively help make the situation better, learning how to not make the situation worse and at least stabilize what's happening can mean a world of difference until people that are more skilled can arrive.
Yeah. And even if it's just driving somebody to the hospital, like, you can help out in some way. And I feel like you have an obligation. And even speaking of the Red Cross, give blood. That's something I'm big on. I do it every chance I get. I know that I'm 2 months out from my next donation, so give blood when you can.
Awesome. Well, Cassie and Alferia, thank you both so much for joining us here today on the show. And all of you listening, if you want to check out more of what it is they do on Chaser Chat, just go on whatever podcast app you use and search up Drama Report. I promise you will either be severely disappointed or you won't be disappointed at all. There's no in between. It's your type of content or it's not.
You should already be disappointed by this.
I'm just disappointed that we didn't get the face reveal. But real quick, because we only have like 30 seconds here, Alferia, tell people where they can find you on social media and YouTube.
Yeah, so on YouTube, it's just at Alferia. Wow, I managed to get that one quick. On Twitter /X, it's at Alferia _ or is it? Yeah, it's at Alferia _. So that's it.
And Cassie, you?
All right, so you can find me on Twitter. I'm not calling it X, but you can find me on Twitter at Cass with 3 S's _WX. And you can find me on Twitch, where I'm going to stream storm chasing content and video games at SkewTPie, SKEWTPIE. There you go.
Such an awesome name, by the way. Thank you both so much again for joining. And to all of you listening, we will be back very shortly after this break. Make sure you get your donations in.
The tornado experience, I never want to go through it again. I live in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. I'm 6 months pregnant. Her name's gonna be Not Creelan. She's been through a tornado already and she doesn't even know it. A lot of people didn't know it was coming. There was a whole lot of wind. Everything started to shake really, really bad. Stuff was falling. My ears popped and it felt like I got hit in the chest. Like I couldn't breathe. It sounded like a train was outside the window. I went and hid in the closet. It was terrifying. I just heard a lot of screaming from the neighbors, and I stepped outside and everything was everywhere. It just made me really sad, just to see what used to be and now what it is. People here need all the help and support they can get. We had to evacuate where we were staying, and the Red Cross has helped us tremendously. And they go out their way to make sure that a person's comfortable and have what they need. They're very sweet people. They feed us really good, so I'm very thankful. They make us feel home. I know it's not home, but that's how good they make me feel.
Sweet.
I wish it was.
Hey folks, we're back. And as you can see, we have a new guest, Mike Scantlin, that is going to be joining in just a moment. But before we get to Mike, Carly, I would like you to just once again tell people about the giveaway that we have going on so they can get those tweets into your Two Storms account.
Yeah, y'all, if you want to possibly win some merch from the brand Two Storms that I just launched, listen up. So we're doing a giveaway, and what you need to do for the giveaway is two things. The first thing to be eligible is that you need to make a donation today to the Red Cross, and the second thing you need to do is to tag me on Twitter at two storms underscore TWOSTORMS underscore. So when I see that, we're going to pick two random winners at the end of the day. So if you want to win some merch, make sure you participate.
Awesome, awesome. And now the Scant Man. How's it going, brother?
Yo, what up?
So
Happy
excited
Saturday
to
to
be chatting
y'all.
with you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So happy to be talking with you.
Thanks
Last
for
time
having
you
me.
and I chatted was on Chaser Chat, and I distinctly remember we had a very awesome conversation. You raise your eyebrows. Trust me, it's nothing bad. We had a very awesome conversation about the, let's say, storm chasing etiquette for disaster relief, especially right after those types of situations have occurred. You know, you've done a lot of work with local media to actually cover those types of events. So I just want to give you the floor and ask you to maybe share some of the things that you've learned out in the field, both storm chasing individually and as a person who is working with local media, and what that is like for you when you roll up on a scene right after a disaster has struck.
Well, probably one of the most intense experiences of covering, just the most extreme things that happen on Earth when they're real fresh. One of the worst ones I've had has actually happened since the last time we talked, with Hurricane Ian last year and Fort Myers Beach, and just an absolutely horrifying storm surge coming through there. And, we were there the day before and talking to people, and kind of scary thinking about, the 4 or 5 people that we talked to, and kind of wondering whether they got out of there or not, because not a lot of people were storm ready. I would say they knew the warning. They knew they had the warning. They knew they had a chance at getting something bad, but I don't think they really grasped the gravity of the situation. And it ended up overperforming, unfortunately, and just, it was bad enough that we weren't even allowed to get back in there. I could fly the drone from the bridge and see how bad it was, but I don't know. It's a whole different ball game from tornadoes, because it's just such a longer form, like slow motion. We always say slow motion disaster, and it's you don't really know how bad it's going to be until you go back and look the next few days later, because we couldn't really get in there until 3 or 4 days later. But it's tough to see things like that, and then to be expected to perform your duties of covering it. It's just it's hard not to lose it as like an empathetic, I'm an emotional guy. I don't know if anybody has noticed that. I'm kind of, I'm all over the place. I react emotionally. I'm just, I'm a human being, right? I'm not going to try and stifle that, or I try not to get desensitized to these things, because, I think it's important to feel these emotions and kind of put yourself in other people's shoes. Especially, it's good to keep that perspective when you're covering these things, and especially when you're chasing them and you're kind of in danger yourself, right? And you're also, you got to keep that perspective on the balance between not sensationalizing things, but also like the strong worded warning, like trying to, man, I'm really bad with words this morning. It's hard to toe the line between like warning people adequately and not overblowing it, because it's weather. You could tell someone this is going to be, 10 out of 10, the worst case scenario, and then it doesn't happen. And then, you feel like an idiot. But like, I'm kind of glad that we were there the day before and just telling people like, hey, this could be worse than you're being forecasted. Like, this could be a lot worse. And, to the point where, we were telling them like 10 feet or more water could be right here. And they're like, what, really? That's not what we've heard. And, we couldn't really reconnect with any of the people afterward. Everyone kind of got scattered out. Obviously, everything was shut down. You couldn't really get there. It was chaos. And I was there for probably 10 days after, every day. And it just got more and more chaotic as time went on. So we didn't really get to reconnect or like, kind of cover our tracks and see how those people were. But, and then to be there afterwards and try to cover the stories and try to talk to people, it's just, my least favorite part of the job is trying to talk to people afterwards. Like, I really hate being the guy to walk up and be like, "Hey, I know you just went through the worst thing that's ever happened to you. Would you like to talk to me on a camera?" It's just awful.
Yeah.
But these stories, all the stories you've heard from Fort Myers Beach the week after, like, someone had to approach someone in a uncomfortable situation. It's just kind of like the nature of the beast, trying to get people's stories out. But very uncomfortable. And I'm not a reporter, so I don't have a lot of experience doing it. Luckily, I was with experienced reporter Bill Waddell, and he shoulders a lot of that weight. But even Bill, Mr. Professional reporter, he lost it a few times out there, even on air, just like really raw emotional experience. And storm chasing, it's a lot of fun, and we're all friends, and look at this, the storms, there's gonna be storms, let's all go have fun. But like, a lot of really bad stuff happens out here, unfortunately. So
Mike, I'll jump in really quick. Is that something
please.
I'm sorry, is that something you just have to compartmentalize to a point? Because I know you're a very empathetic person, and I'm sure there's a real difficulty there figuring out where to put that sort of in your brain. Is that something you have to push back until later while it's happening in the moment?
I don't know if I compartmentalize it or just like work through it and feel it while working. Man, those few days after, when we were talking to people, like, I don't think there was an interview we did with someone who went through that I didn't just bawl like a kid holding the camera talking to him. It's just really, it's one of the worst things that I've ever seen happen. But I mean, that's the reality of storms. Like, we're all weather nerds, and we're all excited about seeing extreme things happen. But it's it's unfortunate that they do some of the worst things that happen on the planet. So I think it's important for us to ride that line and try not to be irreverent with our excitement for the potential things coming up, because people lose everything. People lose their lives. People lose everything they've ever had, and people that they love.
Yeah,
man, what a buzzkill. I apologize.
Tugging on
this
that
is disaster
thread,
relief. This is a part of it.
absolutely, and tugging on that thread of what you just talked about a little bit. I know you have some very strong opinions about the way storm chasers might conduct themselves properly if they find themselves, especially right afterwards, because like you just so eloquently put it, these are people who have literally just lost everything. They didn't lose it yesterday. They didn't lose it a week ago, a month ago, and have at least had a little time to process it. They literally just lost all this stuff. Yeah. So what would be some suggestions that you would have for storm chasers who find themselves maybe unexpectedly in a situation like this? Because there is that fine line. On one hand, we have to be honest about the fact that damage sells and destruction sells. People are looking to make some money back from storm chasing in any way that they can. But also, like you mentioned, there's a real human. These are real humans. This is real human impact. What advice would you give being a veteran who's experienced a lot of this?
Well, first and foremost, like, there are a lot of free training classes out there for just basic first aid training. And, a lot of the stuff you'll learn in those classes. And I'm a hypocrite because I still haven't done it. Everything I know, I've just learned from my wife, who works in a hospital. And we actually came upon a double injury car wreck just last weekend, just happened upon it at 1 a.m. And she jumped out and went into work mode. And just, you just need to know what to do in those situations, because you're more than likely going to encounter someone that needs your help, whether they're injured or they just need your help looking for someone, or they need to borrow your cell phone. Just, drop what you're doing and help them when they need it, because whatever you're doing can wait. You can take pictures of the damage, shoot video, live stream. That damage isn't going anywhere. Just people need your help in those situations, and you could be the last person they ever talk to, the last person they ever ask anything from. And I've been in some situations where I've not blown people off, but just kind of halfway paid attention to what was going on and kept working. And I just wish that I could go back in time and just put it on hold, because, storms do bad things, and these people need your help, and the damage isn't going to go anywhere. So just help anyone out any chance you get, even outside of storm chasing. It's, just basic human decency, I would think.
Well, I appreciate that it's something that you're willing to admit you yourself have struggled with before as well, when you're trying to make that work empathy balance in a situation like that, which, I'm going to say it again. I said it earlier in the show. It's just like what Mike Tyson always said. Everybody has a plan till they get punched in the face. Everybody thinks they know what they're going to do and how they're going to respond to a situation like that until it actually happens. Mm-hmm. So, it's totally understandable. And as far as the actual footage and stuff from the damage and that sort of thing, I think one of the things we can all agree on is we see these, well, it's not necessarily even storm damage. It's just anytime something bad is happening where it seems like the cameraman could have helped, at least helped, if not helped to prevent what was actually going on. And we all kind of internally screamed ourselves, like, why is the person more concerned about holding the camera than they are actually about doing something? Even if that something is just getting on the line with authorities and making sure that there's a response actually coming to help this person. And so I really resonate with what it is you just said.
Yeah, and I understand that these are stories and people need to hear the story, but also, these images aren't going to go anywhere. The fresh images are super intense, and people love it. It's very captivating to see the chaos right after something like this happens. But put your camera on a tripod or something. You can do both. But
you know what? I'll pop in really quick and say, Mike, something you mentioned and something Cassie mentioned earlier. I love the different ways that we're talking about how an individual might be able to help, because maybe not everyone has the same skill sets. I, for example, am extremely squeamish. So maybe I might do something like donating my time in a different way. Or Cassie mentioned donating blood. You mentioned maybe if you were able to and willing to do things like learn CPR or take classes and courses and do different things, or donate your money, donate your time. There's so many different ways you can help. There's not just one definitive way to be able to give back to the community. There's so many different outlets. So I love that we've been kind of talking about that a little bit today.
I agree with that 1,000%. And I'm not saying if you can't handle the situation, just dive in anyways. Because I understand everyone has different boundaries, and just be smart, use your own personal. Mm-hmm. If you don't think you can handle it, I don't have any problem with.
Yeah, everyone's got a different skill set, and that's why I like this community. It's so different and diverse, and everyone brings something different to the table. And even with being able to help out after, everyone brings something different. I think that's so wonderful.
Absolutely.
Well, Mike, that is about all of our time we have here today. So I want to thank you again so much for joining the show. And before I let you go, could you just tell people where they can connect with you on social media if they want to follow along with your storm chasing, or maybe just pop by and say hello?
Yes, sir. So spend most of my time on Twitter at the Scantman. I also have a team page at Storm Chase TV where me and Connor McCrory pretty much just retweet our subs from a separate account. We spend most of our time on our personal accounts and just use that to retweet.
Your Twitter's a blessing.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I got a little weird last night after midnight. I stayed up a little too late, and I got a little weird last night. I stayed up and said some stuff I regretted this morning, but I'll never delete it. I'll just let it ride. But Instagram, Weather Mike, and then on Facebook, just Storm Chaser Mike Scanlon. So,
well, weird Scantman is what we're all here for.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. Thank you for accepting me.
Yep. You take care, buddy.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that is the end of the 12 o'clock Eastern Time hour. I am going to be piecing right on out. I want to give a final shout out to all the guests. Thank you so much for joining today. Trey Greenwood, Gabe Cox, Alfaria and Cassie Fry, and Mike Scantlin. And also another thank you to Carly, who has been an awesome co-host. I believe you have some donations to shout out before we get going.
Gabriel, I do. So we want to say huge thank you to Storm Quest Chasing for the $25 donation. Hunter Hurley, another $25 donation. Daniel H for the 10. Thank you so much. Holly, I know you're in this community. I know you're watching, and I love you, and I really don't want to mispronounce your name. So Holly, thank you so much for the $100. I really appreciate you and love you. And then we have one more awesome anonymous 25. So thank you all so much. This has been an incredible hour.
Absolutely. And it's going to be even more incredible every hour, more incredible than the last, all the way up until the final hour. I promise, folks, you're going to want to stick around, because coming up next, we have our producer, James Brierton, who will be wearing one of his many hats today. He's actually the one producing the show right now, and he's going to be coming on with his guests. Those guests, Tony Rice, Richard Neal, and Ed Mansouri. So stick around. You are not going to want to miss it. I will be back for the 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern hour with Carly, and also we'll be joined by Bill Murray from the WeatherBrains. You won't want to miss that. Take care, everyone. All right.
We were watching the news, and he was hearing that it was going to be raining and flooding, but not even really realizing that, we're in that area to be affected. And so we opened up the door, and then there was just like a lake I really don't know how we made it out. The first thing that goes through your head is you've got to get home because you don't have nowhere else to go. Red Cross would bring us meals, and it fed me, Brandy, and Matt for the week, and it was really good. We lived like outside of the city limits. So for Red Cross to have come all the way out here, that's something. That says a lot. You know, no one's left behind kind of feeling.
Immediately after the floods, all of us at Rebuilding Together had the same thought. We've got to do something. We've got to make sure that we are helping our neighbors, our community, get back to their normal, to whatever that looks like. So that included helping them move their items out, which was emotionally heartbreaking. And then when we were finally able to do that, it was the cleaning, the making sure that we got the mold out so where it was, habitable for them to return, to reinstalling the walls and the insulation and the painting, the texturing, really adding the things that make a home a home. That's what we've been doing. But it would not be possible to do all of this without the financial assistance that we've gotten from the Red Cross.
Well, Brandy is Down syndrome. She's not vocal. As a mother, you're born to protect. You're born to protect that child. We lost everything. And the Red Cross, Rebuilding Together, Baton Rouge, they helped put my baby's room back together again. And this is Brandy's room. You just do not know what that is for a mother. When you think you can't do, someone else got your back doing it for you. You all are the ones who bring the gift of possibility.
And let you guys see what it is that I'm experiencing.
Trying to get a direct measurement with a handheld Kestrel anemometer here. We'll see what we can pick up, but and there things changing.
When a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home.
I mean, this is incredible. Let me turn the camera around. Get us back into kind of a dry view.
And I get up here, and all of a sudden the storm surge started. And all of a sudden, I ended up with about 4 feet of water.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m.
If you're going to look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. Very severe wind that caused these structures.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just 2 of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area.
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses. There's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
Have you ever seen the Dan River like this before?
No, not that I can recall. I mean, I've seen it fairly flooded before, but I've never seen it to where we're now kind of asking ourselves, okay, a couple more feet and it might get over those bridges.
And welcome back to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. I'm James Brierton of the Carolina Weather Group, joined by one of my CWG co-hosts, Shay Gibson in Charleston, South Carolina. Shay, happy 1 p.m. Eastern hour to you as our telethon continues.
Yes, sir. And it's a beautiful day after all these clouds for several days, northerly winds, and now it's finally warm and sunny out. It feels great.
I know. I don't know what the rest of the country's been like. Folks can certainly let us know in the comments, but we've had fake summer, fake fall, and fake winter all flipping around here in the Carolinas, and we're enjoying, like you mentioned, some nice sunny weather. Well, coming up this hour, we're going to talk about that SpaceX launch this morning. They did their second attempt for Starship, and we're going to bring you inside the development of a video game we have all been anxiously awaiting for. It is called Outbreak, and it is a virtual storm chasing game. That's coming up later this hour right here as our telethon continues. Thanks to everybody who has helped raise money. $1,800 and counting now as we move through this 1 p.m. Eastern hour. Well, I'll bring you over to this interview we got a chance to do with Ed Montori. He is the founder and he runs WeatherStem. They are weather units across the country, Fox Weather and us here at the Carolina Weather Group, to get a bird's eye view of weather happening real time. They've got these things on football stadiums and at schools and emergency management. It's really cool stuff, and we had a chance to catch up with him. Here, take a listen to this. Joining us now is Ed Mansouri. He is the founder of WeatherStem. Ed, thanks so much for taking time out to talk with us today.
Oh, thanks for talking to me. It's a real pleasure to talk to you as always.
We had the pleasure of having you on the Carolina Weather Group a few years ago. I had the pleasure of meeting one of your crews when they did an install in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And since then, your network has just grown and grown. So for anyone who is not familiar with WeatherStem, tell us about it.
WeatherStem, it represents an intersection of innovative weather technology, hardware and software. So you mentioned our network expanding, and the network consists of strategically placed what we call WeatherStem units. So these are WeatherStems. These are sites that have a modern weather station that is keeping track of the atmosphere at that location, moment by moment. Cameras that are telling the story. So the weather instruments measure the temperature, measure the wind speed, measure the pressure, measure the data that describes what the atmosphere is doing at that location. But then the cameras take a step further and they create this journal that really helps us understand what's happening and what has happened at these sites, because we're storing the data perpetually and we can go back in time and see what it was at a particular place at a particular point in time.
Your cameras have captured updrafts, downdrafts, tornadoes, lightning, hurricanes, and of course snow to run the kind of the gamut there. Who is the consumer of all this data, Ed?
Well, the business model, if you will, of WeatherStem is really evolving. We started, as you may remember, when we first had the opportunity and the privilege to meet you guys. I believe I shared that our program started with an educational beginning. Okay, and the STEM in our company's name, WeatherStem, is not gratuitous. My background, I am a meteorologist. That's what I went to school for. But in the 15 years before I started WeatherStem, I ran an online education software company. Okay, and a lot of my work was in the state of Florida. And WeatherStem started, to refresh your memory, by developing weather curriculum. Okay, we created a course for high school students in the state of Florida, an online course about weather. That was how WeatherStem started. Then we got the idea. We said, well, what if we could put a weather station up at a school and then use the weather information, use the weather data to help teach the course? So that was the genesis of WeatherStem. The initial focus was, let's collect weather data and have it used for educational purposes. But as time went by, we started to recognize that this data was useful for scopes well outside of education.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how public officials, emergency managers use this in a moment, but to draw in our audience, they maybe have seen your product knowingly or unknowingly, recognizing it as some of those live pictures they see on big names like Fox Weather, where they're taking a live look at all of these communities across the country. So on this, talking about disaster response, sometimes your cameras that coupled maybe with storm chasers and those folks on the ground allow people to virtually take a eye look at what's happening in those communities. How does that work, and how can that be beneficial for the public and for emergency managers?
Well, the ability to be at a remote location, far removed from a potentially hazardous situation, but still be able to monitor how that situation is unfolding and how it is impacting, property, how it is impacting neighborhoods. We've just gotten so much good feedback about how useful these systems are, particularly the cameras, during severe weather situations. During Hurricane Idalia, we were very proud that pretty much just the entire path of that storm, it moved over a lot of communities that had a lot of weather stem systems, and there was a lot of feedback that these systems were very useful and very beneficial to have. And then the system, the web and the mobile parts of the program sort of reach out and provide benefit to the whole community. Okay, you have this educational platform that is available to the schools, to the teachers, to the students. You have this real-time situational awareness data, lightning data, heat data, severe weather alert data that is available to law enforcement, emergency management personnel. You have rainfall data for the agriculturalists, and you have this beautiful camera view that the local business development folks, the Chamber of Commerce folks love, because we make that view available to media outlets. That, for instance, just using this Quitman camera or system as an example, that little town's camera has been on the Weather Channel numerous times, Fox Weather numerous times. So that's really one of our visions for 2024, is to expand this concept of weather from your town coming to a small town near you. We really are excited about that. So again, it's not so much, I'm not telling you about new features, new functionality. I'm just telling you about a packaging of them to really resonate with the small communities that might feel that, hey, we get weather that is relevant to an airport 100 miles away. This is right there in your town square.
You had me thinking, right? Like, I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. Our official weather observation is at the international airport, but that is half an hour's drive from me. But you guys have numerous stations here in the Charlotte area, which allow people to get a little bit more hyper local. And you have cameras all across the area, including some at big sporting arenas like Bank of America Stadium. And recently, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Charlotte Motor Speedway came online. So you guys have also kind of given an eye's view into some of these big venues for maybe decision support making at these venues as well. Is that right, Ed?
Yes, and that's the goal. It's interesting because we have WeatherStem at a lot of different sports venues, and the pathway to putting those there, it's almost like a different story at every one of those organizations. Just for instance, we have a relationship with a group I know you're familiar with, WCCB, in Charlotte, and they use our cameras extensively in their on-air broadcasts, and they positioned one of these cameras at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and like for instance at NC State, we were able to place a number of sensors, a number of cameras on their athletic properties. And that was in partnership with emergency management on campus. And then you'll have other campuses like App State, where the introduction was through athletics. So there's a different story for how we're putting these systems in these different athletic venues and these different athletic facilities.
Ed, how many stations in total are there?
We have just shy of 800 stations now. We should actually, we're doing kind of a bunch of installs as part of one of our big projects in Florida over the next couple of weeks. So we should be at 800 by late November, early December.
Talk to me a little bit about Florida. I know that's where a lot of the stations are. You mentioned that's kind of your home turf, but there's a lot of tropical weather there. And if memory serves, you guys do some extra special things to keep things up and running, maybe when the grid is down.
Yes. In the aftermath of Hurricane Michael, which, as you may recall, was originally classified as a Category 4 and reclassified as a Category 5. That made landfall in an area of Florida that was pretty weather station sparse, okay? East Bay County, West Gulf County, and up into Jackson County. And it turned out that at the time, there were very few weather monitoring systems or stations in that area. One of the counties that was impacted, an inland county, is Jackson County. And the only stations that were around during Hurricane Michael were systems we had installed at local schools in that county. And of course, when the winds got to be about 100 miles an hour, what happens at the school? The power goes out, the internet goes out. Okay, so in the aftermath of Hurricane Michael, we collaborated with the state of Florida's Division of Emergency Management. Okay, so the folks who are commissioned with keeping our 20-some million citizens safe. And we developed a specification for a hurricane-proof weather stem system. Okay, wind rated to withstand up to 185 mile per hour winds. It's going to, have multiple cell connections, Verizon, AT&T. It's going to be 100% solar power, so it's going to be off the grid. And then we're getting ready to end. We are actually well into our 4th year building what's called the Florida Severe Weather Mesonets. Okay, and every year in each of those 4 years, the state funds the setup of 50 of these super robust, super durable weather stem systems.
You had mentioned that during Hurricane Michael, you guys had a lot of sensors in places where there weren't other sensors. And I can remember watching some of your live cameras as that historic storm made landfall. What were you thinking? What were you feeling as you were looking at the live video from your cameras?
Well, a story I'll tell you about that. Okay, our very first solar-powered cellular weather stem system was at the St. George Island Bridge. Okay, which is in Franklin County, Florida, which is not far from where Michael made landfall. Okay. And it was during the lead up to landfall, it was on the Weather Channel continuously. Okay. The feed quality, the power and internet were out long before that. In Franklin County and Gulf County and Wakulla County and that whole area of the coast, but the cell phone signals were still working and our system was still sufficiently powered. Okay, so then like right before landfall, the system went offline, and I was like, oh man, I figured maybe the cell towers buckled. Okay, but what was amazing, and I have some pictures that I can share with you that you could maybe augment this coverage with, is I remember when we installed that system. Okay, before Hurricane Michael, we were about 20 feet off the water. Like, so the components, like there's an enclosure, and inside of that enclosure, you have like a cellular modem, you have a solar inverter, you have some gear. Okay. And I remember thinking, man, if this thing isn't high enough off the water, that'll be some hell of a storm. Well, guess what? It went underwater. Okay. It got submerged. And that's why it went offline. And of course, lessons learned, and we kind of have took from that and better understood just how high off the water things need to be in future situations. But yeah, that was very memorable as far as that situation. But no, it was really and me personally, what is really I don't have a word for it, Mr. James. I don't have a word for the feeling. Like in a Hurricane Michael situation, like in an Idalia situation, where I am as a professional, I'm responsible for this network of weather monitoring systems that's being used by emergency management personnel in places that are about to have destruction and fatalities, while simultaneously protecting my own home and protecting my own family. Okay. And Michael, just shortly before landfall, it was on a trajectory to move over Tallahassee. Okay. It made a last minute wobble and spared us. I still had $15,000 of tree damage in my backyard. Okay. But so that is a very viscerally complex part of this project for me. It is sort of in those situations where I have to sort of do double duty as managing and overseeing the technology while at the same time protecting myself, protecting my family.
Ed, it's always a pleasure to talk with you, and I appreciate your time today and your insight and all the data that you make available for all of us to use to help us track the weather and to learn.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for all you do. As you know, we have a lot of partners in the Carolinas, and we know that the Carolina Weather Group is a real treasure and very highly respected. So we're very excited to be partnered and just look forward to helping out any way we can.
I appreciate that very much, Ed.
Thank you.
Meet the Johnson family. George, Sarah, their daughter Maria, and their dog Scout. When a storm hit their hometown, their house was damaged. Many generous Americans wanted to help families like the Johnsons, so they donated to the Red Cross. Here's how the Red Cross puts a donation to work to get help where it's needed most. 90 cents goes towards shelter, food and relief items, health and emotional support, financial assistance, and logistics and support for our volunteers to help people start rebuilding their lives after disasters. The rest of that $1, about 10 cents, is used to keep the entire Red Cross running. It helps cover things like HR, finance systems, and fundraising. Thanks to the help of volunteers who make up more than 90% of our workforce, the Red Cross is able to keep our costs low. Thanks to the generosity of the American public, the Red Cross helps families like the Johnsons and thousands of others rebuild their lives after big disasters.
Welcome back to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. It is 1:20 p.m. Eastern Time. We have a new top donor. Special thanks to James Lewis, who has donated $250, bringing our total now over $2,000 to help the American Red Cross with their disaster relief efforts. We appreciate everyone who's been donating so far. If you're unable to donate, you can still help us out. Share wherever you're watching this video on your social media with a friend and invite them to join the conversation as we continue on with our 12-hour-long telethon. We'll be here until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Let me welcome back in my Carolina Weather Group co-host, Shay Gibson. Shay, hello again to you.
James, how are you today?
I'm doing fabulous. We're having a great Saturday afternoon here, and you and I were just talking in that break about how amazing technology is and how everything is now moving into artificial intelligence. Well, that AI trend is now coming to the National Weather Service here in the Carolinas. We have about 2 of the dozen sites across the United States that are testing artificial intelligence. The National Weather Service office in Columbia and the National Weather Service office in Greenville, Spartanburg are testing AI to translate severe weather bulletins, tornadoes, severe thunderstorm warnings, flash floods, and even winter weather products into multiple languages. Shay, this is so cool. They're going to be able to reach diverse populations, a greater population by doing this real-time translation using AI in the cloud. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I studied foreign languages as well in school. So I took Spanish and speak it fluently. I also know German. I know Russian a little bit. I can still read and write Russian. Some of those languages I haven't spoken in a very long time or don't get a lot of training in. But it'd be interesting to see how AI translates that, because as we know with foreign languages, it's not always literal translation for that. So really interested to see how AI translates the language from the product into the public, right? Because I'm interested to see that. I think it'll be really fascinating to see how much better the AI does than the actual software programs from our past that we're aware of, right? Even Google.
Yeah, well, we did a little interview with the National Weather Service in Columbia, who developed the website. Let's take a quick listen to this so we can learn a little bit more about how this works.
Motivation behind wanting to translate these products using machine learning was we've had forecasters at the San Juan office who for about 30 years have been translating manually hurricane center products into Spanish for their users. By using machine learning to translate these products, we cut down the amount of time needed to translate these critical weather information products from about an hour to less than 10 minutes. So recently, the partnership we have with Lilt has taken that even a step further. Now, not only do we use machine learning to translate the products into Spanish, but their patented artificial intelligence learns through a process of feedback with our bilingual forecasters in the Weather Service and translation experts who provide feedback for individual translations, which continues to allow the model to learn and increase its efficiency and accuracy.
I mean, that's really exciting stuff, Shay, and it's so cool that it's happening right here in our own backyard. Of course, it's in the cloud that the AI is doing the translation, but that website, weather.gov/translate, developed by a meteorologist right here in our own backyard in Columbia, South Carolina. And I know you've been looking at that website, weather.gov/translate. It reminds me of a much improved version of trying to do this by hand using Google Translate.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'm really excited to see how it works, and something like this could set precedents for all kinds of programs, even outside of the whole weather world, right, James? I mean, this is really exciting. It's an exciting time. Everybody's a little nervous, kind of a nail biter for what AI is going to be bringing, and a lot of folks are just really interested to see how we can apply it to our everyday life.
Yeah, if you get a chance to check out weather.gov/translate, there is a comment field. They're looking for feedback. It's experimental, or what you and I would call beta. So maybe don't make life decision support decisions on it, but it is something they would like folks to try out so that they can get it perfected and eventually expand it to more locations and into more languages. Shay, we have a break coming up here in just a moment, but of course your shirt, WeatherFlow, that is another mesonet and another backyard weather station. And you guys have been using AI for a little while, right?
That's right. Yeah, we have a whole new line of weather stations called Tempest, right? So and I actually got one right here in front of me. So this is what it looks like. This is sort of like the new technology of today's world, right? Where no moving parts, no spinning anemometer with a vane on it. It is just, it's haptic rain sensing. So the top of the raindrop hits and it distributes the volume and weight into how hard it's raining. Some of that has yet to be perfected, but one thing that these stations do now is they talk to each other. So that way, if one reading is really high and the other one's really low as far as rainfall, it may self-correct over time. So it more blankets the distribution a little more equally from one backyard to another. I mean, if it's like a mile away, sure, there can be differences in that. But it's really fascinating, especially with lightning and lightning detection, how it does. It basically, AI kicks out all the false readings. The quality controls that to where we're only getting the lightning strikes and not like garage door openers or transformers blowing up or something like that, right? So really fascinating stuff, how it's integrating into our systems and making things sort of normalized and giving you more data. So the denser the network, which it is now, the better the data becomes over time.
And I want to assure people that the Tempest he held up is not in witness protection. It was a little blurry there, but that's just the Zoom background was blurring portions of it. It looked like it was in witness protection. It was kind of funny. We're concealing the identity of your Tempest.
I noticed that too. It was like, hold on, where's the face on this thing? Remind me of the 60 Minutes where they interview those people from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next right here on our telethon, we're going to talk to a man who lives out on a lighthouse in the ocean. And you may know some of the live video you've seen during some iconic storms. Stay tuned. It's a great and amazing way to observe the weather far out from many other human beings. And as we go to break, special thanks to Kara Diesel, who's donated $25, part of the over $2,000 we have raised for the American Red Cross as our telethon rolls on.
Here in Panama City, after Hurricane Michael, it looks like a bomb went off. Driving down the street, you see apartment complexes, houses that have roofs have been obliterated, and people are still living in these places without power, without water. I'm an IRV driver. That's an emergency response vehicle. It's just wonderful to be able to go very, very close to the disaster area and feed people. Jim, Sue, and I have established a relationship with these people who keep coming back to us. We know them, some of them by name, and we try not to sympathize. You don't want to let your eyes fill, you don't want to cry. I guess I try to stay strong, and it's so hard to not feel such pain for each because they're going through so much. But you want to be here and you just can't feel too much. You want to be strong because you want them to be so strong.
So we got this camera where it is.
Welcome back to the Weatherpods Telethon to support the American Red Cross. I am James Brierton in Charlotte. Shay Gibson is back with us, and Richard Neal back on dry land after coming home from his frying pan shoals. It's a tower. I sometimes refer to it as a lighthouse. The man can correct me if I'm wrong, but he's sometimes out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It's good to see you. Thanks for taking the time.
Oh, appreciate it, guys, so much. Glad what you guys are doing.
Now, you just sent me here a moment ago. For folks who aren't familiar, we do have a live webcam that is broadcasting from your tower. And let me go ahead and put this on the screen so people can see it. We're looking at it right now. I don't know if it makes you homesick now that you're not there and we're looking at it via YouTube, but tell us a little bit about Frying Pan Tower and how you came to acquire it.
Well, you know, it's one of those crazy things back in 08, 09, when the nation was suffering through all the crisis and apparently nobody had any money. I thought, well, maybe the government's going to give away some things at a decent price. So I did a little bit of browsing one evening and came across several odd things on an auction. One being an old warehouse. Yep, swipe away on that one. Another one being a bunch of FEMA trailers. Swipe away. Next thing being this really strange looking box on stilts over water. What is this? And paid attention to it. Never heard about it. A lot of people never have. It was originally a U.S. Coast Guard lighthouse designed to help keep the ships off the shallow waters, the shoals, 32 miles offshore. About a year and a half later, when the government attempted to auction it one time, was unsuccessful. They put it up for a sealed bid auction, and some crazy guy won the auction. So I ended up with the tower, and had no idea what to do with it, nor even why it appealed to me.
Well, we love what you've been doing with it, and we'll ask you about that in a
moment.
moment. But I want to draw a weather connection for folks because obviously you get to observe some impressive weather,
yes,
impressive ocean conditions. But I think the world came to know you, or at least I did, when you put that American flag up. You'll have to remember specifically which storm it was, but you guys had a live webcam on a flag just whipping out as a hurricane, as you guys often get right out there, was coming through, and those winds were just ripping it. Which storm was that, Rich?
Oh gosh, let's see. Was that Arthur? That was probably Arthur, maybe Matthew, Florence. I don't know.
Florence. I think Florence was what I think the one that was a Cat 5 that went down to a Cat 4 and was easing into the coast. But that one had that tattered flag that was the one it was known for. It was still hanging in there. Everybody was pulling for it until dark.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, people were staying on the live cam in the pitch black because our flag light wasn't working at the time. We had 1,200, 12,000, I don't know, in the middle of the night. And is that the one where they named the flag Kevin? I can't remember.
That sounds like something the internet would do. But I think you ended up on cable news because it was really showing the strength of this hurricane offshore where other people weren't able to get observations. Right. How is it that you even stay connected out there? And how many miles offshore are you?
Well, technically speaking, we are 32 miles off of the very tip of the closest point, which is Bald Head Island. But generally, we're about 35, 36 miles out, which puts us about 6 miles outside of America. So how do we stay connected? I like to joke with people sometimes, say, well, you know, I've got a really long extension cord. But what we ended up doing was we found some smart people that felt like it was probably going to be possible to do a microwave shot, as they say, all the way over to shore. Well, that's great. But then you have to be high because guess what? Flat earthers, this is a curved world, and we had to get over the horizon. We found a TV station tower, put some dishes up at about 1,400 feet, aimed them by dead reckoning based on the only point of light we could actually see on land, which was actually the Coswell Beach Lighthouse. Little itty bitty blink at night. But I knew that was 318 degrees. So thank you, trigonometry teacher. I was able to calculate by the tangent between the angles of that and the light station that it should be 6 feet, 6 inches to the right of that. And we turned it on and Google popped up on screen. We haven't looked back. We have fixed it a few times and the hurricanes have twisted our dishes, but we do manage to get it back online. So
I'm sure Shay
communicate
has a
out
question
there.
in a moment.
Sometimes better than at home.
I'm sure Shay has a question in a moment. And Rich, I'm going to ask the question that people at home are probably wondering. Why have you held on to this thing? And what are you hoping to do with it? I know you've been doing lots of work.
Well, it's funny. If you have something that needs a lot of repair and you're a teenager, you call a bunch of guys and buy some pizza and beer, and they come help you work on it or help you move or whatever. And that's basically what I was doing for the first 8 years, not realizing it. Finally had an epiphany of the only way to get this thing fixed is if I gave it away. So I gave away all of my ownership of it, turned it into a nonprofit only for the restoration of it. There are a few people that own some pieces, but they don't want to be embarrassed by the fact of who they are. So they do help out and financially help with it some. But the biggest part of this is that we don't need it for navigation anymore. We have, satellites, we have GPS, everything else. What we do need is we need a point out there where many, many people go out to go fishing, that they can make a radio call, or they can check on the weather, or as the case has been over the last several years, they could actually, get saved, get them out of a boat that's not working, pull up a diver that's nearly drowned and fly them back to shore. And during the same time frame, we've made it so that it's a research location, such as the camera link that I just sent you that talks about the wave heights, such as on top of the tower, the NASA piece of equipment that we just put up. I just got it up there. It looks up in the sun. It looks down at the ocean, checking the emissivity, if that's the right word, of what's coming off the Earth, what's coming into the Earth. And it's one of just a couple hundred sites around the world. Only took me 10 years to talk them into doing it. And of course, we have folks like John Hopkins, MIT, Cape Fear Community College is going to do some work with us on our ROVs. And I'm just so excited because anytime I can get a young person to understand that the ocean is not a flat surface of water, it's a world underneath there. I just love it, because then they will care about it and do something with our future. And there's a lot of energy out there. There's wave power and everything else. So right now we're 100% solar operated while we're not there.
Very cool. Yes. And James, you're right. I did have a question. So, of course, mine's going to be, and I've been up to the Chesapeake Tower and done some spearfishing up there, right? And the waves are just smacking into these poles, right? The stilts.
Yep.
And you think, man, I bet that thing rocks a lot, right? Like you sleep out there for days at a time and weeks. Like, I know we interviewed you about this, but I know some of these folks listening would love to hear, what is it like to live on that thing for several days? Is it rough? Is it loud? Or
it is funny because you've heard people say that in a hurricane or in a big storm, it's just so loud, you hear the noise. Out there, you hear constant wind, or unless you're in a traffic light like I am right now with a motorcycle in front of me. But we hear a steady hum anytime we have winds above about 15 knots, 18 miles an hour. And the average wind out there is about 12 miles an hour. Now, mind you, we have our hurricanes where I've been on top with gusts to 130. I couldn't read really that high because I think our anemometer only read to about 115 maybe. And I will tell you, you don't want to stand right on the edge on that because it does hit you full force. But if you stand back about 15 feet or in the middle even, it's just kind of bubbling winds and rolling around. It's just a vortexes. And so it's only 50. So generally, it's a noisy place. But as far as movement goes, anybody that's ever had a child, I almost absolutely guarantee rocks that baby more so than we are up in the tower in the worst of weather. It's almost not anything. So if you actually are in it and it's a hurricane, you'll feel it, but it's not in any way distressing.
Wow. So the foundation, in other words, is really solid.
Yeah, the legs are actually 296 feet down into the soil based on the engineering drawings and how they put it together, which I find just incredible.
Wow. Well, that's my question, James. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah. Well, one of these days, I'm hoping I can come out there and do some volunteer work, and I think it would just be an amazing opportunity.
Yep, he still has that open invitation for us to come out there and ride out a hurricane with him. So we're waiting on the right time, Richard.
It's from a research standpoint, we can do that. Now, don't mislead people. We would not say, hey, everybody come out and just have a great time during a hurricane. That's a little bit crazy. That sounds like a bad movie or something. No, what we do have is we do have the ability to, I believe, safely do some really important research to continue to tell people what's going on with the weather, what's happening. And I love the fact, like I say, that we've got a live data feed of our weather conditions out there. We've got the live visuals. We also have some that us. And again, it's just about, it's hard to imagine exposing people to what's going on just 30 miles offshore. That's so foreign to anything we all experience.
Well, folks want to learn more, they can see it on screen there, fptower.org. Glad you're back on dry land, Rich, and we appreciate you taking the time to catch up with us today. Always good to see you.
You guys are awesome. Thanks a lot. Take care now.
Thank you, Richard.
Thanks. As we head to break, special thanks to Sherry, who's donated $50. Her total at this hour, $2,135. More of the Weatherpods Telethon supporting the American Red Cross coming up next.
Meet the Johnson family. George, Sarah, their daughter Maria, and their dog Scout. When a storm hit their hometown, their house was damaged. Many generous Americans wanted to help families like the Johnsons, so they donated to the Red Cross. Here's how the Red Cross puts a donation to work to get help where it's needed most. 90 cents goes towards shelter, food and relief items, health and emotional support, financial assistance, and logistics and support for our volunteers to help people start rebuilding their lives after disasters. The rest of that $1, about 10 cents, is used to keep the entire Red Cross running. It helps cover things like HR, finance systems, and fundraising. Thanks to the help of volunteers who make up more than 90% of our workforce, the Red Cross is able to keep our costs low. Thanks to the generosity of the American public, the Red Cross helps families like the Johnsons and thousands of others rebuild their lives after big disasters.
Welcome back. Special thanks to everyone who's been donating so far. James Lewis holding the top donor now at $250. Appreciate that support and everyone who's helped us raise over $2,000 as our telethon continues here. Well, we had the pleasure of talking to these guys a little ways back on the Carolina Weather Group, and so happy to be catching up again with David and Mark. They are the developers of the Outbreak game. It's going to allow you to virtually storm chase. So whether you're a real life storm chaser and you just can't get enough of it, or maybe real life storm chasing is just a tad bit too dangerous or expensive for you, this will allow you to safely do it from home on your PC. You guys have been working hard at development from the time you did the Kickstarter to doing some play testing, and now you are on Steam as something people can add to their wish list. So tell us, how has the development been going, and what can people expect once this game hits the market?
All right. So, well, first of all, thanks for having us. In the past, I think has it been a year since we've been on your latest
I think
broadcast?
so. I think it's probably been about a year.
Yeah, so a lot has been done since then. We're really getting closer and closer to at least announcing a release date. So we're like doing all the finishing touches in the game. We're putting the glue together. All the parts are coming and forming this one united thing, and it's really exciting for us to see it happen. So we're actually getting even closer to doing like major playtest sessions with a lot of players. So it's something that's going to be announced really soon. I don't know, David, if you want to point out something else.
I can add rapidly, like the development we've been doing lately is basically adding more content to the game. Last time we did a playtest was really just to test our main game loop, check if our game is fun, check if our players likes what we're doing, if we're accurate to, I guess, what people expect from such game. And it was very positive. So in the last stint of work, we've been working on adding more content so that the game has some replayability, adding more cars, adding more customization options, adding like more playable characters. To get there, we obviously were using a lot of kind of free assets from stores, but we had to increase, like upgrade our assets to more game ready stuff. We wanted to be sure to have like at least a female character that was playable, so it's not like all mid-20s, same white male in the game, like the same model everywhere. So we work with a pretty talented team of 3D modelers to have at least a couple of playable characters, have a couple of customization cloths options, stuff like that. So we have different cars, different people around. Obviously, it's a multiplayer game, so having some variety is very important. And like Mark said, right now, like this part is going pretty well. We've been talking about it in our latest, like we do a monthly development update newsletter on our Steam page. And we've been talking about the content we've been adding in this last segment of development. And now we're gearing up to actually trying to have more players playing the game by doing some playtest, hopefully longer sessions. In the last times we played, I know you had the chance to play the game.
I did.
We were like very controlling of how it was going, making sure that the player like just play one game, stuff like that, to make sure that everybody was able to touch the game. But we want to test like longer session. Is the game still fun if you play like for multiple hours and that kind of thing? So it's
we also, if I may, we also had a kind of a major breakthrough in on the technical side, where for weather nerds it might be a little bit more exciting. So
okay,
in the past, what we had for storms is we use real life weather data from models, and we recreate the storms in 3 dimensions. But it was made of parts of 3D models of parts of clouds, all put together like Lego blocks, but now we've found a way to have like fully volumetric clouds that are made directly from the weather data. So it's pretty much like you get the model doing all the calculations and outputting you some storms, and then that's exactly what you're going to see in the game. So it's going to be like even more realistic in terms of physics and stuff like that.
That's going to probably be one of the hardest parts, I would imagine, is trying to get all the physics and the behavior and the visual appearances, because so much of storm chasing is visual, right? Trying to look at those clouds and interpret what's going to happen. And I did have the chance to do one of those play tests. It was very exciting. And I will say one of the things that you guys have announced that I enjoyed was that you can report a funnel cloud and kind of help the virtual National Weather Service or other government authority that might be in this universe issue those warnings. And I thought that was a really cool prototype animation, if you will, of what happens in real life, where these storm chasers see things and report it back, and really helps the player become part of that, kicking off that cycle. Is that a good way to describe that?
Yeah, we're actually encouraging players to report by giving them points if they're like the first one to report it. So not only you want to see stuff, so you want to be in position to have a good picture of things like that, but you also want to report it, because everything we do in our gameplay design is around not only fun or adrenaline, but also around like being responsible. And we're like doing everything we can to still have a fun game, but also make it so that if you do something stupid, you're not going to have any rewards. So kind of, we don't want to encourage bad behaviors, because we've seen many in real life in storm chasing, and we don't want this kind of game to, encourage people to do dumb stuff.
Well, what I like about it too is it puts emphasis on the emergency response and the storm chaser and the Skywarn spotter part of the element of a storm chaser, and not just the photography part. And I thought that was a nice way to balance that.
The hardest part in design is really to make a game that was honest for all the actual real life storm chaser and weather enthusiasts, that they will recognize themselves in the action they're doing in game, but also for like all the people that don't really know weather, or not real life storm chaser, and just general mainstream gamers that start playing our game and are just like, in a gaming sense, chasing points, trying to maximize like their return on every game. The people that are doing that would adopt safe behaviors, and what a real life storm chaser would kind of make the decision the same way. And by just engaging in the game loops, will kind of learn kind of a safe chasing behavior. And that line was very kind of hard to get. It took us a lot of iteration, doing playtests and looking at players, playing the game, to make sure that like what we were encouraging was actually not reckless behaviors and not like trying to get as close as the tornado without dying. And that's not like what we're wanted to do with our final project. We wanted to make sure that like obviously storm chasing is it's dangerous, and we wanted to be sure that to be like on the right side of this passion.
So
Like, at
question
some
for you
time.
guys. So, all right, I mean, this is really fascinating. So is there like a toolbox, right? Is there like players can pick which tools they want to use to monitor radar, to see where things are going? Like you have the NSSL tools, you have radar scope, you have and maybe even other radar products, but kind of talk about maybe some of the tools that the storm chasers have to just get themselves in position to see a tornado.
Sure. So when you get into a game, you have your whole map with a bunch of weather products that you can see. So there's the basic products that are radar. Right now we have reflectivity and velocity. And obviously in the future, we might add a bunch of other products for us weather nerds to enjoy. And then you have the advanced products that are more like on the forecast or like short-term forecast side or nowcasting. So you have like, this is where you can see like the surface conditions. You can see the wind directions. You can see the winds at different levels. So you can see if there's wind shear or where the wind shear is better, for example. You can see the mixed layer cape. A bunch of, I don't even remember all of them.
Yeah, I mean, no, I was gonna say like, I mean, we can get virtual soundings, but are soundings a part of this game too? Because those are like kind of what tell you where what's going on up there.
Yeah, right now we don't have like the actual soundings with the photographs, but since we're doing our weather with actual weather model data, it's going to be very, very simple for us to just have like a multiple locations on the map that you can just click and get an actual sounding that will fit exactly what you see. And if you drive somewhere and the sounding says that the winds are at the surface are from the southeast, that's what you're going to see in the game. So it's really accurate. That's
really cool. And this has potential to be like a multi-game player too, in almost real time. It seems like that's something on the horizon. I mean, you guys are onto something really cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let me ask you, David, as the developer on this, what's been the hardest thing that you managed to develop that gave you just like a huge sense of relief once you perfected it?
I think it's a specific moment I have in mind where the first time we showcased our first scenario in our we did that like a trailer showcase or whatever, and we started from obviously a real life scenario that happened, and without naming it, without like saying exactly which scenario it was or referencing to what it might be, it was just showcase the thing. In our YouTube comments, someone said like, "Is this like?" I think it was Ashby, the scenario we were doing, and someone said like, "Is this like
Ashby 2020?" I think.
and that was like the first time I kind of realized how close our weather was. That someone with no prior knowledge was able to spot the scenario we took our weather data from. This was like a big oh shit, okay, we have something absolutely special that like to this degree that weather nerds can kind of but just from virtualization of something that happened in real life. Because I'm not like in the weather like science at all. I'm a game developer through and through. I've been knowing Mark for a very long time, and I joined him to kind of it's his pet project. He's been working in that for longer than me. But I come just from the game dev side, and so at first I knew nothing about the weather, and I was like, hey, this is cool. Obviously, this is absurdly large scale. This is incredible. The immersion is crazy. But to know that our data is recognizable to a scientific scale that much was like a true kind of, okay, we have definitely something that's absolutely ridiculously interesting. Because if I compare this to all the weather in other video games, it's always faked. It's always like, it looked pretty, but I've been doing some research and just looking like at other games in fast and time lapses, and it's where like the fake weather kind of crumbles when you look at like if it's fake, it's gonna cycle in a certain way that obviously it's not real data. But when we look at our
kind of takes you out of the fiction or the universe when there's kind of bad or hokey things around. But the fact that you guys have it so dynamic makes it immersive.
Yeah, and so that was like the one moment that really kind of made me realize that we have something absolutely unique with a lot of potential.
Somebody who is not an artist and certainly not a developer, what I'm hearing you say would be my equivalent of I draw a picture and somebody recognizes it and I realize, oh, I must have done a good job here. Somebody recognized what it was I was trying to emulate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where can people stay in touch with you guys, and how can they add this to their wish list?
We're on Steam. If you just type Outbreak, there's not a lot of there's another game that is written that way. I think it was written on screen. It still is. So just type Outbreak on Steam and wishlist the game. It's the thing that helped us the most. It helped us break through the Steam algorithm and being showcased as like upcoming games and stuff like that to get the game in the hands of as many people as possible. And all of our community is based mostly on Discord. So on our Discord server, we are always like, I'm chronically online. I'm always there. I'm always watching Discord. We have a specific channel for questions where I answer every one of them usually very rapidly. So people can ask questions about the game, ask questions about the development. We also have like all of our development is completely public. People can see our Trello board where we plan everything that's coming up and see when we're doing tasks and stuff like that. So everybody can know exactly where we're at. Obviously, making a game is very long. People are extremely excited, sometimes impassioned, but I understand them. We're also very excited to get this game out. But having this transparent development process kind of helps people, understanding that making a game is very long, but it's coming. And
confirm what you said. As somebody who found you guys on Kickstarter, backed it there, and now has added it to my Steam wish list, you guys have been very transparent every month, if not more, with the ladies have either been waiting for or financially get started through Razor. So we are very much looking forward to it, and it's been a pleasure to catch up with you guys again, and we'll keep an eye out for updates.
Hell yeah.
Thank you so much for having us.
David, Mark, thank you so much. And Shay, to confirm what you said a minute ago, when this game comes out, I expect to play online with you and the rest of our podcast, Shay, as we go virtually storm chasing.
I know, right? I mean, I'm looking forward to it. So may the best man win.
Thanks, everybody. We're coming up on the 2 o'clock Eastern hour here as our telethon rolls on. Mark, Jen, and the Stormfront Freaks are coming up at the top of the hour as we roll into the 2 p.m. Eastern hour here of our Weatherpods telethon supporting the American Red Cross. Stay tuned.
The climate crisis is upending millions of lives across the country and around the globe. We are witnessing a striking number of natural disasters with greater severity than ever before. In fact, the number of billion-dollar disasters in the U.S. has increased by 70% over the past decade. The number of families affected will continue to rise in both volume and suffering. However, these disasters leave their most profound mark on low-income communities, as well as those who are older or living with disabilities. The people most impacted by climate disasters are already the most vulnerable. The devastation has a compounding effect on these communities, and we need your help in the face of this humanitarian crisis. Your support is critical and will help the American Red Cross remain at the front lines to provide aid as disasters intensify. As a leading disaster responder in the U.S., we're launching nearly twice as many relief operations than we did a decade ago in response to unrelenting and overlapping disasters. And sadly, many of the same communities are ravaged repeatedly. This crisis has stretched our ability to provide life-saving meals, shelter, health and mental health services, financial aid, and more to people with no place else to go. That's why we're expanding our capacity to deliver emergency aid, enhancing our large-scale relief and recovery services, using innovation where we can, and growing partner support networks in disaster-prone communities. Internationally, we're implementing new programs to reduce climate disaster risks in some of the most vulnerable high-population areas. We're also creating grassroots pre-disaster plans and engaging with youth leaders to expand their local impact. We each play a role in responding to this crisis. So at the American Red Cross, we are also doing our part to reduce our own environmental footprint through cutting emissions, waste, and water use. Even with all of these efforts combined, we need to do more. With your help, the American Red Cross will invest $1.1 billion over the next 5 years to meet the growing needs of this humanitarian crisis. Your commitment ensures we can continue to help those who need it most.
On the next Stormfront Freaks.
But it's our job to tell the story. People expect me to be out there and tell the story. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get our team in the best position to do that.
Through the day, when the roller coaster hits, because it's inevitable, I do this question to myself every time. Something will really piss me off in the show. Inevitably, 3 out of the 5 days a week.
So when people see the tornado when you're up close, you know, a big factor is how close you're going to get is what's going on over your head.
You know, like I try not to ask too many questions that are all sciencey and inside baseball, but you know, what would my kids ask? Honestly, that's what I think most of the time.
That was a lot of fun with Phil and the gang. They do a great job over there.
Him laughing is funnier than anything.
I don't understand what happened. I really don't.
So, hey, freaks, it's Phil, and welcome back to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. I'm with the Stormfront Freaks podcast, and we're joined by a couple of our co-hosts this hour. Jen Watson. Jen was on earlier today, Jen, but welcome back.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. It's been epic already, and it's about to get even more epic with Tim.
Right. And then we also have Dina Knightley, meteorologist with the Digital Weather Channel. Dina, welcome to the
Hi.
telethon.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit earlier just on our streaming YouTube page, and I was like, oh, it looks fun.
So I want everybody to know, so even though it's 2:00 Eastern, I have started drinking already. So this we got to go till 10 o'clock tonight. We'll see how this works. But if you're not familiar with the Stormfront Freaks podcast, some have referred to it as a drinking podcast with a weather problem.
But I like that.
You know,
I can live with that.
Yeah, but heck, we're gonna get it's 5 o'clock somewhere, as they always say. Correct.
Yeah.
So I do want to remind everybody. So this is all, we've got some great guests all day today. We've already had some, but this thing is still getting started. We're going till 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. Still have some great guests coming up. But the whole purpose of doing all of this and doing this around Thanksgiving season is to really support the American Red Cross and their disaster relief efforts. And so we're really reaching out to the weather community. It's why all these great guests are coming on today, and all of these co-hosts coming on to really donate their time to really help push that image and push that message to donate to the American Red Cross and help those that are affected by weather disasters and natural disasters that maybe don't have the joy of getting together with friends and family in a home that a lot of us are going to have. So keep those donations coming in. As they come in, we'll keep referring to those as well. If you need to know where to go, if you're watching the stream, there's a QR code in the upper left-hand corner. Just take your phone, to that, and it will take you to the American Red Cross site where you can donate, or you can go to bit.ly/WX Pods Telethon. So WX Pods Telethon, and that will take you to the same site as well. So I do want a quick shout out to those behind the scenes today, because you just saw James Brierton with the Carolina Weather Group, and they had a great hour, some great guests. But James is also doing a lot of directing, producing. But thanks to Jared Smith and Tim Pounds that are also part of CWG and helping out behind the scenes, that you guys probably don't realize as you watch, but what they're doing, there's no way this could happen without them. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in our guest that we've got a privilege to talk to. Most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with Tim Marshall. Is an engineer and meteorologist. He's actually was in the Weather Hall of Fame, which is well deserved and crazy. But first, Tim, just welcome to the Telethon. Thanks for giving your time today.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome, Tim.
Yeah, we're so excited
so
for you to be
it's
here.
one of the big reasons, if you're not familiar with Tim Marshall, he's been a storm chaser for at least a decade. It's probably safe to say, right, Tim? But he's been chasing for a long time. But one of his specialties is been to follow up, and he contracts with the National Weather Service to really check out a lot of these disasters and post follow-up of tornadoes, to help measure the wind speeds and help determine the EF scales and various other things. So the point is Tim has seen certainly well over his share of disasters. And Tim, so before we get into a whole lot, I guess that's really the focus here. And what I wanted to ask you, what have been some of the most memorable of all of them that you've witnessed? What have been some of the most memorable that you've reported to and come across, and that really took your breath away?
There's many that have taken my breath away. Many disasters. How do you pick a disaster out of all you've looked at? It's like picking your favorite child. Can't do that. It's like each one of them is unique. Some are more severe than others in terms of intensity. Others are more severe in terms of area. But, the most intense tornadoes I've seen certainly have been Gerald, Texas, which is the top end 5, and Bridge Creek, Oklahoma, another top end 5. So those are some of the more severe ones. And then just below that is like Joplin and Greensburg. So Greensburg was the first EF5 tornado. I looked at that. So there's been a lot of very extreme tornadoes I've seen.
What was most memorable, I guess? Was there something that maybe you saw that it was the first time you had seen something like that and went, oh my gosh, or what were those things that really triggered your breath being taken away?
Well, both Gerald and Bridge Creek scoured the ground, denuding vegetation from the ground. So that's an indication of intense winds at the ground. Gerald stripped pavement, so the blacktop pavement off a road, and so did one of the tornadoes in 2011. And so that's another indication. Gerald also ground up things, or you couldn't find a board more than about 4 or 5 feet because it was just ground up. And the people were ground up that were in the path. The trees were nubbed at the bottom. It was not just merely breaking a tree off. These were actually nubbed trees, solid oak trees that had no branches on them. They were just sticks, basically 8 to 10 feet above the ground. So very intense, slow-moving tornado, Gerald, Texas was.
Tim, I feel like you've seen so much when it comes to disasters, and I know you go on site to just understand and measure the EF scale, but you also storm chase on your own. So how many storm chases have you been on this year? And what was the most impressive tornado that you saw?
Each year, I have many hats I wear, right? So I have my engineering helmet, and then I have my storm spotter cap I put on. So I have many hats I put on. Yeah. So, my job is to go out and evaluate damage to specific buildings. And then my hobby is to go out and chase tornadoes and hurricanes at close range. So my whole life is a disaster. Literally.
No,
Yeah.
Organized disaster, maybe? I don't know.
Organized. So, I've gone out maybe 12, 15 times this year. I saw about 5 or 6 tornadoes this year. On the big tornado days, I missed because I was out surveying damage from the tornadoes. I've surveyed 3 tornado tracks this year so far. And Kimball, Nebraska was nice because that tornado was out in the open field. It was very picturesque, photogenic. There were some lightning bolts coming through the tornado, which was really odd.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was nice to see the Kimball, Nebraska tornado earlier this year.
And so I have to tell everyone, if you haven't been to the National Storm Chaser Summit, you need to go because Tim Marshall puts on a show. His presentation was
Does he pack the stands?
Oh, it was absolutely epic. Like one of my favorite, and I go to a lot of conferences. I've seen so many speakers and he brings it. And like, I so want to ask you, Tim, what your presentation is going to be like. Cause I'm sure you're probably preparing. I won't do that. We'll leave it maybe a surprise unless you do want to give a sneak peek.
Well, Jen, you're familiar with the teaser, aren't you?
I am.
So, yeah. So I will tease you.
Okay.
I will not be myself. I will simply not be who you see I am. I will put it that way. Certainly it's going to be fun and unusual for sure. But there's simply going to be something to see. I try to outdo myself every year. As you know, this all started with back in around 2000, where Tim Samaras and Roger Hill were put on this Chaser Con, which is in Denver, and every talk was an hour of photographs and soundings and cape. It was boring.
I'm like,
I said, can we spice this up a bit? And they go, what do you have in mind? I said, well, if I could be like a character, and come in and spice it up, is that something that you guys would be acceptable? And let's see how it goes. So the first year I was Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the storm chasing was good, bad, and ugly that year. So I came in the serape and my pillbox hat and my little stogie cigar, and so it was such a hit that they said, could you do this every year? So for the next 25 years I've been doing that. Every year I've been a character of sorts.
What's been your favorite?
I think what went over very well, I got a standing ovation for, was a shark. I was a shark. Yeah. I came in, they played the theme from Jaws, and
oh my God. Yeah.
And I kept on biting everybody, and as I came up there. So it was like that. Yeah. It was kind of a hybrid costume. I bought a shark costume online, but it wasn't good at all. So I had it overhauled to make it really more realistic looking, with big teeth in it. And so it went over really well.
Oh my gosh.
People didn't do that in school. Instead of having the boring stuff you get from professors all the time.
That would be fun.
I found that if you can make education more palatable to people, if you have some entertainment in there.
Agreed.
And kind of merge the two together. Education, it can be more palatable if you merge in the knowledge with fun.
I love that, Tim. I have a question. What are your 3 biggest tips or top tips when it comes to someone that wants to storm spot or storm chase?
Well, the first thing is to read all you can. I mean, we have the internet today, okay? Didn't have that when I was growing up. You can read so many things, especially online. There's Warning Decision Training Branch has got some beautiful modules to listen to. The SPC, Storm Prediction Center, has got modules, learning modules by Rick Thompson and Dr. Cohen. So I would say definitely look at all that. If you don't understand it, do some research. I mean, learn about weather forecasting, learn about soundings, CAPE, learn about photographs, and you'll pick this stuff up pretty quickly. I mean, you don't have to be a degreed meteorologist to learn this. Most of the great chasers out there are not meteorologists. They are picked it up, they're passionate about it, and learn all you can. And then the second thing is to go with somebody that knows storm chasing. I mean, most storm chasers are good about that, and they'll take someone along there. Or if you can't find that, then join one of these tornado tours. That's another place to go. The National Weather Service has storm spotter training every year. Sign up for that. Go to that. Here in the Dallas area, they have 2 levels. They have a beginning storm spotter and they have advanced storm spotter. So learn all you can about that. It's very important to just fill your mind with all the good stuff and go out with somebody who's experienced before you try it on your own.
Yeah. I agree with that. I have one question, Tim, because I've been a meteorologist for a long time. I've looked at video forever, and you go out and look at these damage areas. And to this day, the thing that blows my mind that I still have a hard time wrapping my mind around is when, and maybe you've seen one, but like when a tornado might hit a house, part of the house is completely gone. And then you look over and then there's still glasses on the shelf. There's still dishes. There's still things that are hanging up on the wall. It's amazing to me. Have you seen anything like that where it's like almost half completely blown away and then partially still there?
I see it all the time. Wind wants to get into a building, and when it gets in, then it wants to get out. So if it blows in a window, then it's going to either blow out the back window or blow the roof off. And once that pressure is alleviated, that wind pressure, not barometric, wind pressure, once that wind pressure is alleviated, then that's it. It goes on down the road. So you can see glasses on a table still. You can see, refrigerator magnets still on your refrigerator. They haven't moved at all. Very unusual things you'll see. But that's just typically how wind works.
And Tim, I've got a question. When it comes to, developing new homes, new buildings, are you seeing that people are taking the proper precautions and, newer buildings and homes are being built in a way that can sustain against winds that are EF3 to EF5 strength?
Well, unfortunately, buildings are not being built to EF3 to EF5 strength. The building codes are minimal. And minimal means minimal. So we're talking about a 90 mile an hour, 3-second gust or a 115 ultimate. That's what they're built for. So they're not built for EF3, EF5. And so you're going to generate a lot of debris when tornadoes come into there. So you need to protect yourself from all that. And that means to get into the middle of your house, lowest floor. Bathroom is preferred, closet, whenever you can put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom's good because you have additional plumbing and the walls anchored it down. So try to put as many defenses between you and the outside. Certainly you don't want big rooms. You don't, if you're in a school, you don't want to go to an auditorium or gym. You want to be in a small place, restroom, be out of anything that has glass, like some of my old classrooms used to have this an entire wall of glass there. So you don't want to deal with that. So certainly protecting yourself is the key. And I think it's a great idea is is to have a helmet and some shoes around that you can get on quickly. I mean, one of the big problems I see, people don't, they walk like me around near barefoot or whatever in the house. And it's like, if tornado hits and there's all this glass around, it reminds me of the Bruce Willis in the Nakatomi Plaza there.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
All the
Good
glasses
reference.
around, and how am I going to walk in that? And it's like, so yeah, Bruce, you should have kept your shoes on. I mean, come on.
That's
a
a
good
good
idea.
point. Yep, good point. Dina, do you have a question or?
No, but it was funny because when he said the shoes, like even when we're in tornado warnings, I am lucky enough to have a basement, and I do make people bring their like my family bring their shoes down. Or, you've got that junk box of old shoes that nobody really wants to wear, but they're wearable. Just leave them in the basement. Because I have seen so much video over the years, and I do remember one that always stuck out. I think it was Joplin, and this man was outside and he's walking through the rubble. He had no shoes. He was in his pajamas and he was holding his dog. And I thought, wow, like literally the shirt on your back and that's it. No shoes, no nothing. So it's scary. It's a good point.
So Tim, I appreciate your time and sharing your time with all of us today. And as we try to really support the Red Cross and disaster relief, which, as I mentioned at the beginning, you've seen your share of that. How can people follow you in this day and age without having a VHS player or beta, whatever we were talking about earlier? What's the best way people can get in touch with you or follow you?
Well, I'm only on one social media platform. It's Facebook. That's it. I don't go on. I don't tweet. I don't, Instagram. I don't do any of that. I don't do any TikTok or anything like that. I'm just an old-fashioned Facebook guy. So that's about way you can follow me on there.
Very good. Well, I'll tell you what, I want everybody to know we're now over $2,000 in donations at 2,135.
Nice.
So thank you, everybody, that we've been announcing here as the donations come in. But we're on our way to 3,000, and we want to try and hit 3,000 here before the end of this hour. So every little bit counts, and I think that's what's always important to share is it's the $5 here and the couple bucks there that also add up. Don't feel like you have to give 100 or 200. Certainly, if you've got the means to do that and help those that maybe you're having a great Thanksgiving this year, but you want to help those that need that kind of support, you can do that. But every little bit counts. So keep those donations up. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Jen Walton, the founder of Girls Who Chase.
Ooh.
Water was rushing into my home. My first concern was making sure my family was safe. I received a text message. Red Cross was giving assistance in our area. They gave us immediate support. They gave us financial resources. We were able to make sure that we had some food. We had some things that could hold us until we were able to get back in our home. How you doing? Come in. Doing good. Welcome in. When the Red Cross offered financial assistance, it really gave us hope. With the money that they gave, we were able to use that money toward repairs. And we had to pull the carpet up. This whole top area collapsed from water, and the walls, water was coming from the walls somehow. The fact that Red Cross was there willing to give a helping hand to make sure that our needs were met, that really, was very inspiring. If I could talk to the donors of the Red Cross, I would tell them to continue giving because the Red Cross, they're good stewards of what's given to them. And the fact that Red Cross was there to assist us when our area was hurt really gave us hope.
All right, welcome back to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. Things keep rolling here, so I hope you keep us on your TV, keep us on your monitor, your iPhone, your Android phone, whatever it is. Keep us on all day. We're going till 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, and the great guests keep rolling in. I'm happy to introduce Jen Walton, who's the founder of Girls Who Chase and a storm chaser herself. Jen, welcome to the telethon.
Welcome,
Thanks,
Jen.
y'all. Great to be here. Thank you so much for doing this important work.
Yeah, so I want to get, one of the things I want to start with is really get an update from you on Girls Who and really there's probably a lot of people listening, I guess, that aren't even familiar. I say this because I'm familiar with what you guys are doing.
Sure.
But maybe introduce a little bit of Girls Who Chase, and if you would follow up with that on what you're working on right now, kind of what's coming up.
Sure. So Girls Who Chase is an initiative that was formally founded in January 2022. And the primary focus is inspiring, empowering, and equipping girls and women to chase storms, the sciences, and their passions. So there's a lot to unpack there, essentially. But what makes Girls Who Chase special and I think unique in the weather space is that we're tackling not just cultural issues and kind of behavior around gender disparity in the weather space, but we're also looking at ways that we get in our own way, these kind of self-limiting stories, ways that we tell ourselves we're not capable of doing something that kind of follows my own journey into storm chasing. So it's kind of a dual pillar of empowerment, self-empowerment, and then girls and women in STEM. And a lot of that is education focused. So that we started as an Instagram page in July 2021. It has been quite the journey for us, all the way now to a multifaceted media platform. The focus really for the past year, which has seen unprecedented growth, I would say, and largely because the whole thing is unprecedented, has been education and building out our education arm. So the latest news for us is that I'm excited to announce our second spring training. Registration opens November 28th. Spring training is a day-long virtual, basically storm chasing 101 education event that anyone can access, that is really meant to focus on the how do I get started question. So we bring in experts from a variety of different areas in storm chasing. This year is going to focus very much on understanding storm structure, positioning appropriately for the type of chase. We have a safety component, and then we'll have some specialty talks as well, including a how to read radar 101 that MetEd will deliver. So we've got an early bird discount through December 31st. So stay tuned for all the announcements coming from us. It'll be the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, essentially, when that stuff comes out. We ran a media training last month, which went really well. So we're also looking at getting more folks on air to kind of build out that diversity of the storm chasing community. And with that comes a need to build some skills for folks to feel more comfortable doing public speaking work. So that was one of the first kind of communication specific trainings that we've run. We'll probably continue to bring those out occasionally as time allows. And then we've got a whole bunch of new content coming. We're actually revving the podcast back up now that Jen has gotten through her burnout from running things the last year and a half. So first big podcast episode, probably coming in the next week and a half or so, featuring Karen Kasiba. So excited to have her with us. And we also just ran a really cool photo art competition where the winning photo essentially is going to now be painted, or was just painted, by a storm artist named Jay Bigham, who's known for just these amazing storm prints. So he just finished painting, and we're about to put that one up for auction. In
Wow,
fact,
I
that's
see
gonna be
Phil
beautiful.
pointing behind him. You have
say that one more
look at
time.
that. Oh, Phil, we can't hear you.
Oh, Phil's got his Jay painting.
Yeah,
behind him. That's
I've got a
awesome.
print from Jay. Yeah,
Oh,
I love
there
it.
it
I love what he
is.
does.
I
He's
need to
amazing. Yeah,
get
I've got one in
one.
my office too.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
we love Jay. Jay's been very supportive of Girls Who Chase. And so we're auctioning this painting off, which just happened to coincidentally essentially be Girls Who Chase colors, which is really
Nice.
cool. And 50% of the proceeds are going to go to Girls Who Chase and our operating costs. So very appreciative of Jay for helping us run this competition. It was really more about the artistic side of the storm photos. So any type of photo, cell phone, etc., was accepted. And it's just been kind of a fun way to have people share some of their art. And so that's kind of what we've got going on actively. There's one more big announcement that hopefully we'll be making in the next couple of months that I can't say anything about yet.
So you just dropped the little breadcrumb.
What is
That was a
that?
big tease,
Come
Jen. That
on.
was a big tease.
A little
Yeah.
tease. A
Let me
tiny
just say
tease.
that, most of the things that have come along for us have not been small. So this one probably won't be either. So that's pretty exciting.
Oh, Jen, I'm so happy for you. Like, Jen is just overall, if you don't know Jen personally, she's just an incredible human being in general. And you've been, the founder and creator of something so powerful and inclusive, especially when it comes to women and girls in the science field. And I know that, and Dina knows that, in the meteorological field, I mean, it's hard for women to get up there. There's not nearly as many women as there are males. So everything you're doing is so powerful and so incredible. And I think you should always know that. And I'm excited to know you. And for those that didn't sign up this year and didn't go to the 1-day training, I was a part of it and it was so incredible. You learned so much. I was on a panel and it was just so much fun. So if you want to learn more, you're going to be have a notebook jam-packed full of notes and everything. And you're going to learn so much from that. So definitely do that. And Jen, I love the update too of everything that's going on with you, but I would love to know, because I know you chase, do you like to chase more on your own? Do you like to chase with other people? And what have been some of your biggest, most beautiful storms that you've seen this year?
I tend to chase on my own. Sometimes just because it's logistically easier. I don't have
to get all those other people together. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And my chase friends are really locationally scattered across the country from East Coast to West Coast. So if we happen to find everyone in the same place, we pull folks together. I did go on a couple chasecation trips with folks this year, which was fun. And then there were a couple ad hoc chases with other folks more locally. I think there were probably two particularly memorable chases for me this year. And that's in part because also in the last year, I have expanded beyond storm chasing to volcano chasing and aurora as well. I think aurora has become a really nice way for storm chasers to reduce our storm deprivation syndrome during the winter.
It is on my bucket list. It is
it's been fantastic. Well, and we're approaching the solar maximum, so we keep having opportunities, and some of them are big enough that they, you can see them all the way into Colorado and even farther south. So having that opportunity has been amazing. But I think my most memorable storm moment this year was having the opportunity to be in Monument Valley, Arizona, and we were waiting. We were there for bolts, essentially. And what we got instead was a structured supercell that was sitting right behind some of the monuments. So that was kind of one of those moments where you realize that you're witnessing something that most just never get to see. So that was probably my most memorable storm moment. And then I had the opportunity to chase the cyclic tornadic supercell out of Chugwater, Wyoming. That gave me a couple of bucket list shots and luckily did very minor damage during its lifetime. There was some outbuildings that were impacted and a few things overturned, but for the most part was just kind of a friendly chase with some great photographic.
Everything you're doing is exciting. And I mean, I've been doing this for 26 years and I'm aging myself. But I mean, I remember when I started, there were not a lot of women unless they were TV. And that's all it seemed people wanted. They weren't out in the field. They weren't doing this. And now it's like the difference I see of empowering women, like people are tagging each other. Like I met people on our last chase with the Stormfront Freaks, we were tagging girls who chase and we would see each other in some parking lot. We're like, hey, and all of a sudden it's like, these people, even though you just met them. And then you carry on a conversation and that's a bigger conversation that leads to more. And for me, it's so cool because I see women getting stronger and more, I'm not sure of the word, independent, but stronger in their own sense that they can go out and do whatever they want. I know when I first started, like you almost even got kind of pushed away from other women. And now it's like it just seems like there's been such a change. And I think that the Girls Who Chase has just really helped that. So bravo.
Thank you. The feedback I've gotten consistently is that it's given folks a home almost. And it isn't just storm chasers, in fact. And one of the things I forgot to mention is that we're going to be very active in the American Meteorological Society's 2024 annual meeting. So
nice.
That is going to, we have I'll be speaking in 2 sessions. And then we are co-hosting an event with the Earth Science Women's Network, one of the evenings at AMS. And it's been interesting because I think it's not that we're not women storm chasing. It's not that they haven't been out there for as long as folks have been storm chasing. It's just that for one reason or another, and that's part of what we've been digging into, nobody has seen them. And in many cases, they haven't seen each other. And so some of this going through this process and figuring out how we can best serve in this community has been realizing that actually just being present in order to build community and create a space where folks feel like they belong has actually been an important part of that role. And it's figuring this out as you go along, right? It's not like I knew all of this when I started the Instagram page, but then hearing from folks that was what was happening for them is an amazing feeling, knowing that we're helping to build that space and helping people feel safe in the weather space and welcome.
And you really are, Jen. Like it's just incredible what you've grown in such a short amount of time. And I would love for you to, share with everyone. I do know your personal story a little bit, but how did you get started chasing? And when did that happen? And just share your journey with us a little bit.
I'll make it quick because I know y'all are.
You take as much time as you want.
I mean, I could probably talk all day. That's how I roll. But it was one of those, like, I was into severe weather. I was a lifer for the most part. I went from sheer terror in my very young days to watching the Weather Channel nonstop, even when it was just weather on the 8s. And looking out the window, watching storms, and then becoming an avid consumer of all of the storm chasing media I could get my hands on, while simultaneously telling myself this isn't for me. And I've dug into the background and all the reasons for why that is, but one of them is that I wasn't seeing people who look like me in all of the reality shows and stuff that was on weather networks, et cetera. It was 98% men, and the other 2% were kind of token roles, like somebody's girlfriend, daughter. And that has a direct impact on the culture that I found myself in when I started to storm chase, which is partially why I chase alone now, is that people assume that if women are chasing with men are running the show and doing all of the forecasting, and we're just sort of along for the ride. So I finally kind of took myself through a why are you telling yourself this story process that you can't chase in 2018, and went on a storm chase tour and learned just enough to realize that I could teach myself to forecast and get out there. And that was really what created the monster that now exists. And the whole story of Girls Who Chase follows that recognition that I was self-limiting and, overcoming those stories to go do the thing that brings me the most joy. And now it's been an evolution of what kind of storm chaser am I, which I don't know, that nobody warns you about that part.
Mm-hmm.
Like every storm is great, and now it's kind of like, well, I'm out for these particular reasons. Here's a new goal, you know. And then once you fly over a volcano, your goals change again. Like I've found myself becoming a snob in a way that I have not appreciated. You know, like sometimes you just have to catch up with yourself. So making sure that I'm chasing the things that bring me joy and or contributing in a way that's useful from a reporting perspective.
Well, Jen, we would definitely appreciate your time and coming on and filling us in a little bit on Girls Who Chase. I guess suggestion to anybody listening that wants to learn more, where do you want to direct them?
Yeah, for sure. Our website is the home for all of the work that we're doing. That's girlswhochase.com. We're very active right now on Instagram and Twitter, both under the handles Girls Who Chase. And then when spring training goes live, the link for that will be girlswhochase.com/spring training. So hopefully very easy to remember.
I hope so. If I can't remember that, then I'm in trouble.
Very good. Well, hey, shout out quick to Theo Train, donated $25 as well. So
Thanks,
Theo, thank you. Thank you for that. We're going to head to break, but we're coming right back with hurricane chaser Josh Morgerman. So we got more coming up. Stay tuned.
Thanks, y'all.
That land has been in our family for over 100 years. And it's a rural community that's not within the city limits. Because the tornado approached from the south, that area was the first place hit, and it destroyed every house. My dad met my mother when she was pregnant with me. He had an option. He could stay with a woman that was pregnant with a child that wasn't his, or he could be my dad. And one day he showed up in the hospital when my mother gave birth with my first pair of shoes. That was him, and since then, he's been with me, taught me everything I knew. He worked on a farm his entire life. When I was 13 years old, he took me to the cotton fields and made me stop chopping cotton. And I did that. Just to think that a tornado just destroyed everything that he had, absolutely everything. He's nearly blind. He's a double amputee, has prosthetics on right now, a kidney transplant recipient. And the night of the storm, I found him at 3 o'clock in the morning in the dark. For us, the Red Cross showing up in our community makes me feel like we're being seen. Today, I sat in front of a person with a Red Cross jacket on that said, okay, tell me about the medical equipment that was lost because you're a double amputee. Tell me about your medication that you didn't have access to for 4 days because you're a kidney transplant recipient. Tell me about your prosthetics. Do you have an extra pair of prosthetics? You know what? We're going to get you the resources you need. Someone with a Red Cross jacket on literally came to the area where my parents used to live and actually paid attention and felt that pain and stood in that moment with my parents. That's what the Red Cross means to me right now. And it makes me emotional because a lot of times we do get forgotten because we grew up in a poor situation and a lot of my family lives in poverty. We feel like people don't pay attention to us. Resources flow in, but you're not important enough. But the Red Cross came in and said, yes, you are important. They proved it. They sat down and they filled out the application for financial assistance for my parents. They filled out the application for housing assistance, for medical assistance. All of those things, those little things, those are tangible things that make a difference. Because you don't know what you got till it's gone. Especially when you don't have much in the first place. You don't know what you got until you almost lose it. And so when some organization like the Red Cross comes in and said, I'm gonna help you. It means something.
All right, so we keep rolling on the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. Again, my name is Phil with Stormfront Freaks. We got Dina and Jen, our co-hosts, with us as well. But we're happy to bring in this next segment. We've got Josh Morgerman, Hurricane Chaser, joining us. And first off, just welcome, Josh. Welcome to the Telethon. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, welcome, Josh.
Good to be here. I love this excuse to reunite with you guys. I always enjoy our live riffing.
So what one of the things I want to do is a lot of our guests we've had on here recently, Josh, are chasers that have been in the disasters, right? And so definitely have stories to tell and have memories to share. And you're certainly no different. You have been through some incredible and horrific, depending on what side of that equation you happen to be on, storms and tropical storms and hurricanes. I'm curious, what have been some of the most memorable disasters that you've seen, and I guess what made it so memorable for you?
Great question. You know, I've been in a lot of really bad hurricanes and typhoons, and I would say the two for me that top the list are outside of the United States. One was Super Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines, and actually the 10-year anniversary just happened. I just actually got back from the anniversary events, but it was an equivalent Category 5 hurricane, actually high-end Category 5, estimated winds of 190 miles an hour. The inner core of it, the eye wall, passed right over a city of about 220,000 people called Tacloban City, which is also on the tip of a peninsula and very low lying. And the city just got obliterated. The official death toll was 6,000, but they think it was probably closer to 15 to 25,000.
Oh, that's awful.
Even when you talk to government officials off the record, they say there's no way it was only 6,000. So I was there for that. At the height of the storm, jumped in the water to pull people out because our hotel went underwater. But that one, the level of destruction that I saw, just whole sections of the city just obliterated. I couldn't even find the streets, just dead bodies everywhere. A complete breakdown of civil order. I would say that was way up there. And then the other one would be a Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas. I was in Marsh Harbor, a town of about 5,000 people. Again, a strongest landfalling hurricane on record in North America, tied with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. The eye passed right over the town, estimated winds of 185 miles an hour. Again, unbelievable destruction. I was trapped there for days, just living on the island in my car, which did not blow away. The one next to mine blew away, mine didn't. But again, there was the destruction you see with a complete breakdown of civil order, which was what happened. You had those kinds of big impacts. And when you look at the mess, I'll just conclude by saying, after these disasters, I felt a little bit after Michael in Panama City, you just look around and you think, where do you even start cleaning up?
Yeah. And I have a question, Josh, going back to the fact that you went back for the 10-year anniversary of that typhoon. What was it like going back with the structures and rebuilding? Because I know you see the disaster when it happens, and then you oftentimes revisit a lot of these places after the fact because they get hit often by hurricanes and typhoons. So what was it like, going back there and the rebuilding and just the sentiment of the community?
It was for me personally, it was like a healing experience. I don't get too emotional generally. I'm all about the hurricane, and I go in and I kind of almost tune out the human impact. And Haiyan was one of those storms where I was absolutely rattled by the human impact, just stuff that I saw, just the level of destruction, the dead bodies, just seeing injured children and stuff like that. I also had rescued a lot of people at the height of the storm. So there were victims that I carried out of the water. So all of it just stuck with me. So when I got back after that one, I was kind of, I don't know what I was having issues with it afterward. So going back was helpful to them because I was keeping the story alive, and I was doing work in fundraising and stuff like that. But it was also helpful for me because I could start to see the recovery. I went back 3 months after, and even then you started to see, it was still really bad, but you're starting to see some signs of healing. And I went back a year after, which was much better. And then I just went back for the 10-year, and the 10-year was great. And what the folks there told me was that at the 10 years, every anniversary it had been sort of sort of like a day of mourning. And this year they decided it was going to be a day of celebration because of how far the city had come in 10 years with the rebuilding. There's a neighborhood right down the street from the hotel that was completely obliterated, just gone. And now there's new houses there and stuff. And that was really cool. And just seeing stuff like that, it's like you're ending the story on a good note.
I did see a lot of your posts on X, where they gave you even signs that said welcome back. That had to be really, I mean, it was heartwarming to me, and it wasn't even me.
It was, the locals were so appreciative that we had rescued people and stuff, and they haven't forgotten. And when we come back, they put up these welcome signs. It's incredible how they treat us. This part of the Philippines. It's way far from Metro Manila. It's in an area called the Eastern Visayas. This is where Imelda Marcos, who was the wife of the leader of the Philippines for much of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Imelda Marcos was the wife of Ferdinand Marcos. She's from there. So she's a very important person in Philippine history. She was there for the 1-year anniversary, and we were her honored guests for dinner, which was really kind of blew me away. But that's how nicely they treat us in this city, Tacloban City, by the way. So we get special treatment, which is really nice. And and we get to really participate. There were a lot of ceremonies and events and things. And we were just, Mark, James, and I, the guys I chased with, we went to all the events and stuff. And it was just great to participate in it, to really feel like we're participating in the recovery, which is ongoing.
Yeah. And I'm so glad you got the chance to go back, Josh, because I can only imagine the feelings and just everything you experienced. It's almost kind of coming full circle, and the fact that this year was a celebration is the positive outlook, and hopefully they never have to deal with any kind of natural disaster like that ever again. Yeah, and I would love to kind of turn it to this year, Josh, and chasing and everything. It's been an interesting year, and I would love for you to kind of just break down the different storms you chased and the weather pattern and everything going on there.
It was an interesting year. Just like there's something about this year that just in terms of the Atlantic, it was just, wow, hard to get a feel for it. It was these dead periods and then these just crazy bursts of activity and then dead periods. There was just no rhythm to it. I think for a lot of folks who are kind of maybe, they started following hurricanes in the last decade. And I'm talking about maybe sort of younger weather enthusiasts or younger chasers, people in the early 20s. They grew up in they started following weather, let's say in the mid-teens or in the last decade. And they're used to the US getting just slammed by category 4 and 5 hurricanes every year, multiple hurricanes, lots of majors. Okay. So then this year seems kind of whoa, what happened? There was only one hurricane hit the US. That's kind of weird. Okay. This year was actually the normal year. This was actually now we're getting back to how normal climatology of the US some years gets hurricanes, some years doesn't. We got one hurricane on the average. The US gets I think 2 hurricanes a year. So sort of more of an average year, but it feels weird because we've had, starting in 2017, the United States is just, except for 2019, every year we've just gotten slammed by really bad hurricanes. And I should say, although this year seems not as bad, we did get a major hurricane, Hurricane Idalia. So it does continue the trend of a major hurricane landfall every year since 2017, except 2019. But we're still in quite a streak, but it definitely, for Americans, it was a little quieter. Now it was really busy, but everything was just kind of a lot of fish storms, a lot of stuff way out in the Atlantic. So it seemed like we were getting a lot of activity, but where it forms is just as important as how much forms.
And where it hits.
Yeah. Exactly. Stuff just couldn't seem to get west over to North America, which of course was great news for everybody.
Yes. We talk about that all the time. It's you could tell people it's a busy season. You have 20 named storms out in the Atlantic and maybe nothing hits the US. They're oh, no, it didn't happen. It did. It just wasn't hitting here. Or you get one and it hits a major metropolitan area.
Exactly. And that applies to the whole globe. The last decade has been a pretty bad one in the United States. And we've been getting so many just huge historical impacts, Laura, Ida, Ian, and then so many others. But what's interesting is when you look at worldwide, hurricane activity. And of course, they don't call them hurricanes everywhere. They call them typhoons or cyclones, but what we call a hurricane. Worldwide hurricane activity the last several years has actually been well below normal. So it's been really busy in our part of the world, like Gulf of Mexico, Western Atlantic. We've been a little hotspot of activity, but worldwide, when you look at like around Australia and like Western Pacific, activity has actually been below normal when you look at the accumulated cyclone energy, which surprises a lot of people who they're only focused on our little part of the globe.
Were you in Otis? Did you go to see, were you?
No, that's a really painful topic for me. And I'm like totally not joking, no, seriously, it's good to talk about it because it's therapeutic,
You let it out. You let it out, Josh. You're in a safe space.
And this is the first time I'm talking about it like publicly, but it was one of those systems. I looked at it and I looked at all the computer models, I looked at everything, and I just was not sensing the potential, and I didn't go. And then of course it did that rapid intensification, and by the time I realized what was happening, it happened so fast, it was too late to get down there. And it pains me now to think about it. It's not just that I live to cover these big events, but Mexico, I've always considered Mexico to be like, that's my real passion. I love just Mexican hurricanes are like my thing, and specifically the west coast of Mexico. Like that's like totally like my turf, and I'm really an expert in that region. And to miss the biggest event in a century on that coast, it just it's really
feel bad. Everybody missed it. Everybody missed it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so I'm curious, why do you think that was, Josh? What happened there? And at what point during that process of intensification were you like, okay, this is actually going to be serious?
Well, almost no one chases on the west coast of Mexico. I'm the only one. So I like once in a while someone else might go down there, but generally like no one. Most chasers just don't like to go there for whatever reason. So I wouldn't expect anyone else to be down there, but I expect myself to never miss a big event down there. But it was, it's an indication of the limits to our ability to forecast intensity. So there's two things. When there's a hurricane, you're forecasting, you're trying to anticipate the track, where it's going, and the intensity, how strong it's going to be. So looks like the computer models have gotten better and better and better about forecasting track. They've gotten more and more accurate. Where they still haven't made great advances is intensity. Hurricane intensity is just this weird thing. Sometimes I remember a couple years ago, Hurricane Pamela, an October storm recurving toward the coast of the west coast of Mexico. Everything about it, the computer models, the climatology, everything said it was going to be a big, huge impact. It just fell apart, came ashore as barely a hurricane. Why did that happen? Who knows? And then with Otis, it was the opposite. The models were just not enthusiastic about it. Almost none of them were. I think one model showed.
No, I think it was one, maybe two at the most.
But like odd models that I don't look at generally. But the 5 models that I look at, including 4 hurricane models, none of them showed. It wasn't that they didn't show a category 5. Most of them didn't show a hurricane really, or they showed it barely maybe becoming a hurricane. So it was one of the starkest examples of how sometimes the models just don't get it. But with Michael, that kind of happened too. Not as crazily, but with Michael, when the Hurricane Center issued their first advisory on Michael, they had it coming in the Panhandle as like a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane. Now that was a couple of days before, so it wasn't quite as crazy. Another thing about Otis was how fast it went from a tropical storm to like a category 5 in like 18 hours. So it was an incredible example of RI. Yeah. And I was on the fence. I was like gonna go down there just in case, it was gonna be like something decent, and I didn't. And I'm just, I'll kick myself forever, because it was obviously it was a devastating event. From my point of view, as someone who's interested in meteorology, it was a fascinating event. And I just, and that there's not a lot of data from on the ground there. So I'm like, I would have collected really amazing data. Ouch. But it feels good to talk about.
Don't kick yourself over it. We all got it wrong. Those models were all over the board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they were.
I think one thing I'll say is I think that this is part of the chaser experience. I think everyone who chases professionally or just professionally, everyone who's passionate about it, I think everyone has that event that big event that they missed for whatever reason. And it's like chaser FOMO or whatever, fear of missing out. I think we all have that. I think this was my category 5 miss. So.
Well, I'll tell you what. Hey, before we go to break, Josh, again, thanks for being a part of this and helping to support the American Red Cross. Where can people find your videos and your stuff and check you out?
Thanks for asking. You can follow me on X, formerly Twitter, on Facebook, and on YouTube, just under the name iCyclone. So the letter I and the word cyclone. iCyclone. That's kind of like my brand name. And I also have a TV series, Mission Hurricane, which is on various streaming platforms.
Very good. And again, as we try to help promote the American Red Cross and supporting disaster relief, I'll tell you what, if you can't financially help donate or can't financially give, what you can do is you can certainly get on your social media, get on your phone, and contact people that love weather and are going to like this, and share what we're doing right now, guys. We're going till 10 p.m. tonight Eastern time. So share what we're doing on your social media. Send a text to your friends or family that might like this, so that they might be able to jump on and catch some of this great stuff. We got coming up next hour. We have a reunion with Kim Cunningham. Meteorologist is going to be with us. We got chaser Michael Binsky and meteorologist from Fox, Janice Dean, all joining us coming up next. Stay tuned.
Ooh.
With the wind force, they said they were going to have like a category 4 or 5. It was really traumatic. We panicked and just started raining and storms, and it really did a lot of damage out here in Florida.
When the only thing you have to look forward to in your day is a hot meal, it makes a huge difference.
The American Red Cross shelter, when they took over responsibility for here, it was like home.
And I'm just blessed. Very blessed for American Red Cross to be here. Thank you so much.
But it's our job to tell the story. People expect me to be out there and tell the story. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get our team in the best position to do that.
Through the day, when the roller coaster hits, because it's inevitable, I do this question to myself every time. Something will really piss me off in the show, inevitably, 3 out of the 5 days a week.
So when people see the tornado when you're up close, a big factor is how close you're going to get is what's going on over your head.
I try not to ask too many questions that are all sciencey and inside baseball, but what would my kids ask? Honestly, that's what I think most of the time.
That was a lot of fun with Phil and the gang. They do a great job over there.
Him laughing is funnier than anything.
I don't understand what happened. I really don't.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. We're here all day supporting the American Red Cross and their disaster relief efforts. You know, we're getting ready for Thanksgiving, and a lot of us are going to share some great time with friends and family in shelter and homes. And not everybody's going to have that opportunity because of weather disasters, natural disasters. And so we're really using this time and opportunity to help those that need help. And what's great is we're already over $2,100 in donations. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. And we've been sharing names here as we go. And so any donations you make on our site, again, you can click either on the QR code in the upper left-hand corner of the stream that you're watching, or you can go to bit.ly/WX Pods Telethon. Go to that website as well, and that's where you can make donations. And as they come in, we'll certainly recognize you and thank you for helping to do that. I am excited because this is the hour that we get to have a reunion show. Like if you grew up like me watching Chips and Dukes of Hazzard bunch and all those shows, and then like a few years later they'd have a reunion special, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be great. So we are having a Stormfront Freaks podcast reunion with Kim Cunningham, former meteorologist at the Weather Channel. Kim, it's so good to see you. It's been a couple of years, but welcome back and welcome to the telethon.
Oh, it's so great to be back and great to see all of you. You all look the same. The only difference is Phil has a jacket on.
I know, isn't it?
It's a telethon. I mean, we're trying to red carpet this a little bit, but we've got some of our co-hosts, Jen Watson, Dina Knightley, Mark Masmassaro, and Serena Arnold, all with us today for kind of this special reunion. So I hope some of our Stormfront Freaks listeners and viewers are checking in. But Kim, because I'm sure all of our other friends, co-hosts here have questions. I just want to know what have you been up to? What are you doing right now? We've missed you. Give us a little Kim Cunningham update.
Well, it's been crazy. I don't know if any of you guys have ever built a house from afar. As you know, one of the reasons I dropped out was just because we had to start from scratch building a house in 25 acres and adding a barn dominium to go along with it. My father-in-law may be moving into it. So it's been traveling back and forth between here and Hartwell, which is close to South Carolina. And then working. I've been working a lot for Speechworks, traveling more and more, it seems like. So between all of that, my son is out of school now. So I'm kind of.
Oh my God, already?
Yeah, Alex is done. So
wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So he's, since he has special needs, I'm busy with trying to get him to places, keep him occupied. And also I'm kind of back to like teaching a little bit with him because I'm trying to keep him, it's routine for them. So I have to continuously write your name, things like that. So I wouldn't change it for the world, but it has been crazy. I'm just so happy I can see you guys.
Hey, Kim, I hear it's been said with all the stress of building a house, you should be married at least 10 years or it could be disastrous. So.
She's got Marty. Marty's great.
Marty, he's a rock, and I will say there are some challenges because I don't know about you guys, but my husband has opinions on color.
No way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, decorating.
I didn't expect that.
Really?
I expected opinions on like where the stairs are going and the light switches.
Yeah.
I did not expect colors to come out of your mouth.
Yeah. And so it's been interesting, but thank goodness.
He doesn't paint everything black though, does he?
No.
My husband would paint everything black if he could.
Well, his office, there is some black on some of the walls, but some Georgia colors, but yeah, there for a while, all his vehicles were black. So I get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's been interesting. The good thing is we do agree on a lot of things. So
Is the house done? You guys done with it? Or are you still?
No, she'll be moving in January.
Oh, wow. You're not. Okay.
It's crazy. And I'm not in the basement because the basement is a mess right now. So we're trying to go through things and getting rid of stuff. So including probably Christmas trees.
But that's what I was going to ask you. Do you still have the upside down Christmas tree?
I do.
You got to keep that.
And I just don't know if we have room for it. We really downsized. So Marty's like, put it in your office. You don't have to worry about room because, it goes down like this. Mm-hmm. So you don't really have to worry about taking up too much space. But I have a friend of mine up the street, actually, is a meteorologist. He graduated from University of Alabama, Huntsville this last summer. He's a huge weather geek. And I kind of mentored him all these years. So if I get rid of it, it's probably going to go to him.
And I have to explain to everyone who hasn't been to Kim's house during the holidays, Kim, first of all, it's stunning and beautiful with the decorations.
Spectacular.
But there's like 12, 15 Christmas trees, fully decorated Christmas trees, including the tornado one. Like, it is glorious. I mean, I walk into Kim's house and it's like, it's officially Christmas. Like, it's amazing.
Thank you. Thanks. I love it. This year we downsized. We only did
still a lot of work though. Gosh.
It's a lot of work.
Wait, you downsized and did how many?
Seven.
Seven. All right.
I'll tell you, my kids still remember her house.
I love that. That's what I want.
They do.
That's what I wanted. I want memories. I want people to come in and just feel like it's Christmas and happy and love it, because we come off of Halloween where we scare the living daylights out of kids, because we do it up for Halloween too. So, I have to bring the good in after that. But yeah.
So Kim, we see the Georgia Bulldog shirt, but you've lived in so many different places. How many teams would you have to be wearing right now?
Oh gosh. Oh geez. Let's see.
Ohio State.
Five, six,
Bengals.
maybe six teams. Maybe. So I've been in Georgia the longest though.
Yeah.
I know
you have.
I was only in Ohio for 19 years.
Yeah.
So it's kind of home, even though my family's still in Cincinnati, I still go there a lot in between all this because my mom, I'm trying to get up there to see her as much as possible, but hopefully she's coming down in December. So
good.
Yeah.
Aww.
Crossed.
You gonna make her help move in or something?
Yeah.
Grab a lamp.
She can get the big boxes.
Do everything. She would, trust me. But I'm hoping. Anyway.
So speaking of, you mentioned Ohio and that you were there not quite as long as you've been in Georgia, the 18, 19 years. Tell us a little bit about the Cincinnati tornado that you grew up with.
Yeah, that's what got me into weather. Well, I say that, but then I was interested when I watched, of course, a lot of you. The Wizard of Oz is a big beginning for a lot of people in weather. So that got me interested. But then when I saw a tornado back in 1974, it was the super outbreak of April 3rd and 4th, the most tornadoes at that time in a 24-hour period. So 148. So we were eating dinner and it was about 5:30ish, somewhere in there. And we heard there were tornado warnings all day long, actually. And at that time, which was kind of, you guys, some of you know this, some of you don't, you're too young. But back then it was pretty much a radio. They would break in on the TV once in a while. You only had 3 stations to look at, but it was really, you were following on the radio. So we had the map out and we were tracking where they were saying, okay, it's being sighted here. We were looking on a map and we're like, oh, wow. This could be, if it's keeps going this direction, could be pretty close to us. Well, my brother said, well, I'm going to go out and look. And he went outside and saw it and came in and said, it's out there. So we ran out. There. We ran out and stood on the deck. It's a deck that faces to the west. And we've got this beautiful view and you could see it. And at that time, it was causing F3 damage. But when it was in Sailor Park, it was F5 damage. So it had weakened, but it was still the classic funnel supercell. And we just watched it. And my dad finally said, because it was getting closer, he's like, get in the basement. So we ran down to the basement and, we were praying and crying. We could hear it but it missed us to the north. So when my mom left the storm cellar, and because she's kind of like me, she's an adrenaline junkie. She's like, I have to go to the bathroom, but she didn't have to. She didn't want to go out and see. So she runs out there. She comes back and come out of here, kids. And we all ran outside, and you could see it. It was dissipating over on West Fork Road, and all the debris was flying out of it. It was mesmerizing, but terrifying at the same time. So after that, we went out and collected a lot of debris and things that actually were from Sailor Park, which was 10 miles away from us.
Wow.
Wow.
And the west side of Cincinnati is very hilly. And at that time, and you guys probably knew this, there was that myth that tornadoes don't track up hills. They don't go over mountains. So, we all had this kind of false sense of security that, shoot, if it's coming up the west side of Cincinnati, there's so many hills, we're not have to worry about it. But that was not true. But I think we did open all the windows.
I could just see like your mom going like, I gotta go pee. She runs, she comes back, her hair's all messy. Like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Doesn't tell anybody. I wasn't doing anything.
Oh, I would have been
mom's like Kim's mom's like the OG storm chaser really of all time. And we all don't know, we're all just figuring that out.
And she mom, and she joined she was a spotter, everything after that. So my family, they were all part of the whole spotter group there for a long time. So it's kind of in our blood. But anyway, so that's it, Serena. I don't know. Was there anything else?
No, it's just such a cool story. It's just, phenomenal to hear and to be a part of that outbreak, the big 74. I mean, there's not many people in weather, I think, that don't know about that. So it's just fantastic to hear.
Yeah. And, for me, a highlight at the Weather Channel was actually working with Dr. Greg Forbes, because, he's the one who studied, the whole outbreak with Ted Fujita. And so when I knew that, so when I heard he was coming to the Weather Channel, I was like, goo-goo eyed, like, oh my God, the man, Dr. Greg Forbes. And I just picked his brain like every day asking about, because he finally signed one of those, the map that had all the tornado, that they did, where they actually tracked all the tornadoes that day. He signed it for me and gave it to me. I got it framed. So anyway.
That's amazing. Oh my God, what a great piece.
I should say, when you're at the Weather Channel, does everybody have their own city that they're really, you're like, oh, stuff going on in Cincinnati, I got this? Or, Do
you mean that we talk about our hometowns more than usual, or a certain town that we like?
Yeah. Does everybody have their favorite spot? And so they're all like, I got this part,
Probably. I had, my mom would say, gosh, you talk about Cincinnati a lot. You've got to not talk about it so much.
How can you not? It's love.
That's what I said. Every time I say Cincinnati, I'm thinking of you. But yeah, I think so. And I think the same thing about types of weather too, that a lot of meteorologists and television, they have their favorite type, right? Mine was tornadoes, Cantori's was snowstorms, so hurricanes. Gosh, who was big down there? I forget who else was.
Everybody had their niche,
Florida State, everybody has their niche.
Yeah.
So anyway, and you kind of stuck with those as well. So it's kind of, you had your favorites, a little bit of everything there.
It's always helpful when you're from someplace and the terrain, the area, and that just gives you a little bit more help on what you think is going to happen. So
very true, because I could name all the interstates. I mean, all the little things going on. Some of the
you name the towns right. You don't say the name wrong.
That's right. You don't say Montana.
So Kim, what are you doing to still stay connected to weather? What are your what do they call it? Your indulgences that you still see yourself doing daily or weekly or monthly that still keeps you connected?
Well, I think friends and family, because they will text me, Kim, what's going on? Here, I've got this going on. So, but Pivotal Weather, I'm on there all the time. I'm just double checking to see what's going on, looking at the models. That's really it. I follow, some people on Twitter. I'll jump on there once in a while. I'm not on there on X, excuse me. not on there a lot, but I'll get on once in a while. But that's really it. I've been so busy, Phil.
Yeah.
You know, I look forward to when things calm down. I see a year from now, because it's probably going to take us a whole year to really get settled in. And, you know, when you move, you got to find doctors, all that stuff. So,
oh, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, we miss you, Kim. And it
do.
was great that at least for 15 to 20 minutes, we had a chance to have our Chips reunion, if nothing else. It's been a lot of fun. So good to see you. We love you. Good luck with all of that. And you know, if you always have a home here with the Freak. So if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, everybody. Cool. I miss you guys. Have a great
nice to see you.
All right, so we're going to keep rolling on with the telethon. Don't forget, you can donate, help us out, share the word, whatever you need to do to help us raise. We're still shooting and climbing to $3,000. So see what you can do to be a part of that. We're going to be right back with storm chaser Michael Binsky. So stay tuned.
The climate crisis is upending millions of lives across the country and around the globe. We are witnessing a striking number of natural disasters with greater severity than ever before. In fact, the number of billion-dollar disasters in the U.S. has increased by 70% over the past decade. The number of families affected will continue to rise in both volume and suffering. However, these disasters leave their most profound mark on low-income communities, as well as those who are older or living with disabilities. The people most impacted by climate disasters are already the most vulnerable. The devastation has a compounding effect on these communities, and we need your help in the face of this humanitarian crisis. Your support is critical and will help the American Red Cross remain at the front lines to provide aid as disasters intensify. As a leading disaster responder in the U.S., we're launching nearly twice as many relief operations than we did a decade ago in response to unrelenting and overlapping disasters. And sadly, many of the same communities are ravaged repeatedly. This crisis has stretched our ability to provide life-saving meals, shelter, health and mental health services, financial aid, and more to people with no place else to go. That's why we're expanding our capacity to deliver emergency aid, enhancing our large-scale relief and recovery services, using innovation where we can, and growing partner support networks in disaster-prone communities. Internationally, we're implementing new programs to reduce climate disaster risks in some of the most vulnerable high-population areas. We're also creating grassroots pre-disaster plans and engaging with youth leaders to expand their local impact. We each play a role in responding to this crisis. So at the American Red Cross, we are also doing our part to reduce our own environmental footprint through cutting emissions, waste, and water use. Even with all of these efforts combined, we need to do more. With your help, the American Red Cross will invest $1.1 billion over the next 5 years to meet the growing needs of this humanitarian crisis. Your commitment ensures we can continue to help those who need it most.
All right, welcome back to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. We're continuing to move on, and we have got a great guest with us. And I'll say this: so Michael Binsky is with us, storm chaser. He's a filmmaker. He might, and I should look, but he might hold the record for the most appearances on the Stormfront Freaks of any guest that we've had. It might be 5, maybe, or something like that.
Really?
But he,
That's
you know,
good.
as Saturday Night Live, they always like promote. They're like,
I'm the 5-timer.
5-timers, and yeah. So Mike, you might be holding the jacket for the first time 5-timer.
Oh my God!
In
I had
Stormfront
no
Freak. We're not going to count this because this is Weatherpods, and we got a bunch of other great people involved. I do want to do this, Mike, before we get to you. We've got Tim Pounds, Jared Smith, and James Brierton with Carolina Weather Group that are behind the scenes. They're all day today. They are bringing in our guests into the green room and our co-host and moving people in and out and coordinating all the breaks and all this stuff. And these guys are doing a tremendous job. So just a shout out to them as well. And again, we've got Dina, Serena, and Maz from Stormfront Freaks with us. So, Mike, I'm gonna jump to you, and before the co-hosts get to their questions, first off, welcome to the telethon. But I want to know, you've seen as a storm chaser, I'm sure you've stumbled upon a number of disasters after the fact when you storm chase, and I guess you've always done a good job of being at a distance with some of your great time lapse stuff, but I'm sure you've come across something. What's been most memorable to you?
Well, like you said, it's kind of interesting. I get all twisted with that because I don't tend to hang back enough. So if there's a storm, I tend to be in front of it because I'm trying to capture it coming at me, and I'm a little obsessed with that. And that kind of ruins me. Last year I had to take a break and go on the backside of a storm by Roswell and just get the erupting storm moving away. And it was stunning. But even then I was mad because I saw the supercell structure pick photos from other people on the other side, and I was jealous. So I don't tend to so if there's a big tornado or something that hits something, I'm not usually there. And I know it's one of those things where if I go back, sometimes you're in the way and stuff. And I haven't been around a real damaging one other than Wynnywood. And that one was so crazy. And that was early on for me. So I think what I tend to see a lot, because I chase the monsoon out here more than anything, is a lot of, I see cars that hydroplaned a lot out here because they're racing 75, 85 on the Arizona, highways, and a big thunderstorm will just drounce the freeway. And then I was doing a BBC show with these film crew, and we were driving in this pouring rain. I'm like, this is the kind of stuff that's dangerous, is people hydroplane in this. And I've seen cars flipped over and seen tires still spinning. And so sure enough, we turned around and went back that day to film something else. And there was a car and police around it that had hydroplaned into the median. So I tend to see that stuff, I feel like, a little more than I've seen a really big kind of disaster, I guess. So
now, where are you again? Because I see cactus in the background.
I live in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm born and raised, lived here for 48 and a half years. So it's a wonderful place to live.
What's the monsoon? What was the monsoon season like this year?
It sucked. I
didn't see a lot about it, so I assume that was your answer.
Last year, I kind of did determine how great or how active a storm was based on the number of days that I have photographs in Lightroom. And so last year, 2022, I had 45 days I chased monsoon, which, it started mid-June, June 18th, and I was still chasing storms October 10th, which was crazy.
Wow.
And
it was a crazy monsoon.
That was 2022. 2023, it started 2 or 3 weeks late. There was no storms to chase till middle of July, and then it ended early September basically, and that was it. I think I had 23 chase days compared to 45 the year before. So It was very it just was not very good. There was a few stretches. I got some nice pictures because when you get out there and work hard and are on these storms a lot, you can kind of make magic out of that, even a poor season. But and there was some good lightning storms and some fun stuff, but yeah, definitely not as good, and very hot in the Phoenix area, and probably other place in the desert. We had a stretch, and I can't remember now because I'm getting too old to remember dates and records, but we had 110 plus temperatures for a month or two straight. It was something
brutal this summer.
And there are
That's awful.
I had a ficus tree out front that they do good out here. It must have lost a third of its leaves. I had piles of leaves I was raking up once a week underneath it. It had shed its leaves for the fall because it just got so shocked from the heat. And then there was places where saguaro, maybe they were replanted somewhere the Desert Botanical Gardens or somewhere, but they were falling over, dying because of the heat. And you're Cactus can't take the heat, then there's
How do
something
you
really
live in that
wrong.
heat?
Yeah,
That's what I don't
Yeah.
understand.
So
Yeah.
for me, it was a sure, I'm looking around the valley, and it's not just the ficus trees. There were other trees that were turning brown this summer. I'm like, this is like the climate change kind of thing happening, where we are now going with a stretch of days where it's 110 plus for so long that certain types of, vegetation and trees and cactus, even, it might be too much for them, and they're not going to be able to survive here, much longer. So
Yeah, but
it was
Mike,
rough.
it only feels like 100, right?
No,
It only feels like
that is such
127.
crap. That is such crap. But no, yeah, everyone when you're from here and you hear the it's a dry heat. It's sometimes, it's it's when it's like May or wherever, and it's 103 and the humidity is low, and at night it's 72. It's actually, it's kind of a dry. You go in the shade, it's nice. But in the summer and in July, when it's 112 and there's still, the dew point is still 55 degrees, and it only gets down to 95 at night for a low. When you walk out of your house at midnight to go on the patio, you're like, oh, maybe I'll sit on the patio and read a book, and it's still 95 degrees. It's just, it's kind of awful. So,
oh my God.
So.
This is making me far too uncomfortable. Let's talk about supercell thunderstorms instead.
Yes. Yeah, that's more fun to me.
oh my God. So I love how you were saying, you're standing back. We've got all kinds of storm chasers that are joining us here today. Ones that think zero metering is the way to go, and ones that don't. So talk to us a little bit, for those who want to know more about seeing that structure, getting those pictures. You have tours. You've got some photography trips. You've got ways for people to learn what you do and how you do, right?
Absolutely. I do kind of 4 tours a spring for a week at a time, and they're very small. I take them in my 4Runner, and there's usually 2 people, maybe 3. Sometimes I have someone help me. The last few years I haven't, and it's just been me, and I'm kind of getting back to just doing it by myself, it feels like. And I've had people come along who've never done it before. There's a guy named Darren who lived in California, epic tattoo artist. And he went with us a few times. He was there for some really big days, this sublet supercell day, and we saw a couple of good tornadoes and stuff. And then he moved to Denver and chases storms on his own. And this last year I was south of 70, east of Lyman, shooting the supercell, and I pull up and there's Darren and this other girl, Paige, and I'm like, "What's up, man?" It's like he went with us and learned kind of how it goes, and then now he moved there, and he's doing it himself in the spare time. So that's definitely a way, I think, to learn it safely. If you go out by yourself to want to learn it, that's how I did it, and you can do that, but then it might take a little longer to get comfortable with, hey, how should I chase this? If you watch someone who knows what they're doing, then you can kind of get the strategy right away and then put that into practice. So I think that's very helpful.
But did you get a tornado tat from him?
No, I do want to get a tattoo. I haven't. I kind of want like a lightning one, or my kids' names or something, but I need something like that, but I haven't been able to figure out what it should
be. I think I'm going to say this, Maz, when you finally get on one of our storm chase trips, we'll all get some kind of a chase tattoo or something to honor that.
It'd be funny to hire. We could hire Darren sometime to do.
Hey, Darren, can you meet us?
That would be good. Yeah, have him bring his ink and supplies, and we'll hook up at a hotel. And
you can get your the Stormfront Freaks logo or some kind of logo put on. Have them do little logos for everybody. That'd be super funny.
Isn't Alec Baldwin going with us this next time?
Oh God.
No, not that I was aware of anyway. That's news to me. I'm going to ask you this. So Mike, I know you are a pop culture fan and freak. We're going to get off the weather here a little bit because I want to know, those of you that are fans of Marvel Cinematic Universe and the Marvel movies, of which Mike, and this can be part of your answer here, but Mike has actually got some footage in one of the Marvel movies. But I want to know what's happened to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It seems to not have the love and joy it had a few years back.
I saw an article pop up this week that they actually delaying 2 movies that were supposed to release next year to like 2025 now. And there's only one coming out because they're trying to figure out what's going on. And I I remember when Disney Plus came about and they said, hey, we're going to do this WandaVision series and we're going to do Loki and all these series. And then they have all these new characters and movies. And I'm like, you know what? After Endgame was
after Endgame and no Captain America.
Yeah, it was the perfect ending, like 22 movies. And then they decided, hey, we need more. We got to, it's the same. A lot of these shows and pop culture, like things have, is that they make enough money. Like, okay, we got to do bigger and better, more TV shows. More. And now it's convoluted. They're not as good. You got to watch, if you want to go watch the Marvels, I think you have to watch the Miss Marvel Disney Plus show to know who that is. And I'm like, I ran out of time for it. And they've all, the quality has gone down.
Wait, can I just see Thor and Captain America and be done with it?
I know. I was like, hey,
pretty much.
They should just do one Avengers show a year, a series, and then a couple of movies. And that would be great.
So share, Mike, the film that you got some of your footage in and how that came about.
It was Thor 2, and back then, Reed, Timmer, and TornadoVideos.net, they had their YouTube channel, and my Booker Supercell time lapse that I had done had gone viral and was doing really good, and they published it for me as well on their channel, because back then they were published videos, split ad revenue. I'm like, I've only been doing this like 3 or 4 years, so I didn't even have a good YouTube channel at the time. And so because their channel was so big, someone saw it there and emailed them, and they're like, hey, email Mike, it's his video. And so it was like an email. I forget the name of the person, but it was from @Marvel Studios. And I was like, what?
Wow.
And I got very, very excited. And then, but of course I had no idea, how they're going to use it. And, it could have been anything. It could have been the background of a TV in the store window and been kind of pathetic. But then the movie came out. I had my name was in the credits because somebody in Europe, it came out first, and someone messaged me, goes, dude, why is your name at the end in the Thor 2 credits? Why? And I'm like, oh my gosh, it is. Because I had kind of said like, hey, will my name be in there? And they're like, well, we don't always do that, but we can, but it was like Getty Images, Michael Binsky photography, whatever. I'm like, this is so cool. So we went to watch it, and I had no idea where it was in the movie, but there was just this big scene where Loki looks like he dies, like apparently, I could see this planet. The color was kind of reminiscent of that storm, which was kind of apocalyptic, like oranges, greenish tones. And I'm like, this feels like the spot. And there was like dust swirling the background of Chris Hemsworth. The music got all big and dramatic, and they panned back, and it's like the whole top half of the screen was like my time lapse swirling over this planet, and then Thor and Loki and Jane are all like kind of tiny, and I was like, oh my god. And I had 8 friends that went with me to see it that night, and they're all looking at me and they're like, is that it, and I'm like, that's it.
I've been crying like a baby.
Oh, I was so excited. And then we stayed, you stayed at the end of the movie in Marvel movies for the post-credit scene. And then my name popped up during the credits, and we all just start cheering really loud in the theater, and everybody's looking around like they, missed some big
like
Easter
Thor
egg.
sitting there and they didn't know it.
Yeah, they had no idea what they just missed, and we were just like not saying anything.
Good for you.
Yeah, that was real. That was amazing. I got on some local news interviews for that. That was really fun.
That's nice.
That's so
guessing
amazing.
Your follower numbers went up quite a bit, didn't they?
Well, it's one of those things that it was more like street cred, which there's the old photography thing that people tell you that is never do anything for credit. It's so you got to get paid for your work. Don't do anything credit. It doesn't help. I've had my name on NBC Nightly News with like dust storm footage or the Weather Channel, and it's not like my followers go skyrocketing the next day when my name appears on like NBC Nightly News next to a video. So I know though that, one time I ran into a storm chaser at a restaurant in Denver, and I walk in and they go, Thor, or whatever. And I was like, that was more worth it, for the street cred of kind of permanently you have your name in this movie, and it's a Marvel movie. And I love, granted, it's one of the probably lowest rated Marvel movies, but I love Thor.
It was
lowest rated
Thor.
by how many million those still saw it. So let's be honest.
No, it's very, very true. It's very true.
Be honest.
Yeah,
so
I haven't seen Thor 2 yet, and I tell you what, well, guess what the next movie on my list is? I swear I'm going to see it.
I've seen
just
it, Mike.
For that
it's
now.
awesome.
Yeah, it's not horrible. There's been worse. But it was that was a huge moment. So I was pretty excited.
Well, Mike,
Yeah,
thanks so much for. Oh, go ahead, Serena. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, you told me the movie has Chris Hemsworth in a supercell thunderstorm. I
Yeah.
mean, what more does a person?
I'm pretty sure.
How bad could this be?
I'm pretty sure he's shirtless at some. He's shirtless at some point in it.
Yeah,
in
Hard to
the
tell the
theater that
difference.
night.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. Well, hey, on that note, Mike, thanks again for taking the time and sharing your time with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for doing this. This is really awesome. I appreciate it. I hope it goes well.
Where's the best place someone can find you? Some of your footage. Movies?
Just look up Mike Olbinski and all the places, YouTube and Instagram, etc., and you'll find me.
Very good. I do want to shout out, we do have an anonymous donor that donated another $50 to the cause. So thanks to whoever that happened to be.
Awesome.
We're continuing to kind of roll on with the telethon, but just want to remind everybody that, all of these guests that are joining us today are donating their time to hopefully entertain, share some great stories, maybe some great education on weather for all of you. And if you can help out, even if it's just a little bit, $5, anything like that, every little bit counts to help those that suffer from these disasters, weather disasters, natural disasters, whatever they happen to be, with the Red Cross. So again, thank you for everybody donating. We're going to continue on. We're going till 10 p.m. tonight. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with an interview with Janice Dean from Fox Weather.
Hello, my name is Karen Koski Miller, Disaster Mental Health Lead for the American Red Cross. If your child has experienced a local or large-scale disaster, you may see some surprising behaviors from them that you're not sure what to do about. While it might be hard to know exactly how to be there for your child, especially if you are struggling with your own emotions, it's important to remember that it is your love and support that will help them feel secure and safe again. After a disaster, certain thoughts and behaviors are common in children, such as anxiety, fear the disaster will happen again, worry about the safety of themselves and the people important to them, a step back in certain developmental milestones, such as wetting the bed after being potty trained for a while, and clinginess or separation anxiety with loved ones. They may also be more irritable or tearful and have some challenges with learning or remembering things, even schoolwork and chores. Children may also express their feelings through play, sometimes by replaying the disaster they experienced. These behaviors and feelings are common after a stressful and traumatic event, and your reassurance, love, and extra patience and affection can help soothe their worries. There are some concrete things you can do to help, such as listen to what they understand about the disaster, gently correct any misperceptions or misinformation, openly discussing what happened in an age-appropriate way. Identify and validate feelings your child may be having. Depending upon the age and developmental level of your child, they may not be able to understand or communicate their feelings to you without your help. Provide extra affection and comfort. Provide a bit of extra patience. Certain tasks that were routine before the disaster may be hard to remember or complete now. It's okay to step away for a moment if you need to, and remember to offer words of appreciation for the jobs they do complete. Try to keep at least one routine in your day the same as before the disaster. Simple things that you used to do before the disaster can help your child feel safe. Brushing teeth, cooking together, and reading a story before bed can bring security back into your child's life. Assure your child that you do everything you can to keep them safe. Check in with them on a regular basis about how they're doing and feeling. Stay positive with words and actions. Remind them what helpers are doing to keep people safe too. Be aware of your child's exposure to the news or other information about the disaster. Young children may not understand the 24-hour news cycle and think the images they see are the event happening again and again. Children may not understand the language and fill in the blanks, often with ideas that are far worse. And finally, remember to care for yourself so that you can be there for your children. Identify other adults for your support and whom you can talk to about your concerns. However possible, work on creating a safe environment for you and your child to have the time needed to heal and recover from the event, with no pressure from you to be the person they were before the disaster. While it may be difficult, remember that staying positive, routine, and providing a little extra TLC can make a huge difference in your child's resilience after a disaster. If you are concerned about your child in recovery, there are people who can help. Ask. That's the first step. If you would like to learn any additional information or to have a disaster preparedness presentation scheduled at your child's school, go to redcross.org/youthprep.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. We are going strong. It's only, 3:45 Eastern. We're going till 10 o'clock Eastern tonight, so I don't even know if we're halfway through. I can't do the math. All three of you are meteorologists, so maybe you guys can do the math a little better. Maz, Dina, Serena.
You're not quite there.
But anyway,
Almost.
so we had the joy. We'd reached out to Janice Dean, the weather machine with Fox Weather. She's a senior meteorologist there, and we reached out to her because we wanted her to join us as well. And she's actually, I believe she's down in Nashville, Tennessee this weekend for Fox. And so she's kind of busy doing that, but she was gracious enough to be able to pre-record something with us. So we're going to air this. Hasn't been aired yet before, so this is the first time anybody's going to see this. But here's what's interesting is, I mentioned Mike Olbinski, who we just had on as a guest. He probably, and this is unofficial, but he's probably been on Stormfront Freaks the most out of any guest. We're going, almost 198 episodes now. But Janice Dean might be in second place on that, because Janice has been on with us a number of times just because she's great, a lot of fun. She gets a lot about what our podcast is, which is, I mentioned earlier, I had already started drinking, I think, at 2 o'clock. And mentioned, and you guys would appreciate this, right? That Stormfront Freaks, we've been known to be a drinking show with a weather problem.
Yeah.
But Janice really gets that, and I know you guys all love Janice as well. So I think let's go ahead and we'll air that interview. So welcome. We are with senior meteorologist at Fox News. She's also an author and now also a podcaster. So maybe we've inspired her a little bit as well. But Janice Dean, welcome to the telethon.
Thank you, Phil. And what a wonderful idea. I appreciate everything you do. And the fact that you are helping others, is really commendable.
So I talked about inspiration, and I think what's great about your story, Janice, because I know we've had you on a few times and had a chance to chat with you, but I think your story into weather is really unique and really inspiring. So for those that maybe aren't aware, if you can kind of share how you got into the position you're in now and where you came from.
Well, I know a lot of people that get into meteorology had maybe a big storm that they experienced. Growing up in Canada, I was born in Toronto, but I grew up in Ottawa. I remember ice storms impacting our area. At one point in the 90s, we had such a bad ice storm that the National Guard had to come up to our city, because it was shut down. So that certainly impacted me. I've always been someone who loves science and math. And when I go out to schools to talk to kids about getting into meteorology, I encourage them to do well in science and math. I was just telling somebody this the other day, that I was really smart in math up until 6th grade, where I was doing enhanced math and loved it, really excited about it. But then when I got into high school, I had this one teacher Mr. Rowan.
Oh yeah.
And I think I didn't do well on a test, and he kind of pulled me aside and said, math might not be your thing. And I just remember that day, it kind of changed my trajectory a little bit, right? Because before I was really pumped up, yes, I'm good in math, yes, I'm good in science. And then I was like, maybe I'm not. But circle back to when I started taking meteorology classes again, when I got to Fox, and I was really good in math. I mean, we had to do the thermodynamics. Obviously, that's the component in broadcast meteorology. And I loved it. I loved it when I got the right answer. I also love statistics. That's something that we also had to take. So, I tell this story because it takes one teacher to really like make you feel great and want to do something. Also one teacher to kind of make you think that you're not good at something. So I think it's really important. I remember all the great teachers that I've had over the years. And when I came to Fox, I majored in broadcast, radio, television broadcasting. I started in journalism in university in Canada, and I was really upset that I couldn't get behind the scenes or in front of the camera or write my own stuff until 4th or 5th year in university.
Wow.
So I was very discouraged by that, right? So I took a year off to kind of figure it out. And I knew that I wanted to get into broadcasting, and I loved radio. I loved being able to tell a story with my voice. So there was a college in my neighborhood, Algonquin College. I took radio, television, broadcasting. I signed up and I loved it. I loved everything about it. The teachers were in the industry. So if you were a good student, they wanted to help you out. And that's exactly what happened. I started in radio. I worked at a lot of different radio stations. I did news. I was a reporter. I also DJ'd. So I had sort of that basis of broadcasting, being able to tell a story. And so I did that for a few years. And then I had a news director in my hometown say, I was doing a telethon, I remember, and representing the radio station. And he said, you're good on television. Would you like to come in and fill in for our weather guy? And I was just like, oh, that's an interesting job. I never thought about something like that. So that's kind of how I started. I was a fill-in, but at the time, 30 years ago, you didn't need the educational background that you need now to be a meteorologist. So that's how I kind of got into starting doing weather, is my hometown, and I was doing it part-time. And I remember we had to draw our own cold fronts and areas of low pressure and high pressure on this system that took hours to upload.
Artistic skills.
Oh, absolutely. So I didn't love that part of it, but I did love, delivering a forecast on television. So when I came to Fox many years later, actually, this is my 20th year here, by the way. So
well, congratulations. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
January 5th will be my 20th year at Fox. They hired me as, weather presenter, weather reporter. And then I went back to school, which is what a few of my friends did. They majored in something else, but they got into television, and then they maybe didn't fit the mold of a news anchor or a news reporter, and they maybe had an entertainment reporter already. So my boss at the time was like, have you ever done the weather before? And I was like, as a matter of fact, I have. And so that's kind of how it started. And then I went to, Mississippi State, did the broadcast meteorology courses there, and got my seal of approval many years ago. So I did it backwards, but it's not because I didn't have an interest in weather. I just did it, differently from everyone else. But I will tell you this, and I do encourage people that want to become broadcast meteorologists, is to do radio, do reporting, write the news, because all of those things I felt gave me more confidence and made me the broadcaster that I am today.
Sure. That's a good point. Very good point. I know your meteorological background, you have responded or been a part of a group post-Hurricane Harvey down in Houston. So you've seen the effect that weather disasters can bring to cities and communities, I guess. Tell me what was most memorable about that experience down in Texas.
So 2018, Hurricane Harvey was really an incredible hurricane. But the problem with that storm is that as it became just an area of low pressure, it sat around the Houston area and Louisiana area for days and dumped feet of rain. And that was, for them, obviously, to have a hurricane is one thing, but to have an area of just a low pressure. I always say in this business, it doesn't take a named storm to cause a tremendous amount of damage. And that's what happened. It was, I think in some areas it was over 50 inches of rain in and around the Houston area. And I lived in Houston for a number of years. So I had friends and who I consider family that lived there that was going through it. I remember actually texting my friend Karen and telling her, this is going to be really bad. Like, you guys need to really make a plan here. And at one point, the water was rising so fast that they had to go to the highest level of their home. And some people were, taking an axe and going onto their roof because it was rising so fast and furious. But the after effects of that, the impact was enormous, especially across areas that didn't have flood insurance. So I went down to meet them after Hurricane Harvey, and to, see these people who normally would not be able to rebuild or repair, to go into their area and say, I'm going to help you and you don't have to pay me anything.
Sure. Yeah. And volunteers obviously play a very big role for the American Red Cross as well. And I know that's a big part that we're trying to help support here. You are a very busy individual, Janice. You've written a few books. I've mentioned earlier your own podcast. I guess what are some of the projects and things that you're working on here in the future?
That's a good, for many years, I was writing a lot of books. I did the children's series, Freddie the Frogcaster, which I'm very proud of. Freddie had 5 different adventures, a hurricane, a snowstorm, a tornado, flash flood, and a thunderstorm. And so, because I love teaching kids about weather in schools, like, you go out there and they all want to tell you about a storm that they went through. And I thought it's really important to be able to explain the science behind the storm, and that can kind of take a scare out of it if kids are going through something. Their parents can read to them and talk to them about something that maybe has happened or might happen in the future. And then I wrote a couple of adult books. I did Mostly Sunny, which is a book about my life and how I got to where I am today. I was also diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, open and honest about that. And the other 2 books that I did, Make Your Own Sunshine and I Am Doing Amazing Things Despite Challenges. So I've been writing for many years now, and I'm taking a break. I enjoy taking a break. I will tell you, the podcast is something that I really, really enjoy because it comes full circle for me. I started in radio. I love telling the story without the hair and makeup, which I'm grateful for, by the way. We have a village here that helps me with that at Fox. But there is something very intimate about telling a story on the radio. So be able to do that on a podcast and meet people and not have to go to a commercial break after 5 minutes is really awesome.
Right. Great. And a little bit of a shameless plug.
Yes.
And I didn't realize this. So January 4th of 2024. So Stormfront Freaks, we are celebrating our 200th episode, and we're going to be up on and at the Mount Washington Observatory, cold weather. But we may as well do it either on the poles or where you have the worst weather in the world at Mount Washington. But you are going to be able to join us. So I was so glad we were going to work this out on the 4th, but didn't realize we were tying this into your 20th year anniversary at Fox.
Isn't that serendipitous?
That is great.
And it's a bucket list of mine too. I've always wanted to experience it. So when you emailed me and said, hey, would you like to do this with us? I was like, of course. And to put the cherry on top and the icing and some candles. Yes, we'll be celebrating my 20th birthday here at Fox News.
Yeah, that'll be great. So we're looking forward to a lot of fun with that. But again, that'll be January 4th is when we'll go live with our broadcast and share some time with Janice there as well. So let our listeners and viewers, let us know how we can find you on social media and get some more information.
Well, you can find me, of course, on Fox and Friends every morning, Monday through Friday. You can also visit me on X. I can't get used to that. Can you get used to that now? Twitter,
no,
X.
we're still saying Twitter.
I know, me too. So you can find me at Janice Dean, and then on Instagram, it's Janice Dean FNC, on Facebook at Janice Dean. And then I think I'm on Threads too, but that's enough information that you need about me.
You think so? It's you might be on Threads, but it's probably not maybe a lot of information there. But but thanks for joining us and giving us some time, Janice, to help support the American Red Cross and in our weather telethon. And certainly want to encourage people to help donate and give to help support those that need assistance during some severe weather disasters. So thank you again, Janice.
Oh, thanks for having me. And I appreciate all that you guys do as well. So thank you to the Red Cross. And I hope people will give generously to this wonderful organization.
All right. Well, we appreciate Janice Dean taking some time to be with us and really helping to support the American Red Cross. I do want, before we take a break here, shout out to Michael Binsky, who we just had on the show, donated $100
Oh,
to
so
Red
nice.
Cross. So thanks, Mike.
Aw.
And we have an anonymous donor at $50 and a second anonymous donor at $25. So thank you for helping to support our cause as we're trying to push now to $3,000. Help us get to that point. I do want to say Janice is going to be joining us up at the Mount Washington Observatory on January 4th as the Stormfront Freaks. We're going to celebrate our 200th episode. And thanks to Serena Arnold helping to get us set up there as well. But we're going to be live from the Mount Washington Janice Dean will be there. Reed Timmer's coming with us as well. So we're going to turn it over. Coming up next, the WeatherBrains with Ken Graham, Mike Bettis, and Dr. Neil Jacobs. So we're rolling on. Stay with us.
We were watching the news and he was hearing that it was gonna be raining and flooding, but not even really realizing that, you know, we're in that area to be affected. And so we opened up the door and then there was just like a lake. I really don't know how we made it out. The first thing that goes through your head is you've got to get home because you don't have nowhere else to go. Red Cross would bring us meals, and it fed me, Brandy, and Matt for the week. And it was really good. We live like outside of the city limits. So for Red Cross to come all the way out here, that's something. That says a lot. You know, no one's left behind kind of feeling.
Immediately after the floods, all of us at Rebuilding Together had the same thought. We've got to do something. We've got to make sure that we are helping our neighbors, our community, get back to their normal, to whatever that looks like. So that included helping them move their items out, which was emotionally heartbreaking. And then when we were finally able to do that, it was the cleaning, the making sure that we got the mold out so where it was, you know, habitable for them to return, to reinstalling the walls and the insulation and the painting, the texturing, really adding the things that make a home. That's what we've been doing. But it would not be possible to do all of this without the financial assistance that we've gotten from the Red Cross.
Well, Brandy is Down syndrome. She's not vocal. As a mother, you're born to protect. You're born to protect that child. Well, you know, we lost everything. And the Red Cross, Rebuilding Together, Baton Rouge, they helped put my baby's room back together again. And this is Brandy's room. You just do not know what that is for a mother. When you think you can't do, someone else got your back doing it for you. You all are the ones who bring the gift of possibility.
One in the weather world, I'm Bill Murray from WeatherBrains, your guide and host for this hour's segment of the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. We used to could say on WeatherBrains, Jen Naramore, that we were the world's only weather podcast, but now all we can say is we're the oldest. Soon to enter our 19th year. We want to thank all of our friends at all the other fabulous weather podcasts, especially the other three that have put this on today. Phil Johnson, the Storm Front Freaks, the Carolina Weather Group, Chaser Chat. They've done such a fabulous job putting this together. It is truly, Rick Smith, a very professional operation, unlike anything we do on WeatherBrains.
It's much more professional today than it is on Monday night. So I'm kind of nervous to be here, actually.
Yeah, we really are. We don't have our fearless leader in this hour, but he is going to join the podcast, the Telethon, in the 5 o'clock Eastern hour. Of course, many of you know James Spann had urgent surgery Monday night. We started the show thinking he had a stomach bug, and we ended the show with me not being able to sleep because I just could not imagine, because he texted at 10 o'clock and said, I'm on my way to the hospital. So, boy, this escalated quickly, but by 4:45 in the morning, I had a text saying, I feel like a new man. Can you do the radio for me tomorrow? I'm like, yeah, we can handle it, boss. You just do whatever. Dr. Kim Cloco McLean, he scared us. I don't like that.
Right? James Spann doesn't ever get sick somehow, even though we can't say he ever.
He set such a precedent in terms of what was expected and how to be compassionate about it on the air. And I never forgot that. And I always kind of latched onto that. But, back in the day, you had to load your own frames in what we had called a Quantel paint box. So each frame had a number, the current map or the Northeast map or the satellite picture. There was no there's a little animation here and there. There was radars that you had to dial up. We didn't even have 88D yet when I started. So, it was just a wild ride, man. But, John was very disappointed early on in my tropical updates, and he let me know that. And so one year back in 1992, I remember doing a tropical update because we always did them at 50 past the hour. And, I had talked about, the prospects of this tropical system coming west through the Bahamas. And if it kept going, it was going to come in somewhere between the Outer Banks of North Carolina and the Keys. And so, yeah. And next thing I know, I get off the air because you walked off the air after you did the tropical update and the Michelin Drivers Report. And this guy named Wendell Pickens, who used to dial up our radars for us, he looks at me and goes, "Hey, Jim, Bob Sheets is on the phone." I'm like, "No way. Bob Sheets, the director of the Hurricane Center?" And I just said, "Yeah, right. You're just kidding me." And I started walking away. He goes, No. Bob Sheets is on the phone. So I pick up the phone. "Hey, this is Jim Cantor. What can I do for you?" He goes, "Jim, did you just say that if..." Well, it was Andrew. Okay. I'm not going to screw it. If Andrew to be was going to keep going, it was going to come in somewhere between the Carolina coast and South Florida. I said, "Yes, sir, I did say that." He goes, "Don't ever do that again." I just had every emergency manager on the Southeast coast call me, and they were wondering what the heck's going on with this thing. So remember, back then it was only 3-day forecasts. It wasn't 5-day. It certainly wasn't 7-day outlooks. But I never forgot that moment. And John looked at me later on. He goes, "I'm not too happy about all that, Jim, but in retrospect, Andrew came in on a Monday morning, so it was within your window, so it was a good forecast." And I just never forgot that. That was just a great moment early on.
Yeah, and you really forget about the rapid intensification that Andrew underwent.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
We talked so much about that today, but it had its own extreme case of rapid intensification.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough of that lately. The one that I won't forget this year, guys, is Otis.
Yeah, that was
That's
just
just absolutely
heartbreaking,
unbelievable to
Jim.
me, what happened there. And I can't wait to hear kind of what would we miss, what the models miss, because God forbid that ever happens in the Keys or near Tampa or New Orleans or Houston, really anywhere on the coast. And we don't have time to get people out of harm's way. I mean, that remains today my biggest fear.
Absolutely.
But of course,
No.
Acapulco was a city of 1 million people plus, so that's a whole different animal.
Yeah,
And
it's very terrifying for sure.
they just weren't ready.
Jim, switching gears for just a second, you mentioned one of my favorite Weather Channel people of all time, besides you, of course, and that's Gay Dawson. And I've never been able to keep up with her, but she was an early fixture on the Weather Channel, and I thought she was so good.
Sorry, Bill. I just lost you guys for some reason.
Yeah, did you pick us
I
back
don't know
up?
what happened there.
Did you hear the question? Okay.
No, I didn't read the question. Something came in, and
Yeah, well, I had asked you about Gay Dawson because she was one of my favorites. I think he's allergic to this question. His phone may be allergic to hearing about this. Let's see if we get him back here. And Rick and Kim, I'm coming to you after Jen. So I saw your notes. Jim, you got us back? No. Here we go.
I got you, but unfortunately, I can't hear you. So you know what, guys? Let me. Can I call back in or something?
Yeah, do that.
Now
That
you hear me,
sounds
right?
that sounds great. We'd love that.
All right. I apologize, by the way.
Yeah, what a treat to have Cantori in
Operator
in the first part of our show here. Kim, you mentioned we hope that we get Ken Graham on here soon, but he doesn't come without his own set of disclaimers and things that we had to deal with.
That's right. So the Weather Service comms office, I just chatted with them right before coming on this, and I see he's showing up now. Okay, great. Yeah. They thought he was going to be making it, and they went through the whole process of, okay, this is raising funds, so here's things you can say, can't say, and so he's ready. I'm excited to have him on the show too.
Somebody's telling Ken Graham there's things he can't say. That's interesting.
Yeah, we don't want to talk happy fun ball during this time, Rick, for sure. All right. Well, we're hoping that we get him and Cantori back, and I understand we have Mike Bettis. So we've got a powerful crew here along with our group. I want to mention that, WeatherBrains is going to, match any donation this hour up to our annual donation budget of $1,295. So if you are thinking about donating, please come to during this hour and help us get to $5,000. Total. That's what we're shooting for in this hour. We're in the process right now of getting them all into the broadcast at once here. That's what we're going to do. We got Mike Bettis, Ken, and Cantori. So let's move them all in here. Move them in, I say, and we'll get to talking here. Nothing like live television, right, Rick Smith?
Yeah, it's to be expected. I haven't been able to watch a lot today, but this can't say enough how amazing this is. Just whoever put this together and pulling it off today. If we have a little glitch here and there, that's not too bad at all. I think this is an awesome experience, awesome opportunity that we got today.
Yeah, Jen just pointed out it did go down the tubes after we came on. That's probably very true.
Yeah.
We bring our own level of entropy with us whenever we go. But next up on our Weatherpods telethon for disaster relief today, we've got Jim back. That's good. We've also got Mike Bettis, a renowned meteorologist and storm chaser from the Weather Channel. And like Cantori, his extensive experience, dynamic approach to severe weather made him a household name in the field, and he joins us today. Mike, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
We're doing fantastic. It's been a spectacular day of raising money for the American Red Cross, and hopefully we're going to hit $5,000 during this hour. Mike, we're very excited about that.
Awesome.
Jim, I was in the process of asking you a real quick question, and then so if you get a chance, then I think Kim and Rick have a couple of questions for you. Mike, join in with us here since we got you a little early. But Jim, you mentioned one of my favorite all-time Weather Channel folks, Gay Dawson. She was a fixture in those early shows, and I always thought she was just the best. Tell us a little story about Gay Dawson.
I mean, when I first met Gay, she's just sweet, Southern, humble, always very professional and classy, and that's how she came across on the air too. So it was one of those what you see, what you get, and I think that's one of the cool things about really all of our staff, and Mike can probably attest to this too. Is like everybody is who they are. There's really no difference from the person who you see on the air than really the person behind the scenes. We're the same person. There's no turning it up or turning it down. I mean, granted, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you got to turn it up a little bit, but we're all the same people. Dennis knows. He remembers those days.
Oh yeah, I remember those morning shifts.
I think I took over for you in the
What's
morning.
funny is you're getting up after I go off shift. I'm getting ready to go to bed, so it's like, which is I think I prefer that way rather than getting up in the morning.
I hear you. Trust me, I hear you.
So, Jim, I have a question for you. Of all the weather events you've reported on, which has had the most profound effect on you professionally and personally?
Probably Katrina, simply because, we were out there for so long. Back then, the news cycle was very, very long. And, I also started in Florida. So I covered it when it was just coming in. And then we drove all the way to Gulfport and Biloxi to cover it up there. But to go through something like that and to go through it with 475 of our vets, our heroes, and basically put away the television and all of a sudden help out the Navy CBs in getting these heroes up to the second floor, because it was breakfast hour. I mean, everyone was downstairs for breakfast. All the food was down there. All the drugs were down there. You got guys and gals that can't move. They're in wheelchairs. They're invalids. So that just had a really big impact on me, and I'll never forget it. It was frankly, it was very hard to leave. We spent a lot of days out there. We slept in our car. We had very, very little food, and I mean, if you guys remember back then, a lot, New Orleans kind of stole the show, given the fact that there was so much media there, and you obviously had the levee failures, which was the man-made disaster part of Katrina. So, Mississippi was always kind of the forgotten coast, but eventually media made it there, and we got to tell the story of what was going on there. But it was just hard to witness some of the things that I saw for the first time in my life. And you just never forgot that. And like I said, it was very hard to leave. I almost just felt like I was abandoning everybody. I can't really put it into words. It was just hard to leave. And I never forgot that. So,
yeah, I mean, we had seen you the day before. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you go through these really traumatic experiences, and you think you can handle it, and you think you're going to go out there. You know what your mission is. You got to broadcast, but they stick with you, and they stick with you.
I'd interject and I say one of the most memorable moments for me ever watching the Weather Channel was when Jim was in Mississippi. And I know you remember this, I'm sure, very clearly, Jim. There was a family you were interviewing, and I think the father maybe worked at one of the casinos or something, lost his job, and there was a little boy, broke down into tears. That was tough. That was tough to watch, but that was reality, right? And that was probably the most profound moment I've ever seen Jim Cantori on TV before.
And yours was Joplin, my friend. Nothing can even compare to that. But I know you know what I'm talking about, Mike. You see things you weren't planning on seeing, but you got to do your best to stay on mission, right? And that's what you did, and that's what I did, and hopefully people across the nation got to see what was really going on there and just how bad it was. Yep, I remember.
So, guys, this is an incredible conversation, especially with you and just hearing your recollections of this. I'm going to welcome in somebody else for whom this event, I know, had a profound impact, and we're so excited to have him on the show. The director of the National Weather Service has just arrived. Ken Graham, welcome to the program. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Kim. Good to see you. And just taking in the stories from Jim and the others. And, you know, I just can't help reflect being on the air during some hurricanes and talking to Jim and Hurricane Michael. Jim, if you remember.
Oh, my God. Oh, yes.
Remember you and I on the air, I don't know, probably 7:02 a.m. And you asked how I was feeling. And we both at the same time said we had pits in our stomach. Remember that? Because we knew what was going to happen that day. Remember that? Yep.
I remember it. I'll never forget that, Ken. And that's the problem, guys. You know, when we're out there too, we do know what's going to happen. We know the meteorology. So when it does happen, it's horrible, but you know beforehand just how bad it's going to be. So yeah, and then
talk about Stephanie Abrams that morning, because I've always thought the fact that she made that decision to leave Mexico Beach probably influenced a lot of people.
Actually, you know who you should ask that, Bill? Is Beth. I actually want Mike Bettis to start that story.
Okay, good.
He's going to tell you. he's going to tell you why, because he knows why.
She actually called me, which she hadn't. We're ships passing at night these days. We used to work a lot together. She called me. I was working in the studio, and she says, "What do you think?" And I was like, "Tell me exactly where you are again." And she's like, "I'm in Mexico Beach. We're staying at this place. It's a little bit elevated, but," and I was like, "Oh, Steph, like that gives me a really uneasy feeling. Like, I know you've been doing this for a long time, and I know that if you're questioning it, like you're calling and asking what I think, then it probably tells you everything you need to know." And I remember saying, "I don't think it's worth it. I think you have to leave." And I don't think I've ever said that to anybody before. I think Jim and I talked a little bit briefly via text when he was in Cedar Key, earlier this summer. I was making sure he had a place to stay. He reassured me he was staying someplace safe. But when it was Steph, and I was like, "I don't know if you'll ever get out of there. Like, if you get stuck, like no one's coming for you. Like it's going to be a while before someone gets in there." And so she finally decided. She's like, "Okay." And I think she talked to you too, Jim. It was like, she made the right choice. She made the right choice.
No,
because it could have been a disaster.
You text me and you said something to the effect was, "Jim, I'm really worried about Steph, and she's scared, and she doesn't know what to do." And so I took it upon myself on the air to say, because we were going back and forth to each other, I said, "Steph, you know what? Listen, hey, if you don't feel good down there, there's plenty of room up here in Panama City. We know we're going to be on the west side of the storm. Come on up with your crew. We got plenty of room up here. Let's broadcast together." And that's exactly what happened. And guys, we don't go out there just to be in the word. I mean, if you don't feel safe in a location, or if it's not a good time to broadcast, we're not going to broadcast. I mean, Mike was mad at me when I was in, what was it, Mike Ian down in Punta Gorda. And I mean, sometimes you just get so caught up in the moment, you just don't realize. I mean, for God's sakes, you're in a 110 mile an hour high wall.
There was this funny moment. I will get a very funny moment, because I was in the studio. Jim was out to getting beat up by the hurricane, and literally the executive producers in my ear like, "Get him off the television! Like, scream at him and tell him to get off the television." So I'm literally like, "Jim, I'm begging you, please, like, come in just for 5 minutes and take a break, because you're getting pummeled out there. Like, pieces of tree are hitting him and stuff." And he's just like, he's in the moment, right? And sometimes when you're in the moment, like, your brain doesn't function like it normally would. And so, like, someone needed to just like say, "Hey, stop for just a second, catch your breath, and let's regroup."
And that was a big moment for me, because I did come in and get out of the way, and I remember that. It's like, what good am I doing out here in this? I mean, yeah, can I take it? Sure, whatever. But at the end of the day, I don't want to become the story. I just want to tell the story. So, basically on the backside of the eye wall, let's do it smarter. We're going to do it in the parking garage. I mean, that was no picnic, but it was definitely a lot safer place to tell the story. And so thanks to Mike, thanks to Nora screaming in my ear, that's what we did. That's what we did.
I want to follow this arc of telling this story. And it's so good that we have such key communicators and a former director of the Hurricane Center and now Weather Service director. You can all come at this question in different ways, I think. And I'll start, Jim, with you.
Okay.
You guys did all these hurricanes that have very different societal outcomes and a lot of nuance to the way you're trying to communicate it. And you just have so much experience in the field. In your view, what helps us to make the outcomes better? How do we effectively engage the public and raise awareness about preparing and responding? How do you think that that is most effectively done in your experience?
You know, I think one of the best things that we've ever done from a network standpoint is the first one I saw of it, and several of the OCMs have done on the Weather Channel, is show the storm surge animation in IMR, where Greg Postel was the guy I'm referencing, and he's standing, talking about how the water comes up, and all of a sudden, it's a single story home, and it's at the top of the roof line. And as a matter of fact, Ken, you remember that because you even said to me, Cantori, that was the best thing to do for storm surge that I've ever seen. So, and I agree. I mean, that kind of image. Here's what your house will look like if you stay. Here's what it may look like. Think about that. Think about where are you going to go? You're going to sit on your roof. You're going to be in your attic. You got an axe. You got a chainsaw. Whatever it is, those kind of images, I think, and that kind of technology that we have at our hands today, Kim, is really great for what we are trying to do and get people out of harm's way. It's not going to get everybody out, okay, but it's going to definitely help. And I think that really helped.
Absolutely. And Mike and Ken, would love your thoughts on this too. What do you think being really effective for helping to inspire action?
I would say, the storm surge thing I think is really important. And the thing that we've done, at least broadcast wise in the last couple of years, is we've put these unmanned cameras on telephone poles, power poles, whatever it may be. And it literally in real time will show you the storm coming in. And that was very effective, I think, during Hurricane Ian, did it during Hurricane Idalia. This summer as well, but Hurricane Ian in Fort Myers Beach, and you could just see the storm surge coming up and up and up and literally going through buildings. Stuff is flowing down the street. And I think when people see that, they're like, oh man, like literally the ocean is in Fort Myers Beach right now and stuff is being churned up, like a snowblower. And I think those kind of very poignant images that are happening in real time, I think anymore because YouTube, whatever, we've been inundated over the last 10 or 15 years by a million tornado videos or extreme weather, right? Like it really takes something to get people's attention, right? I think these live storm surge cameras really do a good job at pointing out the dangers of storm surge in particular. So I think that's one thing that's been very effective for us broadcast wise to show, to get people's awareness up and the understanding of what storm surge is.
Yeah, Kim, can you hear me okay? Yeah, it's interesting because, all of us have talked about this for so many years about how to get the information to people, and they have to see it. I mean, they really have to feel it and experience it. And that's why the storm surge, simulation was so powerful. But we're going to take it to the next level in the Weather Service. I mean, we're really looking at, to really go into the depth of those vulnerable communities and see who they're listening to and who they trust. So we're experimenting with a few things, like up in Alaska with the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where we're going to be training local people to be meteorologists and hydrologists and scientists and actually give them the equipment they need. And they're going to be in those communities that already trust them. We're going to try it in several different tribal locations as well, and get members of those communities trained and in those communities where they're trusted. And so we're going to try to take that to the next level and really try to be more nimble, flexible, mobile, eye to eye in the Weather Service in some of these vulnerable communities. And we know who's losing their lives. It's the elderly. And how many times do we all say, if you need to have a plan, you need to have supplies. If you're told to leave, you need to do it. A lot of the people we're talking to don't even know where the next meal is going to come from. So we have to really start thinking about who's actually losing their lives in these storms, and thinking about how to really reach them more than ever in the communities. We're talking about revamping our whole ambassador program, the No Ambassador program with the Weather Service. You have Storm Ready. How do we really activate ambassadors in those communities? How do we activate churches? There's incredible amount of people that only will listen to their priest or their pastor or whatever it may be, and how do we get them trained as a big amplifier of the message? So we're working really hard to really revamp our outreach program to really start getting into these vulnerable communities.
That's great information, Ken. Appreciate that. Jim, I know you can't, I wish you could stay here with us all afternoon, but I think you've got to go here. I did want to catch you though. I mean, this is a telethon for the American Red Cross, and we've crossed paths. I've crossed paths with Mike out in the field after disasters, and we see the Red Cross out there. I mean, talk about how important the role of the Red Cross is. Organizations like the Red Cross, Salvation Army, others, how important are they in the disaster response from what you've seen out in the field?
It's like, okay, somebody's here to help us. You guys know, you go through the disaster. There's the shock of it the day after. There starts to be cleanup, roads are starting to get cleared out by day 2. And then day 3, here comes the humanitarian effort. And the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, church groups, even people from outside that are watching this happening and go down, a lot of them on our air are coming in, which, we try not to have people do because there's got to be some kind of organization to it. But you see that humanitarian effort come in, especially by day 3. And knowing, where the Red Cross is, where they're setting up shop, where the Salvation Army is, where they're setting up shop, all these groups, it's just absolutely huge. So they're an integral part of what we do. And we are happy to be side by side with them, going through the storm and going through the mission. So, we're always on air with them to lend a hand. We're always talking to them.
Jim, we're just so thrilled that you joined us today. You've really added to our hour. We thank Phil Johnson for getting you on here. Anything else you want to add before you go and attend to your guests?
Yeah. What did you say? You said you would match any donation during the hour?
That's right. WeatherBrains is going to match any donation during the hour up to our total annual budget of $1,295.
Well, put me down for 500, Bill.
How's that? My goodness. That's great, right, Jim. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Make sure that congratulations to you on your fabulous career, and thank you for being an integral part of almost every American's household.
Always. Wouldn't change a thing.
Come back, see us sometime soon.
Seriously, it really is an honor to do what I do.
Yeah.
I'm very proud to wake up every day. So
that's awesome. Well, thank you, Jim. Stick around if you can, but we'd love to, but go take care of your guests if you need to.
Thanks, buddy. I do. So thanks to everybody.
Bye.
All right. Good luck.
Ken Graham, you've been in your role now for 18 months. A lot of people were really excited when you came into this role. Share some insights on the challenges and achievements that you think you've experienced so far in this role, and how do you see those experiences shaping the future of the National Weather Service?
We've talked about it before on the show, and it's just really, we've got to change. We have to transform our agency, and we just had an incredible week with all our leadership that came into town here in Silver Spring, Maryland, where we talked about how to be able to do that. You think about, I already mentioned, how we're going to get in these vulnerable communities. We need to do things differently. We've been so plugged into the wall, so to speak, at our offices, which limits where we can go. So we've got some big decisions we're really looking at going forward in the Weather Service, and they're coming. And I think, we actually have some of the earliest look at what our next operations model could be. And the first peak of it is looking at really being eye to eye in some of these emergency operations centers. They need our help more than ever. I mean, they're getting bombarded with so much information left and right. They don't know which way's up, and it makes it makes it really tough to make some of these decisions. So if you're an elected official or emergency manager, you really need us eye to eye there to help with those decisions. If we could give another 6 hours on a timeline, 12 hours. I had a conversation with the state of California just a couple of weeks ago with the International Association of Emergency Managers, and they said 12 hours on a timeline, even 6 is an eternity for them. So we have to be able to be there in those emergency operations centers, helping with these decisions, and we're doing it. I mean, we've got the early look at an operations model, which is absolutely amazing. We're really trying to look at some. And Rick, you know, there's a lot of culture in our agency that we're really holding on to the way we've done things in the past. And Bill, we have a 40-year-old operations model in the National Weather Service, and we're looking at how to do it differently, how to be more mobile, being able to deploy into emergency operations centers. And think of this for a second; it's amazing. We've already hired the first meteorologist to be in the White House. We don't need misinformation there. We really need the real scoop getting to the president. We're hiring California, Texas, New York City, and the state of Virginia, getting our folks into those operations centers to be able to get the information right to the decision makers. We've got to do that because it speeds things up. That's how you save lives and you go forward. I did want to say, Kim, you know this. We've got to build a better business case for the National Weather Service. It's interesting. We're the biggest bargain in government. I don't know if you knew that, Bill. We're $4 per American per year. That's what it takes to run the National Weather Service. And we bring back trillions into the GNP of this country. So we are absolutely looking at trying to make a business case for when, not just us every day and the forecasts and the warnings and space weather, tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes. We've talked here, flooding, you name it, fires. I mean, all of that is increasing in frequency and increasing in strength. So we've got to be able to really rethink how we do business. So it's challenging. It's not just equipment, it's not just technology, but it's also culture change. So we're tackling it head on, Bill. We're going to transform this agency, and we're well underway.
I've always said that it is definitely the best bargain in the federal budget for sure. Rick Smith, you've got a question for Mike.
Yeah, just Mike, just kind of thinking, we're going to go back and forth here, but I mean, you've had a long career in meteorology and television, lots of experience storm chasing. Talk about what's been the most defining moment in that for you, whether you're out chasing, reporting in the field, or whatever. What's been the most defining moment, and how's that influenced or changed your approach to reporting on severe weather?
Three moments stick out for me in my career, maybe one above the rest. But Katrina, like Jim Cantori had mentioned, was really one of those moments where you saw this extreme power of a hurricane and the longevity of it and the number of people that it affected, and had never really seen that kind of devastation before in person like that. And that really struck me when it came to covering hurricanes. I categorize things, right? I think about severe season, and I think about tornadoes, I think about hurricanes, I think about winter weather. That's kind of how I categorize things in my mind. And the other two, the Joplin tornado and the El Reno tornado in 2013. Now the Joplin tornado for me, I think, truly changed how I began to broadcast after that, because in so many instances when it comes to tornadoes, we're generally there after the fact, right? We're usually, the tornado hits and then you're there like the next day, so to speak, generally speaking. And we happen to be chasing that storm that day. And we went back and kind of did the reanalysis of it all. And we ended up being in Joplin literally 9 minutes after the tornado struck, right? And it was all incredibly fresh and chaotic. And, I saw things that I had never seen before, nor do I ever want to see again. And when you're in that moment, it's just like way different than when you're there a day later. And all that stuff is done, like all the recovery, it is mostly done at that point. You're just looking at damage and showing people that, and then you're spewing out stats. This many people went to the hospital, or this many people ended up perishing in the storm. For me, just having been there and seeing literally like the carnage with my own two eyes as it was happening was really traumatic, honestly. And And I think a lot of people that watch the Weather Channel are probably familiar with this moment where I kind of broke down on air, and I just like, it was hard to handle. And someone just asked me recently, like, what was that moment like? Like, what happened in that moment? And I recall the moment that what happened is, we all remember there was the super outbreak had happened less than a month before that, right? And when I was reporting from Joplin, I kind of had this moment where I turned and I was looking. We're kind of on this little bit of a hill, and so you could have a really big view of the landscape, right? And everything's kind of mowed down, trees are gone, and everything. And as I was looking out, it took me back to Paul Goodloe was reporting in Tuscaloosa after the super outbreak. And it was, like 4 dozen people had died in that tornado. And as I looked out over Joplin that evening, and I saw how much of the city had been damaged, I just, this moment popped in my head of Paul Goodloe in Tuscaloosa. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is, and I couldn't say it on air, but I was like, this is way worse than Tuscaloosa. And at that moment, I was like, that means many, many more people have died. And it just kind of triggered in my brain, and I just kind of broke down at the moment. And then what kind of snapped me out of it was a gentleman that had come up to me. He's like, hey, can you help me out? Like, my neighbor's missing. Can you help me look for him? So it was then like, okay, my brain then re-engaged, and it's like, okay, there's still active search and rescue ongoing here. Can we help this guy find his neighbor? So anyway, that it was all these kind of very fast moving things that were happening, and the rawness of it all. Probably to me, Joplin was the one moment for me that stands out more than any, and how it changed the way I broadcast is, I found myself having a lot more empathy for victims of natural disasters and what they go through, because you don't, generally speaking, we don't know what they go through. In that moment, it's an incredibly terrifying moment for them. And to be there to witness that, and the rawness of that, and literally the gore of it, it was very life-changing for me.
I think a lot of us kind of get chills when you're talking about that, because we remember seeing that live or after the fact. And I can't imagine that. Obviously that has a long lasting impact. Jim talked about it earlier, how these things just don't go away. And, we're scientists, we're meteorologists, but we're people too. So I know that the broadcast industry thinks about that a lot. Ken, the Weather Service is thinking about that more now. I mean, you've been very supportive of efforts that I've been working on, as a part of a large team, been working on. Talk about, you're all about taking care of the people in the Weather Service. And that includes the mental health aspect. That includes the kind of the critical incident stress side of that. Can you talk a little bit about, what we're doing to kind of take better care of the mental health side of things in the Weather Service?
Yeah, Rick, it's a topic that, a lot of people don't think about. I mean, listen to the stories that Mike just told and others. And, you see these things and you look back at our careers. You've seen some things, Rick, and, I remember some scenes in, Hurricane Katrina that'll never go away. I mean, just, you're taking care of folks, and the best that you can are employees, and there's still bodies in the lake, and 2 people at the office lost their moms in Hurricane Katrina, and to see what they were going through, and both of them were talking basically like, just keep me busy, because I just need to focus. I need this. There was significant mental health issues after these big events, and just watching people at the New Orleans office just in shock, basically, absolutely in shock. They don't know if their house is there or not. You see this over and over. So our folks see a lot of things, and you get the warning out, and all that science, right, Rick? All that science, you get an early warning out, and you're like, wow, I think I provided early warning, but then you start hearing over the radio that there's loss of life, and it's really tough on folks. So at the Weather Service, we really take that serious. And when I got the job, it was definitely a no-brainer. I mean, look, it's everybody realizes you got to have people first. We got to take care of our people, and so we have mental health experts that can go out to offices after big events and actually talk to people. And we had an incredible person that was able to do that, and she just moved on to a different job, and we're we're actually interviewing for the next person. We take it so serious. And we take it so serious, we're going to do something extra coming up. We're going to have the person that's able to go to our offices to talk to people after these big events from a mental health standpoint. But we're actually going to do more than that. We're actually got a contract that we're doing to actually have a significant, almost like a strike team of mental health experts that can go out to offices after these big events, Rick, because people need it. It's tough on folks. They lose their loved ones. They can lose their property, and just the stunning nature of going through that is significant. So we take it serious, and it's something that we have to talk about because people don't think of the actual meteorologists themselves, whether you're on television, whether you're private sector or in the weather service. You go through some pretty traumatic events, and you're going to be the next one. So we need to take care of ourselves in those big events.
Thank you for saying that, Ken. That is so important. And we were talking earlier to one of the directors from the Red Cross, and they said that was a need for volunteers that they have, because they need mental health volunteers to go in with them after these disasters and to make a difference. And so we are making a difference this hour. We've raised $720 so far for the American Red Cross. And don't forget, WeatherBrains is going to match that up to our annual donation budget. So please give and give freely. We're going to go to break, hear a little bit more about the Red Cross. Mike and Ken, we want you to stay with us. We're going to be joined by Dr. Neil Jacobs here in a moment, and his mom, and a very special guest, Jamie Rome from the National Hurricane Center. So stay with us. We'll be right back as the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon rolls on.
When natural disasters like Hurricane Katrina or Sandy happen, Red Cross emergency response vehicles and volunteers make the news. But rarely shown is the fact that on average, Red Cross workers help a family affected by a home fire or other disaster 180 times a day. The Red Cross is there for nearly 64,000 disasters per year throughout the U.S., helping people like Gene Welsh of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A smoke alarm installed by the Red Cross saved Gene's life, going off just in time for him to escape only moments before flames engulfed his house. The Red Cross helps people like Gene and communities all across the U.S., maybe even people you know. Generous donors make this work possible. Donor gifts enable the American Red Cross to sustain a strong nationwide infrastructure comprised of local offices, robust training, integrated IT and communication systems, a fleet of response vehicles, warehouses stocked with shelter and relief supplies, and partners to help mobilize to support one family or 100,000 families. The Red Cross also relies on a network of 330,000 volunteers in communities throughout the country who respond night and day, answering the call for help. So when you hear stories about people like Gene Welsh, you may realize that the Red Cross is your Red Cross too, a local charity staffed and supported by your neighbors, making a difference every day in your own community. You can make a difference in your community too. To join the mission to help people affected by disasters, big and small, visit redcross.org/give.
And next up on the WeatherBrains Hour, we're thrilled to have a special trio. Dr. Neil Jacobs, why don't you introduce your special guests this afternoon?
My special guest is my mom, Judy Jacobs. I'm down in her house in Charleston, South Carolina right now, and she's eager to tell you some stories about how I was a problem child.
So Judy, tell us what Neil was like growing up. Give us some dirt so we can give him a hard time on the show.
I was getting prepared to tell you about my stint with the Red Cross, but I'll tell you about this.
We're going to do that next.
We were always trying to ask questions where he would have to think through things. This is a good example. We gave him $2. He was going to go buy some crickets for his snakes. It's a pretty good mom. I let him have all these reptiles, crickets for the snakes. So I think there were maybe 5 cents a cricket or something. So I said, here's $2, 5 cents each. How many crickets can you get? And so he put the money up there and told the owner, he said, I want $2 worth of crickets. So there was no math involved. It's just He would just outwit us on things like that. Yeah.
Well, now we know,
Yeah.
Kim, where he got this affinity for snakes.
Oh goodness, he would.
Oh, I showed them the picture of that copperhead.
Oh, but people would call him. We lived in Miami, and black racers. I never knew much about snakes. I do now. They would have him come over and catch them. I mean, he was 6, 7 years old. He was not fearful, quick. He was quick, and he loved nature, snakes. And one of my brothers asked, well, Neil, you've been bitten by a snake. How does it feel? And he said, oh, he's stung by a bee. That was it. And Neil said, it's about like a non-venomous snake bite. So he always, what would he always would, the analogy would be to some other animal he had
some
a companion.
painful experience.
Painful.
Yeah.
Like getting a handful
we can
of
envision that.
brown widow bites, sticking my hand under the boat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Now, tell us your American Red Cross story, Judy, because we're raising money today for the American Red Cross. And I don't think Neil would be here if you didn't have the story.
It wasn't. I wouldn't.
It wouldn't have been here. Right out of college, I would just want to travel. You had to have a degree to do the job I was going to do with the Red Cross. And then we went through a brief training period in D.C., and I volunteered for Vietnam, but they didn't need me at that point, so I went to Korea. And I was at 2 different bases in Korea. Camp Pelham, which things move around, but it's about 55 miles south of the DMZ, North Korea. So you're going to see a lot. And I got to step on the DMZ and what's going on there. And then we were down at Camp Humphreys. We would travel to do whatever our mission was. I mean, Hurricane Camille, whatever they needed us to do. And so at Kunsan Air Base there, that was during the Pueblo crisis. And I didn't know my husband at the time, but they were sent over TDY. Oh, I can't say that. That's not. They were sent over for temporary duty, 6 months. And I met him there. That nobody was serious. You don't know who's what. But anyway, it kind of followed up with then I was transferred to the burn unit.
So let me interrupt you. It wasn't just like she met him there. So my dad was a fighter pilot in Vietnam and was shot down, and apparently was hitting on the nurses, and found my mom unloading a bunch of medical equipment from a truck, and then tried to pick her up. That's the story.
That's the story. That is true. That is true. He tried to help me unload and getting supplies on a 3/4 ton truck. And he said, all right, just kind of kept hanging around. I thought, that's a lot of help, but that's fine. Then we hooked up again when I was in the Philippines, at Clark Air Force Base. I was there about 2 years. The Red Cross is wonderful. You get to see the world. I had so much travel for all the areas, being in the Southeast. That's back in the day.
That is a beautiful picture, and you're even more beautiful today, Judy.
Oh, well, yes. Okay.
Awesome to have you.
I felt like I look like a chipmunk there. I love working for the Red Cross. Good people. If you're overseas, you're taking care of. We were stationed with the military on all the bases. We just didn't live anywhere, but they took good care of us. We got to travel. They need us at places, so to fly those C-130s. One time, the C-130 was getting shot at, and I remember that he was making circles because I had to hop to Vietnam. I was going to Cam Bay, but out of those bases, I just saw most of Southeast Asia. It's just such an opportunity to do a good job, to meet good people, and to see the world. And I spent a lot of time with the local people too. It was just kind of an outreach program. I know in Korea, we had Koreans working for us, helping us do things, and they would want you to come to their home. We'd frequent the local stores and learn to speak Korean, and you just make lifelong friendships. It's just a wonderful job. And keep in mind, I was like 21, Yeah, what an opportunity.
Well, you look like that that wide-eyed idealist American of the 1960s in that picture. And we were just blown away when Dr. Jacobs shared it with us. Now, Dr. Jacobs, your experience isn't just limited to atmospheric sciences. fishing gets you a lot of opportunities. One of those opportunities are your friends at the Hurricane Center that you go fishing with, including this guy right here. Why don't you introduce him, ask him a couple of questions, and then Rick and Kim can jump in too. And I'm so glad Ken and Mike have stuck around so we can all go to this final break together.
Yeah, I'm excited to introduce Jamie Rome, the Deputy Director at the Hurricane Center, and longtime friend of mine. I've known him since we were in college, and fishing buddy of mine. We were actually in the green room talking about some early morning fishing that he was doing today and some fishing I'll be doing tomorrow. So, yeah, Jamie, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. On a fly that Neil showed me how to tie, no less. He showed me how to tie that fly for redfish. I don't think he expected me to use it for a peacock bass, but anyway, that's how it went down.
So Jamie, we just went through Hurricane Otis, and it was a shocking experience for us all. Talk about that experience at the Hurricane Center. Take us behind the scenes and share some stories if you feel like doing that.
Yeah, it's a painful for our forecasters. The best way to describe it for our forecasters is that, have you ever had that dream where you're screaming for help and nobody can hear you or help you, and then you wake up? That's how it feels sometimes for the forecasters when they're dealing with these things, because it feels like sometimes you're screaming and the word can't get out or can't get out fast enough. There tends to be about a 12, or Kim would know this better than me, about a 12 to 18 hour lag between kind of when you say something from a forecast perspective to when society kind of, resonates with it or sees it. Not everybody's watching the news or Twitter every instant of the day. And so there's like a lag between when you make a forecast and when the world kind of reacts to it. And that's horrifying in a normal hurricane. And then to have a hurricane like that just basically blew up in 2 seconds, it becomes physically impossible, it seems like, to get the word out. And so it's a crippling experience for our forecasters. I guess if there is one thing we can take from that is, often in these hurricanes, we prepare for worst case. Certainly the American Red Cross, the way they do their shelters, very much a worst case scenario type approach. And I think a case like Otis shows why that approach is so necessary, and how that policy has prevented loss of life in this country, thankfully, especially of late. And we all have to strive that when those worst case scenarios don't play out for a given location, to take that opportunity to explain risk and uncertainty, and how to convey that risk and uncertainty.
Yeah, the fabulous answer there, Jamie. We were feeling for you as you were going through that. You guys do such an incredible job at the Hurricane Center, and this is the worst case scenario that we've all been talking about for so long. Storm surge, obviously one of the most dangerous aspects of a hurricane, and Jamie, you're one of the world's experts on this. How are we coming in regard to forecasting and preparing for that very dangerous weather phenomenon?
I'm going to give you a positive story and root it in data. If you look at mortality over the last 10 years, and let's be clear, the last 10 years have been very, very, very active. So we're not dealing with a sample size issue here. Direct mortality has come down precipitously, especially for storm surge. Now, indirect mortality, which is that which occurs on the backside or after a hurricane, unfortunately, is going up. But I think if we use mortality as our metric, we're doing a good job in storm surge. There's still room to do better. We need to get the lead times on some of our products and services out a little bit farther in time, or more lead time, especially to help these more densely populated areas like a Tampa or New Orleans or Houston, Galveston. They just need a bit more lead time in that regard. And we're endeavoring to do that. And then expansion of these products and services to old colonists. Now, historically, we've only had these storm surge services in the continental United States, Texas to Maine. We've recently expanded that to Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands, and now we're endeavoring to expand that into Pacific to cover Hawaii and U.S. territories in the Pacific. That'll be a long-term effort, take a little while to get that done. But you can see it's not just increasing the lead time, but then bringing these services to all of our citizens.
I love this conversation about how we're trying to make the forecast really resonate in these events, and especially since we're talking about the Red Cross today. I think something that I'm wondering about is, you know, in meteorology, do we play a role outside of just the forecast timeline? What can we be doing to help it with response, recovery, and maybe even helping, you know, other phases of resilience where we're getting communities ready? I think, Ken, you mentioned this piece about having some partnerships installed. That's something Weather Service is thinking about. I think you can all have different views on this. And Judy, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Having worked for the Red Cross, what role can meteorologists play in strengthening all of these pieces of the disaster life cycle?
Do you all have connections with the Red Cross? Could they be in the loop on the more, you know, a heads up on the weather, a little bit ahead of the Weather Channel kind of thing, so we know what's coming? I
mean,
so communication, don't you think?
One of the things I noticed, like when I was at NOAA and there was a landfalling storm, I would be over at the FEMA, and we would have one or two Red Cross people there. But I don't know that level of like cross agency coordination was seen throughout the entire chain. You know, just because it was at the top doesn't mean it was in the middle or at the bottom. So I don't know. I think Ken is probably, you know, the most qualified person to answer that with his connections to the EM community.
Yeah, Neil, Judy, it's interesting. Here recently, we just signed a memorandum of understanding with the Red Cross. So we've declared them. We went to Red Cross headquarters here in DC and signed it, and we've declared them a core partner. Because if you think about it, those that are getting into these communities as quick as they can for that recovery, and people depend on it. I mean, they need water, they need food, they need supplies. So the earlier that we can give them a heads up, the more they can stage to get in quickly, not get into the disaster zone right away, because we don't want them to be hurt or lose their assets as well. But if we can get them close, and then they can get into those communities quicker, that makes just a world of difference. So that is a brand new thing that we've done, and I think it's going to make a big difference. And if you think about it, the Red Cross is in these emergency operations centers across the country. So as we get more eye to eye with the decision makers and be right there, think about it. We're not just briefing the decision makers that are thinking about evacuations or thinking about sheltering, but it's the Red Cross in the room as well as one of those key partners all the way across the board. So that is happening as we speak. And we're just so proud of that relationship, because it is not just about during the storm. It's about getting ready for it ahead of time. It's getting people prepared for it during the storm, and that long recovery. Right when we're done with our thing, that's when folks are just beginning their recovery. And we have to be there for them, because it's not just one storm. During recovery, if you have repetitive storms, the next storm. And I remember after her, one of the things that I remember the most was how hot it was after that storm. And that takes a toll as well after these storms, the heat, as people have lost their homes. They're outside and they need so much. So we're proud of that relationship.
So Ken, it's actually a really good question, because a lot of people don't know this about National Hurricane Center mission is we actually have statutory authority to do flood risk modeling. So not during a storm, like defining the risk ahead of time. And for those of you sort of that know these things, these are slosh moms and meows. The American Red Cross actually uses that risk modeling to determine which shelters to use and not use in an event. So it's sort of pre-baked, if you will, because to make these decisions in the heat of battle is really impossible. And to my knowledge, and hopefully somebody will fact check me if I'm wrong, I'm not aware of a staffed Red Cross shelter ever flooding with salt water during any of the events that I can remember. And why is that important? We're relying on volunteers. So imagine if we put volunteers in harm's way, that would obviously be not good. And then that shelter is not viable for the days after, like Ken was talking about. If we put our assets in a shelter that floods, then that shelter is not going to be a viable asset to take care of these heat-related issues on the back end after an event.
Can I add? I'll add one more thing, Kim, because I think a lot of us think about the Red Cross as a recovery agency, right? But they have such a focus on safety. They do so many other things than recovery, right? And I remember speaking at an event in DC and talking with Gail McGovern at that event, and we were talking about when our vehicle was hit by the tornado in El Reno, and so many other vehicles were struck, and it happens at rush hour. And she said, how can we do something about that? She goes, let us fund some research. The Red Cross can do that. So let's talk about how we can keep people safe in their vehicles on the roads. Let's do some research together. And I thought to myself, is this what the Red Cross does? And she's like, no, but we're about to. And so she was very forward about it, right? She's like, we'll make it happen. Let's just do it, right? And so I think that's the mindset that they can be in. We're not just after us. We're not just during or after. We can be before as well. And so I found that to be very poignant.
Well, Mike, thank you for sharing that. And Saturdays are extremely valuable to everyone. And for you guys to take time out of your Saturday to spend with us today in this effort is so appreciated. We just thank you so much. And I have really good news because we've raised $3,859. That's $1,214 in this hour. We're going to match that dollar for dollar. And that's going to put us over 5,000, yes. I think, won't it? Or it'll be really, really close. We'll have an update on that in just a minute. But Mike Bettis, thank you so much. Thank Jim for us. Jamie, thank you for joining us. The Jacobs, good to see you, Neil, and so neat to see your mom, especially after that incredible picture you shared with us. And Ken Graham, thank you for the incredible work you're doing at the Weather Service. We watch every move you make, and you amaze us. And I know Jen had a great question she wanted to ask you. If you want to stick around into the next hour for just a minute, Ken, maybe she'll get a chance to do that. But otherwise, we're going to roll another PSA for the Red Cross and circle back around for our next great hour of the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon.
I deployed here as a supervisor, and I am in charge of the dormitory. The work that we do with the children here at a Red Cross shelter really helps the parents start to see their children. It calms their nerves a little bit. As all parents do, we worry first and foremost about our kids and how they're doing. So when they see that their kids are still acting normal and still interacting with their peers or with other people, the parents can sort of take that burden off their shoulders and start to really think about other things like recovery and moving on. Having an area like this at the shelter where we have toys and games and things that are common in their everyday lives really helps them develop a sense of normalcy. I volunteer for the Red Cross because, quite honestly, it feeds my soul to know that there are people who are suffering these traumatic events, these major natural disasters, whose lives have been upended, to know that I can come in and offer them some comfort, that I can bring my expertise in sheltering to them so that I can start their healing process, really drives me.
All right, so are we back? I guess I wanted to not let Ken go quite yet. I do have a question for you. I want to talk about your surprise visits. You've been known to stop by a National Weather Service office and you just show up unexpectedly. So talk a little bit about a couple of those visits and how the staff's responded.
Yeah, a lot of it is, a lot of it's planned. We come by and, you think about doing something big in an agency, like we're doing the transformation of the agency. A lot of it is culture, feeling safe and with so much change. I mean, that's a lot of change for folks, and it's hard. So I've been, stop by offices, just say hi, see what's going on. A lot of it's planned, but they've ranged from maybe an hour. And in some cases, like we had a couple of offices, we sat in the conference room for 4.5 to 5 hours, just talking, here's what we're doing. What are your questions? Ask me anything. 29 years in this agency. I know all the issues, right? I know them all. And I'm in a position to really start looking at how to make a lot of those better, how to make it better for the organization. We've got quite a bit of burnout. So I think it's been really trying to go to these offices, our offices, they're on the front lines. They work so hard. The people of this agency are so dedicated. They're absolutely some of the most dedicated in government. And to be able to support that passion and be able to talk about this change has been priceless. And working 2 midnight shifts. I don't know if you heard that, Jen. So in Sterling, at WFO Sterling, I pulled 2 midnight shifts in a row, and it was an incredible experience to be able to talk, issue the forecast, put my name on the forecast discussion like the good old days type of thing. So it was spectacular, but it's all about being accessible, being the first director position that actually 53 years. So that's where it's been amazing to be able to interact with the offices, and hiring Michelle Mainelli as my deputy just recently. She was sworn in last week, which was amazing. She too went from a GS4 to deputy service. So at the helm of the Weather Service are 2 operational folks that climb their way up through the field. And that's why it's important to visit the offices.
That's amazing. And, we try to say it as much as we can, is how much we appreciate and honor the work that the National Weather Service does. I mean, you have service in your name, and that is what you guys do. You do it with just, 24/7, and you'll stay safe and getting the forecast out. And we love what you do, Ken, and we thank you so much for all of your hard work. And getting down to the trenches and really getting to know the culture and helping people. And we're just really excited about years to come here with you.
That's exciting. People first. If you take care of the people, they'll take care of the mission. That's the motto, and it works.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Gabe's going to let me have just a brief moment here to say where we are in that hour. We raised $1,414. WeatherBrains will match $1,295 of that for a total of $2,709. We're now at $5,154. Thank you so much, everyone who donated during that time and during this day today. Your gifts are making a difference. And now we will get out of the way, Gabe, and let you have your fabulous hour. But thanks to Ken Graham for sticking around with us. Jen, thank you for being here. And take it away, Gabe.
Well, before I let all of you go, I have to point out one very interesting synchronicity, at least interesting to me. So, Jen, you were asking a question about how Ken would drop in unexpectedly sometimes on the offices. And I can't help but be reminded of the fact that the other Bill Murray, not this one, but the other one, the less famous one, is also known to drop in unexpectedly at random events like weddings from time to time as well. So I just kind of had to mention that. Thought it was kind of cool.
And I have my, well, actually it's upside down from that standpoint, but my Channel 9 microphone from Groundhog Day, because I recently had to play Bill Murray in an event. So this is my official Bill Murray Groundhog Day microphone.
That is awesome. And Bill, of course, it is so awesome to be here hosting this hour with you, also with James Spann, both of you from WeatherBrains. Just an absolute dream come true to be sharing the airwaves with you folks for a little bit. I've also got my homegirl, Carly Anna, hanging out here if you want to say hello.
Hello. So wonderful to be here with you all. What pressure, Bill and everyone else, I love it, for the donations. What an incredible hour you guys had. I was absolutely enamored with the last hour. That was so wonderful, especially from someone who grew up with the Weather Channel and really admiring a lot of you folks.
Thank you, Carly. That was a blast of an hour. I tell you, I think something was wrong with the clock. It was definitely running at 3 times speed.
And to be honest, if we didn't have these 2 special guests with us right now that I'm about to announce, I would have been totally fine with you folks just running out the clock on my hour, because that was an absolutely fabulous conversation. So appreciative to all the guests today. And those 2 special guests I was just mentioning, we've got Cameron Nixon and Aaron Jajak, 2 of my absolute favorite people, 2 folks that I've interviewed for the Chaser Chat podcast before. So Cameron, how you doing, man?
What's going on? It's so weird, like seeing you in person when you're doing an interview.
I know, every time you and I have talked, it's always been over Zoom with no video. I'm a strict no video guy. As the people watching at home, you can tell why. I have a face for radio. So
that's what they say about me,
It's a privilege to see this now, though.
And then my brother in beardom, Aaron Jajak. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm great, man. How are you? I was thinking the exact same thing as Cameron. I'm used to doing these things. Usually I'm driving and I'm talking to you and through my earbuds. So it's cool to see your face here. And Cameron, I got to meet Cameron for the first time this past season chasing. So it's good to see Cameron again.
Yeah. Brief. What was that? Goodland?
Yeah, it was on that cold core setup in Kansas, Western Kansas. Yeah.
Fun day.
Yeah.
So James, Bill, Carly, feel free to jump in at any point if you have any questions for either of these 2 dudes. But I'm going to start it off, Cameron, with a question I have for you. Obviously, this is a disaster relief event that we are holding right now, but it is said that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I know that a lot of the work that you do in particular is actually helping people to plan for severe weather, whether it's your hail research. I think one of the things you brought up when I've talked to you before is about how hail is one of the costliest, if I remember correctly, the costliest type of natural disasters that occur that people really need to be able to plan for. And then also, of course, for storm chasers with your research into things like deviant tornado motion and the F word effect that I'm not even going to try to pronounce, Fujiwara, something like that. You've done a lot of great work. You've done a lot of great work educating storm chasers so that they can stay safe out in the field. So if you'd just like to talk about some of the work that you've been doing the last few years and how it motivates you to help people stay safe and also to protect their property.
Sure. Yeah, I guess what I've been doing lately, it is a lot of hail. I've currently shifted to cell interaction, so that'll be fun. But I guess just on a more broad scale, I really love being kind of a messenger between both the research, the academic, the forecasting, and then the chaser kind of quadrilateral, I guess, if you will. And I just like being kind of a go-to person for new ideas between them. I think it's just really important. A lot of us in academia can kind of forget that, like, storm chasers are incredibly important for this field. And like the intuitions they get, the footage they document, all of these things are just really important for understanding what's going on. And I'm actually no one was moving for a minute. Can you still hear me?
You're good on my end.
Are we good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was everything glitched for a minute. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but I really so I guess in the end, a lot of my work revolves around helping people from all of these different communities in meteorology, and I really want to see the behavior of these storms be better predicted and better anticipated by chasers who are out there, and be able to kind of avoid them. I think the deviant tornado one is a really good example of it's a really niche interest, and it's not going to happen every day. As a forecaster, right, you may only see that once in your career. As a chaser, maybe once or twice, and it's a rare but really impactful kind of event that I really want people to understand.
Aaron, I want to talk to you a little bit about your chase season for 2023, because it was extremely active, and you, of course, were there to document the Didsbury tornado, which I believe is one of the most significant tornadoes to actually occur in, if not Canada, then definitely Alberta in the last 20, 30 years. What was that like for you?
Yeah, so it was it was the strongest tornado in Alberta since 1987, the F4 tornado that destroyed some buildings and killed some people in Edmonton area. And then I believe the last EF4 in Canada was around 2013, 2014 timeframe. So yeah, it was a significant tornado north of the 49th parallel. We were very active down in the States, and I chased down in the States this past spring as well. But I kind of I took a break and didn't chase for pretty much mid-May until the next time I was in the States chasing was August. I decided I was going to focus on Canada. There's plenty of boots on the ground in the States right now, plenty of chasers out there. So I was trying to spread myself out a little bit. And so, yeah, I targeted Alberta on July 1st. It was Canada Day here in Canada. I'd seen days in advance that there was some severe weather coming to the Canadian Prairie, starting out west. It's like the high plains out there. So it's like chasing Colorado, chasing Wyoming. And, I knew that there was a chance for tornadoes, but I didn't know I was going to see as a significant tornado as I did. But I headed out there the day before on the Friday. That was the day before Canada Day. Got out to Alberta. I was driving along. There's a highway between Calgary and Edmonton. I was driving along right along the foothills there, looking out to the west early in the day, and I started seeing development out there. And I initially was targeting a little further north from where I actually intercepted the tornado. But one of the things, I was watching surface observations that morning, and I was kind of targeting this tongue of moisture, 60 dew points pulling up to the east of the foothills. And like I said, it's like the high plains. So when you get 60 dew points in those high plains, you're going to get some pretty good storm action there, and the good chance of seeing tornadoes. You got the right wind field and whatnot. We had strong northeasterlies at the surface, feeding into a storm. I saw it start developing, and out of nowhere, it just blew up. And I was tracking it for a while, and it was actually, it had the look of. I even tweeted out when the storm hadn't, wasn't producing a tornado yet or anything, but I tweeted out, like, I could just tell, looking at the storm, that this was going to be a strong storm. It was going to probably potentially produce a tornado, but it looked like it was struggling. It didn't have enough moisture. But I was texting my wife, Michelle. I was like, she follows along the chases with me, and I'm texting her kind of a play-by-play what's going on. I'm like, man, these 60 dew points are just to my east. As soon as this thing hits those 60 dews, I think it's going to go bonkers. And that's exactly what happened. It hit those 60 dews. Thing went nuts. Tornado on the ground for 30 minutes. And I tracked it the whole time I was there before it even was tornado warned. It was down the ground before it was tornado warned. I was tweeting it out. That's one of the things I'm out there trying to do, right, is be those eyes on the ground, being able to see what's happening at the surface, which radar can't necessarily see, and getting those warnings out early. And I followed that thing the entire lifespan, and I was waiting for the right moment to punch in right up close to the tornado. So one of the things I'm doing is I've got 360 cameras on my vehicle. I'm trying to capture 360 footage, and to get really good 360 footage, I mean, you got to get right up into the teeth of these things, right? But I wanted to wait until the right moment, because it's just intuition told me it was the right moment, and that's when actually, unfortunately, it destroyed 2 homes right as I got right up next to it. I was like 100 feet from the tornado. I even had to back up because it was starting to do deviant motion, and it was starting to turn to the left a little bit. As it at the same time, it was widening out and strengthening, and that's when I hit those 2 homes and started coming my way a little bit. But yeah, it was a significant tornado. I've been giving the people a hard time on Twitter the last couple of days about there's all this tornado of the year discussions, and no one's talking about Didsbury. So I had to do a little mic drop, and I'm like, I don't know what you guys are forgetting about Didsbury, because that was definitely the tornado of the year. So
little forgot about Dre moment there.
Yeah.
Cameron, this is Bill Murray. I love your website. I think it's so cool.
Thank you.
And a lot of us need to go there and see it if we haven't already done that, because you have your blog. You've got some great tools on there, some helpful videos about photographs and soundings that I know that folks that are trying to learn about that will really, really enjoy. And then there's this incredible Chasers Atlas. I hope lots of people will go in there and help add that, add to that for you. Your snarky descriptions, I think, are fantastic. But I think that is just one of the coolest things on the internet.
Appreciate it. Yeah, no, man, that's been 5-6 years since I made that. I do want to make something that's like open source. Like, I don't that was such a work of art for me that like I don't want to share that because people can just like start deleting it. But like I want to make like an open source version where like people can like add like their favorite places or like etc. Like I think
I think that's outstanding, and I just wanted to compliment you on that. So that was my question, Gabe. It really was more of a comment.
Going back to Aaron for just a moment, I know you chase hurricanes as well. If you could maybe share a little bit of the differences between what you see with disaster relief with hurricanes versus tornadoes.
Yeah, with hurricanes, you seem to that disaster relief is actually happens quicker and it's a little bit more organized and I think a better response than tornadoes. Hurricanes are in the news more. I think there's more people following hurricanes, even if they're not, in the hurricane. They either know someone that's there or maybe they vacation there. But by far, hurricanes get a lot more media coverage than severe weather outbreaks do. But and this I just chased what was it, Idalia in Florida in September or late August, I guess it was. And immediately following the hurricane, with the hurricanes you got days in advance, it's coming, right? Generally, you got, and rare occasions like Otis, there wasn't much notice there, but for majority of hurricanes, there's a lot of lead time before the hurricane actually makes landfall. I know even the government agencies are preparing for disaster relief. But I actually met the mayor of I think it was Homestead, Florida. Him and the whole team, they were right there the next day with a big truck full of supplies and all kinds of help. So by far, hurricanes are a faster response, and I think it's largely because they're in the eye of the public and the media, and they affect more people, right? Tornadoes, they affect a small area compared to a hurricane. Most tornadoes don't hit anything. Hurricanes, on the other hand, lots of people are living along the coast. There's always an impact from hurricanes, and therefore it warrants that bigger, faster, better response. So,
going back to Cameron here for a moment, you just became Dr. Hodo Daddy. At least I have that on good authority. And you just started working for the NWS over the summer, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center, actually. The sun is really doing weird things with my face.
You look lovely. No, you look lovely.
There we go. No, so, but
so I was just wondering, what kind of work could we expect from you in the future? Obviously, things like deviant tornado motion, how to predict large hail. That's the sort of stuff that we are all very interested in reading about. And, seems like the sky's the limit now that you've got all the credentials you need and you're at a place that's presumably going to give you the full weight of their resources for you to conduct research.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so what I'm doing right now, I'm working for the Storm Prediction Center's Science Support Branch. I'm being funded by CIRO, which is a OU research group. So what my first real, I guess, project that I want to do there is help create a better sounding analog system. You know how if you look at a sounding you pluck on like the wrap or something on the bottom, you'll see like that May 3rd 99 analog show up. And a bunch of other like SIGTOR analogs. I want to make that better because we could use a lot of different model data, right? We could use like hourly model data. We could better match these analogs with like machine learning or more robust kind of techniques. So I really think that there's a day where you could pluck a sounding and see really detailed analog information, and so it'll spit out like, okay, we have a heightened probability of tornadoes versus hail and X probability of a significant tornado given past events. I think that's kind of where we're headed. I also have this theory that your composite parameters like your SIGTOR, your supercell composite, that kind of stuff. I think they're going to start to lose their relevance as we figure out how to better analog data. Because with analogs, we're using the full profile and getting kind of a historical look at what has happened in the past. And I think that's going to be really valuable compared to the parameters of just taking a couple different ingredients.
Well, I know that I, for one, cannot wait to see what it is your brain comes up with, mad scientist over here. So super excited.
Thank you.
Aaron, I have one last question for you before I let you and Cameron go. It's about LOCAR. And if people haven't experienced the wonder, the majesty of that, they have to check out your social media accounts, specifically your Twitter account, because you might take the cake for the most beat up storm chasing vehicle in the entire industry.
Yeah, so it's a 2019 Subaru Crosstrek, and I bought it brand new at 0 miles on it. It's got about 225,000 miles on it right now. And yeah, it's got LOL on the side of it. So I'm sure you want to hear the story of where that came from. Well, I guess it was in 2022, and there was a lot of so there's a lot of drama in the weather Twitter world.
No, never.
People, right? You might see a little drama there. And I tend to stay out of the drama. And there's a lot of haters and stuff on there. I'm not a hater, I'm a lover. And I saw a lot of guys getting a lot of flack for like wraps on their vehicles and logos and stuff like that. And I'm not really that kind, I'm not a guy that really likes logos and wraps. I like to stay a little bit more discreet. But at the same time, I felt bad for those guys. So it was just kind of my, I was going to have some fun with the weather community on Twitter. And I decided to put LOL on the side of my car. And there's two reasons. Well, that's one of the reasons. The other reason is every time I stop to get gas, people laugh at my car, or they just laugh when they're driving down the road. So I was like, well, I'm going to get the laugh in first with LOL. And so now they definitely laugh at the car when they drive by and see LOL and point at it. And but yeah, so I think it's actually the car's probably more famous than me, because people honk at that. When they see that car, they're honking at it all the darn time. But and actually, it's going to be in the Christmas parade here in a little hometown we live in. They asked me to put LOL car in the Christmas parade. I'm going to put a tornado on top, I think, made out of Christmas lights, and drive it through the parade. So, but yeah, the logo is made out of Gorilla Tape, which is excellent stuff to keep in your vehicle if you're a storm chaser. I still have a window in the back that is going on about 4 years. It's about 4 years old now. That's made out of that Gorilla Tape. I blew out a window from hail and set a paint. It's one of these little tiny windows. So one thing that people probably don't realize is that if you ever get stuck in your car, bust out the windshield or the biggest window possible, because that is cheaper to replace than the smaller windows. They don't make a lot of the glass for that. So like that little window, like an $800 replacement window. So I just taped it over with duct tape and call it a day. So.
And the legend continues to grow.
Yeah, and continue to add more hail dents. It's got the front corners ripped apart from a couple of hurricanes, but the engine's great. It keeps running. I do oil changes every 3,000 miles, or sometimes even sooner. And yeah, it's seen a lot of tornadoes.
Heck yeah, man. Well, Cameron and Aaron, I want to thank you both for joining us here today on the show. Cameron, I'll start with you. Could you tell people where they can find you on social media, YouTube, anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. Look me up at Cameron J. Nixon on Twitter, and then my website is just Cameron Nixon Photography. And if you search my name or photographs on YouTube, you'll find me there.
All right. And Aaron, how about you?
Yeah, so I'm on all the social media platforms. The most I use is Twitter, now known as X, at Aaron J. Jack. You can find me on there. But then also I live stream all my chases and post videos on YouTube. And my channel name is J. Jack Storm Tracks with an X, TRAX. So,
awesome. Well, thank you both again so much for joining us here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was great.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
All right, Carly, before we go to a break here and watch a video from the Red Cross, could you give a shout out to all the people who have made donations in the past hour and a half or so?
Yes, absolutely. And just real quick, I want to give the viewers a funny little joke we have behind the scenes right now. A couple times during the live stream, Gabriel's headset has gone a little wonky. So we've decided that every time that happens, we're going to say robot. So I'm looking right now. We've got 5 or 6 people going robot, robot, robot behind
everybody in all the chats. Robot,
it's
robot,
so
robot,
funny.
robot. So I appreciate it. I need the heads up. Anywhere I look, I know I'm a robot.
Yeah, but let me shout out. We just want to say thank you again so much. We had a powerhouse hour last hour with everybody. So Melody Little with the 50, thank you so much. We had another $10 anonymous donation. Thank you. Stormfront Freaks with 100, thank you so much. Patrick Allen, 25, thank you. Another anonymous 10 for 2. Then we've got, let's see, Dina Knightley with a 25. Thank you so much, Dina. Jim Cantori with 500. Joel, Kay, I don't want to mispronounce your name. I apologize, with 25. Another anonymous 110. Gene Schaefer, again, thank you so much. Liz and Tom with the 25. Thank you. Bill and El Murray, thank you so much for the 500. We had a huge hour. Another anonymous 10. Mark Johnson with the 50. And then WeatherBrains, of course, with the largest of the day, $1,295, $1,295. What an incredible hour we've had.
Carly Anna, rap god. Who would have thunk?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
We'll be back in just a minute, folks.
The tornado experience, I never want to go through it again. I live in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. I'm 6 months pregnant. Her name's gonna be Not Creelan. She's been through a tornado already and she doesn't even know it. A lot of people didn't know it was coming. There was a whole lot of wind. Everything started to shake really, really bad. Stuff was falling. My ears popped and it felt like I got hit in the chest. Like I couldn't breathe. It sounded like a train was outside the window. I went and hid in the closet. It was terrifying. I just heard a lot of screaming from the neighbors, and I stepped outside and everything was everywhere. It just made me really sad, just to see what used to be and now what it is. People here need all the help and support they can get. We had to evacuate where we were staying, and the Red Cross has helped us tremendously. And they go out their way to make sure that a person's comfortable and have what they need. They're very sweet people. They feed us really good, so I'm very thankful. They make us feel home. I know it's not home, but that's how good they make me feel.
Howdy, folks. My name is Gabriel Harbor, and I would like to extend an invitation for each of you to listen to the Chaser Chat podcast. Chaser Chat has interviews with storm chasers and other weather-adjacent personalities, big names, small names, names in the middle. I talk to all of them. I've also got recap episodes from significant meteorological events, special topic-based episodes, and my personal favorite, some of the more fun, edgier content like WX After Dark and the WX Drama Report. You can find Chaser Chat anywhere you get podcasts, so subscribe now. Okay, bye. We are back living the dream here with the WX Pods Telethon. I'm hanging out with Carly Anna and Bill Murray from WeatherBrains. So excited to be sharing the screen with them. And I've also now got on the line Brandon Kopic, storm chaser for, I believe it's still Radar Omega, right, my friend?
Yes, I work with Radar Omega, and mostly the biggest part is YouTube.
Awesome, awesome. How you doing today?
Doing great, making my way down to Oklahoma for tomorrow's really not that great severe threat. More trying to get in position for Monday's severe threat down in Dixie.
Really appreciate you taking some time to chat with us here this afternoon. I see that you are parked along the side of the road somewhere, presumably, and so it's awesome that you were able to carve out a little slot for us.
Yep, I was driving. I left home about 3 hours ago. I'm not going to get to the Chaplain area until 3 in the morning, but I was like, well, I'll stop at a truck stop and make sure to make time for you guys. And I've heard things have been doing phenomenal. Great to hear.
Yeah, it's been going awesome, and really wanted to have you on the show. You were one of the people that came to mind, actually, when we were planning this, because when I spoke with you on your podcast episode, you had relayed to me, and people, by the way, should just go listen to the episode. It's absolutely phenomenal. You had relayed how important mental health is to you as a storm chaser and how strong of an advocate you are for others in the chasing community as well that might be dealing with things but not actually talking about them out loud. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe share a little bit about that. Basically talk about anything you'd like, your own journey, things that you've seen with other people, and just what people might want to take into consideration if they choose to go out and storm chase a lot.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider. It's mentally exhausting in itself, especially depending on where you live. I mean, I'm from Toledo, Ohio, the average drive to a target area for me is about 14 to 16 hours. So it can be mentally draining, and especially these people that do it as a hobby, it's especially even more draining because, you know, before I did this full time, I was a truck driver and I was working 70-hour weeks. And then as soon as I get out of my truck on the weekend, I drive out to Oklahoma and go chase. And you're like, oh, this looks great. It's a tornado setup. Then you drive all day, get there, and then it ends up busting or something like that. And you're just like, oh, like you're kicking yourself. But it's just one of those things, you always have to work through it and try and look at the best side of everything. You know, just because an event doesn't pan out as well or anything like that as you forecast, it doesn't mean you can't have fun. A lot of things, not even just involving storm chasing, just in life is, you know, if you really have a positive outlook and a happier perspective, you know, just be grateful you have the opportunity to do it. Some people don't, and you know, that's a big thing for me. I've gone through a lot of mental health battles lately in the the last like 5 years especially. You know, I lost my dad. He took his life, and that caused a lot of PTSD, and you know, I've seen some pretty traumatic things out in the field. But you know, you have to realize that you do this because you love it, and a lot of us out here do this because we love to help people, and that's a big thing. You know, I have had instances where, you know, you see people that don't make it, but I go out there every time. You know, I will never claim I'm out here to save lives. I'm out here because I'm passionate about it. I want to help and I want to save lives and keep people informed, but I'm out there to do my best and have fun with it. And I also do it for my family because everybody's got their you know, my fiance Valerie, I've got a 3-week-old now, Cameron, and my 4-year-old Cooper. And the way I see it is, if, you know, a tornado or flood or something impacts somebody's home, that's somebody else's Valerie, Cooper, or Cameron. And I'd want to be there for them like I'd want to be there for my family if that happened to me.
Yeah, totally understand that. And I think Carly has a question for you here. I'll pass it over to her.
Yeah, well, I have a comment first and a question. And Brandon, this is something that we've kind of talked about, but I just want to speak on it a little bit. One of the biggest things about advocacy, in my opinion, especially when it comes to mental health, isn't just talking about being an advocate. It's about actually taking action. And I want to say about Brandon. Brandon is one of the leading, if not the leading person, in my opinion, in the community, especially with chasing. That's the first person to actively reach out and be there and message you and make sure you're okay and take up for friends when needed, which is so important. So I just want to say that, Brandon, you are such a true advocate in my opinion, which is so important. And then to go in the same vein, I also kind of wanted to ask you about your experience with providing relief after storms, kind of, and you don't have to go into anything you don't want to, but why mental health is so important within chasing with disaster relief, and maybe if there's any tips or things that you've learned along your journey about how to cope better with things when you do have to inevitably go through those tough parts of chasing.
Well, the most difficult part, of course, is when you chase long enough, let's be honest, you're going to see things. You're going to see things that really hurt and that stick with you. You know, a big one that stuck with me was the Mayfield tornado night. I was on the supercell before it crossed the Mississippi when it hit I-55 and Hayti. I believe it's 55 or 57, but that interstate there, before it crossed the Mississippi, I happened to be on scene immediately after it crossed, and it had hit some vehicles, and then it actually hit a semi truck. They never found the trailer for the semi truck. But it hit a semi truck. We were checking on semis that had been flipped. Everybody was okay. I was working with a local cop, Caleb, of the Hayti Police Department, and they had pretty much assessed and did search and rescue, and everything was fine. But, you know, me being a truck driver, I recognize things involving trucks and like how they're built and things like that. And we were standing on I-55 with the state troopers and the cops, and I had glanced over in the field about 200 yards off to the east of the highway, and I noticed what looked like equipment of some sort, and it had happened to be a semi truck. But I asked the officers, I was like, "Hey, do you know what that is?" And they're like, "Oh, we think it's just farm equipment. That's a farm field." And I grabbed the officer Caleb. I was like, "Hey, just come with me. It's a little ways out. I don't have a flashlight on me right now. Let's go check this out." And he was like, "All right." He was a fairly new officer. And he came out with me, and it ended up being, they thought it was farm equipment because it was a full semi truck, like the cab and everything, a bobtail of the truck, that was smashed all the way down to the frame. Like it had landed upside down in the field and was pushed down. And we got there, and there was a guy laying outside of the truck, and it really stuck with me because I didn't think he made it. His name is Ali, and it just stuck with me that night because he ended up making it. It was very difficult at times to deal with it because it's so hard to see gruesome injuries, and it was very gruesome. He was struggling so hard to stay with us, and he was just doing the classic, like, I'm tired, man. I just want to go to sleep. And I just had to keeping him conscious until we were able to actually get medical personnel over there, because with everything that had happened, the officers' radios weren't working properly. And they were a fairly small department. It's a very small town. They only had like maybe 4 or 5 cops in that town. So we finally got him the help that he needed, and we had to carry him on a backboard all the way back to the highway into the ambulance. And it broke my heart because later I was told by the chief, he told me that his exact words was, I believe he passed away on the way to the hospital. And that just broke my heart because I had spent so much time and effort like helping to keep him conscious, doing what I could medically. I'm not trained medically by any means. I know how to stop bleeding and basic trauma, and I'll never go beyond what I know. But it broke my heart, and it threw me into a depression. But then like the next day, the trucking company actually reached out to me and was like, hey, no, he is alive. And I was like, no, like it's got to be the wrong person. And they're like, no, seriously, that was our truck. His name is Ali, and all this stuff. And I was like, are you kidding me? And they're like, no, we just met with him today. And it absolutely filled me with joy. And they're like, he's been in extensive surgery. He's going to make it. It's just going to take a while. And I've had his family and his church all reach out to me saying thanks. And it really meant a lot. But that is probably the event that has stuck with me. I've seen people that haven't made it, but it hits you so much harder when you're there with somebody that's still with you and that they're fading out. And then if they, you really do lose them, then it's so much more. I mean, it's kind of jerking me up to think about it, but it sticks with you and it makes such a difference. I know a lot of people are afraid to help in those situations, but even if it is their last moments, you wouldn't realize how much of a difference it makes just so they know that they're not alone. And that is such a significant thing. And it's difficult. It is truly difficult to do those kinds of things. And it hurt me for a while. It made me not want to chase. Like I just drove straight home that night, and I just couldn't even think because I'm like, did this guy make it or not? And the cop ended up getting an award for his heroic efforts and helping to find him and all that stuff. I had recommended him to his department because he went above and beyond when they had essentially completed search and rescue and were calling it. And the key to all of this is when you get in those situations, it's going to hurt and it's going to stick with you. You need to get help about it. I never did, and I was acting out in ways that I didn't know. I was like very triggered about things where a topic would come up and I'd get angry about it, and then I'd just be like, stop talking to me. You get in those moods and you don't realize it because sometimes we all just have those days where we're just like, no, don't talk to me. But I never realized that I was being triggered when those things were happening. And especially it seems like men really it's very hard for us to get help where we're in a great generation right now where we're changing the way things are viewed for mental health.
Yes.
Because I grew up, my dad was in the military, my whole family was military. And ironically enough, I was set to go into the military at the age of 18, but I had a suicide attempt. So I was barred from the military at that point because you can't go train with firearms and all that when, that had just happened. But I was raised to kind of hold my emotions in, and for so long I did it. And then finally, within the last few years, I finally broke because, my dad was my best friend. And when I lost him and he took his life, I just held that in. I didn't cry. I didn't. And it was so hard because I felt like I needed to be the rock for my family, for everybody to lean on. And it just hurt me in the long run. And it destroyed my relationship. And I had turned into this like horrible person because I was like emotionally racked that I was just treating everybody else. with disrespect. I would never obviously, do anything physically violent, but I would just be rude to people. And finally I got the help that I needed, and talk to a therapist. And that's why I'm such a big advocate for it now, because you can heal. Like, you're never the same. That hole in your heart will always be there when you have these kind of events, but you can use your life and your experiences for the greater good. And that's what I try to do, is I explain to people, like, look, I've been dragged through the mud. I'm just grateful that I'm still here, and I want to use my experiences to help others. And everybody, it's easy for everybody to get short on social media and treat people the way they shouldn't be treated, but it really is about just extending grace to one another. Grace and kindness is so important. Just, somebody could say something you don't agree with or something like that. There's no need to make things personal. Like, we can all have constructive conversations and help one another. It doesn't always have to be, my opinion on this forecast is this, and then somebody's like, oh, well, you're dumb for that. And then you never know what somebody's going through. You want to use it as a moment to educate. If you are saying, like, okay, this person is hyping this forecast, like saying, like, tomorrow could be an El Reno day, when we know tomorrow's like a hailer day. But you don't have to be like, hey, you're an idiot. Like, why? Just be like, hey, you really shouldn't do that, because you don't know how your words could impact people that are traumatized by that type of event too. So I think it's important, especially for everybody, to extend a little bit of grace. And that's the biggest thing for me, is always being graceful, kind, and helping everyone as best as you can, because you truly, like what happened with Dakota just in the past week or so, you do not know what people are going through. And that's like what happened with me. It was about a year ago, just a couple weeks ago, that I almost took my life. And it went, Reed was posting about it and everything like that, and everybody came to my aid then, was blowing up my phone when I was, prepared for it. And it, a lot of people don't realize their impact on others in positive and negative ways. And it's just important for us to make sure that we prioritize that. Like, we can have disagreements and respectful conversations, but a lot of the time, for some odd reason, it gets personal. Some people will be like, oh, well, you're ugly. Or, like, for me, example, my teeth are all messed up, and everyone's like, oh, you've got a horrible smile, or nobody will love you, or something like that, something ridiculous like that. And everybody makes it personal when these things happen. And it's like, why can't we just extend a little bit more grace and love? And that's a huge thing, that a lot of people jump to conclusions, and we really shouldn't do that, because you never know what people are going through. And I'll be honest, and it's something I don't talk about much because I don't like to engage it, but I was in a car accident last January, while chasing. I was deemed not at fault. But everybody crucified me, because live streaming is something you do that you are in the public eye all the time. That is a part of my job. So people saw the live stream, and they believed that I was distracted or on my laptop and didn't react fast enough, said it was my fault. And the guy had lied to the police and said that he was driving. Thankfully, my live stream was on and my dash camera was on. And the trooper was like, yeah, that guy was stopped in traffic with no lights. It was clear that you swerved to avoid him at the last second. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure if I would have swerved like a millisecond earlier, but if I'm going to be brutally honest about this, I had a Yeti cup that was in my side console by my leg. It's one of those little cup holders, and I grabbed it. And when I grabbed it, I dropped it. So I was reaching back down for it when it happened. And obviously that likely slowed my reaction time, but I was deemed not at fault because this guy was stopped in traffic in the fast lane without any lights, any warning. And then he told the cops. Vince Welty was with me when that happened. And I got trapped in my car. I had to kick out my car. Kick out my door. I grabbed my medical bag to go check on him. And Vince had told me, and I had smelled it too, but I wasn't thinking about it. He smelled alcohol on the guy's breath. He was 18 years old, or 17 or 18. He was a kid. And I got crucified for that. And that really put me in a dark place where I just wanted to give up, when in reality, the police report's public. Even the video from my dash cam's public. People can go get that. And the state trooper was like, no, you weren't in the wrong. And this guy's even trying to lie about the fact that he wasn't parked when your video shows that you You know, you were doing the right thing. You reacted. Now, if you wouldn't have reacted, we definitely would have been like, well, you were distracted or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's
You
just
know,
go ahead, Carly.
Well, I really. Sorry. Well, I want to comment by saying I hate that it's taken so much for someone to be an advocate, but I'm really thankful that you are such an advocate no matter the circumstances. And I hate that it's the situational circumstance, but you are such a light and a positive person in the community for others who are struggling, Brandon. So again, I just wanted to really commend you for that, because I've seen it, and you to that part of the community. And I think it's amazing.
And Brandon, I really appreciate everything you've shared. I wish I could keep you on for the rest of the evening, but we actually just had Simon Brewer jump on the show. So the next guest is up. But before I let you go, I would love for you to share where people can find you on social media, because I know that you're interested and open to having these types of conversations with people if they want to reach out and share their experiences with you.
Yeah, so you can follow me on Twitter at Brandon Kopic WX. You can find me on YouTube. That's my largest platform. You can type in Chaser, like Storm Chaser, WX.net, and that will take you to my most recent live stream. I'm actually live streaming right now, and everybody's looking at a gas station sign. But they can go to that or look up my YouTube channel. Just look up Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic. I'm glad to be a part of this. You guys are doing great things, and I'm just proud to be a part of it with you guys. Keep up the great work. Simon, have fun. You got a great group here.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Brandon.
you, Brandon.
And Simon Brewer, how you doing today, man?
Good. How you doing?
I am doing wonderful. Hoping that we could start off the conversation by talking a little bit about your 2023 chase season, because boy, did you have a doozy out there with your partner, Justin Drake.
Yeah, it was pretty decent. Saw some spinny things.
What were some of your favorite chases out there?
Probably my favorite chase was on June 21st near Akron, Colorado. There's some other pretty good. There's just a lot of good ones. This was a good year. Very active year. There was just stuff to chase the entire season. Really, I mean, starting in January, there was stuff to chase, going all the way into August. So it was a very busy year.
What have your experiences with coming up on damage after you're done chasing been like?
Well, most of the time I'm in front of the tornado, so I don't come up on damage very often. Usually when I come up on damage, it's after I've dropped the tornado and I'm like heading after another storm, then I come across the damage path. And by then, usually emergency responders have already gotten to the area and I stay out of their way. There's been a few times where I come across damage and check to see if people are okay. I've never had any kind of situations where I've come up and had to well, actually, that's not true. In hurricanes, I've had to take people to the hospital, but in tornadoes, usually I can't think of a single instance where I've had to take anybody to the hospital or perform CPR on anyone in a tornado situation after a tornado's gone through an area.
If you could actually share about what it was like helping people after a hurricane, I'd love to hear that.
Sure. I mean, quite a few hurricanes. So unlike tornadoes, you're not, I'm not trying to get hit by the tornado. Every once in a while you get in a bad situation. Just the circumstances end up getting to a point where you get hit. But in hurricanes, your goal is to get in ground zero. So you're just surrounded by the worst of it if you're a successful hurricane chaser. And depending on what the situation is, you're just going to come across a lot of people that need help in various ways. Some of the most simple things you can do is just see how they're doing, ask what their current shelter is, what their plans are, and if you can help them out with any of that. Some of the other things you can do is give people water. A lot of people are kind of in shock. Most people I've encountered in hurricanes, they didn't realize how bad the storm was going to be. In almost every situation, they just didn't realize how bad the storm was going to be, whether it was a Category 1 with a huge storm surge or even Category 5 Michael. Well, most people in Category 5 Michael, they thought the worst they were going to get was a Category 3, and they wake up and the storm, wow, lights just went out.
Anyway, sort of fitting to be talking about disaster relief, and then you have the power go out on you.
Yeah. I guess it's that clear air storm that took out the power. But I got plenty of power on the laptop, so I'm good here.
So it sounds like
anyway,
just giving I'm hearing what you. Yeah, I was gonna say, if it sounds like from what I'm hearing from you, it's a lot of basic stuff that people might take for granted. They might think they need to have some fancy response plan or be really trained in search and rescue and that sort of thing. But just having water and being willing to be a friendly, smiling face to somebody who's just experienced something traumatic can make all the difference in the world.
Oh, yes. Yeah. If you come across anybody in a hurricane situation, first thing you should be asking them is how they're doing, where their shelter is, and what they plan on doing over the next couple of hours or even the next couple of days. Because a lot of cases, they really don't know what they're doing. They really don't. Yeah. They're just like kind of in shock. They're looking at their property, which is usually severely damaged or destroyed, and they're just kind of in shock and they don't really know what they're doing.
Now, I know I sent out the invitation to your partner in crime, Justin Drake, as well. I was hoping he'd be able to make it here, but unfortunately he's not. I would like to know, how did you two get connected and start storm chasing together? Because you're kind of a legendary duo at this point.
So I was on the 9-year plan at the University of Oklahoma to get my bachelor's degree. And Justin was on like the 4 or 5-year plan, and he's a little younger than I am, so he like kind of blended in to my classes, and that's how we met. I guess we kind of like said hi several times over the last like 2 years. We were at University of Oklahoma, and then on graduation day, I think we were actually on stage about to go up, to like get our actual, shake the hand of like professor and get our diploma, get our picture taken. I was now casting for my friend Jim Bishop. He was chasing a big tornado up in Pitcher, Oklahoma. And Justin just kind of like leaned over and was like, "Hey, you want to go chasing sometime?" I'm like, yeah, sure. We exchanged phone numbers, and then I think like maybe a week or two later, he was in the car with me, and he must have been hooked. And we've been chasing ever since. And this was in so our first chase was probably like in mid-May of 2008.
Wow. So you guys have been at it for quite some time.
Yeah.
Well, Simon, thank you so much for joining me here on the show today. Before I let you go, could you tell people where they can find you on social media so they can check out some of that sweet footage that you're always putting out?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can find a lot of my footage, or some of my footage, on Stormgasm, a YouTube channel. So just type Stormgasm into YouTube. You'll find my footage. You can find me at Simon Stormwriter on Twitter. I've just got kind of into Facebook and Instagram a little bit more recently with the pending collapse of Twitter. So
it's always collapsing every other day.
Yeah. It could go at any minute.
Well, thank you again so much, buddy, for joining me.
Thanks for contacting me. Good luck on this.
Yeah, I love your work, Simon. Thank you.
Thanks.
Carly, we just have a few moments here, and I want to make sure we shout out everybody that has donated recently. So if you could go ahead and go back to Rap God style and let us know.
Yeah, not so many this time, unfortunately.
Okay.
But so we have another anonymous 100 bombs. So thank you, 2 of those in a row. So thank you so much to whoever donated there.
They double clicked.
Then we have another $50 anonymous, and then from Adeline, $100. She says, "Thank you for such a fabulous show," and we thank you and all of you. We've had an incredible stream so far. This has been so much fun.
Absolutely. And one last thing before I send this back over to break, Carly, we have been running a giveaway all day for your Two Storms apparel brand that is also closely tied in with disaster relief and mental health after the storm. So could you just tell folks what they can do if they would like to have a chance to win one of those 2 free t-shirts that you're giving away?
Yes, so we're going to be giving away, as Gabriel said, 2 free t-shirts and some accessories, stickers, and things. So we're going to pick 2 winners. All you have to do is 2 things. So if you want to win, you need to, 1, make a donation today to the American Red Cross. And the second thing you need to do is to take a picture or a screenshot of your donation that you send in and send it to me on Twitter at 2storms_. So that's TWOSTORMS_. If you want to win one by the end of the day, we'll pick 2 winners.
Thank you, Carly and Bill. Thank you so much for joining me here on this hour as well.
What a great hour, Gabe. You talked to some of the most fascinating people, and I love all of their work. And it was just great hearing those very real stories from the field, because, you know, this is much deeper than people give it credit for.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So we're going to throw it to break now. Make sure you stick around, though, because coming up next, we've got Brett Adair, Chris Jackson, and the video game developers of the Outbreak game. James Brierton and the Carolina Weather Group crew are going to be holding that down. So see you, everyone. I'll be back later tonight about 9 o'clock Eastern. And until then, have a good day.
Everyone.
Todos.
الجميع مرحب بهم.
欢迎.
مرحبا.
At an American Red Cross shelter.
Cuando se produce un desastre en su zona.
The Red Cross may open.
يفتح ملجأ.
Where you can sleep.
用餐.
To get you back on your feet.
لن يطلب الصليب الأحمر.
Never ask.
Your citizenship status.
ولن يشارك معلوماتك الخاصة.
Sin su permiso.
也无论您从哪里来。Everyone.
Todos.
الجميع مرحب بهم.
At an American Red Cross shelter. To learn more about the Red Cross or to find an open shelter in your area, go to redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS.
And let you guys see what it is that I'm experiencing.
Trying to get a direct measurement with a handheld Kestrel anemometer here. We'll see what we can pick up, but oh, and there goes changing.
When a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home.
I mean, this is incredible. Let me turn the camera around. Get us back into kind of a dry view.
And I get up here, and all of a sudden, the storm surge started. And all of a sudden, I ended up in about 4 feet of water.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m.
If you go look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. Very severe wind that caused these structures.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just 2 of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area.
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses. There's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
Have you ever seen the Dan River like this before?
No, not that I can recall. I mean, I've seen it fairly flooded before, but I've never seen it to where we're now kind of asking ourselves, okay, a couple more feet and it might get over those bridges.
Here it comes, the 8th hour of the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon, 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Welcome back, James Brierton for the Carolina Weather Group here, and we have another great hour. Thanks to everyone who has been donating. $5,604 raised so far for the American Red Cross and their amazing disaster relief efforts that happen more often than we like to think about. We welcome in our guests this hour, Brett Adair, James Spann, and Dan Whitaker from the Carolina Weather Group are here, and this is going to be another great conversation, and we welcome in everybody who's watching live on Facebook, YouTube, and the platform lovingly formerly known as Twitter to comment along and join our conversation here. We're going to get to Brett in just a second because I know he's probably looking forward to maybe having dinner or resting a bit because I know you're feeling a little under the weather. And so I appreciate you hopping on here tonight. But Bill, I wanted to start with you because James Spann is with us. And I know James also had a bit of a long week. And so I wanted to acknowledge it's good to see James back with us tonight and let you guys kind of catch up here for a minute.
Yeah, I don't want to be emotional, but we went from kidding about James, maybe catching a bug from one of his school visits to 10 o'clock, rushing to the hospital. And I mean, it really led for a really sleepless night for me because, I never thought about a world without James Spann. And I knew he's being lifted up so many different places with prayers and well wishes. But at the same time, it just was just shocking, James. And you broke me right out of it at 4:45. I got a text from you, said, "Feel like a new man. I need you to do the radio for a couple of days, but I'm resting and recovering." And we were so thankful for that, James.
Well, I don't want this to be about me, but yeah, it was a very strange week. And, unexpected things happen to everybody. And, part of what we're doing here on the telethon, it's trying to help people. And goodness gracious, at some point, we all need help. We all need help. Everybody watching and listening, everybody here on the show. And that was just a very odd case. I don't get sick. I don't do sickness. I don't go down. I work. And, but there comes a point where things happen, and the abdominal pain was so severe. I knew that I had to go. So they got me into surgery. Surgery didn't last that long. And it was a double loop bowel obstruction. How nasty is that? But they got in there and they did it with a laparoscopically, so they didn't have to cut me wide open. So that helps the recovery go faster. But I feel like a new man. So I'm very blessed, and I'm just honored to be here with all these important people. And, Brett's, he's struggling down in South Mississippi, too. He's on the Mississippi coast, and I think he's got a bout of the flu going on here. So we do not need tornado activity down here in the Deep South this week.
No, James, we can do without that this week. To me, I haven't looked at today, obviously, but thankfully, it looks like it might be more of a rainmaker, which we do need down here at this point.
Yeah, just looking at it, where we are, Mississippi, Alabama, looks like it'll be a late night, Monday night, Tuesday morning initiation when the air is kind of stable and the dynamics kind of pulling away. And hopefully it's just going to be a good beneficial rain. That's the best possible scenario for everybody. So we can certainly live with that. So fellas, ladies and gentlemen, how's the telethon going? Give us an update here.
It's going amazing, James, and we have to, continue to spread our love for you because, as it says on the screen, the top donor right now is the WeatherBrains podcast at $1,295 because you guys put together such a great, epic panel of guests in I think it was the 4 p.m. Eastern hour. Mr. Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel donated $500, and then you guys went and doubled up everything that came in during that hour. So it brings our grand total now to just over $5,600 and counting, with about 4 hours left in tonight's program. Brett, let me ask you, because we have seen your footage on network news, on local news, on the internet. Unfortunately, a lot of those images come from communities that fortunately receive aid from the American Red Cross. So you're on the ground a lot as a storm chaser with your brand LSM. Talk to us a little bit about what it's like sometimes being the first person to roll into these communities, or the person alongside first responders and disaster relief to kind of be there on the ground. How do you juggle that? I'm here as a journalist, I'm here as a scientist, and I'm also here as a human being.
Well, in many cases, especially this year, I think one of our most intense situations on the ground was the Rolling Fork, Silver City, Mississippi tornado back in March. And that's where we basically told our network partners, look, we're on the ground here, we're pulling up on damage, and we hear people screaming for help. I'm going to leave the cameras rolling in the car, but I'm getting out to go do my job at that point, which in my opinion is to help these people. And luckily, we did do that. We met a little boy that night named Caleb. He has dealt with numerous surgeries over the last little bit in the Jackson, Mississippi area. I have kept in touch with his mother, Miss Jessica Drain there. And I'm happy to say we thought Caleb was not going to make it that night. We put him on a coffee table. He was looking really lifeless, but we got a group of 6 or 7 guys together, put him on a coffee table and put him in the back of a sheriff's car, and they rushed him to the hospital, and he had emergency brain surgery that night. So, it's difficult because in my personal belief. I know we're doing a job as journalists, as meteorologists, and, as in some cases storm chasing on the ground. But from a humanitarian aspect, at that point, we just let it all go. You're there for a reason. God puts his hands on you to assist these people, and you need to do that. So that's what we did. Luckily, that particular situation, that boy's doing very well now out of the hospital and looks to make a full recovery. So it's difficult, though. It's very difficult, and that's the reason for the people that are going to storm spot, or if you desire to do any of the chasing side of this business, get the training, get the first response training, get the CPR training from the Red Cross, have those tools on hand, because at some point, if you do this long enough, and I've had to deal with it many, many times, unfortunately, you're going to need those.
Brett, I have one more question, and then I'll see what the others dialed in tonight want to ask you. But have you ever needed, when you're out yourself, the assistance of the American Red Cross or an organization like it? And if not, what are you as a professional bringing with you in terms of gear and preparation that allows you to be in these places that suddenly find themselves maybe off the grid and cut off from the rest of the world?
James, we've got first aid kits first and foremost. I can do a limited amount because I'll be honest with you, I'm not a nurse. I have limited training, but I'm going to do what I can on the ground if I'm the first one there. And that night, we ended up being one of the first 2 or 3 people that were on the scene. And we bring equipment that assists us in getting in, whether it's chainsaws, chainsaws, chains, any of the heavier equipment. We try to keep, at least something to help us get some of the smaller debris out of the way so that we can get in. And, always we have direct connections with groups like the American Red Cross. Another great one is the Samaritan's Purse. They were on the ground doing great work across Mississippi during that particular event, but we see them at every event. Those are 2 of the organizations that we see at every event that we cover typically. And yes, we absolutely do communicate back and forth because we want to assist them in anything that they may need, and feed them information so that they can assist some of those people that are in direct need as well.
I actually lied. I have one more question before I let Dan ask his. I want to bring James Spann back into the conversation because as a broadcast meteorologist, I know you rely a lot on storm chasers. So whether it's Brett's work or work of other storm chasers, I'm curious, James, what do those live pictures from the ground add to your toolkit as a broadcast meteorologist?
Well, we've learned through social science studies that a lot of people don't react when they see radar. You can show the most incredible TDS, a tornado debris signature. You can show this incredible debris ball, velocity couplet, all of those of us that love weather, just immediately we know it's graphic violence. But most people on the street don't react to that. But if you can show them a live stream of a tornado, of damage that's occurred, it tends to make them go to a safe place. So in terms of the human behavior element of this, it's absolutely critical. I'd rather have cameras than an upgraded radar. Live cameras and live feeds from the field. To me, that's more important than having, 10 gazillion radars around. And there's nothing wrong with any of that, but it's a critical part of what we do. And again, we're all here to mitigate loss of life and human suffering. And tornadoes are going to happen, but we've all got to be better. And let me just rephrase that. I've got to be better at what I do. And we've learned a lot, but we've got a lot of ways to go here.
And from my perspective in the field, James brings the same importance in the studio, because if we can get those first images back, even though he's showing radar imagery live on air, then those upstream communities are going to take this more seriously as it's moving in that direction, because we saw several more communities off to the northeast that night be devastated. We've seen this time and time again over the last 4 or 5 years, especially across the deep south. And, I don't see any signs of that stopping. And again, just like medical science, we're seeing great advances in technology here that are allowing us to get more and more information out these days. And it's great that we're able to do that, because I feel like we're going to save more and more lives down the road.
So we're closing on $6,000 here for the telethon. So go ahead and use the QR code on your screen here to go ahead and donate and bring it in. We're getting very close. We'll what is that? A little less than 250 left. So let's keep it coming. So kind of coming back to you, Brett, here, I want to look at anything else from 2023. It's been a year of a lot of different, we're coming at the end of hurricane season. Obviously there's some question of if anything else will pop up or not. It's looking unlikely. However, what are some big takeaways, or maybe another big takeaway from 2023 and the storms we had this year?
Well, we dealt with, Idalia down in the peninsula of Florida. That was pretty devastating for that particular area, one of the strongest hurricanes to ever strike that particular region of Florida. So, even in the El Nino year, we still dealt with a very serious impact. But I'm very thankful. It's been relatively more quiet in terms of landfalls previously. In previous years than this one. I think that's one thing that we're all just glorified for. But in terms of severe weather, it seems like we've had a bit of a break, but we flipped from one big extreme to the other across portions of the South, particularly, and we went into a big drought. I mean, I don't know that I can ever in my memory recall having wildfires across coastal Louisiana. That's just something that's almost crazy to me to think about. And I know that you guys up toward the Appalachians have been dealing with some of that up in the Carolinas and Virginia over the last couple of days even. So it's just been one extreme to the next. And it's interesting how our environment and our science, we seem to see that quite a bit, at least in my time here over the last 10 or 15 years. It's one extreme to the next.
I actually just got up from my chair within the last few minutes because I was smelling smoke. And I was trying to figure out where I was coming from, because we have a burn ban here in Charlotte, as to 30 some odd counties in North Carolina because of the drought, because of the fire danger. Somebody either has a backyard fire going or they're burning leaves, whatever it is, should not be happening right now. And that certainly caught my attention. And it's unfortunate that is happening right now. But Brett, let me follow along the fire angle. There's a lot that happens with Mother Nature that it's not always purely air quotes weather. People think about tornadoes, they might think about hurricanes, but we've got earthquakes, we've got fires. There's a lot happening in the globe. How is that playing into your response, how your business evolved, and kind of that big picture of all of the things that you might find yourself at the footstep of?
It's interesting. It's watching the evolution of what we've done in our side of this business over the last few years has been interesting. And especially, Dan can attest to this, the work of drones has been something that has taken this to a whole new level. Because one of our, Brian Emfinger, who does a lot of great work for us, we sent him to Iceland this week with the possibility of, Iceland opening up. And there's been some fissures there that did open up. So one big thing is when we're not doing things across the lower 48, as much, if it's not as busy, we're traveling abroad. We had a group that went for the big cyclone that hit Paris, 2 weeks ago, and they had some hurricane force winds. So it's something we're having to evolve with Mother Nature. The changing patterns and the changing of the seasons are occurring now, and we're really just having to move around with it. But it looks like we're starting to get more active across the deep south. So, that's secondary, or really even our long severe weather season from November to, the end of May here is really just beginning. So I think that we're going to start getting more active, and we're going to be more active on, some severe weather and, flash flooding. I think that we're going to go from drought. I think we're going to see some flooding elements come into play as well, as this jet, the subtropical jet should begin to set up some over this winter.
I'm anxiously awaiting some El Nino effects and maybe some more precipitation here in the Southeast, because we need like 6 inches to get back caught up by the end of the year. We've just hit $5,800, thanks in part to $46 from Sound by the Pound AV Services, whose work you've been hearing today because he's sitting right over there. So thank you to Tim for getting us over to $5,800. Do appreciate that. Dan, you have any questions for Brett before we let him get some rest? Because I know his weekend, he's feeling a little under the weather here.
I guess every year there's new things that are being done for pinpointing kind of how to get the best hurricane footage at LSM. I know that you're always working on some sort of new project. I just kind of, with Idalia and kind of some of the hurricanes that came across this season, were you able to kind of work on any of those new projects?
We were able to work on a couple of new pieces of equipment that we're wanting to deploy hopefully some point during the winter season. It's no secret. I had my close call during Hurricane Michael back in 2018, and if you've been in this long enough in the field, you're going to have close calls. So we've been working, and you've seen several of them, but we've been working on storm surge applications in particular with mobile remote camera systems. And we're actually working and nearing completion of a product that will have remote cameras on a location. We will have the ability to do some panning, tilting, and zoom with a high quality camera. We will have the ability to do storm surge measurements, calibrated storm surge measurements from a site that is housing one of those units, as well as having some live weather data come back with that. We're not trying to rush that particular piece, but we did some testing this year, and we're excited to see where that's going to go as we enter next year. And we've also started working on some new software. We've got a whole development team now that's building things, and we're building a broadcast and emergency management software to assist with some of the notifications that are going out there. And we're getting into the tower camera system game right now. Everybody wants cameras, as James said. Cameras are the eagle eye to the sky. And people pay attention to those, and you can literally go. I attended McDEMA this week, which was an emergency management conference here Tuesday through Thursday on the coast. And if you talk to any emergency manager, the one thing that they can never have enough of is cameras.
I want to throw out there that I just got back from the Mid-Atlantic Severe Weather Conference in Virginia. I guess it was a week and a half ago or so. And one of the social scientists from the National Weather Service was there presenting about how important that visual imagery was. And when you put the science up against it, people just need imagery. They need pictures. They need real-time imagery in order to react. And especially with a vague concept such as storm surge, you can't imagine 10 feet of surge water. And so I think it is so important that we're going to hopefully use technology and a little bit of good effort to get that going.
And I'll just add, the Mid-Atlantic Storm Chaser Conference was our first triple-digit donation this morning. So we appreciate their support, their $100, helping us get to $5,800. Brett, you're welcome to stick around as long as you like, but in case you need to hop off here, how can people follow your work?
Well, you guys can catch us. We've got Live Storms Media on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube as well. We're continuing to, pump those videos out. If we've got severe weather there in Alabama, I'll be working with James there at 3340. So make sure to catch us on ABC 3340 during any weather events. And we're very interactive. So reach out to us if you've got any questions. Brett at livestormsmedia.com, and I'll get back to you.
Brett, feel better? We appreciate your time. Coming up after the break, we're going to catch up with Tony Rice, get the latest on what's happening in the stars. And as we go to break, Biffy, thanks for the $25. Mike, $25 as well since the top of the 6 o'clock hour, and 2 anonymous donations totaling $150. You can scan that QR code right now. Your money, every little bit, goes to help the American Red Cross. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Jay Bonifeed with the American Red Cross. I'm here in Campton, Kentucky. Behind me is Wolf High School, which has been a shelter for folks from eastern Kentucky evacuated after devastating flooding last week. Right now, we still have over 500 people who are spending the night in shelters like this, Red Cross and partner shelters. Behind me, you can see an emergency vehicle that just arrived to bring some of the needed supplies for these families that had nowhere else to go and may have lost everything in this devastating flooding.
We lost everything. We didn't lose no lives, and we're grateful for that, and grateful for you guys for sure. They've made sure we've had food. We've came in here without shoes. They've got us shoes. They've made sure we've had clothes. I've got 2 little boys. They lost all their clothes. They got them clothes. It's been a tremendous experience. Since we've been here, my kids have been able to stay like their daily life, been able to play, have fun, and you've got people that come and play with them. And it's been awesome. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon with his $632, $5,800 and counting. Scan that QR code. Every little bit helps the American Red Cross. Joining us now, NASA Ambassador Tony Rice, who is a friend of the Carolina Weather Group. He is a friend of the WeatherBrains. I think he's a friend of every broadcast meteorologist from coast to coast. So, Tony, we're very glad you're able to hop on with us tonight. We have a lot we want to talk about, but I need to ask you first about SpaceX, Starship, and I'm going to read this tweet. I'm sorry. I'm going to read this X. I got to get it right if it's Elon we're talking about from this morning to make sure I understand exactly what happened. The booster experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly shortly after stage separation, while Starship's engines fired for several minutes on its way to space. Is that the PR way of saying oopsies?
That's the PR way of saying that it blowed up real good. And something we need to understand about SpaceX, they do things a little bit differently. A lot of space companies, you talk to SpaceX fans, they'll call it the space old guard or something like that. They tend to break their testing up into individual segments and then bring it all together for kind of a final plugs out or whatever test. SpaceX doesn't work that way. They want to test as much as possible. So this unscheduled disassembly was kind of expected. I don't think they expected to get fully to orbit. I don't think they expect absolutely everything to work. And all that being said, every test has got to have a series of objectives. And my understanding is they met all of those objectives. And simply by having an intact launch pad post-launch is a great improvement over the last launch, where literally those 35 Raptor engines literally tore that pad apart. So they learned a lot from that and they corrected that. So, hats off to them.
It is quite literally rocket science. And I say that ironically because it is hard. Every space program in the history of human existence has had its own unscheduled disassembly of rocket parts. And so SpaceX is trying to do something new here. They obviously have done a whole lot with their crewed missions, their uncrewed missions to the International Space Station, and of course Starlink, which I got to tell you, at work I wrote one story that says, what are those dots in the sky? And then we explained it. Every time someone in the country somewhere sees dots moving across the sky, you can see that web article suddenly blip back up onto the board of clicks, because it is quite a star show.
Continue to get questions about that from everyday folks to broadcast meteorologists with PhDs. So if it's not something that you're familiar with, it can look a little odd. It looks like, a bright dots, mother duck and her ducklings falling along behind it. But on the unscheduled disassembly, kind of to circle it back to weather, a really good follow on Twitter. I'm not calling it X. Sorry. I'm going to continue calling it Twitter. A really good follow on there is the NWS Spaceflight Twitter account. They tweeted this morning a really cool image from the GOES satellite showing that debris field in the atmosphere, and it's true pretty far, but you can actually see it from geosynchronous orbit from the weather satellites. And we often see that with launches, either the heat plume or actually rocket fuel when it's burned tends to create at least in part water. So a lot of the water vapor products will show the launch pretty clearly.
Well, we'll talk next hour about the Carolina Weather Group, Kennedy Space Center, and Crew 7 launch and some of the behind-the-scenes content we got there. But you reminded me that we saw that launch from weather satellites as well, too. So it's amazing not only the role that weather plays in, obviously, the launch, but actually the way the tools and everything can pick it all up. Tony, let me ask you about this. We've got another show in the sky for folks who are maybe lucky enough to see it. We've got a meteor shower going on. Give us the truth. Who can see it and who can't?
Yeah, so Dr. Span has his rant points, and I do too. So I appreciate you bringing this up because this is one of my rant points. And I believe there's a certain meteorologist there in Charlotte as well who gets on his soapbox about this.
He's scheduled to get on that soapbox on this broadcast at 8:00 tonight.
Wonderful. Bring it up with him and you'll wind him up just like you just wound me up. I hate when people get excited about something that's only going to lead to disappointment, because nothing good can come out of that. Yes, I love people to go outside and take a look at the night sky. Yes, I love, especially for parents, to take their kids outside. That's such a special time when you can show somebody that you care about, this something that up in the sky that you care about. And when we, as science communicators, and everybody on this broadcast here is that, go about it the wrong way and try to overhype for whatever reason we're doing it. Sometimes we're doing it for good reasons. We want people to get excited about this stuff. Sometimes we're doing it for clicks, and that's absolutely the wrong reason. But when we get people too excited about an event that is just going to lead to disappointment, that's not a great thing. So let's talk about those meteor showers. The Leonids are peaking tonight. Absolutely true. And if you go in and you look at the meteor shower calendars, and the American Meteor Society is a great place to go look at that. They've got it filtered out. They've got absolutely all of them there. There is literally a meteor shower going on at just every day of the calendar year. Not a lot of people realize that. There's some that are stronger and there's some that are weaker. This one's a little bit weaker, but if you go on that calendar and you go and try and figure out how many meteors per hour you might be able to see, you're going to see a number there. You're going to see a number like 15. If you go and Google Leonids at 15, you'll get a ton of news reports. A lot of them from the UK for some reason. A lot of this bad science comes from the tabloids in the UK. I haven't figured out why. Maybe I just answered my own question. Maybe it's clicks. But 15 is a very bad number here, because 15 is the ZHR number. That's the zenith hourly rate. Zenith stands for directly overhead. Hourly rate you can figure out. But if anybody here has played golf, seriously, and you have a handicap, you know what a handicap is for. A handicap is there to, kind of level the playing field between different people. The ZHR is a handicap. It's meant to compare actual reports of meteors actually seen from around the world. So the purpose of it is to kind of level the playing field. It mathematically removes clouds, light pollution, and also your location on the Earth. It assumes, the ZHR assumes, that you're going to be at a position on Earth directly under the radiant point. And that's the point that the meteors appear to be coming from. It's always going to be named after the constellation that it's in. So you're going to be directly under that radiant point with not a cloud in the sky, in the middle of the desert or in the middle of the ocean where there is no light pollution. So in other words, the ZHR is absolutely impossible. We've got to stop reporting it in any way, shape, or form. And if you need a formula, a rough idea of how much you can actually report on, I wouldn't go any more than a quarter of what the ZHR is. So right now, ZHR of a 15 for the Leonids tonight, I wouldn't expect to see more than one or two. Seriously. So I wish we could do a better job of that, because if we get people out there and we get them looking up for this, the next time that something really cool is going to come along, we got kind of a cry wolf problem going on there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And kind of interesting how that all translates to the public. Maybe us having iPhones that can take better pictures at night will at least give somebody something to come away with, because it really takes that low light kind of photography or long exposures to really even see a lot of that stuff sometimes. Otherwise it's pretty far sometimes.
You're absolutely right. And the same's true of aurora. We've been having a lot of auroral activity lately, and that's going to continue too, because we're heading towards solar maximum. We're heading to that point in the solar cycle where we're seeing the most activity on the sun's surface and the most coronal mass ejections that are sending that energy out that's going to create those aurora. So we're going to see a lot more of that. But are you going to be able to see it as far south as Arizona, as some of the recent reports have said? Well, yeah, if you were an experienced photographer and you're out on top of a mountain in the middle of nowhere and you're taking images where your shutter is open for 2 or 3 minutes at a time, yeah, you're going to see aurora. But that person that you got excited to go outside and see the northern lights, are they going to be able to see it? Yeah, probably not. Even in Iowa, up into Montana and such, the pictures that you see people sharing around are gorgeous, but that's not what you're going to see with the naked eye. So that there's my soapbox for the day. I just wish we could do a better job of that, because there's so much cool out there to see. There's no reason to hype it.
Well, Tony, here's something that I know we're happy about. Happy 1-year anniversary since the launch of Artemis 1, and NASA's working their way towards Artemis 2. So for anybody who's missed the memo, we're trying to put humans back on the moon. Do you have any of the latest and greatest details with regards to that mission that you can share with us?
Yeah, so that program is marching on. Things are a bit delayed, as you might have seen. One interesting thing that's come out of it, Artemis 1 you mentioned, and I was just working on this morning, getting it set up for a local middle school here in Durham, North Carolina. One of the things that was aboard Artemis 1 was a set of seeds. And it's a variety of different seeds that were specifically picked so that they could thrive throughout the country. They were sent up there in honor of Stuart Russell, who was an astronaut back in the Apollo era, but he was also a smoke jumper. So he would go in and fight forest fires before, he joined on with the astronaut corps. So long story short, they sent a lot of seeds aboard Artemis 1, and it went around the moon. It is actually the spacecraft, the man-capable or crew-capable spacecraft that has gone the farthest from Earth. So it has traveled out there on beyond the moon. Artemis 2 is going to take actual humans on that trip. But those seeds have returned, and they're being curated by the Forest Service. And they're providing seedlings to anybody that can fill out the form and take care of them and put them in a safe place and make sure they're going to grow properly. So they're really looking to have them placed in public parks, schools, and things like that. So I'm working with a local school here to get a moon tree out in front of their school.
That's very cool. I have to come after that arrangements are made and come see this. You made me think when I visited Kennedy Space Center earlier this year for the Crew 7 social, where you get to kind of go behind the scenes, there was a lot more talk of plants than I anticipated. And it makes sense because these missions to moon and eventually onto Mars, we can't bring enough food. We have to grow the food out there. And so, they were experimenting with hydroponics and the RH and the gravity and the amount of water. And it was amazing just to see all of these scientists trying to find just the correct, optimal mode, if you will, for the way to grow these plants in space.
Yeah, we can't bring it all with us, so we are going to have to grow quite a bit of the food on the way there. Already have been growing food on board the International Space Station. There's various lettuces and things like that have been grown there. And it's funny, whenever you look at the books on the subject or even the NASA websites, for some reason, I guess they think that astronauts love tomatoes because there's always a tomato in the picture. I guess the red looks great in the imagery or whatever. But yeah, we're definitely going to be growing food on the way to Mars because that's one of the big challenges of making it to Mars is the trip there. It's a multi-month journey, and to your point, we can't take it all with us. We figured out how to recycle water pretty efficiently. Yesterday's coffee becomes today's coffee. It's kind of what it comes down to. But we've been doing that on board the International Space Station for pushing 25 years now.
That is a nice way to describe a process that I would have described differently.
Speaking of the International Space Station, I got a tidbit for you that I just published up on the WRAL website a couple hours ago. We're all familiar with seeing the International Space Station go over. There's a couple of really good passes this week. There was a great one tonight where it passed kind of between Raleigh and Greensboro. So we got a great show here in North Carolina. And we're going to have some other good passes this week. There's something kind of fun happening about 10 minutes, maybe up to 20 minutes as the week wears on ahead of the International Space Station. So last Wednesday, there were 2 astronauts that were outside on a spacewalk. They're doing some maintenance. I mean, the space station's no different than any other 2-bedroom sized house. You got to do some maintenance on it. So they're out there preparing to install some more solar panels. And a tool bag got away from them. These tool bags are not quite as big as a foot locker. They're pretty big. They're white and fabric covered. So they're really reflective. Well, that tool bag completely out of reach and is in the same orbit as the space station. So it's actually visible. So if you go out and look about 15 to 20 minutes ahead of when the space station is going to come over, and this is going to be true for a couple of weeks because it'll take a little while for it to deorbit. It will eventually deorbit. I went and looked it up in the Space Force's catalog. It's now one of 144 items that is tracked by the Space Force. This cataloged as ISS debris, and it's a tool bag. So it was visible tonight about 20 minutes ahead of the space station. You need binoculars because it's magnitude 6, which is right at the edge of visibility for the naked eye, and you've got to be out in the middle of nowhere, a really dark site to even be able to see something like that. But if you got a decent pair of binoculars, you should be able to see it. And the neat thing about it is it kind of flashes, and that's because it's tumbling as it moves through space. But as the Earth's gravity grabs onto it, it's going to slow down a little bit. That upper atmosphere is really lumpy and varied in density. It'll slow down, and in a couple of weeks, it'll burn up like everything else has.
I did not anticipate being able to see it. And there are lots of reasons why I could never be an astronaut. One of them would probably be I would have lunged for it, and that would have been bad.
Well, then you have 2 pieces of debris, one of them being human.
Yeah, that would
number 145.
Yeah. Dan Whitaker, you were the man who was on with Tony and I probably a year or so ago when we had a launch out of NASA's facility in Wallops, Virginia. And that was spectacular because we were able to see that launch. They were doing a sounding test. There were all sorts of really cool colors in the sky. Dan, I'm just wondering for folks who haven't seen that broadcast, if you can kind of recount being out there on the Outer Banks and what that was like.
Yeah, for sure. That was quite an incredible night. And I'll say definitely, like you said, with the colors that we saw behind the launch, it was spectacular. Just something I couldn't really have imagined. In that case, Tony, I was the opposite direction, where what I was expecting to see was blown over by 10 times, and I was able to live stream and photograph the whole event with 2 cameras. So it worked out really well. Basically, got to see what appeared to be kind of a V going up into the sky, and started out low. And then as it traveled upwards, you could see it fairly evidently. It was very obvious something was happening, and it was darker out. The sun had set probably half an hour to an hour previously. And as it got higher up in the sky, the V spread out. It almost looked like a cloud came from the back of the rocket. And then this kind of fluorescent color started to plume out to the sides as almost a circular kind of plume that formed around the V. And then it changed kind of colors again and changed the plume change. And then it kind of went up and went away a little bit. But there was a moment.
Beautiful description, Dan.
Yeah, tried to do my best. I guess the coloring itself would have been reds and yellows, or not yellows, purples. It's been a little bit since I've watched the video myself again, but I remember the feeling of kind of seeing it and then being just so blown away that something like that was happening in the sky, and it did feel like a very special moment.
Yeah, what you're seeing there is some of the interaction with the upper atmosphere that the aurora does as well. So the solar energy that's hitting the Earth, it's being funneled into the magnetic field lines that are running around the Earth. The best way to think of the shape of that and what's happening up in there in the upper atmosphere is it's the magnetosphere. It's that magnetic shell around the Earth that is protecting us from a lot of that solar radiation, but it's shaped like a donut. So those upper atmosphere tests are there, many of them, and I'm sorry, I'm not recalling the one that you're talking about, what exactly the altitude was, but oftentimes they're searching for a better understanding of how that energy interacts up at that upper part of the atmosphere, and in large part how ozone is created and can channel down there through. So the sounding rockets aren't quite as sexy as the ones that actually go orbital, but they are so very important in that upper atmospheric research. And a lot of it happens there at the Wallace Flight Facility. They're just south of the Delaware border on the Outer Banks of Virginia.
Well, as amazing as Dan's description was, here is Dan's footage from that day, so you can see it with your own eyes. And that was just an amazing opportunity to be able to stream that, Dan, and for you to be able to see it out there on the Outer Banks of North Carolina where the conditions were prime.
And we can sometimes see those launches as far east as Raleigh and Greensboro, and even sometimes in Charlotte.
Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity. Well, we're coming up on the top of the hour, and we are at $5,900. Would love, with your support, to get us to $6,000 by the time we close out this 6 p.m. hour. Let me ask James Spann or Phil Johnson from Stormfront Freaks if they have any questions or any comments for our friend Tony Rice before we let him go on this evening.
So let me just say, Tony is one of my heroes. The information that he provides us, it's just so useful. And every CPU cycle in my brain, I have to deal with weather. And by Tony's information, I look like an astronomy expert. But you know the deal, Tony. I have one favor from you. I want you at some point to get me a meetup with either Gene Kranz or John Aaron. I'm the only guy on this show old enough to remember these men and what they did in the 1960s. They got manned to the moon. These were young engineers that didn't know any better, using slide rules in the trench. And what they did was just astounding, Tony. And to this day, I love that documentary. Failure is not an option. I watch it over and over. So they're role models for me. And your goal, one day, I want to meet one of these guys.
Yes, sir. I will do my best to do that for you. And it's funny you mentioned those slide rules. So the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 landing, many places around the country had celebrations and a lot of history museums and such. The History Museum here in Raleigh, they called me up and they said, well, what do you want to do? I said, I want to set up a booth and I want to teach kids how to use a slide rule. And we did exactly that. I think I had them break 3 or 4 of them, but we kind of demystified it, and also made a couple of engineering students that were wandering over from NC State a little bit glad that they were graduating when they were graduating, didn't have to deal with that. Also got across some information or some thoughts about precision. And I think we get a little over precise sometimes, even as science communicators, we do it. The precision in those slide rules was not all that great. You know, there were different kinds, of course, and you can take them out to certain decimal points. But the kids learned about, you know, what a slide rule was and how it works, and some of the engineering students learned that, you know, maybe I don't need to take things out to 15 places. I'm just kind of showing off there for no good reason.
Yeah, I wonder how many people actually watching this show right now have worked a slide rule in their life. I did as a youngster. I'm that old. When I was in high school, the calculators were brand new and they were very expensive. I mean, it would cost $150 for basic functions. And so most of us could not afford that. So we used slide rules into high school back then. So that is just outstanding.
My dad was an electrical engineer, and he would not let me touch his. Would not let me. He would let me use the slide rule. He taught me how to use the slide rule, but not that Texas Instrument calculator.
Yeah, they were very expensive. And goodness, the day I finally got one, I think I was a senior. I felt like I was on top of the world. It was amazing.
I remember in high school, I had a graphing calculator and I lost it, and I was embarrassed to tell my parents, who are probably watching right now. And so we were flipping the house upside down trying to find it because they were so expensive.
Still are.
Yeah. Well, and your phone can do it now, but that's a whole nother separate conversation. Well, Tony, it's always great to see you. Where can people stay in touch with you?
I'm always available on RTP Hokie, Hokie. I'm watching my Hokies get beat by NC State right now, unfortunately. Didn't go as well this weekend as it did last. On Twitter, and also I am a regular fixture on WeatherBrains. James has been kind enough to let me rant my crazy once a week and share something cool in the sky. And I've learned so much from them and so much from my other meteorology friends that is useful to us in the space enterprise as well. So thank you for having me.
Always great to see you, Tony. And we'll look for you on WeatherBrains, on WREL, and there on the platform we all lovingly call Twitter. As we come up in the 7 o'clock hour, Phil, thanks to you and Jill for another $100. We're closing in on that $6,000 mark, and we're looking forward to hitting that. Hey, if you like space and you like what we're talking about, stay tuned. We're going to take you behind the scenes of Kennedy Space Center when our telethon returns right after this.
That land has been in our family for over 100 years. And it's a rural community that's not within the city limits. Because the tornado approached from the south, that area was the first place hit, and it destroyed every house. My dad met my mother when she was pregnant with me. He had an option. He could stay with a woman that was pregnant with a child that wasn't his, or he could be my dad. And one day he showed up in the hospital when my mother gave birth with my first pair of shoes. That was him, and since then, he's been with me, taught me everything I knew. He worked on a farm his entire life. When I was 13 years old, he took me to the cotton fields and made me stop chopping cotton. And I did that. Just to think that a tornado just destroyed everything that he had, absolutely everything. He's nearly blind. He's a double amputee, has prosthetics on right now, a kidney transplant recipient. And the night of the storm, I found him at 3 o'clock in the morning in the dark. For us, the Red Cross showing up in our community makes me feel like we're being seen. Today, I sat in front of a person with a Red Cross jacket on that said, okay, tell me about the medical equipment that was lost because you're a double amputee. Tell me about your medication that you didn't have access to for 4 days because you're a kidney transplant recipient. Tell me about your prosthetics. Do you have an extra pair of prosthetics? You know what? We're going to get you the resources you need. Someone with a Red Cross jacket on literally came to the area where my parents used to live and actually paid attention and felt that pain and stood in that moment with my parents. That's what the Red Cross means to me right now. And it makes me emotional because a lot of times we do get forgotten because we grew up in a poor situation and a lot of my family lives in poverty. I feel like people don't pay attention to us. Resources flow in, but you're not important enough. But the Red Cross came in and said, yes, you are important. They proved it. They sat down and they filled out the application for financial assistance for my parents. They filled out the application for housing assistance, for medical assistance. All of those things, those little things, those are tangible things that make a difference. Because you don't know what you got until it's gone. Especially when you don't have much in the first place. You don't know what you got until you almost lose it. And so when some organization like the Red Cross comes in and said, I'm gonna help you. It means something.
And let you guys see what it is that I'm experiencing.
Trying to get a direct measurement with a handheld Kestrel anemometer here. We'll see what we can pick up, but and there goes
When a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home.
I mean, this is incredible. Let me turn the camera around. Get us back into kind of a dry view.
And I get up here, and all of a sudden, storm surge started. And all of a sudden, I ended up in about 4 feet of water.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m.
If you're going to look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. Very severe wind that caused destruction.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just 2 of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area.
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses. There's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
Have you ever seen the Dan River like this before?
No, not that I can recall. I mean, I've seen it fairly flooded before, but I've never seen it to where we're now kind of asking ourselves, okay, a couple more feet and it might get over those bridges.
It's 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon supporting the American Red Cross is back for another hour as we are just a few dollars away from that $6,000 mark. You can donate right now by scanning the QR code that is on the screen. And if you're not able to give, we understand. We just hope that maybe you'll share the link to a friend or family member who might be interested in watching. We're going to continue our space theme going here as we roll into the next hour of our weather podcast. I'm James Brierton from the Carolina Weather Group in Charlotte. Our show had the opportunity to visit Kennedy Space Center earlier this year. We were invited down for what's called a NASA Social, where they invite content creators behind the scenes of some of the really cool things that NASA is doing. In this case, it was the Crew 6 launch to the International Space Station as 4 humans were heading up to that orbiting space laboratory to continue all of the great efforts that are going on there right now for active science, current experiments, and things that will, as you just heard, help us get back to the moon and eventually onto Mars. So here's a little bit of the behind the scenes that our viewers in the Carolina Weather Group got to see when we went down to Kennedy Space Center earlier this year. Hope you enjoy. They told us we have about 12 minutes that we can walk around here at the press site, and we can use this time to create content, which is what we are all here to do. And I think this is the first time of many times during this trip where I'm going to have a small window of time to get my words right, to figure out what to say, and I just can't get over the view. I don't know what to say. What are you supposed to say? But I guess what I can manage to say is we are in the presence of some historic places, structures, roads, lands. This building behind me is the Vehicle Assembly Building. It is a enormous building, and it is where many generations of space vehicles have been, like its name suggests, assembled vertically and then make their trek out to one of many historic launch pads here at Kennedy Space Center. We're getting ready now to go across the street into the Vehicle Assembly Building. This is going to be one of the coolest parts of the entire weekend, going inside this building where most visitors to the complex don't get to go. But before we do, a routine security check. So how tall is the Vehicle Assembly Building? About 530 feet tall. Wow.
So this is the building where we stacked the Artemis 1 moon rocket and where we'll stack the coming Artemis missions. But this is also the building where all the Saturn V's for the Apollo program and all 135 space shuttles were stacked in here. So some people refer to this building as the Space Cathedral because there's a lot of history in here. As we're making our way down the building, I'll try to point out some of the original components that were used for Apollo. This is kind of their testing and checkout cells, right? So before you stack all the pieces on top of each other, you want to make sure that they're all going to fit together and they're all ready for launch. You can kind of think of the rockets we bring in here as a kind of highly explosive set of Lego, right? We're kind of all roads lead to Kennedy Space Center, and here at the Vehicle Assembly Building, we get all the pieces and parts of the rockets.
During the Artemis 1 launch,
Yes.
they rolled back for hurricanes. What are hurricanes like inside this building?
Yes, so this is Florida, so it's an occurrence that, we're prepared for. So essentially, all the doors, I mean, they're mostly closed right now, but they kind of, close up the building nice and snug. And yeah, this building is prepared to take on hurricanes. So
you want to survive an hurricane?
yes, and the building next door, the Launch Control Center, that's the place you want to be. So when we have hurricanes here, there's a whole team that rides them out. And so they get to sleep and have a sleepover in the Launch Control Center, making sure that the center is all safe and sound. But what happens is the crawler transporter rolls under here at its top speed of about 1 mile per hour. The platform, you can kind of see it sitting on yellow jacks right now. So the crawler comes up under there, raises up, that gray platform sits on it, and then rolls to the launch pad.
This day is insane. This is by far insane.
Just to give you an idea of how tall.
We just took the elevator up to the 16th floor.
So here's 2 of our high bays. This one right across from us was used for space shuttle. So you can see the orange platforms in there and the gray. We can't see it, but in this gray box over here, that's where the access point into the shuttle was. So if they needed to, put payloads in there or put people in there to get everything configured for the astronauts, that was kind of their access point for shuttle. And you can kind of see the big doors a little better. On the bottom level, it's kind of like big barn doors that open up horizontally. And then this way, they open up vertically. It takes about 45 minutes to get the doors all the way opened up. But you can kind of see where the space shuttle maxed out on this side. So they didn't need to open all those vertical doors to get the shuttle out. But for Artemis and Apollo, they do have to open those doors all the way up because they're so much taller than the space shuttle was.
The Vehicle Assembly Building is not the place to work if you don't like heights. It is the tallest single-story building by volume. And it just seems to go forever.
Right here, actually hooked up to the crane right now. The boosters are 5 segments tall. For Space Shuttle, they were 4 of these segments. So this is the bottom segment. And actually, the entire weight of the rocket is stacked on these solid rocket boosters. So they're the first part of the rocket that gets stacked before they put the big orange core stage in between them. And you can kind of see in there some of the platforms are extended in the high bay. So those platforms go in and out. Imagine giant hydraulic kitchen drawers. That's essentially what those platforms are. And those are the access points for the workers to get to the rocket. And they come to us via rail from Utah. Then they wheel them over here into this. The crane team gets all ready to go, and then up right where we were standing and over and down into High Bay 3. Yeah, so full scale of 1/5 of one of the boosters. And so you got 2 of those, plus the core stage, plus the upper stage. So it's hard to visualize it, but it's a pretty big rocket.
We haven't even reached lunchtime yet on Friday, and already the first big surprise inside the Vehicle Assembly Building waiting for us, the director of the Kennedy Space Center.
Anyways, I'm super excited to have you guys out here today.
You're the first woman to hold this position, and we're getting ready to send the first woman to the moon.
Absolutely.
What does all of that mean to you?
We had our first Artemis 1 mission, as you said, at the end, capstone of our 60th anniversary. It was a big anniversary present for us. But yeah, first woman and first person of color on the surface of the moon, lunar. I have my personal favorite that I picked out in the astronaut that I want to go, but who knows? I'll be making an announcement for the crewed flight of Artemis 2 sometime this year, sometime this year. But then, of course, Artemis 3 is when the crew will actually be descending down to the surface of the moon. So that'll be the really exciting. Right now? And then, of course, Artemis 3 will be bringing up our astronauts in Orion, matching up and bringing them down. 2025 is when we're shooting for. But there is some complexities and some dependencies there. So we'll see.
There are a lot of cool things at NASA. I think the VAB might be one of my favorite because it is the persistent home of historic missions to the moon and eventually to beyond. This is the one that has been here throughout. As we come off the bus, you'll notice that the vehicle assembly building is behind me. And that's because right across the street here is the parking lot for the crawler. This is the machine that carries spacecraft, including Artemis, out to the launch pad when they are ready to go from the vehicle assembly building out to the launch pad and prepare for launch.
Well, anyway, this is crawler 2. There's 2 crawlers. There's one on the other side, which was obviously crawler 1. And they were built for the Apollo program. And this one was the second one built. It was built in 1966. The company who built it was a mining company, Marion Power and Shovel. And they actually pretty much assembled it in Ohio and then brought it down here and then reconstructed it. It's 130 by 115. It weighs 6.6 million pounds. Really, we don't travel any more than a mile an hour. How much fuel? It can hold 5,000 gallons. There's 2 2,500 gallon tanks, one on each end.
How long have you been driving this?
I hate saying this. About 40 years.
Wow. How many missions have you supported then?
About every shuttle mission. So
the drive obviously takes a while. How long is a driving shift per driver, and what do you do to keep focused during that?
To run the crawler, say like on a rollout operation, it takes about 18 to 20 people. Okay, and that's including technicians on the ground and in the pump room and in the engine rooms. And we all usually take about 2 to 3 hour shifts and rotate. It's not like a car, you can't take it out every day. So the only time you get a chance to actually train somebody is during an operation.
Oh, there's no like us.
Right, there's no, in other words, there's no simulator or anything like that. It's the real deal. Yeah, NASA really doesn't look too much, like you said, anymore to low Earth orbit. They're trying to move, of course, to the moon and beyond. So they're trying to carry the heavier rocket with the heavier, payloads. Artemis is much heavier than the shuttle was. In shuttle, we were carrying about 12 million, and right now we're carrying about 16. So it's upgraded. We had to upgrade all the mechanics on the bottom. We redid all the rollers that the shoes run on, so it could carry a heavier load. We strengthened all the trucks. We added steel inside of each of the trucks so it could handle a heavier load. All the gel cylinders, that's the jacking cylinders that raise the chassis up and down. We changed all those out so they can handle the heavier load. We added new engines up top in the engine room so they could actually produce more power, because the mobile launcher compared to the mobile launch platform required a lot more power because we're carrying a tower, and the tower needed more power. And we needed more of a purge on the vehicle. So we had to have a lot more power. If you had to try and build one of these, I'd hate to think how long it would take you to do it. When the crawler was originally built in the 60s, they ran about $10 million a piece. Wow. In the 60s. Wow. So you think about that now, if you go to today's dollars, yeah, we're looking hundreds of millions.
Out of all of the things I imagine we could be doing today, going inside the crawler, I didn't even know that was within the realm of expectations.
I guess you don't need a brake pedal, do you?
That is a brake pedal.
So I guess you don't need a gas pedal.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we're learning. If you will reach right down there and lift that little lid and flip that switch.
This?
Yep. It's all connected to the PLC, Programmable Logic Control. So everything's computer driven.
Was it always computer driven even back in the 60s, or?
Nope, it was all relays.
Wow.
Back in the 60s, there was a lot of mechanical. The cab has changed quite a bit from Apollo to now. On Apollo, there were actually 2 consoles, and you actually steered it like they used a jet fighter controller. Left to right, you can see the first is forward, neutral, reverse. It's like your transmission. Talking about a gas pedal, it's called your speed control, the big knob right there. And then you have different steering modes, great circle, crab, independent. The other cab, which is diagonally opposite of here, so it steers the other 2 trucks. And then, of course, it's the beautiful little steering wheel that everybody loves. It's small, but it's effective. And you can see it's plus or minus 6 degrees. 6 degrees obviously doesn't sound like a lot, but over the entire length of the transporter, a 6-degree turn equals to a 5-foot radius. And that's tightest the crawler can turn, 500 feet. That's the sharpest turn it can make. As far as moving vehicles, we have a wind restriction, of course. You can't move in more than about, I think it's 40 knot winds. And there's not that there's a restriction, but the crawler will still move when there's lightning out there. But obviously you can't have anybody on the ground. They have to be in their vehicles. And really when we're moving well, now it's an Artemis to the pad, we try to make sure that there's no lightning within 25 miles.
Right now we're on the crawler, which has moved shuttles and now Artemis, retrofitted to move not only the vehicle, but also the launcher, that tower that's conveniently stored right in the background of my shot right now, to the launch pad. This is a very historic piece of equipment, which I did not expect to get the opportunity to walk on today.
The one, of course, that shot off Artemis 1, and there are 4 interface points that match up the 4 interface points here on top of the crawler. And we jack the mobile launcher up about 3 feet, take it to whatever destination needs to go, typically pad B or the VAB. Everybody likes to equate it. It's 90-foot square. It's like a baseball diamond. Same as a baseball diamond, to give you an idea of size.
I mean, I'm yet again speechless, and I know I sound like a broken record, but NASA is just one time capsule after another that is moving into the future with more and more innovations built upon legacy. It's incredible.
Okay, Complex 26 was originally built by the Army Ballistic Missile Agency to test Redstone and Jupiter intermediate range ballistic missiles. The building itself is reinforced concrete. The walls are about 2 foot thick, and the ceiling varies from 5 foot thick at the edge to 8 foot thick in the center. And if you follow me in, we'll go into the firing room. Okay, you're standing inside firing room B. There were 2 firing rooms, as I said before. Both would have been identical. All the equipment you see in here is from that time period, late 50s, early 60s. Most of it was actually used in this building. If you look out the window, you can see the launch pad out there, where that little fits this area off about 300 feet from us. I love getting, especially some of the SpaceX guys in here, some of their new hires. They'll come on, I'll show them where the pad is, and they inevitably, one of them will ask us, where did the crew go when they were launched? I'll tell them they were right in here. And everything was hardwired. You had a cable, a copper cable, running from each of these consoles out to the rocket. Problem is, after about 400 feet, the voltage drops off to a point you lose that signal. So that's why it was this close. And when you get down to the last part of the count, they shut all the blast doors and turned off the AC system. Because if something goes wrong, you don't want to suck all those toxic gases in here. And so, like I say, you had 25, 30 guys. It is hot. It's summer in Florida. The temperature is 212 degrees, humidity 4,000%. Just a typical Florida summer day. Everybody smoked. In fact, it was so prevalent, there were ashtrays built into the consoles. But everything revolved around this console here in the center of the room. This is where the launch director or the test director sat. And basically in this room, when they were doing a launch, he was basically God. Now everything came down to these 2 switches. They were flipped at the same time. One would start the turbo pumps, feeding the fuel and oxidizer to the engine. The second one would light the igniter. Somebody like to give it a try. You know, you're tired, you're irritable. Let's get an irritable look on you. No, that's not disgusted. Irritable. You know, like you're going to kill this guy. If he doesn't get this camera out of your face, you're going to kill him. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, launch. And from what we understand, that what you're hearing and the vibration level is pretty accurate to a launch here at that time.
The noise level, wow.
Okay, over in this room, in here today, we have a Burroughs Mod 1 guidance computer. Now in here, this is the core memory. This is like basically the same as RAM in a modern computer. Now this computer, now you got to remember, this was late 50s, early 60s, and this was considered bleeding edge technology. And this computer had a core memory of 258 bytes. Not megabytes, not kilobytes, but bytes. And this is what we use to put John Glenn into orbit.
There we go. Well, my name is Jamie Draper. It's nice to meet all of you. I serve as the museum director for the Cape Canaveral Space Force Museum. We used to be the Air Force Space and Missile Museum. We just changed our name a few months ago. Hangar C behind me is the oldest missile assembly building on the Cape. It dates to 1953. Werner von Braun and his team worked out of this space initially, and this is where we preserve and display the crown jewels of the museum collection. And just wait, I always feel like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. This is going to blow your minds.
He wasn't kidding when he said they keep the good stuff in here. Outside, it just looks like a hangar. You would drive right past it, never even realize the history that's inside this building.
So welcome to our playground. This is a unique collection. You won't see anything like this anywhere in the world. This is basically the hardware that backed our Cold War policies and began our space programs. Each one of these is so unique you could build an individual museum around each individual piece. It's so steeped in history. The Snark right over here, I'll point out just a few quick highlights, but the Snark is my happy little guy. I really like him. That's our first intercontinental cruise missile, jet-engined, and had a distance of thousands of miles. So over 90 of those launched. One veered off course along the eastern range and crashed somewhere in the jungles of Brazil. Still haven't found it to this day. So if you find yourself hiking through the Amazon, keep your eyes open for some scrap metal. I'd love to display a piece of that. And one of those could deploy a nuclear warhead to Soviet Union in a matter of hours, right, Bill? The Jupiter behind this redstone launched our first full-size re-entry vehicle into space and our first successful bioflights. And then the Thor and Thor Able behind those launched some of our earliest satellites. So there's this theme of develop for destruction, develop for deployment of warheads, and repurpose for our earliest space exploration programs. So on that note, I might hand over to Bill.
Fixing to go take a look at Von Braun's office.
Oh, yeah?
His office space.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my God, I think I'm gonna have a heart attack. Yeah, he said it's not that big of a deal, and I said I don't care.
Oh well, no, I mean I don't mean that big a deal. It doesn't look like much right now.
Yeah, okay, I don't care.
Because they've just done a bunch of asbestos removal in there, so it's stripped down to the walls.
We're gonna go see Von Braun's office. Sweet. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's pretty much a suite.
It was a whole thing, he said.
We had, here, these two rooms. We're, like I say, 99.99% sure, because one of the things in our research, in one of the biographies, they would talk about how, whenever they were doing Redstone, the early Redstone launches, he would go up into the top of the lighthouse there to watch from. Well, at that time, we knew they were launching off Pad 4, which is just down the road. And this is the closest office to the lighthouse. Plus, the floor in here is completely different from the rest of the building. All this tile, it's not found anywhere else. So we're pretty sure this was the office and this was the conference room. This is where all the planning took place. For Explorer 1, for the Redstone program, it was all done in these two rooms. Our plans, our long-range plans we're looking for photos of him here, and we want to restore it back to the way it looked then.
And how long ago did you guys find this?
Well, it actually has been fairly recent, because for a number of years, no one was allowed up into this space because of asbestos problems. And so we just recently, about a year ago, did the removal, which was complete, so we started roaming around up here trying to find it. One of the things we're looking at doing, we've got parts of the museum scattered in storage all around the base. What we want to do is consolidate everything into this building.
The climate crisis is upending millions of lives across the country and around the globe. We are witnessing a striking number of natural disasters with greater severity than ever before. In fact, the number of billion-dollar disasters in the U.S. has increased by 70% over the past decade. The number of families affected will continue to rise in both volume and suffering. However, these disasters leave their most profound mark on low-income communities, as well as those who are older or living with disabilities. The people most impacted by climate disasters are already the most vulnerable. The devastation has a compounding effect on these communities, and we need your help in the face of this humanitarian crisis. Your support is critical and will help the American Red Cross remain at the front lines to provide aid as disasters intensify. As a leading disaster responder in the U.S., we're launching nearly twice as many relief operations than we did a decade ago in response to unrelenting and overlapping disasters. And sadly, many of the same communities are ravaged repeatedly. This crisis has stretched our ability to provide life-saving meals, shelter, health and mental health services, financial aid, and more to people with no place else to go. That's why we're expanding our capacity to deliver emergency aid, enhancing our large-scale relief and recovery services, using innovation where we can, and growing partner support networks in disaster-prone communities. Internationally, we're implementing new programs to reduce climate disaster risks in some of the most vulnerable high-population areas. We're also creating grassroots pre-disaster plans and engaging with youth leaders to expand their local impact. We each play a role in responding to this crisis. So at the American Red Cross, we are also doing our part to reduce our own environmental footprint through cutting emissions, waste, and water use. Even with all of these efforts combined, we need to do more. With your help, the American Red Cross will invest $1.1 billion over the next 5 years to meet the growing needs of this humanitarian crisis. Your commitment ensures we can continue to help those who need it most.
It is the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon, and it's amazing. It took me until 7:30 to clear my voice on air. It's a long haul, but that's why they call it a telethon. Maybe they should call it a marathon. Welcome back in. James Brierton with you from Charlotte, North Carolina. We got Scotty Powell in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Phil Johnson from Stormfront Freaks riding along with us here as we come up at the bottom of the hour. $6,300 in total raised so far for the American Red Cross. Special thanks to Mark Olson, $100 donation here in the last few minutes. We also had a $250 donation from the Carolina Weather Group and ESG just in the last half an hour. So we have officially crossed that $6,000 mark, Phil. And, you know, we keep getting asked, and I'll be transparent. People keep asking us, what's the goal? How much money were you guys looking to raise? We were looking to raise as much money as possible, and we appreciate every one of those $6,300 raised so far for the American Red Cross. It's unbelievable, Phil.
Yeah, right now we're looking to raise $7,000. That's what the goal is at this point. So this is amazing. But I said on Twitter, I just sent a message that it just shows how this weather community can really come together and support a cause like this. Not only all these great guests, James coming in, but because they're all given their time, right, on a Saturday to come here and chat with us and do all this. But for these, our weather community, basically, right, to be able to donate and give and doing what they're doing already. But we got to sprint to the end. We still got a few hours here to go, and we've got some great people coming in.
Well, Mr. James Spann himself just dropped $250, bringing our grand total now to $6,550. And I got to say, that $250 from Spann is in addition to the nearly $1,300 that his WeatherBrains podcast donated earlier. And so, Phil, to complement your point, not only are people donating their time as hosts, as production staff, and as the many guests that are coming through, but we're seeing so many of them donate financially on top of the time. And I think that warms my heart the most.
And I'll keep repeating this as well, right? We've had some great people donating top tier hundreds of dollars. But I just want everybody to know, I've grown up always knowing that the onesies and the twosies make a difference. Meaning you've got $5. If you can find a way to make a $5 donation, that's going to make a difference, people. Every little bit of that money counts. So please don't be intimidated maybe by someone who donated couple $100. That's where they're at, and they're in a position to be able to do that, which is great. And someday you might be as well, but you're in a position to do what you can now. And I want everybody to know that makes a difference.
Absolutely. And we appreciate everyone who's been with us, watching, sharing, and donating. Let me bring in my Carolina Weather Group co-host, Scotty Powell. He's actually, I think, the last member of our staff who is a part of the founding crew of this podcast. Scotty, we're coming up on the end of the year, so we think about all of the weather conversations we've had, all the weather we observed, although there was a piece of something.
We need to go back over to Scotty Powell for a moment.
Our viewers are going to see it on the screen.
Joining us back here.
You'll remember this day, Scotty.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that day. What a day that was.
This is the Chinese spy balloon day.
Yeah, so funny story. I'm sure Bill probably is used to Slack. We communicate in Slack in the Carolina Weather Group, and I work at WBTW, CBS affiliate in Myrtle Beach, and we got an email saying that the airspace was closed due to military activity, and I knew the Chinese spy balloon was going to be floating our way just because of the jet stream, the way it was flowing, and so I sent it to James. I was like, hey, we need to keep an eye on this. And so James decided to pop up the old streaming platform. I think, James, you guys saw it through Charlotte, and then tracked it through the ups, Asheville. And then as we're along the coast beach, actually that's where the Chinese spy balloon was shot down. And we were on air as that happened, as the military fighter jets was circling the balloon. All of a sudden we heard a boom, and then another boom, and that was the balloon popping and falling to the ocean. So
well, you can see Evan Fisher on screen. I woke up that morning, and Evan's picture of it from Asheville was all over cable news, local news, the internet, and it became a bit of a weather story. Yes, there's a military aspect, there's a political aspect, right? But then it was, what are the winds? Where are the winds blowing? How hard are the winds blowing? Where is this thing going to go? And it became clear that it was coming to you in Myrtle Beach, and that was just a crazy day.
Yeah, the jet stream took it through Asheville, through the upstate, through Charlotte, Bennettsville, Darlington, Florence, South Carolina, and then eventually here in Myrtle Beach. And we were able to track that with the 500 millibar winds, and blew it right off the coast. And then I think James probably could tell I was getting excited as I seen these fighter jets continue to just circle around, and I'm like, something's about to happen. And then about 5-10 minutes later, so that was a memorable day for sure. I think that was the very first for the Carolina Weather Group to cover. We've covered a lot of severe weather. Yeah, a lot of severe weather events, some NASA space stuff, but never that. So
thanks to Samuel, who's donated another $50, putting our total so far to $6,600 and counting. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to talk to former FEMA director Craig Fugate about resiliency, and I have a funny story for him about his so-called Waffle House Index. You've heard it.
I was going to say we have to mention that.
How could you not? It's the thing that is probably following him around to every appearance he ever makes. More of our Telethon coming up after this. Stay with us.
I deployed here as a supervisor, and I am in charge of the dormitory. The work that we do with the children here at a Red Cross shelter really helps the parents start to see their children. It calms their nerves a little bit. As all parents do, we worry first and foremost about our kids and how they're doing. So when they see that their kids are still acting normal and still interacting with their peers or with other people, the parents can sort of take that burden off their shoulders and start to really think about other things like recovery and moving on. Having an area like this at the shelter where we have toys and games and things that are common in their everyday lives really helps them develop a sense of normalcy. I volunteer for the Red Cross because, quite honestly, it feeds my soul to know that there are people who are suffering these traumatic events, these major natural disasters, whose lives have been upended, to know that I can come in and offer them some comfort, that I can bring my expertise in sheltering to them so that I can start their healing process, really drives me.
Welcome back to the Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. Rolling on here, $6,600 raised so far for the American Red Cross, thanks to your generosity. We have another 3.5 hours to go. Appreciate everyone staying with us. Welcoming in now Craig Fugate, former FEMA director, former state emergency management director for the state of Florida. And Craig, I have questions for you, but I want to tell you that I was recently in a meeting and somebody was trying to explain something to me and like, oh, well, there's these levels and there's these triage. And so you should really try to triage things and prioritize them and, you know, kind of do it like the Waffle House Index. Do you know about the Waffle House Index? And I said, do I know about the Waffle House Index? I talked to the man who coined it. Does that just follow you everywhere?
Yeah, it's going to be on my tombstone. The Waffle House Index is red.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know, you had this great quote when you were on the Carolina Weather Group show, and I don't know if you remember saying it or not, but it was something like, oh, one day we were putting together the Waffle House Index, as it's so-called been phrased, where you guys would show on a map to officials which Waffle Houses were fully open, partially open, and closed to help kind of convey, for folks who are unfamiliar with, the severity of an incident on the ground, whether it be weather or something else. And I just remember you said, oh yeah, there was this one day we were running late and I had to say, Mr. President, don't worry, they're still making bacon. That was my favorite quote of any guest on the Carolina Weather Group. Well, I'm glad you're here tonight as we're doing our telethon because I had originally reached out to you a couple weeks ago when we were looking at resilience zones that were being rolled out by the current FEMA administration, which you are since retired from. But I wanted to pick your brain because we keep seeing record-breaking billion-dollar disaster events year after year. And so I know you are a big champion of resilience. Can you talk to our audience a little bit about what resilience is and how as communities we can try to prepare ourselves for this upward trend of disaster events?
Yeah, I think, when you talk about being resilient, people go, what does it mean? And it's like, it doesn't mean we don't have storms, and it doesn't mean we don't have damages. But if you think about it, a lot of this goes back to where and how we build. And we know that the way we build and where we have built stuff has a great determination about how severe the disasters are. So the idea of building resilience is, let's start with our building codes and make sure we're using appropriate building codes for the risk, making sure we're building in areas that are survivable, and that as we're looking at both the buildings but also our infrastructure, we're taking into account that the past is not preparing us for the future. These extreme weather events are record-setting. In many cases, I think we're too dependent upon looking at the last 100 years of weather data. We use terms like a 100-year flood event to describe risk, and people say, well, I don't live in 100-year flood risks, therefore I don't have a flood problem. I'm like, yeah, there was a headline in the Washington Post last year, 5 1,000-year flood events in 5 weeks. So, part of this idea of resilience is making sure that we're using the appropriate building codes, land use planning, but importantly, we're not building to just the past. We're incorporating in the severity of these storms, most notably the extreme rainfall events, which are occurring more and more frequent and in many places that have never experienced this level of flooding.
My co-host, Scotty Powell, on the line. We'll get questions from him in a moment, but he is along the Carolina coast there in Myrtle Beach. I think about resilience. I think about the Outer Banks, places where we've seen homes just tumbling into the ocean as the oceans are rising. But let me ask you this, Craig. While those pictures are obviously breathtaking and have been burned into my brain, is this just a coastal community problem, or is this a broader problem for everyone?
It's everywhere in the U.S. It's actually global. If you look across the globe, extreme rainfall events, extreme flooding, you're seeing that taking place almost daily. Look what's happening right now. I believe it's in the Dominican Republic, where they've gotten almost a foot of rain with these tropical systems. So again, the infrastructure we built was built for the past. What we're seeing is these extreme rainfall events are exceeding our design parameters. Not only is it the homes that are being damaged, but just look at roads, bridges, culverts, drainage systems that are being overwhelmed and destroyed in these events. And this goes back to we need to really understand what our risk is going forward and make selective decisions about how we're going to make improvements, because we can't do everything. So we're going to have to be selective and look at that. And I think that's one of the things, the administration did with the resilience zones is to really focus in on lower income communities, which historically have not gotten the funding to build resilience and are actually more vulnerable to these events.
And Craig, to piggyback off of that, like James said, I live here along the Grand Strand, Myrtle Beach, Horry County, Brunswick County, North Carolina, kind of this area along the northeast South Carolina, southeast North Carolina coast, for the third year in a row is the highest growing metropolitan area. We're seeing a lot of issues here in the Grand Strand. The infrastructure. There's so many people moving in, and there's only one way out of the Grand Strand via 501, because if you go Highway 17 north or south, you're cut off by Wilmington or Charleston with potential storm surge and flooding. So the only way in is on 501, which also floods in the city of Conway from a main stem river flooding after a hurricane hits. We also are building all these apartment complexes and townhome complexes on swamp land. And we continue to see this, and we continue to see storm after storm. These homes just continue to get flooded out, and eventually, how can we prevent people from building into these areas that are known to flood? I mean, I know there's been a lot of talks, but it doesn't seem like it's getting anywhere.
Well, it's a constant struggle between the desire to develop and build in areas that people want to live in, and pushing back and saying, okay, if we're going to build there, we're going to have to build to higher standards. We're going to have to elevate. We're going to have to go to higher wind codes. That increases the cost. What I'm seeing driving this, however, is lack of available insurance. Increasingly across the Gulf Coast and now across the Southeast, we're seeing the price of insurance go higher and higher for wind coverage. And as you also are dealing with higher interest rates right now, to a certain degree, that puts a little bit of a damper. But the reality is, anywhere that's desirable along the coast, both before a disaster and then after a storm hits and there's wiped out, we see this rapid gentrification where we keep building in these high-risk areas. As long as what we're building, we understand that risk, or secondary homes, vacation homes, short-term rentals, that may not be a bad investment. It's when it's the permanent workforce that, the people that live there full time, that lose their homes and then get displaced, that it becomes, I think, more of a challenge to look at, well, how do people that live here afford to work and live in these areas, or are they forced out? And to a certain degree, nobody wants to make that desirable, but the reality is we're really using market forces to push people out of high-risk areas and only really making affordable for the wealthy and those that are treating this as not a primary residence. And where you're at, Scotty, you've seen that transition. I mean, you used to go down to Myrtle Beach, and most of the people that lived there off season, that was their permanent home. Now, the majority of the housing there are short-term rentals, vacation homes, provides pretty good tax base to the community. But these are people that have options to leave during bad weather, have options to leave during hurricanes, and it's the permanent population that's getting priced out of these communities and pushed further inland. That may be better for their risk factor, but it's certainly impacting the workforce availability in a lot of these coastal areas.
I have one more follow-up with that. I know James has a question. One thing that I know you're familiar with, and a lot of weather savvy folks are familiar with, are these major hurricanes. Hurricane Camille back in the 60s. You had Hurricane Hugo in the late 80s. It's about every 30 to 35 years that the Grand Strand into Southeast North Carolina timetable to see these major hurricanes that could affect the area. And with so many people moving in and only one way out, as an emergency manager, as you was for the state of Florida and then working with FEMA in Washington, what is a concern for you knowing that a place may be overdue for a hurricane and there's very minimum ways to get out?
My real concern is going to be rapid intensification. If you look at these storms and you look at the length of time it takes to evacuate and the reluctance many times of local officials to pull the trigger early, if they're only dealing with a tropical hurricane or tropical storm or maybe a Category 1 hurricane, they're using their past reference to that going, well, we've dealt with those before, we're good. But it's moving over to Gulf Stream. And all of a sudden, as we've seen more and more frequently, is these rapid intensifiers that at the point you needed to make a decision to give people time to get out, it didn't seem to be a very significant storm. And now all of a sudden you have a Category 5 on your doorsteps. We saw this with Hurricane Michael and the Florida Panhandle in 2018. We saw this with Hurricane Ian, where we had more people drown in coastal communities in Florida than we had since any hurricane before 1930, before the 35 hurricane, which to me is kind of staggering. So it's not only the amount of time it takes to evacuate, it's that these hurricanes aren't going to give you days to get ready. You guys are going to be dealing a lot of times with a storm coming out of the south, parallel the coast. That becomes a very challenging forecast. A few degrees left or right could mean landfall or a near miss. But if you think about it, the one storm that scares me is the storms that are basically a Cat 1, maybe a strong tropical storm, 2 to 3 days out, when people need to be making decisions. They're making their decisions based upon that. And then we get a rapid intensification like we just saw down in Mexico, where in 24 hours, you're going from a Category 1 hurricane to a Cat 5 hurricane, and people don't have time to evacuate.
I want to give a shout out to Richard Cook, who just donated $10 to help with the American Red Cross. Appreciate that support. Craig, let me follow up on that thread of rapid intensification. You are no longer in those FEMA briefing rooms or in the state briefing rooms, but I'm curious, based on your knowledge and your professionalism when you're looking at these satellite images, is there anything that comes to mind that you would say, if I was still there, this is the thing that I would do differently than the way you may have done it when you were there? How does rapid intensification change that workflow for disaster relief?
Well, I think it's something we have to expect. I mean, for a long time, our rule of thumb was for every storm we're dealing with, we always bumped it up a category in strength when we were doing our evacuation planning. That may no longer be adequate. The other thing we have to really pay attention to is when I was doing this, there was pretty much one official source of information, and you got it through very limited formats. The National Hurricane Center, you got it across major broadcast networks. Now with social media, there are so many different pieces of information and people able to go out there and find so many different varieties of forecast products. Some of which are based upon the National Hurricane Center products. Some are not based on anything that we would recognize. Yet that's the information people have. And when we used to try to make sure we spoke with a consistent message across the consistent platforms, that's changing. And now you've got people that are social influencers that are also wading into these debates. So I think, from my standpoint is we have to factor in rapid intensification, especially if the Hurricane Center is issuing forecasts that suggest that's possible. The other thing is we got to understand that our ability to speak and be heard by the public as a single message has been diluted, and we're going to have to spend a lot more time understanding how people get their information, how they weigh that to make decisions. We're having to move away from what I used to call the parent speaking to the child, where government authorities would just tell people to evacuate and wouldn't spend a lot of time with the why you need to evacuate. And I think that's the other thing I'm seeing change. We are moving away from just dealing with the strength of the storm category to really focusing on the forecasted impacts, which are not going to be uniform across an area. And we're going to have to do a better job of explaining to people why they need to move to higher ground, why they need to evacuate when there's uncertainty. And in many cases, it's a blue sky day when you're asking them to do that.
I want to preface my next question for you by letting our audience know you have worked for bosses of both political parties, Republicans and Democrats. So this question is not loaded with politics behind it, but given your experience, we're in a situation right now where we keep coming up right on the 11th hour of a potential government shutdown. What would happen to disaster relief from the federal government, from agencies like FEMA, if a government shutdown were to happen?
Yeah, it depends on where they're at in their budget. We went through a shutdown and actually had several disasters we were responding to. The important thing to remember is FEMA has funding source to respond and recover from disasters that's separate from the annual appropriation. So what we call the disaster relief fund, and this is really archaic inside baseball budgeting. But even if the government, what they call a lapse of funding, they did not pass an appropriations bill, the government shuts down. Money that is not tied to that appropriation is still good. So FEMA still has money to respond to disasters. What happens immediately to FEMA is they shut down all of their non-essential programs. They shut down all their training, shut down all their grant programs, but they can continue to do response utilizing that funding. That's why, if you remember earlier this year, the disaster relief fund was running low on money. And there was a lot of concern about what happens if they run out of money. Well, the response stops. So, and we've been through this, we've done it. If there's any agency that is well versed in lapse of funding or continuing resolutions, it's FEMA, because all throughout my time there and every year since then, they've dealt with these types of budget uncertainties.
Greg, one thing that we have been seeing a lot of recently, and not say that this isn't a new disaster. We've always dealt with wildfires, but it seems like we're getting more wildfires that are in urbanized areas. You look back at Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg in 2016. You look back into California over the last several years, Colorado, and now even some western North Carolina wildfires. It's one that I guess, looking at the grand scheme of things, you worry about hurricanes, you worry about flooding, tornadoes. The wildfires kind of takes that step back, but we're starting to see more and more of this. As former FEMA director, what would be your advice to folks who live in these urbanized mountainous areas to prepare for wildfires?
Well, if you can see the trees, you're in what they call a WUI, a wildland urban interface, and it's tied to drought. And again, my experience in Florida was in 1998. I was bureau chief for response recovery. We had so many wildfires in the state of Florida during an extreme drought that of our 67 counties, over 50 of them were under fire management assistance grants. So I've dealt with this on the East Coast, particularly in the coastal plain states. People just don't understand the fire risk, because normally we're not dealing with extreme drought and we go through fire seasons, but the fires are not as erratic and don't spread as fast. And this is, I think, almost a bias for the East Coast to say we don't have those kind of fires they have in California or on the West Coast. And that is generally true until you're in a drought. And we're seeing more frequent, what they call flash droughts now, a new term I didn't realize we were using, but this idea that you can go into a drought relatively quickly that increases the risk of wildfires. And to a certain degree, we experienced this in 1998. We went out of an El Nino, had massive flooding across the state. It was when we had one of our worst tornado outbreaks. We had 42 people killed in Central Florida from tornadoes in that winter. But by April, it just stopped raining. And now up until April, we've been flooding all over the state, and then it just stopped, and it didn't rain again until July. And in that time frame, we went from starting to see more active wildfires to at one point towards almost before the July 4th weekend, we evacuated Flagler County, the whole county, for wildfires. So I think, again, there's this tendency, if you're on the East Coast, to say, hey, we don't have a wildfire problem like they do out West. Actually, you have a much worse problem, because during these droughts, you have much higher fuel loads than they do in the West Coast. And you also have very limited experience responding and dealing with the challenges of evacuating in these urban interface fires.
One thing,
Craig, I have time for. Oh, go ahead, Scotty.
I was going to say, just a little reference for you folks, what Craig was just talking about. The evacuations, if you're a NASCAR fan, they canceled the 4th of July Daytona race and held it in October due to the wildfires that year.
Yeah, 1998 was a rather significant year for wildfires in Florida. Had a lot of disruptions, but it pointed out that this idea that you can go into a drought very rapidly, and that persistent drought, very focused, and in less than 2 to 3 months, we went from a state that was flooded to a state that was burning. And that's going to be, I think, something that in coastal plain states all the way up into the Appalachians, that, we've seen that where we've had these droughts, and then we get these wildfires that will start running, and we'll lose a community. We'll lose homes. And if those droughts last longer, the fires will get worse. And it's something I think many communities haven't really thought about. You can go back and look at the experience of communities like Paradise, where they weren't able to evacuate in time, and loss of life. So I think, for the East Coast, there's this tendency, I think, that we're a little bit overconfident of our ability to manage and respond to wildfires, because, quote unquote, it's not like out west.
Craig, we've hit on a lot of really important topics here tonight that I hope people are taking to heart as they think about what threats they might have in their own community. And in the time we have left, I'm going to try to leave us on an uplifting, maybe interesting note here and make a hard pivot. I can't let you get off the Zoom tonight without asking you about the typewriter behind you. What is the story with the typewriter in your office?
I get drugged to a lot of estate sales by my wife, and it's usually for me to haul the stuff she buys in my truck back home. So we were at an estate sale, and I was looking around, and I'm looking for stuff like ham radio equipment or old radios, things like that. And I saw these typewriters, and I'm like going, well, that's cool. And, so I said, well, that would be a good background. The room raider gigs me all the time for hidden chords or other stuff, So I thought, well, maybe I'll put a typewriter back there. I mean, some people have the fake libraries behind them. I got my pictures. I thought, oh, the typewriter would be a nice addition.
I mean, I love it. And I also can relate on the ham radio equipment. We're going to be talking about ham radio on this telethon coming up in about half an hour. So, Craig, if you're free, you want to come back and talk with Jim Reed about how they connect students with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station using ham radio, you can come on back because we'll be here.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to go watch the Florida game.
You're probably not alone. I think there's a lot of people having two-screen experiences today.
Go Gators. I'm watching it right now. 7-3. Gators winning.
All right. Well,
Craig, we appreciate your time and insight.
Well, thanks, and keep doing the good work and raise money for one of our most primary relief agencies, the American Red Cross.
Absolutely. Appreciate your time tonight and joining our telethon, which is now nearing $7,000, thanks in part to $50 just coming in from Dan Wallace. More of our telethon is coming up right after this. Stay with us.
That land has been in our family for over 100 years. And it's a rural community that's not within the city limits. Because the tornado approached from the south, that area was the first place hit, and it destroyed every house. My dad met my mother when she was pregnant with me. He had an option. He could stay with a woman that was pregnant with a child that wasn't his, or he could be my dad. And one day he showed up in the hospital when my mother gave birth with my first pair of shoes. That was him, and since then, he's been with me, taught me everything I knew. He worked on a farm his entire life. When I was 13 years old, he took me to the cotton fields and made me stop chopping cotton. And I did that. Just to think that a tornado just destroyed everything that he had, absolutely everything. He's nearly blind. He's a double amputee, has prosthetics on right now, a kidney transplant recipient. And the night of the storm, I found him at 3 o'clock in the morning in the dark. For us, the Red Cross showing up in our community makes me feel like we're being seen. Today I sat in front of a person with a Red Cross jacket on that said, okay, tell me about the medical equipment that was lost because you're a double amputee. Tell me about your medication that you didn't have access to for 4 days because you're a kidney transplant recipient. Tell me about your prosthetics. Do you have an extra pair of prosthetics? You know what? We're going to get you the resources you need. Someone with a Red Cross jacket on literally came to the area where my parents used to live and actually paid attention and felt that pain and stood in that moment with my parents. That's what the Red Cross means to me right now. And it makes me emotional because a lot of times we do get forgotten because we grew up in a poor situation and a lot of my family lives in poverty. We feel like people don't pay attention to us. Resources flow in, but you're not important enough. But the Red Cross came in and said, yes, you are important. They proved it. They sat down and they filled out the application for financial assistance for my parents. They filled out the application for housing assistance, for medical assistance. All of those things, those little things are the tangible things that make a difference. Because you don't know what you got until it's gone. Especially when you don't have much in the first place. You don't know what you got until you almost lose it. And so when some organization like the Red Cross comes in and said, I'm gonna help you. It means something.
All right, and we're back. We're entering the 8 o'clock hour here as we try to raise funds for the Red Cross. We've got the number down there in the corner, so if you see that number go up, we want to get that in our hour here, at least for this one. We want to jack that up to maybe 7, 8, 9,000. Let's go. Let's try to keep it going. We've got some ambitious goals. So everybody, let me introduce myself. My name is Brad Panovich. I am the chief meteorologist at the NBC affiliate in Charlotte, North Carolina. I think I've been on many of these podcasts at some point or another, and it's great to see everybody teaming up for this great event. Our 8 o'clock hour, we've got a great guest from the Carolinas as well. You might know him more as Hurricane Trek, but Mark suited with us. And Mark, I wanted to do a big introduction for you, but I would let you explain what you do, because you've been doing something that a lot of people have probably just started doing in the last decade. You've been doing it since the mid-90s. So tell everybody on the podcast and listening what it is that you actually do. You are a hurricane chaser, but you are doing some really cool things over the years, and we're going to show some of those videos. But can you explain to our audience what it is that you actually do?
That's a great question, because it's definitely expanded in recent years, but it started with hurricanes, and the idea was to get in them and study what we could with video cameras, and that evolved into these remote cams, just like that one right back there that was used during Hurricane Michael. And so it does a few things. It lets us be in a lot of places at once, and it keeps us safe because there's just some points of view we just can't get. Even the greatest veteran storm chasers, Mother Nature is going to get you if you're not careful. And so over the years, now coming up on 19 years, we've developed these remote camera systems using off-the-shelf technology, and it's all gotten smaller and smaller and smaller to where now we're basically talking about the size of a lunchbox. Actually, the latest version is smaller than that GoPro box behind me there, the Pelican case. And the idea is just to stream the video live from interesting locations in hurricanes, but also now other impactful weather events. I've always wanted to do that, expand into other, severe weather, winter weather. But it's not just the video, it is also data. We collect wind data, which is very difficult. That is one of the most difficult things to do. And pressure data. Pressure is a lot easier because the sensors, the Kestrels, they're cheaper and less prone to gremlins. But in a nutshell, observe, study, and then talk about, make documentaries about, present about, mainly hurricanes, but also other big impact weather events, especially over the last 5 to 6 years, really expanded out of just hurricanes.
Yeah, and it's pretty amazing. And I think, as a science geek, you love to see the data. But one of the things that's really compelling about these cameras, these remote cameras that you have, is it really shows people who ever think about staying in a storm surge area, what actually happens. And I think it's great that we don't put people in harm's way to show it. We can have a remote camera kind of show how quickly that water rises. We have that saying, you run from the water and you hide from the wind. And I think these cameras do an amazing job of illustrating why that happens. I'm fascinated about the technology because, as you mentioned, it's gotten smaller and easier to do. Talk a little bit about the tech behind this. So how do you keep this thing powered for long periods of time? And how are you transmitting that data back when maybe cell networks are going down, or are you trying to rely on them staying up as long as they possibly can?
Yeah, we're still reliant on the cell networks, and we use Verizon. Verizon, not a sponsor. I'm a paid Verizon customer, proudly. And they just seem to be robust, and nothing against the other networks, but we've used them since about 2012. And so we use a hotspot. And it's interesting, many years ago, I probably wouldn't want to talk about it, but, because you don't want somebody to steal the idea, but go ahead. It's the more the merrier. It's a big enough coast that anybody can try this. I don't have a copyright or a patent on it. And so it's a battery pack, lithium battery pack. Some of them, here's one right here, just like from Anchor as an example. This is about a 20,000 milliamp or a 20 amp hour battery. So you got to power everything. You got to power the Verizon hotspot. You got to power the Nest Cam. And then you got to keep it all protected. So we use Pelican cases. And there are some people that have started doing this in the last several years using other devices. Some are using smartphones. And some folks have had some really good success with it. Max Olson used a similar product to a GoPro during Ian. And he had learned from the work that my team and I had done over the years. And his Ian footage is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great testament to the idea that it's obviously worthy because other people are wanting to do it. I think that's wonderful. And we get to see things because I'm not going to be everywhere, right? I mean, we did well during Ian capturing the effects, but Max Olson's work down at Fort Myers Beach was just amazing because it does show the consequences of staying. And as we know, during Ian, people stayed. And way too many people want the number to be 0, but way too many people lost their lives during Ian. So maybe Max's video will help motivate somebody down the road. And I'm glad that, I don't want to brag, but I mean, I started it in 2005. And to see where it's come, that's fantastic. And it's great to see other people sort of doing it as well. Honestly, it is. And we'll see where it goes.
So I assume there's a lot of prep work for this, right? You got to find the location. Like what's that process like? Like, do you try to pick the most visually appealing area or an area that's more surge prone, an area that has some kind of marker that will let you kind of discern in real time what's going on? How do you choose the locations for the cameras?
So part of it comes from experience, been doing this long enough, and we've had enough hurricanes, unfortunately for the public, hitting land the last 19 years that there are not too many areas of coastline now that we're not familiar with. And Louisiana was the toughest, and we got into Louisiana a lot in 2020 and in 2021 with Ida. Luckily, Louisiana's been left alone ever since. But knowing people through social media, people reach out to us. They say, hey, we've got a property somewhere, and you can put a camera on our porch, or, somebody in law enforcement or emergency management. And that's why it's important to go to these conferences, whether it's the National Hurricane Conference, maybe the longest running hurricane conference, or the very small but just absolutely intimate and very important National Tropical Weather Conference, which is geared more towards broadcast meteorologists, that we just get these networks going of who to talk to in certain places. And it's a matter of what the impacts are going to be, even coordinating with the National Hurricane Center directly. Over the years, they've been able to embrace this because it's a responsible method. And so I've literally been texting back and forth with people about where to be. In the Michael situation in 2018, we got that partially because of somebody at the Hurricane Center on the storm surge group that said, you need something in Mexico Beach. And lo and behold, we got it.
What would you say is the biggest hurdle that you guys have? Like, what's your biggest fail point that you've run into that you're constantly trying to battle or correct?
Yeah, that's a great question. Believe it or not, it's the mystery of why a unit will just turn off, where it should have stayed on. And more often than not, it's the weird intrusion of water that still gets into these boxes. And some of them have been underwater and never got anything in there. Some of them have just had water seep in, and we think that it's from the straps. When we strap these things down, we're using ratchet straps. And when we think that we're maybe pushing them too hard, so the O-ring of the Pelican case is getting squeezed just enough that it gives a little bit. And you got to remember, the hurricane is driving that rain in there, and you only need a little bit of moisture to get in, and it can just ruin, some of that electronics. But we've started to mitigate that through, Flex Seal, just putting a little bead Flex Seal across the top. Or actually, the smaller boxes are going to work great because there's just not as much to squish, so to speak. But I think, ironically, water has been our biggest enemy, that it'll get inside. And even like the GoPro units, it's a larger area inside of there. The humidity, will try to fog up the inside, the acrylic that's on those things. Then you get this sort of foggy look to it. There's the elements. That's the simple explanation. The elements. And sometimes the network will go down. The terrestrial network from Verizon, it'll suffer, because it's a hurricane. But more often than not, it's water that's trying to beat us. And that's something.
Yeah, on that same kind of vein, have you had any manufacturers of like Pelican case cameras, anybody who's really interested in trying to put their equipment through this kind of rigor and maybe approach you or contact you like, hey, we want to see if we can make something better, or at least prove that our stuff works? I mean, you mentioned Flex Seal, which isn't it amazing? I mean, I use that stuff all the time, and I know it's really kind of taken all the different versions of it, but something like that where someone's like, hey, we want to see if this is hurricane proof.
It's interesting. That hasn't happened. And it's more us working together, especially through our crowdfunding community at Patreon, as that's grown over the years, especially the last 5 years, getting input from other people. You should try this. You should try this. And it's the old Occam's razor, right? That this, all things being equal, the simplest solution is usually the correct one, or whatever it is, close to that. And you just have to try not to over-engineer things and overdo it. And so just working through when we have a failure and just try to determine what caused this. And like I said, usually it's water intrusion, and then how to mitigate that. And I mean, like the shot there, all that ocean water coming in from Cedar Key, that box did just fine, but you have one somewhere else where the rainwater will just kind of seep in there. And it's so frustrating because we don't know when that's going to happen. But, simple solutions, like, again, we set that box up, have some clear Flex Seal, put it around the top because we figure it's coming down, gravity's taking over. And just simple things like keeping the batteries with these things here, the inputs or whatever you call them, up inside the box. So if water does get in, they're not down like this in the water. We discovered that. We had a camera in Ian at Marco Island, and it was extraordinary. The surge was coming in. It was beating up this dock in front of it. It was a great live shot, and it just went out, and it was so frustrating. didn't come back on. Those Nest cams will come back on if the network comes back up. That's what's nice about them. And it never came back on. It was a complete failure.
Wow.
A couple weeks later, when we could get down there, we approached it from a forensic perspective, took that box down very carefully, opened it up, and it had quite a bit of water inside of it. And the batteries, they were bigger batteries than these, they were all facing down. And so that water was able to wick up inside and get into those terminals. And what did they do? It shorted out, of course. So it's like, okay, you just got to remember, everything needs to be up. Get everything away. It's like in a house. You elevate your stuff, get it out of the flood. You got to do the same with our equipment. And get those the hot spots. We use Velcro and we put them up on the top of the case because the case is sitting up kind of vertical. And so just everything needs to be elevated or facing up. And if any water does get in there, but it's weird because something will get knocked off, like during Hurricane Ida, an entire case got torn off of the column of this restaurant that we had it on, and it floated around for 3 hours, and it looked like something out of the Blair Witch Project. It was absolutely haunting. It was live, and we never found the box, but like it didn't sink. It didn't get water in it apparently because it ran for another 3 hours until the network just finally died in that part of Louisiana. So you just never know. I mean, that's why we have a lot of them. So
yeah. You ever have one stolen? Anyone ever taken one? Yeah.
Sometimes nature steals them. They'll get rid of them and whatever. But not last year, it's funny. We're almost to last year. Last January, I was in California for a big atmospheric river event. And one of them was attempted to be stolen. We chained them up. There was a homeless woman on a bridge in Pajaro, and I can't remember the Pajaro River. And it had swollen up really big, and it was getting ready over the banks. It looked like, and they were evacuating Pajaro, and the live shot was out there, and you could hear this lady coming up. She had a cart and some kind of a music box thing playing this weird music, and she was trying to get the camera down. She undid the straps, but it was chained on, and she was desperately trying to take it. But stolen, like where we know they were stolen, no. I mean, we've lost them. Where, like I said, we'll blame it on Mother Nature. We've had power poles that snapped, and Laura was the worst. We lost several during Laura because all the power poles that they were attached to down in Holly Beach, as an example, those snapped and then they washed away in the surge. We searched for 2 days, drone, did a grid, the whole bit, and you think that yellow box would pop out, but it's a needle in a haystack, and we lost those.
What would you say is your most memorable storm that you guys have caught with cameras, but also you personally have been in?
Michael, I think, is definitely the number one. It was because we were in Panama City for the landfall, so we were on the western core, and it was very violent. And we were at a Hampton Inn, and it got torn up pretty bad. But then we were able to make our way through that day and into the evening. I don't know how, but we did. We got to Mexico Beach, and then we walked about a mile and some change to where that box was, and got it that night. And it was still running. 17 hours it ran until we turned it off. And I thought, because Katrina 13 years earlier, it was a huge defeat. That was the very first time we had done this, and we lost all 3 boxes. And one of them I found, but I had hit, long story short, I recorded blue screen for 9 hours. It was my fault. I screwed up. User error. So I thought, okay, we know that GoPro was flashing, still recording. And it wasn't until we got up to near Montgomery, Alabama the next day that I took that little chip. It's a GoPro chip. It's one of these guys right here. And put that in the computer. And I was like, oh, this changes everything. We captured Michael from 10 o'clock in the morning until we came back at 9 something at night. The whole thing from start to finish, Cat 5, right front quadrant, point blank range. That was an incredible moment. And then just experiencing it, the whole thing. It, and the friends we made during it, that Michael's definitely number one for that. My cat's out there screaming.
some good up there. I think we're doing this, this telethon to raise money for the Red Cross, which does amazing work during these storms. Me personally, of all the type of weather I've covered or been in, there's something about tropical systems and what they do and the impact they have on people's lives. And because we're doing this for the Red Cross, maybe talk about some of the resiliency or the things you've seen, the personal impacts to communities you've seen from these storms, and maybe why it drives you to do more of this to try to help people be more prepared.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's one of the notable things about what I've done since the late 90s, mid 90s and beyond is being in all these hurricanes, especially the really bad ones, that we get to know people who deal with it when we're gone. And I've been friends with them ever since, a lot of them. And you see exactly what happens, not only to their property, to their community, but their whole way of life. You get these generational events like Katrina, like Michael, like Ian down in Southwest Florida, and plenty others, of course. And so you really get an appreciation of what people go through. And so, we call that empathy, that you definitely empathize with people that have to deal with. It's very stressful. And then, if they don't move out of a region, they're going to stay. Future hurricane seasons, everything gets piled on with social media now. It can get very overwhelming. That sensitivity to the fact that people are going to have to go through it again, or, they don't want to hear about it. I mean, you just have to be open to that. You can't do this and then just block all of that out and say, oh, it's a job, I earn an income from it, sorry what happened to your community. It absolutely affects me. And that's why I do these documentaries that I do that, show that and, tell the story more than just the exciting, you can make a 5-minute whatever and put it on YouTube of just all the highlights, but I want to do a broader documentary that shows the whole story and include some of the people that we interact with. And then I just think about stories like when we've worked with, like it was Gustav, members of the National Guard were helping us in New Orleans, because we had our Chevy Tahoe back then. So it was very obvious when we were there. It looked like the old Tahoe looked like something out of a movie, right? Now we don't need anything like that. It's a whole different story. But anyway, these young men came over after getting permission from their higher ups to help us move these big cases that were very heavy back then up into position and whatnot. Seeing the Red Cross, working with the Red Cross back during my days working with Lowe's. I remember I did a whole thing, the whole Project Impact thing started, and we had a kickoff at Lowe's there in Charlotte with WCNC back in 1999, I think it was, July of 99. And look what happened in August and September. We had Dennis and Floyd that severely impacted North Carolina. So those tie-ins, working with companies and the Red Cross, and you never know who you're going to meet out there. And then the people, we meet these people, and that impacts that they went through stays with me, and it helps to motivate me for future endeavors. It does.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, so for people watching out here that maybe have been in tropical systems or haven't, or even for the seasoned veteran who's been to the coast, what do you think is the biggest thing that people underestimate about tropical systems and hurricanes? What's the one thing they feel like they're prepared for everything, but there's that one thing that always surprises people?
Rain. And I'm doing t-shirts next year. I'm going to have them. I said it the other day, but we're going to have a t-shirt that says rain is an impact. And I saw a video today on Twitter in the Dominican Republic of flooding. I think people really underestimate the power of rain. And in a warming atmosphere, we're getting higher rain amounts because a warmer atmosphere holds more moisture. And that, I think, is what people underestimate the most. And look at what happened with this no-named mesoscale convective vortex.
Oh, wasn't that crazy? I mean, that actually had wind damage with it too.
Right. And then I just think generally people not understanding, and I can't blame them because not everybody is a weather geek. A lot of people might be into the weather, but to really get invested where you fully understand how to read a radar image, what that hurricane structure is like, or ooh, this tropical storm is very slow moving. You're probably going to get 30 inches of rain. There's a lot to digest from the public side, but I think that mostly people just underestimate the rain. I give you one quick story how I saw it right in front of my eyes. Like, I've driven hundreds of thousands of miles, literally chasing storms, for the lack of a better way to put it, and find some wood around here. And I've never had an accident. Never. All right. And here I am leaving Corpus Christi after Harold. I'm driving up the road, and somebody's going past me in a very small, it's on Twitter somewhere. I put it, the dash cam caught it, and they spun out and bammed into the Jersey wall and ruined their day. And I'm like, rain is an impact. Like, I don't think they were injured or whatever, but like, I think that's the biggest thing. And then rain can lead to these epic floods.
Yeah.
We see, and people hear wind, 150 miles per hour or whatever category. It's like the rain. That's the one that's really sneaking up on us, I think, from a damage perspective in the last 5 to 10 years, maybe longer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the Western Carolinas, we deal with that quite a bit, and it is hard sometimes because there's so much focus on the coast before the build up to these systems, and people think, well, all these live shots and here's Cantori at the beach, right? And here I am in the mountains or some valley in the western part of the state. What am I worried about? And then that's where we end up having the biggest loss of life, or these flash floods. So it is one of those things that I think we still have struggle with, and then when you get into the amounts, I mean, I know during Harvey, that was the way it was like 30, 40. The public doesn't even grasp what that means. What's 40 inches of rain? What does that look like? They think 40 inches of snow, it's going to be like this 40-inch depth, and that's not what it is. Right. So the visualization is really hard for people to grasp as well. So yeah, I totally agree. I think the rain is a big issue. We're almost done with your half hour here, but before you go, what's the future? Like, what is the next thing that you guys want to do, or your aspirations for what's down the line for the next seasons or the coming seasons?
So in the hurricane world, just more equipment and continuing to work towards getting it in the right places. We think, looking at the patterns for next year, it should be a very active season. We can see that kind of stuff pretty far out in time, the big puzzle pieces, as we call it. And then in the severe weather world, we're actually going to start working on studying hail, a project that I'll be announcing more officially, I guess you could say, in January. I just don't think there's enough emphasis on hail. And for that, we're actually going to go right into it. It's a whole thing we're working on, but really studying and emphasizing and shining a light on hail, because it's causing more and more damage. And in fact, this year over last year was, if I'm not mistaken, 200 and something% increase in large hail reports. I saw some tweet about it several months ago. I was like, really? And so hail research and observation, and just, when they say DVD size hail, like what do we do about that? And I know it doesn't occur in the Carolinas as much, but hail, like heavy rain in a warming environment, is getting to be more prolific. So we're going to, sort of my midlife crisis, I'm going to move to hailstones and throw that into my portfolio along with the hurricanes.
Yeah, my days of chasing, that was the worst thing, being in a hail shaft, and there's nothing more helpless than being in a car just getting obliterated by baseball size hail, and it's worse. Yeah, I know the Insurance Business Institute down in Chester, South Carolina, that's a big thing they work on, because it is a big driver of insurance claims. I mean, it is so much roof and vehicle damage.
Yes. It is.
So it's that's great to hear. So tell everybody where they can find you, and if they want to follow along, or maybe they're interested in your work, where can they find you online or on social media, so that they can maybe follow around in the future and see some of these videos.
Fortunately, since the late 90s, Hurricane Track, just Hurricane TRACK, the .com. We really don't do much with the website anymore. I mean, who does? It's usually that's sort of a billboard or a front door, I guess you could say, but I call it Twitter. Anybody else can call it whatever they want.
I'm with you, Mark. It's still Twitter to me.
So we're on Twitter at Hurricane Track, and we do a lot on YouTube at Hurricane Track as well. And then our Patreon, it's all Hurricane Track.
Yeah.
And coming up on, it's like 25 years or something like that. I'm very, very blessed to be able to do this and do what I love.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. We really appreciate you coming on, and I'm a big fan of your work. I've obviously been following you for
a long time, man. Yeah,
like I remember you coming to Charlotte to do your little Lowe's store tours and stuff with the Tahoe. That was a great time, and it's really cool because I think it is a great illustration. Your storm surge cameras are amazing. They just really illustrate to what's happening, and I'm a big fan of getting people out of there and letting the cameras do the work. There's no reason to put all these news people out there and have them stand in the middle of this stuff. What are you proving, right? It's
right.
It's better that the cameras can do it for us. It is a great thing that you're doing. So, Mark, thanks again. I appreciate you coming on. This has been great. And if you enjoyed Mark's work and you enjoyed hearing that, what Mark does is an amazing thing, and it helps illustrate some of the dangers of tropical systems, hurricanes, and now looking at other severe weather. But the Red Cross is there after to help, as you heard from him, help people get back to their normal life after they get devastated by one of these events. So we're going to show you a little PSA about how you can help and where your money's going to go if you can donate to the Red Cross and get those numbers up on the bottom of your screen. Here's more on what the Red Cross does.
During Hurricane Florence, I decided to stay at my house in Wilmington. I had just moved into it. It was an older house, so we thought it was going to be really safe. Just like a normal night, I got in my bed and the tree literally fell on top of where I was sleeping in my bed. It was probably the most horrifying thing I had ever experienced. I was almost in shock. Water was just pouring into the house. And I was like, we cannot stay here. We cannot stay here. Like, we are gonna have to go through the middle of this storm to get somewhere safe because there's no way that we can stay in this house now. I called my mom crying. I was like, you're never gonna believe what just happened. Big struggle after the hurricane. I had just lost all of my furniture. Literally everything that I had got ruined. It blew my mind to think that so many people got affected by it and that they could help me so much.
Jessica, I'm Cece with the American Red Cross, and this is my husband, Dwayne.
I used the money from the American Red Cross to get into my house. It helped me with my deposit, with getting my power cut on, really with everything, because I also lost my job during Hurricane Florence. So it just helped me be able to pay my car payment, get myself groceries. It literally helped me with everything. I had never been more thankful for the American Red Cross and all of the help because I had never needed the help before Hurricane Florence, and then afterwards I really needed help and I didn't know where I was going to get it from. It was honestly very humbling. I'm not one to ask for a lot of help, so whenever somebody reached out to me to help me, it was awesome. It was really great to know that there are people out there that can help you and that do want to help you. So I just want to say thank you to the American Red Cross.
All right, we're back. Thanks again, everybody, for watching or listening, depending on how you're consuming the podcast, because people do both. Yes, we're trying to raise money for the Red Cross. This is our 24-hour telethon we're trying to do here to raise some money. We just had Mark Sutter from Hurricane Track. The next hour, we're going to bring on all of our guests. We got a bunch of hosts this time. And we're going to be talking ham radio. For those that aren't familiar with ham radio, amateur ham radio out there, it still exists. I think a lot of people think it went away. And believe it or not, even in this day and age, our guest, Jim Reed, could probably attest to this. Ham radio might be that thing that saves us when we get that giant solar flare and all of our cell phones go away and we lose all our communication. We might end up having to revert back to ham radio. So Jim Reed, welcome to the show. Maybe you can introduce yourself and tell everybody what you do and what your title is in the group that you're associated with.
Hi, Brad. Thank you. Good to be joining you today. So my name is Jim Reed, and I'll give you my call sign, N4BFR. I'm a licensed amateur radio operator, and I've been doing that for about over 15 years now. As part of what I do, I'm a retired corporate guy. So in my spare time, I work for a company called Ham Radio Prep, and we do licensed license education for people who want to get their ham radio license. There are 3 levels of license. We have courses for all 3, so people can go and watch and learn and get on the air quickly.
Yeah.
I also work for a group called Amateur Radio on the International Space Station, or ARIS, is because everything in space has to have an abbreviation.
Oh, we know in weather, trust me.
Oh yeah. So we're ARIS, and we've been going almost 23 years. Last week was the first contact from the space station. The ARIS radios, the ham radios on the space station, were put on there one of the very first things during Expedition 1. And part of that is because it is a, if all else fails, way for astronauts to talk to somebody on the ground, and that is still used today. So that's a really cool thing. Now, what we mostly use it for is teaching kids science. So ARIS pairs up kids and schools with astronauts, and about 40 times or so a year, kids get to talk to astronauts from their school as the space station is flying overhead, and ask them science questions and get inspired by science. And that all dates back to, even before that, there was the shuttle amateur radio experiment. And a guy named, I'm rambling on, sorry, a guy named Owen Garriott, an astronaut, took a ham radio up with him on an early shuttle mission. And in December, we're going to celebrate the 40th anniversary of that first contact that Owen made from space to ground. So it's really cool because it's opened up not only the emergency contact side, but it lets kids get inspired. And it's a way for astronauts to talk to their family. I mean, back in the day, there was no pick up Skype and call my family down on the ground. They used ham radio to keep up with their kids and what they were doing while they were in space, either on the shuttle or on the space station.
That's amazing. Yeah, you're making me feel old because I remember that, and my birthday's tomorrow. So it's like, it's crazy. But let's start with the first part of that, because I'm going into this. I was telling you how when I was in high school, I got my novice license, and I had to go through, you had to get so many characters of Morse code correct to pass the test. What is the process now? What is the level of licenses, and what is the process to get an ham radio license now versus when I did back in the late 80s or early 90s?
Well, the good news is, at all 3 levels, there is no code required. So you don't have to learn Morse code to be a ham anymore. What the FCC has said is they want people to learn, obviously, the communication and licensing part of it, but they want them to have some electronics background. So the mission for ham radio is to train communicators and people who can have some electronics background. So there's 3 levels to that. It starts with the technician level. That's the most basic entry level basic entry level. That's where people start off, and that is really all. There are some electronics elements to that. I like to tell people, if you can tell the difference between a resistor and a capacitor, you're probably good to pass that technician license. And if not, there's lots of good study places online to do that and to learn that. A lot of that other is communications, learning what's the International Phonetic Alphabet, never transmit high power near somebody's face, all those safety kind of things as well. So you take a 35 question test, and if you pass that out of a set pool of 450 or so questions, if you pass that, you have your license to talk on ham radio. And at that level, you can use handhelds, repeaters, mobile radios. So think like GMRS style radios to talk around. When you go up to the next level, which is the general class license, more science, more electronics. So learning how to put together a circuit, learning to tell the difference on this circuit will do X versus Y. But once you pass through that, you're allowed to have a broad spectrum of HF. And what HF is it's the ability to send a signal via the atmosphere. So instead of just going point to point, like at the technician level license, the general level license allows you to bounce signals off the D&E layers of the atmosphere and back down to the earth, which means those signals can travel thousands of miles, and you can sit in your basement and with as much power as it takes to light up an incandescent light bulb, be talking with someone in Europe or Asia just by bouncing signals off the atmosphere. So that's the general level. For those who were really into the electronic side of it or really into wanting to travel and do ham radio internationally, there is the extra level, the amateur extra level, and that's the highest level.
So obviously, a lot of people that get into hams, I think, are kind of like us. There's a lot of weather people that do it. I think there's a lot of engineers, a lot of tech savvy people. Part of the reason I got my ham license at an early age was for science reasons. But as I become a meteorologist, ham radios and ham operators were like our number one source for spotting severe weather information, because that was the way we communicate. We actually had a radio in our weather office at the TV station so we could communicate. Now, a lot of it's done via chat, which is kind of third person, but there's still a lot of communication. I know James wants to ask you a little bit about the weather nets and how weather's been tied into radio operators and how important it's been to severe weather safety. James. We can't hear you, James.
Wow, at least I made it 10 hours before I pulled that. We call that a Scotty forgetting to unmute. I was just trying to show what you were talking about. And this is the type of radio, one of obviously lots of varieties that somebody might have out in the field as they are transmitting back those storm reports. So, Jim, let me ask you a little bit about those weather nets that Brad was talking about are useful from a broadcast standpoint, as well as an emergency management standpoint. How can people use amateur radio and severe weather and kind of tie those two things together?
So the good part, and Brad alluded to this before, the good part about amateur radio is you can grab a radio like that and it runs off a battery, or you can run a bigger radio off a car battery, and you can make those contacts 30, 50 miles line of sight and be able to share information around a particular region. That's great for getting into places where you can't get into because power lines might be down, or other issues may impact people from getting communications out from there. So ham radio has that benefit. There's groups that in ham radio is really kind of, you can go an inch deep and a mile wide in ham radio, or vice versa. There are groups of people who are dedicated to storm spotting and dedicated to emergency communications, and they spend their time planning things out. So here I'm in the Metro Atlanta area, and we have something every week called the Southeast Repeater Net that just practices for connecting up repeaters in case the National Weather Service here in Atlanta needs to talk to somebody in Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. We can make that connection even though it's 150 miles away, because we've practiced linking up those repeaters every time. So the Weather Service guys are really a big fan of that Skywarn service, as we call it. And it's more or less intense depending on the regions of the country you go into. But the idea is that trained spotters go out and be the eyes of the Weather Service, communicate back via amateur radio. And I know at least here in the Atlanta National Weather Service office, there is a ham radio on site, and hams go into the Weather Service and they answer calls and they gather information from the hams and pass them on right to the forecasters during things like tornado events, or severe storm events, so they can have that information really at a finger's tip notice.
So, Jim, who is the biggest, like, that you see the biggest group of people, the demographic that is getting ham radio licenses now? Like, who's doing it?
Well, I think it's people like us. If you walk around a ham fest, which is a place where hams get together to tailgate and to take advanced classes and those kind of things, it's older people in their 40s, 50s, 60s. They are generally either educationally focused. They're typically more male than female, but we get a lot of kids too. I work with a guy by the name of Max, who is a student in Huntsville, and he works with his Skywarn folks out there, and he's very into not only doing things like like the emergency communications, one of his favorite things to do is launch high altitude balloons. And so there's a lot of weather and things involved in that. And so we'll send up with ham radio payload. So get that big balloon up in the air and we can track it with a little ham radio beacon. And that comes back down to us and say, okay, well, it's in that farm over there. Now we can go retrieve it all again and get that real-time data as we go along. So lots of little ham radio / weather things all kind of collide together.
Yeah, that's cool. So let's pivot to the era stuff, the space stuff, because that's I think kind of excites me because I'm a weather geek, but I'm a science and space geek as well. And there was something about when I had my license in high school and we got to communicate with astronauts on the shuttle. And it's almost like you look at each other like we're actually talking to astronauts in orbit around the Earth. I mean, talk about that and how kids getting that experience has opened up their eyes. I always call those light bulb moments for kids. If you can get a gateway science like that gets a kid interested, it could open up this whole, spectrum of stuff. How does that, have you seen that firsthand where kids have been able to communicate with the space station and just been like blowing their minds,
I just got to see it firsthand 2 weeks ago, and it was amazing. There was a school here in Georgia, an elementary school, and their teacher went through the process, which is not a short process. It's about 18 months from the time you say, hey, I'm a school and we think we can enhance our science program, and not only our science program, but our school's curriculum by having one of these contacts. And they put together things like, we're going to have space days at the school and those kind of things. And the obvious things, but sometimes it's not the not so obvious things. Like we're going to have our gym teachers teach how to exercise like an astronaut. So how astronauts exercise in space, or we're going to have our art teacher do a design course on how to design your own mission patch. So there's all kinds of little things that schools use to bring it together to create the passion for science, not just the science and not just the talking with the astronaut, but the technology and the engineering and the math that all goes along with it. So it's a really fun program. So schools will go through an application process, and ERIS takes applications twice a year. And from there, there's a group of educators that go through those and they say, here's a really good school proposal that we can work with, and it will, have some value to the school and the community. And those go on. Then there's they're selected a date. So we just got applications now. Those will go into the schedule for the second half of 2024. So they're about 15 to 18 months out. Once those are selected, the school starts working on the curriculum. It's a build up until you have that day when all the kids are in the gymnasium of the school and they're lying cross-legged, and the band sings and the band plays and the cheer team cheers. And then the kids get to actually ask their questions live and hear the astronaut give them their answers about things like, interesting things like, what's the first thing you want to do when you get back? And lots of times an astronaut will say, well, I want to take a shower. We don't have a really good shower up here. Or how do you celebrate Thanksgiving? Well, we all get together and we share our food. So there's 9 of us up here and we do those kinds of things. But to hear that, they can read it in a book, but to hear it from an astronaut who's going through it right now and can add that little flavor is always something awesome. And these are done around the world too. So last week there was one in Calgary. Like I said, there was one here in Marietta, Georgia earlier. I think there's one in North Carolina coming up early next year. And it's just so much fun to see the kids get involved. So it's really super rewarding to just be a little part of that group that allows them to do it. But to summarize, schools apply, many get accepted. They'll go on 15, 18 months later and have that big event at the school. That's the capstone of this curriculum that the school puts together.
So, Jim, I have a question for you to ask more about getting started in ham radio from someone who's kind of interested in it on his own. What kind of investment are you looking at, both in terms of time to pass the test that you need to pass, but also in terms of money? What was the ballpark figure for a starter type setup to explore ham radio?
I would say you could probably do it all for about $250, and that includes and maybe a month. So first thing you're going to do is you're going to find a way to study for the course. And generally you can pick up study materials, whether you go through the folks I work with, hamradioprep.com, or pick up a book or a manual for around $35 or so. So that seems to be the going rate for instructions and license information. Once the next thing you have to do is actually go and take the test. Some places offer the test free. At the most, you're going to pay $15 to take the exam. So now we're up to $50 so far. Then you want to go off and buy a radio, right? And what radio you buy once you pass is, oh, I'm sorry, there's also $35 to the FCC that says, hey, congratulations, you passed. Please give us $35, and now we'll tell you what your call sign is. So they So we're up to about $75 now. Now you've got another 200 or so to go off and buy a radio. James showed a great handheld there a minute ago. That's a moderately priced handheld that you can get into that allow you to talk to repeaters around around your city or your county. If you want to get further distance, you may pick up a mobile radio for a couple $100 to go into your car. But once you have that, you're ready to go. Those things work and you're ready to have a good time with them. So I think if money's an object, you can save money on a radio by buying one used, buying a lower end radio. So there are some radios out there for $35. If you want to just kind of, am I going to like it? Spend $35 on it. You can do that. If you even want to think about, well, am I going to like it and what I want to listen to? You can go out and buy a little, it's called a software defined radio dongle for your computer. And for, again, about $35, you can plug that in, scan around and listen to some of the things you can hear on radio before you even get into it as well. So that's another way to listen and learn before you go.
And Morse code's no longer required, right?
No longer required, has not been required for more than 20 years. I was in that case. I wanted to get my ham radio license for a long time and didn't want to spend the time to learn Morse code. And all of a sudden I started coming across a site that said, hey, get your ham radio license, no code requirement. I'm like, yep, this is for me. Now, doesn't mean you can't learn it. Doesn't mean there aren't a lot of hams still doing it. It's very popular because of its efficiency. So you're only sending a little tiny bit of a sound, which is very narrow. So you can send it very effectively in Morse code versus trying to send your voice, which takes a lot more spectrum. So a lot of people like it for its efficiency still, and it still gets used today. But you don't really need to get it to do ham radio. One thing I will tell you though, and I was just in Carolina this week and I went to the Carolina Hurricanes game and I was looking at center ice and I'm like, something's not right here. If you look at the red line at the Carolina Hurricanes game, it has a pattern of dot dash dot. That is the Morse code letter R. And I got to assume that's for Raleigh. So there's hidden Morse code everywhere if you're looking for it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I never thought to look around to see where you might find Morse code hidden in logos or elsewhere for that matter.
Yeah, it's out there.
Well, before we go, I just want to explain how Jim and I got to know each other. And this
Absolutely.
is also the first time I've ever seen Jim in his home office, which I'm super jealous about because the last time I saw Jim in person, we were standing out at Kennedy Space Center waiting for the launch of Crew 6. And I had to go home after the launch attempt was scrubbed. But Jim, you stayed for it, right? You got to see that one go up?
I had to go home too because I had to go to another meeting. I didn't get to see it either.
Okay. Makes me feel a little bit better that
I have seen launches, but I didn't see that launch. So
I got to finally see one later that summer. Along the coast, a uncrewed cargo mission, and it was everything they told us it was going to be. But Jim, lots of great information you shared here tonight, and I also want to thank you for the $25 donation you made to the American Red Cross, bringing our total very close to $7,000. So we're going to be drawing into our final hour here in a few minutes, Brad, and we are closing in on that $7,000 number.
Yeah, we're getting close. So for everybody who's been watching, or maybe you are watching earlier in the day and you thought about donating, this is your chance to donate. I mean, the whole point of this telethon is to raise money for the American Red Cross to help. I mean, all of us are heavily invested in the weather enterprise. We know the destruction that weather has on people's lives, and the Red Cross does an amazing job. You know, oftentimes many of us in this room are meteorologists. We're there on the front end. We're there during. The Red Cross is there after. So they are a vital key to help people recover from these storms. So if you get a chance, if you can, I know we're going into the holiday season, there's always a lot of charitable entities out there. The Red Cross is definitely one up there that we hope you can contribute to. Jim, I want to thank you for coming on. Is there anything you want to tell the audience before we let you go that coming up? Like I'm fascinated by this School Airs program thing. And you mentioned that they get a couple applicants. If we do find a teacher out there who's interested, what is the best way for them to start that application process?
Yeah, so they should go to ARIS, ARISS-USA.org. That will give them the information. There's a link there that says educational context, and that we have a proposal guide and all the information they're going to need to submit their proposal. The next window we'll take for proposals will be early in 2024. So they have plenty of time to build up and get engagement from their leaders at school, find a local ham radio club, and be able to put together a real winning proposal. Once they're accepted, ARIS also takes the educators and puts them through a little course, gives them a kit of snap circuits and SDR radios and other things to really help enable that as well. So it's a great process. We at ARIS are really proud to be celebrating the 40th anniversary of amateur radio and human spaceflight. That's coming up in December, as I mentioned, and we're doing a big event down in February down at KSC. So if folks want to support that, I'm sure that would be wonderful as well. And they can find all that information at ARISS.org.
Oh, thank you. That's great, Jim. Yeah, I mean, ham radio is such, I think, it's still one of those things people often ask me, was people still do that? I'm like, yeah, it's still a really important part of what we do. And honestly, I got exposed to it as an early age, and it really helped foster my love for science and weather. So I think it's one of those things that if you get involved in, it's going to open a lot of doors to a lot of meeting a lot of different people as well. And just, it's an enjoyable process. So, and you don't have to do Morse code anymore. I mean, that's the best part about it. I mean, not going to lie, that was tough. I think I can't remember, we had to do like 65 characters in a row or something.
Yeah, like 5 words a minute, something like that.
Yeah, and I remember what you would do, and this is how you gamed the system back then. It was like, if you got every other character, you could kind of figure out what the word was and just fill in the blanks. But it was hard. I mean, I remember studying for that and thinking, when I got it, that's why I thought it was such a major accomplishment when I got it. So I'm glad we don't have to do that anymore.
I do that today, even when I'm listening. I'm like, oh, that's a C, that's an R. Okay, so he must be trying to say this.
Yeah,
I'm totally with you. Thank you very much for having me on
thank
tonight.
You so much, Jim. We really, really appreciate it. And we just got another $50 coming in. So James just let me know about that. Awesome. Thank you, everybody, for this hour. We're going to keep going. We're not done yet. We're heading into the 9 o'clock hour. That was actually a fast hour, guys. I don't know about you. That was they go quick when you have some good guests, and we've had some great people. Phil and James are like, yeah, this is going fast. You guys have been doing this for a while.
We've been saying the same thing all day. The day is long, but the hours are fast.
Yeah, that's true. You look up like, oh, we're still doing it, right? No, it's been great. I've been following along on social media, so it was kind of cool to get involved here at 8 o'clock and kind of see, firsthand. And I loved how all the guests and different people have been tweeting and posting stuff about it. But again, the whole reason we're doing this is for the American Red Cross, and we're going to show you a little bit about what they do as we show you again how important the Red Cross is to us and to people in the United States recovering from these weather disasters.
When natural disasters like Hurricane Katrina or Sandy happen, Red Cross emergency response vehicles and volunteers make the news. But rarely shown is the fact that on average, Red Cross workers help a family affected by a home fire or other disaster 180 times a day. The Red Cross is there for nearly 64,000 disasters per year throughout the U.S., helping people like Gene Welsh of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A smoke alarm installed by the Red Cross saved Gene's life, going off just in time for him to escape only moments before flames engulfed his house. The Red Cross helps people like Jean and communities all across the U.S., maybe even people you know. Generous donors make this work possible. Donor gifts enable the American Red Cross to sustain a strong nationwide infrastructure comprised of local offices, robust training, integrated IT and communication systems, a fleet of response vehicles, warehouses stocked with shelter and relief supplies, and partners to help mobilize to support one family or 100,000 families. The Red Cross also relies on a network of 330,000 volunteers in communities throughout the country who respond night and day, answering the call for help. So when you hear stories about people like Jean Welsh, you may realize that the Red Cross is your Red Cross too, a local charity staffed and supported by your neighbors, making a difference every day in your own community. You can make a difference in your community too. To join the mission to help people affected by disasters, big and small, visit redcross.org/give.
On the next Storm Front Freaks.
But it's our job to tell the story. People expect me to be out there and tell the story. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get our team in the best position to do that.
Through the day, when the roller coaster hits, because it's inevitable, I do this question to myself every time. Something will really piss me off in the show, inevitably, 3 out of the 5 days a week.
So when people see the tornado when you're up close, you know, a big factor is how close you're going to get is what's going on over your head.
You know, like I try not to ask too many questions that are all sciencey and inside baseball, but you know, what would my kids ask? Honestly, that's what I think most of the time.
That was a lot of fun with Phil and the gang. They do a great job over there.
Him laughing is funnier than anything.
I don't understand what happened. I really don't.
All right, here we go. We are in the final hour of our 12-hour Weatherpods disaster relief telethon. We just got done talking about how fast these hours go. I don't know if that's always the case for James, Tim, and Jared, who have been doing all the behind-the-scenes stuff for 12 hours today. Big shout-out to the three of you for helping out. But we're closing this baby out, and so we've got James Brierton from the Carolina Weather Group. Jared Smith is on. Scotty Powell's on as well from CWG. We got Gabriel Harbor from Chaser Chats back to close us up. Bill Murray from WeatherBrains is here, and of course Carly Sisson, who's been a big help with us not only all day but planning this thing as well. And a big shout out to Brad Panovich, who just finished the last hour. But folks, I'm telling you what, we're closing this out. We are driving to $7,000. We're only a few $100s away already from that goal. So it's so important, as Brad mentioned last hour, if you've been kind of waiting, maybe you've been watching us, throwing us a little bit on in the back, keeping an eye on things, but you haven't pulled the trigger to help, whether that's as little as $5 or $500. It obviously depends on what you're able to do, but to this Thanksgiving season, make a difference and make an impact to the Red Cross, and say that from the weather community, you know, by donating whatever you can. That's the key. You can see the QR code in the upper left-hand corner of our broadcast, or you can go to bit.ly/WX Telethon. Either one of those, you're going to hit our Red Cross page and have an opportunity to donate. And we're going to be keeping an eye on this last hour as we drive to 7,000 and beyond. And I know Carly's going to interrupt us if needed as those donations come in. But I want to introduce one of the guests that we're bringing in tonight, Storm Chaser Jeff Petrowski. Jeff, welcome to the show. Welcome to the podcast.
Hey, thanks, Phil. This is a great cause, and I'm glad to join everybody in this last final hour, man. Let's make it happen, right?
Yeah, this is it.
Get to 7,000. Let's make it happen. I'm thinking 8 or 9. I want to push it. Let's just go all the way. Let's push it on up, right?
I think we can. We keep increasing our goal as we go because this weather community has been outstanding. But here's how we're going to roll here. I have a question to ask you, and then I'm backing up and letting all our great podcast collaborators jump in. But I want to mention the National Storm Chaser Summit because the last couple of years, one year you talked about electric vehicles and the use of those in chasing with an electric vehicle. And this past year, you talked about Starlink and how that can be used in chasing as well. What's the next big thing?
Well, I mean, both those things are still really important, right? So the Cybertruck's about to roll out here on the November 30th on unveiling. So down in Austin. So we'll find out all the final details of the final configuration, the 300, 400, 500-mile vehicle, the pricing, timeline when that's going to be to start rolling out as we get into end of November, December. We've got 1.5 million, almost 2 million people on Cybertruck waiting for that thing to come on out. And I've got my order in first night, and I'm waiting to see when it's going to roll out. So that's important. Second thing is Starlink just this week unveiled a brand new dish. It's about 12 inches wide, about 24 inches long. And instead of having the pole on it motorized, this one you can kind of aim it where you need to. So it's great for if you're out in the car, you need a temporary setup or emergency communications like the Red Cross, right? In the disaster scenes. We've seen so many times over the years in the hurricanes and the flooding that a lot of times utilities and the cell service goes out, but you got to have a way to communicate, right? And actually just right before the conference last year and after the conference, I actually used Starlink on 3 or 4 of the tornado events this year where I was able to get communications out where the cell service was not existent in those damage areas, right? So it's really important to have that instant communication to help people, is also how bad the situation is. So yeah, I'm a big believer in EVs. I'm a big believer in Starlink, and those things are continuing to accelerate globally.
First of all, I just want to say I love Jeff's energy, because as somebody who's been sitting here since 10 a.m. this morning, I need this. I'm going to drive off of this here.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. Talking about tech. Yeah, I agree. I think the satellite internet, making that affordable for people, is going to help emergency responders, storm chasers, broadcast meteorologists. It's going to kind of help a lot of people. And of course, rural communities who maybe aren't connected to the infrastructure right now.
Exactly. I mean, I've seen broadcasts from Antarctica this summer. They've now got it for airlines, so you can be on airlines. You got it for boats, and most of the islands in the Caribbean, as well as globally around the world now, in South America, North America, Canada, Alaska. You've got virtually almost global coverage now worldwide. So you can take a dish. Think about this. We can take a dish. Got Starlink sitting over in the corner right there, and take a Starlink and put it almost in a briefcase or in a suitcase, right? Roll-on bag on a plane, and go anywhere in the world and be live anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. And then, by the way, they just launched the V2 satellites the last 6 months, in which another Starlink was launched this morning, last night at midnight out of Florida. In the coming 6-12 months, you're going to have Starlink on your cell phone to be able to text and communicate, talk, and then about 6 to 12 months anywhere in the world. So there's no more dead spots. I want you to think about that. Anywhere in the world, you take your phone and you can talk on Starlink for emergency communications, right? That's another massive game changer. So those kind of things are just, the whole industry tech-wise is rapidly moving forward, and you got to really be prepared, because it's a whole new door for everybody, right there, in communications and weather messages on a global scale. It's a new world.
Bill Murray, you strike me as a guy who likes technology. We've been getting to know each other better this week over there from the WeatherBrains HQ. What do you think you could do with all of that Starlink technology?
Well, that's just what Jeff's talking about is just a total game changer. Jeff, I remember a game-changing piece of technology in 2003 at the National Storm Chaser Convention. I won the XM delivered, Baron radar.
Yep.
And you talk about a game changer, because, I mean, we were spending our times chasing down, days ends with stray internet, pull up in the parking lot, and taking down on some internet when the manager would look out and all of a sudden you'd go dark.
Local library, right? Yeah. So you got the XM on the burn side, even, aviation, mobile, marine. It's the XM was a massive breakthrough, and it still is, right? Because when everything else fails, you can count on getting that data, and a lot of times it's critical to have that piece of information when you're in the middle of Montana or Western South Dakota, and you're in the middle of nowhere. Having that data, man, whether it's winds or the frontal position, or is it storm severe, is it tornadic, and having that, I'm telling you, in all events, just like, for example, Joplin comes to mind, any of these historic events, weather disasters, a lot of times it's having that crucial piece of data, just 5 minutes of data, and right before something's about ready to happen, and it changes the whole picture on how you respond and what's going to happen. Where do I need to be? What's going to happen in this next community? And it's critical. Yeah, having that critical data at the right time. When you have communications, it's really, really important. But yeah, the Barron side of the house, yes, that's been a massive game changer on the XM side for sure. And
Well, it was interesting listening to Brett Adair talk in the 5 o'clock, I think 4 o'clock hour. Because he had a close call in Hurricane Michael.
Yep.
And he's really getting into putting instrumentation cameras in front of landfalling systems. Of course, Mark Sudduth has been doing that so successfully, and he always recovers and the vehicles and gets these fabulous videos. Like the video from Michael, to me, is one of the most shocking things I ever saw, because I got to see what a Cat 5 hurricane looked like. And it looked like what I had read about in the Labor Day hurricane in 1935. You see why people die in these things. And, to do anything that shows that to, our population, in Florida, that, a lot of our elderly folks lost their lives in Ian, when maybe if they had, experience something like that virtually ahead of time, they may not have stayed. So I think anytime we can show somebody what something's going to be like, it's really, really critical. So I think this is going to open it up for all these really extreme chasers like Josh Morgerman and all these guys that go all over the world. They're coming to us from the Philippines and all these places that the connectivity is not very good, and suddenly they're going to have excellent connectivity. It's going to open up a lot and just make it safer too.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the other thing is, let's be honest, is in the weather community enterprise here in North America, right? We're so blessed between having NOAA and private vendors and access to massive amounts of data, right? A lot of times it's data overloads, we all know. But if you go outside the U.S., guys, and it's very slim pickings, right? So yeah, having that extra data and having extra communications, it also helps the emergency managers and people in disaster recovery. I want to go into details why and how it happened, but I've had even military contact me in those situations when you have a critical situation happen, and they'll say, "How bad is it? Can we get a plane at the airport? Can we land a plane? There's debris off the runways yet." Just that little piece of information, you get the aid coming in quickly, right? If they know somebody's at the airport or clearing debris because there's no phone communication. So anything like that helps bring in resources in. It's just, again, the Red Cross, right? How fast can we respond to that location? How bad is it? And I'm always been a big believer, even since the first days of cell phone, right? Technology, that if you can show the people the image from the area that just been hit, or this is a tornado approaching your location, there's something like over 10 times, social scientists tells us, over 10 times more likely to respond to the threat. You telling me there's a tornado warning in my county, I may or may not pay attention to it, quite frankly, honestly, but you show it to me and I'm live, it's a game changer. Like you're calling your parents, you're calling your kids, you say, go to shelter now, it's in your location. It's a total different reaction, right? So seeing the pictures from the field, it's an immediate response, right? And that's what I've always proud of myself in sharing that information with people for 40 plus years, right? That's the game. That's the thing. That's the message, really. That's what we appreciate. Yep.
Hey,
Go
Jeff,
ahead, Gabe.
Gabriel here. Got a question for you.
Yes.
So you mentioned it is far more likely that people will take action if they actually see a visual of an approaching storm.
Yep.
How do you, as a storm chaser who obviously does this professionally, reconcile that with the fact that you're also trying to make money off of your footage? Because I know there's a lot of conversation in the storm chasing community about, yes, we would like to be able to use our footage to warn people, but there's not a lot of time if we're trying to get that footage out in a quick fashion to actually negotiate, make sure we get paid for it. And if we just give it away for free and then they plaster it all over the newscast, they plaster it all over their social media, their website, there's no guarantee that we're going to actually be able to make any money off of that. So how do you deal with a situation like that?
Well, in the early days in storm chasing, back 20, 30 years ago, I did a lot of that, right, on the TV side of the house. Today, most of my stuff I shoot, I do it for archives and for historic and kind of like documentaries and production. So it's not spur of the moment. I've got to do all this other stuff because it takes away, my experience has been, it takes you away from focusing on the storm and the damage and the continue of the chase, right? And there's times where it's so bad you have to stop chasing, right? You got to start helping people, right? So every chase is a little bit different, but I don't so much worry about the now or the sale right now. The more important thing is document it correctly, do a really good job with that, and everything else will take care of itself. Right. So if you just do a good job and document it well, people want the video. They may not buy it from you today, maybe 2 years, 5 years, 20 years, 30 years later, they'll want it, but it does come. You just do a good job in documenting the situation and they will come. That's how business is.
Jeff, what was your season like, 2023? How was the chase season for you?
Incredible, full throttle. I filmed Perrington. I was in Perrington when the city basically got leveled, and the Texas Panhandle was a huge day. As you got into May, Colorado, Western Kansas, Southeastern Wyoming, Western, Central and Eastern Nebraska, Western Nebraska, during May, June, and July was just outrageous. I filmed about 35 tornadoes this year. It was a gangbuster year. I mean, just kept rocking. Early in the spring down in West Texas. I saw the funniest one. If you got 30 seconds, I'll share a quick story here. We got an hour, I guess, so I can take up some of the time.
Go.
Okay, here we go. So I'm down on the border. I'm down at Midland. See a tornado southeast of Midland. Very photogenic, out in the country, nothing happens. It moves southeast, and it goes way southeast, and now I'm like just north of the U.S.-Mexican border, right? And there's this big supercell, and I got Border Patrol down there, just in the U.S., about 20 miles north of the border, and they're doing their kind of road checks or watching things, right, like they're supposed to do. And so I pulled inside of them, and there's this big wall out west of them rotating just west of their checkpoint. And I told them, I said, hey, just keep watching. There's going to tornado. And one spoke English, one did not. And I said, don't move, just keep watching. I went down the road, and about 3 minutes later, we had a big fat cone on the tornado, and it lasted for the next 30, 40 minutes, and it moved south past their position, past mine. I come back south, and they're holding up their phones that they got the video of it as I passed them, and they were talking. You think I talk fast? They were really talking fast, and because they were so excited about this tornado. And I actually watched it go all the way to the border. They moved southeast down toward just northwest of Del Rio, and the supercell, the tornado died just before it crossed the border into Mexico, just northwest of Del Rio. That was an incredible day, right? That's online. So things like that, experience the Border Patrol chase a tornado from the U.S. back to Mexico. I mean, how often does that happen? Come on, that just, with the politics today, coming north, this one was going southeast. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up, but it happened, right? And be able to see it, be out there and witness that, it's just one of those things that's just phenomenal, right? It's just crazy. But that's that short little story that happened on that day. So that's just one of my adventures this year. We documented everything. It was just amazing chase, right? A lot of great chases this year.
Who else has a question for Jeff?
Jeff, I got to ask you, what's your favorite spot to chase? If you could choose one spot in the United States, what would that be?
Gosh, Scott, I've thought about that a million times, and I've been asked, and me and Kathy just had a discussion in the last couple of weeks. Hey, Dave, I go to retire here in 4 or 5 years. Where do we want to live? Do we want to live in Texas? Do we want to live in Western Oklahoma? Do I want to live, there's so many beautiful places. I mean, you cannot go wrong with Southeast Montana. I mean, Western South Dakota. It's just wide open, and it's very amazing. Colorado's incredible. Let's be honest. The high plains. I mean, guys, you see if it's tornado and if it's not an HP day, you can see stuff 30, 40, 50 miles away. You're seeing tornadoes, that great distance. New Mexico, incredible. Oklahoma, Texas Panhandle, incredible. I love the upslope in the Texas Panhandle. It was gangbusters this year, Rupp. I love upslope events. A lot of times the Texas Panhandle makes its own rules. I love the days when there's not any risk and there's a boundary out there. There's a little wave coming by and it explodes and goes crazy, right? And it wasn't even a risk. Those are my favorite days, right? So yeah, I love the Texas Panhandle. There's not a favorite. To me, it's like, where can I get a decent hotel after a long chase and a hot meal if you can find one at midnight, right? We've all been on the roads. And where can I see something really pretty and have a good road network to get you there? Central Nebraska is a little bit tougher up in Cherry County. Valentine roads are 50 miles apart. You get out by Enid or Woodward, they're like every a mile or 2 or 3 miles or 5 miles. I've got a good paved road I can stay on. So yeah, I like the paved roads, and where you have a grid every mile or two. Those are the easier type chases, right? And it's safer that way. Honestly, let's be honest. Yep.
So Jeff, I'd love the story you tell about you and Brian Sturts, Edgar, Nebraska. Go through that story. I don't know how much time we have, but with your high level energy, tell us that story, because I love it.
That's an all-time classic. So I back in that when the Agri Nebraska happened, I had just recently, like a couple of weeks before this event, I'd had my van. I had a car, like a conversion van. I had their U-joints. I'm always big on maintenance, new tires, belts, hoses, the drill before this spring. And this was a triple point day, kind of west-north of flow, triple point just west of Grand Island there at Agger, and about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We get up there, pick up Brian, we're chasing. I'm going down this country road, 40 miles an hour. The storm's only like 25 miles west of me. Big barber pole. It's moving east southeast. Had a tornado warning on it earlier, producing baseball sized hail. And all of a sudden, we're going up a little bit of incline, and we're in the middle of nowhere. There's this corn as high as it's like 8 feet high on both sides of the road. We're in the middle of nowhere. I hear clang bang, and all of a sudden, I'm giving it gas in the car. The van's slowing down. I looked at bro. I said, "We got a problem." he goes. He looks at me. He goes, "What's wrong?" And I said, "I think the drive shaft just fell off the transmission." I said, "You can hear it underneath, like clanging and banging, and parts were falling out of the car." I said, "It sounded like the U-joint just fell, broke." And Brian goes, "Oh my God." And I go, "Well, I think the bigger question is, there's a half-mile tornado on the ground to my northwest. We got to figure out, are we going to start running? What are we going to do?" At that exact second, when I stopped on the side of the road, right, just pulled over the side of the road, my phone rings, and I'll reenact the deal for you. I've never done this before. "Hello, hon. Babe, what's going on?" "I got something real serious to tell you. Well, the car just broke down. There's a half-mile tornado about a mile and a half from my northwest. It's coming at us. I don't know if we're going to make it or not." I hear on the other side, "Jeff, quick kidding me. What are you guys doing? Do you see anything yet?" That was the call. I said, "I am not kidding. I got to go. We're running for our lives." And I'll hang up the phone. So anyway, my next call was 911 and to the county fire dispatcher. What's funny is this is funny. There's several 911 offices where 911 dispatch, especially in some of these rural areas, they may be there for 20, 30 years, a long time at those offices. So sometimes, even if I don't talk to them for 5 years, they may recognize your voice from a previous call from 5 years ago on the last disaster, right? So when I called, the county guy goes, 911 operator goes, "What's your emergency?" I go, "Tornadoes on the ground. Tell Grand Island Weather Service near Hastings that there's a tornado on the ground. It's about to hit Egger, and here's where we're at, and it's a half-mile wide. Get a tornado warning out." I said, "Okay." And I said, "We're going to try to run to this house. It's to my northwest." He goes, I said, "If I don't make it, this is my name. Here's my number. This is my wife's number." And that's what I told 911, because I didn't think we were going to make it. It was coming at us. And so Brian goes, "Jeff, there's a farmhouse over about a half a mile." He goes, "I think we can make it." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh." And so we get out, we start running up the hill on that pavement. Then we have to peel north and go on the gravel, the gravel road up to that farm. And it's uphill. And while we're running, the winds are about 70, 80 out of the east southeast, going into the tornado back to my northwest, with baseball hail falling. We hear it going by, over our heads. And I think me and Brian may have broke the all-time fastest half-mile run in history, that event, because I was hoofing it. I mean, Brian was carrying the camera, and I remember passing Brian about halfway up the drive. I'm like, uh-oh, because you can hear the roar coming. I mean, when you hear the roar coming, you're in the suck zone. It was pretty bad. So we get to the front porch. I saw the lights on at the house, and I knock on the storm door outside, and the lady opens the door, and she goes, "What do you need?" I said, "There's a tornado coming. Do you have a basement?" She goes, "Why do you ask?" I said, "Because there's a tornado in your cornfield, literally. Now it's closing in about 100 yards, and I could hear you hear the roar, and things are getting louder." And her front porch has these railing. Farms have those little rails, little decorative rails on the front porch that hold the front porch up. Well, those are whistling like winds are about 90, gusting 100 down the front porch. They're screaming like a hurricane. They're going, because the wind is going through that metal right on the front porch, and they're screaming. And I'm like, and then she hears that, right? She's hard to hear. She hears that noise. She goes, "What's that?" And I said, "The tornado's about to get us both. We got to go now." She unlocks the door. She has a flashlight because power's out. She unlocks the door, throws the door open. Me and Brian rush in, and Brian trips on the front seal of the farmhouse, and they got a little 2-inch riser. He face plants with that and the camera. The camera still rolls. You hear the audio. And about that time, the boards are are blowing into the west side of the house. You hear boom, 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 boom. The boards are impelling the house. The roof is coming off the house. And all I see is I see her take off the kitchen that way, and I'm like, I just start following, and I got Brian up. I grabbed Brian. We ran to the back by the kitchen. There's a staircase out of the kitchen down in the basement. I see her dive under the pool table in the basement. I just see her dive, and because I built houses in Tulsa for 20 plus years, and most basements with cellars, there's a staircase, right? And you can get underneath the stairs, right? The stairs were like this. And it got Brian, there's a washer dryer. I got my back, and Brian, we were both hiding on the stairs, and the stairs were doing this on our back. I could feel the stairs trying to come out of the basement, and the dust, the rafters, everything above us is gone. I mean, the house is like, boom, it's gone, right? And there's dust, just like the movie, there's dust settling down, and we're choking. You can't breathe. My ears are popping. And it's like, you can't, it's sucking everything out, right? You couldn't breathe for like 2 minutes. Dead silence. The tornado passes. It's dead silence. But occasionally I still hear a board fall, like boom, boom. And then I remember getting the lady, she comes, crawls, that's nothing funny about this. It's just crazy what happened. The lady crawls out from underneath the pool table and said, let's go upstairs real slowly. We'll look. So we all three climb up the stairs like a movie. This is crazy. We climb up the stairs real slow, once at a time. And there's a door, and it's still closed. I didn't know what we're going to find. And I unlock the door, something gets in, I push the door, then the door opens like about 1.5 feet. And just as I look up, the roof of everything's gone. The north wall is still half there. It's just outside the door here. The back north wall is still there. Everything else is gone. And her house is gone. And I can see the tornado. It's going through the cornfield. It's level the farm. The grain silos are gone. The bins are out in the field now, right? And I can smell fuel, diesel fuel and stuff. And the tornado's leaving the house and the property, right? And the moon is illuminating the tornado. It's unbelievably gorgeous, right? There's a rotary dial phone on that wall right in front of me, like a foot in front of my face. And I'm like, I wonder if it still works. I grabbed the dial phone, and I picked it up, and there's a dial tone because the lines were buried underground. Oh my gosh, call 911. They go, what's your emergency? I go, this is Jeff. We survived, but the house is gone. And they go, I said, what's your name? She tells me her name. And I said, I'm a route so-and-so. And they go, we got the cavalry, because now it's totally dark. They got the cavalry coming. Okay, so every county sheriff, fire department in that whole county is coming. It's like a smoking the bandits type moment. I'm looking out, and I can see 10 miles out in the distance. I see flashing lights coming from every direction you can imagine, right? They're just sitting on that location. So they get there. There's nothing funny about it. It's just crazy what happened. They get there, and they already called the county dealership for I think it's a Chevrolet dealership to come and help get my vehicle. And when the guy gets there, he goes, here's a set of keys to a Suburban. They brought me a Suburban. They just brought it, right? I didn't ask for nothing. And the guy hands me keys. And he goes, you need to go get some rest tonight. And he goes, we'll take care of your vehicle. Don't worry about that. And so me and Brian unloaded my stuff in the van. Good thing we got out of the van, because one of the grain silos had imploded and like it lodged itself into the front of my van, broke out the window, and impelled the van, right? Yeah, the farm equipment, right, to the southeast south, because the RP wraparound. I think it was an F3, F4 on Egger. Don't remember off the top of my head, but it was a serious tornado. The funny thing is, when we got to the hotel, taking a shower, I got corn, because corn in the field. I had corn stubbles coming out of my head because I'm washing. I just corn in the shower. That's because all the fire debris, right? I mean, it's just crazy. So we survived. I'm glad the lady's house was there. I'm glad me and Brian was able to run and make it to the house to get down in the basement, or it had been a more serious situation, right? So that's that story of Egger, Nebraska situation. But it was an incredible chase, and luckily we survived. And luckily Brian saw the farmhouse, and we took off and was able to make it. So that's the Egger, Nebraska story. That was pretty crazy.
Wow, I think I'm ready to go another few hours here.
I do too, Bill. After that,
I got plenty of stories. You can ask me anything. I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
Well, Jeff, I'll tell you what, hopefully you can stick around with us here for a little bit. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to bring in Eric Fox, who's also a storm chaser and police officer, and he coordinates the National Storm Chaser Summit, but he's going to be coming on. But before we go to break, Carly, can you give us a little update on our donations?
Yes. So from what I'm seeing, we are closing in on $7,000. So we've had an absolutely incredible day. And I just wanted to shout out a few of the recent ones. So we had Jim, the ham radio guy, with 25. Thank you so much, Jim. We had a couple of anonymous 50, 25 donations. So thank you to you too as well. Bob Hess with $50, who says this podcast was terrific. You folks are great. Thank you. We had the Toomey family with $25. Thank you so much. Tristan Hall with a 10 and Adrian with 25. So that catches us up. And again, we're closing in on $7,000. So an absolutely amazing, amazing day so far.
All right, we got 30 minutes to go, folks. We need everybody to pitch in and dig in your couch cushion, see what you can find to donate to the Red Cross. But we're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back with Eric.
With the wind force they said they were going to have, like a category 4 or 5, it was really traumatic. We panicked and just started raining and storms, and it really did a lot of damage out here in Florida.
When the only thing you have to look forward to in your day is a hot meal, it makes a huge difference.
The American Red Cross shelter, when they took over responsibility for here, it was like home.
And I'm just blessed. Very blessed for American Red Cross to be here. Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The Weatherpods Disaster Relief Telethon. We are rolling on, but we only got about 30 more minutes. And we were just talking about how Jeff's stories probably should be good. Bill mentioned this, should be good for at least $2,500. So that would definitely push us over the $7,000 mark, which
we just did it. We just crossed $7,000.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
So now it's 8.
Yeah, we just had one more donation from Jessica Woodall for $75. So thank you so much, Jessica. We really appreciate that.
Thanks, Jessica, for putting us over. Now we're going to 8, folks. We got 30 minutes 8, to get to 8,000, and we're going to recognize everybody that contributes, even if it's $5. We're going to recognize you. So jump on in. I've got the pleasure. So I'm here, and I mentioned we've got all of our podcasts being represented. Of course, I'm from Stormfront Freaks, but we got James Brierton from Carolina Weather Group, along with Frank, Scotty, and Jared. So again, it's great having you guys on. We got Bill Murray from WeatherBrains. We got Gabriel Harbor from Chaser Chat, and Carly Sisson, who's been a big part of our planning group. Jeff's sticking with us because I think he wants to heckle Eric a little bit. But Eric Fox, welcome to the telethon.
Welcome. I love what you guys are doing. It's so awesome to hear how much you guys are raising. It's amazing to hear.
All right. So to introduce Eric, I mentioned already. So he's a police officer. He's a storm chaser. He's been doing some work for what's the channel that you've been doing some?
That's my full-time job. I am a field correspondent meteorologist for Weather Nation TV.
Weather Nation TV. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't want to misspeak. But he's also the coordinator for the National Storm Chaser Summit. So Eric is highly involved in the weather community. Eric, I've got one question for you before we kind of turn it over to the group. You and I, we've talked a lot about storm chaser safety. You've made that a big push at last year's Chaser Summit. And I want to find out from your experiences chasing this year, what have you seen? Do you think it's been improving, getting worse? What are your thoughts?
I'm going to say it's probably a wash. I know it's never going to go zero. You know, we're going to always have those individuals who want to be really super brash in what they do. Unfortunately, you know, we had 1 or 2 incidences, and my goal is to have 0 incidences where people are purposely driving into tornadoes. But within that, there was a very, very good positive direction with people, I think, teaching younger people who are new into storm chasing on what you should and should not do. And a lot of it was put out in the summit last year. And so I thought that was very positive towards a lot of our instructors last year. I heard from several that were reached out to say, hey, what should I do here? What should I do there? From young chasers, first year, second year, third year chasers who really, had an avenue, had a path to go to ask those questions. So, did we have some problems? The cop in me is going to say, hey, one is too many. But I think there was a positive interaction with veteran chasers and law enforcement with the new chasers of what is the right thing and what does that look like. I was proud of the chase community in that end, especially from what we pushed out of the summit last year.
So I do want to say this. Jeff had talked about he's got more stories, so we might be here till midnight. But Jeff mentioned he's got a good story that involved you. So Jeff, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce whatever this might be.
Well, we were chasing the cold tornado earlier, and I had a car situation happen that particular day, that evening, and the car basically broke down in a very rural setting. And after tornado number 1 went by and tornado number 2 went by, and I could see the actual tornado power flashes to my north, not too far from Eric's personal residence up north of my location. And I remember calling Mark and Eric, and I said, hey, Eric, I'm in a bad situation down here. Can you help me at some point? Come down and grab me and take me back to the city or get me to a hotel or something. He graciously, him and Mark Hill graciously drove to my location and came and got me. And then we all went up to Seminole and looked at the major damage up there. And but anyway, Eric's just a great guy, great mentor, and he lives what he preaches, he lives by, and that's he helps other chasers, he helps other people, and he's always done that, right? So I want to give a shout out to Eric because he's the kind of the gold standard when you say somebody goes out and chases, but also as a police officer, he cares about people's safety, and if you call and need help, you can count that Eric or Mark's going to come and help. If they're nearby, they're going to come and grab you. They're going to come and help you. And they did that night. And I really appreciate Eric. Just awesome guy. And it was a fun, but that's a true story. Most people don't know that story at all until I told it tonight, but Eric's he's a wonderful human being. He really is.
And I gotta reciprocate this towards Jeff. I added Jeff this year to our board of directors for the summit. Mainly because I needed his, expertise to keep me calm, especially this time of year as we're just a couple of months from the summit. And as Jeff could attest, my stress level is beyond anything right now that you can imagine towards getting this thing going. Midnight text on the group chat, like, oh my God, this is happening. And then Jeff is just absolutely like, Eric, take a deep breath. Which is funny because it's coming from Jeff. He's like, Eric, take a deep breath. Everything will be okay. It's gonna happen. It's gotta work out. But yeah, no, I gotta really, Jeff has been a wonderful addition to the board of directors this year. Just really good insights and some stuff we're going to be doing this year even different has come from the mind of Jeff. So, especially, something that Jeff brought up 2 years ago that we should do is kind of what happens at AMS, which is you have individual meteorologists present. Well, that's where Chaser Present started, and that was from the mind of Jeff talking to me about it. It's like, hey, let's have some chasers present their own material, and that was all Jeff. So I can't thank him enough for what he does for the summit, especially over the last year.
Oh, thanks, Eric. It's a lot of fun. And this year, the summit in Dallas, I don't know, Eric can share the numbers, but we're going to break all records on attendees and the golf ahead of time. It's going to be a really incredible summit. So if anybody's in Texas, you've never been to the Chaser Summit, I highly advise you to come this year. It is in January. It's in January, 1st February. It's going to be a gangbuster event. It is a really, really great line of speakers, and it's just going to be well attended. I think we're going to break records as far as attendance.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Eric and Jeff, is this the same event that's evolved over the years from the National Storm Chaser Convention that I went to in 2002 and 2003?
No. Yes and no. Let me go back to this. I'm just going to give a quick history of what happened here. I went to the same, ChaserCon, right? The Hills and Tim Samaras put that on forever, right? 20 plus years. Roger and I had a conversation at one of their last years of doing it. He was ready to give it up. And myself and James Menzies had talked about like, hey, I can tell you that where I am at professionally, and my best friends in the world are because of ChaserCon. I did not want that to end, but I wanted it more because I got tired of seeing my friends killed, hurt, people not knowing what to do in natural disasters. Just I wanted to make it a more positive experience versus what the original ChaserCon was, which was pizza and beer in a basement, right? That's where the original ChaserCon started, in Tim's basement, which is great. That's part of what we do. But we have more of a responsibility as human beings in science, in law enforcement, as police and fire and EMS, to be able to teach people and keep people safe. I was involved in an investigation that was eye-opening of what tornadoes can do to storm chasers. And then that's when I said, hey, when it's my turn to become positive and make this a positive experience, that's what we did. But one thing that we are doing with this is more educational. This is not just a bunch of guys showing up and getting drunk and sharing stories. Now, don't get me wrong, that's like half of what we do, and that's what we're always going to do. But there's going to be an aspect of learning and making things correct, and towards the aspect of scientific research. If there's people out there doing research, well, you know what? I want everybody to come together to make sure that's done correctly. It's done safely. It's done with the proper etiquette. And within that, I'm bringing in the National Weather Service and people from the National Weather Service who have taught in the National Test Bed, so they know what these warnings and what these reports need to say to our warning coordinating meteorologists and people on the desk at the offices, so that way we can push those warnings out properly. Well, if I can teach that to the basic person, is everybody going to go to a basic Sparta class? No. Are they going to go to maybe to the summit where all their friends are and can have a good time and still learn? Yeah, that's kind of my goal here is to have that one push as the community to make sure we're doing the right thing and make sure that we can do this. And I wish I could do this for free, right? I wish I could put this on for free. Well, I can't even rent a room in any building for less than $17,000 to put more than 50 people in. And it's just because of the nature of business. And so I would love to do this for free, but you just can't. And so within that, what can you do to add on to it, right? Which is we've got some different stuff going on this year to try to raise money, which Phil, I want to break this here to you right now. Within the summit this year, the golf tournament and any other money raised, we're doing a golf tournament this year. Reed Timmer reached out to me. He's a huge golf guy, and we found out. I reached out to him. I was like, hey, this is going to be at a golf course this year. It's a professional golf course. And he's like, oh, let's do a tournament. And every bit of money that we're raising for the golf tournament is going to be to the Red Cross, just like what you guys are doing. And what I want to do is take the money we raised here and attach it to y'all, and we'll donate as a summit to your effort here and whatever we gain in towards giving to the Red Cross.
That's great, Eric. That's great. Thank you so much for doing that. And this the thing too is this donor drive that we have and the link that we're promoting, and on the QR code. If you're watching this telethon after the fact, this will still be active. This is going to be active for a number of months. So what we raised tonight is just starting. But Eric, thank you so much. That is outstanding that, again, the weather community is just coming together for something like that. Thanks.
And Eric, and that's what this community is about. And that's what we need to continue to be about each other. Like Jeff was saying, I don't care who you are. I may not need you, but if you call me and you're stuck down the road, I'm going to come make sure you're okay. And that's what we need to continue to drive and strive towards through the community. You're always going to have negatives, but if you put the positive ahead of any negative and do for others, it usually works out for you.
Eric, this is Bill Murray. I just wanted to say, that I wanted to learn how to chase, and I knew that was the place to go. So I'm glad you're continuing that tradition. And, Tim Samaras, I met him. I met Tim. I met Jeff. These were amazing folks. These were my idols, Gene Roden, and I had such a great time. And we wake up on Saturday morning in 2003 and the Space Shuttle Columbia explodes. And
oh, wow.
We were just all heartbroken, and I'll never forget that morning, because I was like, how can we even go on after that? But it's because of the learning and everything that was there. So tell us a little bit about some of the highlights of the agenda this year. And will you join us on WeatherBrains on January 2nd to talk about the summit? I'm sorry to be poaching guest here at this point,
as well,
Phil, but I've got an opening on the 2nd, and we need to have you in that before the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever I can do, we'll make sure I get with Phil and we'll connect and make sure that happens. I absolutely, I'm pretty sure I'll be free that day from work. I hope. So within that, what we're doing this year is we're pushing education. Last year was a huge safety push, right? I had a lot of cops, firefighters, emergency managers in there. This year is going to be pure meteorology. We are doing a lot of basic meteorology. I've got Gabe Garfield, who is one of the best people in the world. He is coming in and teaching the advanced and basic meteorology with Mark Austin. They're coming in. Mark Austin, I believe. Mark is not confirmed 100% with me. He is the main guy in charge, the meteorologist in charge in Las Vegas, and they have this week from the summit. So that he's trying to see if he can get off to come help. But right now he's tentatively going to help us. Also, we have Jeff. Are you still on? Help me with this. Who we doing radar? Who do we have doing radar?
Oh my gosh, you got so many all stars. I should have grabbed them all.
Yeah. Geez, Ed's gonna kill me. Karen Kashiba. Sorry, Dr. Karen Kashiba is going to be teaching both advanced and basic radar for chasing.
Nice.
So think about that right there. The education that you're getting just in radar, right? That is going to be on Friday. That is the main thing we're doing Friday. I've got some ham radio stuff going to be doing. I've got some basic ham radio. How do you get into ham radio? What's the legalities, the classes you got to take, stuff like that. Mark Hill is going to be teaching that. That's going to be Friday. That's going to be early. But Chaser Presents is going to be early on. We have the golf tournament Friday morning. And then Friday night, I got to talk about Friday night. Everybody wants to hear about something we continued on from Chaser Con was the video night. Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to do it again. Last year, I heard from everybody we couldn't top it, but we're going to top it because now we're doing it in a place called Big Shots, which is attached to the Marriott, that you're going to be able to hit golf balls, putting green, but they are surrounded by 90-inch TV screens, and we have the entire floor. Okay, so you are going to be surrounded by different tornado video as everybody is just having video night, having the party that everybody loves, and we're still going to be playing golf and just having a good time. We have the entire floor. So it's going to be fun. We're going to try to cram as many people in there as we can. Everybody's invited. It's just going to be video night on Friday night instead of Saturday night, and we're going to do it in where everybody else can just have a good time. Plenty of drinks. It's all going to be taken care of towards purchase and all that. You know, it's all going to be in-house. You don't have to go put it on your hotel room. It's going to be really cool. What's cool is you can just walk right across the street back to your hotel room. So, and you're within probably 40 yards from Buc-ee's. So, I mean, you can't.
Everything you need right there.
Yeah, it's all right there. So, you know, that's going to be awesome.
Eric, let me throw this in there. One of the things, one of the biggest things of the whole highlight of the whole summit is that we're getting a scholarship awarded out, right? And so I don't know if that's been released yet, but anyway, being on that committee, and I can, I won't give away nothing, but I can be on that committee and seeing all the entries this year. I'm telling you guys, the entries were absolutely all-star lineup like I have never seen before, right? Guys, I'm telling you, it was mega tough to pick a winner this year. Each one of them that submitted could absolutely be a winner, and they are winners. I mean, their resumes were just, page after page after page. They were absolutely incredible, and every one of them deserves to have a full scholarship paid, right? And these were really outstanding. People that submitted were phenomenal. They really were. It was very tough this year.
And Eric, I looked at the reason Jeff is saying this is because not everybody knows this. This is a nonprofit organization. We take $0, right? So every money, anything that's left over is for this scholarship, right? So it goes towards a scholarship in STEM. That's all. Any money made, we literally in our bylaws says X amount of dollars goes towards scholarships. Our goal is this year we have so many people come to the summit because we have so many. Jeff and I are talking how are we going to pick? And we're down from 17 people to 3, and now we're having arguments about somebody placed a period in the wrong sentence to try to pick somebody because they're so good, And so this is what the summit's about. Saturday is the traditional format. We've got tons of speakers. Head to the website, chasersummit.com. That'll give you kind of more of a speaker list. We are going to release the preliminary schedule with right after Thanksgiving, before the 1st. Make sure you try to purchase your tickets before the 1st. We're going to have a bump up. It's just because I have to pay for food December 1st. And so anything I add after has a little more money for the food for Saturday night's banquet. So that's the only reason for the uptick on that, is because, people, these banquet halls, they don't care. They want their money. So, and
Eric, I thought that was a misprint on the website. $106. That's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. Like I said, and we don't make money on this. This pays for what it costs to put on, and then on average, you're paying maybe $5 to $6 towards the scholarship, and that goes towards the scholarship at the end of the day. And then on Saturday night, we're going to have the award ceremony hosted by Tim Marshall once again, the Vortex Awards, and as everybody knows, nobody knows what's going to happen in the Vortex Awards. So yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
We already talked to Tim a little bit today. He didn't really give much of a sneak peek to much. So,
I know what's coming, and trust me, it's going to be anybody who went to Clovis this year should have an idea.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Hey, Gabriel, you had a question. I want to turn it over to you here as we head down the stretch.
Yeah, Eric, how's it going? Gabriel here.
Good. How are you, Gabe?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to be here.
So I just wanted to know if a person is looking at their chasing budget, because obviously this is a hobby where people have to usually set aside a specific amount of money because it's so expensive. What would be your pitch to them for why they might want to consider putting aside some of that money for the Chaser Summit instead? Maybe list off some of the speakers that you've had before in the past, and also some of the specific skills they might be looking to gain.
Yeah, so you cannot put $1 on safety or education in what we do, right? You can't put $1 on it. If you literally remember one thing that Karen Kashiba puts out, Dr. Karen Kashiba, who's, if you know anything about Josh Gorman and the radars and all that stuff, she, that's hard too. If you can learn one thing that saves your life by looking at something on radar and learning the motion on radar versus what you're seeing in real life, like, or basic meteorology of how it all comes together and you're chasing, and you remember that and it saves your life, and you can't put a price on it. And so that's what we're pushing. And that's what like Friday's about, specifically, is just teaching that safety of, hey, we're not going to get into, some of it will be like, hey, this is a wall cloud, this is a tail cloud, this is an updraft. No, this is going to be more driven towards, hey, you have a storm motion one direction, and then you have deviant motion in the hydrograph. Well, yeah, they're going to teach you what they're talking about. They're going to teach the terminology. They're going to teach you, like, you probably don't want to be in the middle of that core on a north moving storm, stuff like that. And they're going to teach the basics. So, like, if you know that and you can go out and be safe and storm chase, your family's going to care. Your family's going to be like, hey, you spent that extra dollars and learned, and it saved you. That's one thing I could say towards saving that little bit of money or coming up with that money for the summit.
Right on. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Jared, I was leaving it open. I think you had a question.
Yeah, I was going to hit space to unmute, and then I realized that I had my cursor in the type message here, and it just started typing spaces. So yeah, it's been a long day, but a great day. Jeff, I got to know, have you checked in on the Blue Shed?
Yes, I have. They're still intact, and the owners are doing well, and that's another whole story in itself. But yes, Blue Shed. That's don't forget Blue Shed. And I will say one of the things real important about knowing the summit. And I'm an old codger, right? About 30 or 40 years ago, I've been going to AMS, NWA, NAB, the Storm Chaser conferences, and I can honestly tell you, every year I attend a conference, I learn something new. You learn new techniques, new Doppler techniques, new terminology, new discoveries in modeling, new discoveries in severe weather. And I can tell you, just in the last, oh my gosh, couple of years, It is rapid. It's rapid fire. It's like trying to ingest 10 fire hoses at one time. And our best days are ahead of us. And that's the number one reason why you need to attend these conferences, not just the summit, AMS, NWA, your local chapters at the Weather Service, and get involved in those organizations, because you're going to learn something every time you go. And somebody's been in the business a long time. I learned something new at every conference, and I'm not kidding. They're an incredible amount of knowledge you're going to learn at these conferences, right? And it'll take you, it'll help you professionally, and not only chasing, but also in your, med degree or whatever you want to do in your life, right? On the weather side of the enterprise, it'll always help you, right?
Well, Jeff and Eric, both, thank you both for taking your time tonight to kind of help us close this thing out a little bit. Jeff, I'll start with you. Where can our viewers and listeners find your chasing and find your stuff?
Yeah, I mean, choicerchasers.com on Choicer Chasers on YouTube, and Jeff _Petrosky on X. And most people know how to find us, right? So we're all good. And like I said, I'm really looking forward to 24. I think it's going to be a fabulous year for weather, and it's going to be gangbusters. I'm really pumped about next year.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric. What was that?
I said, thank you for the invite, and thanks for the wonderful program you've done today. It's just awesome that we've brought all this weather community together and to raise for great benefit of American Red Cross and the wonderful things they do all over the world, right? So it's a great cause, and I'm glad you was part of it. Thank you so much, Eric.
Yeah, our community really came together today. Eric, how about you? Where can people find you? And again, mention where they can register for the summit.
Yes, so for the summit, chasersummit.com is going to be your best thing. Also, we got some links on Facebook and X. Just type in National Storm Chaser Summit, and it will take you right to the page. So for me, just on X mainly for my weather stuff, and it's Eric with a K, ERIK FOX 2000, and that's it. That's how you find me on X.
Well, again, thanks for joining us, Carly. I'm going to jump to you here as we kind of close things out and give us an update on where we are and where we at least ended up after 12 hours.
Yes. So I can't see the full total, but I will shout out the last two donations we had, which was Tropical Troubles again. So thank you. I know you've donated multiple times today with $10. So thank you. And they also say thank you so much to everyone. This was fantastic. And then we also had Dan Wallace with another 10. So I don't know if one of you can see the running total, but I know we've done an incredible number so far.
Yeah, Jessica with that $75 during this past hour, along with Adrian, $25, Tristan, Tommy, and an anonymous $50. We started off the 9 o'clock hour real strong too, with several donations, one from Bob for $50, and that really helped put us over the $7,000 mark and counting. We've got T-minus 2.5 minutes if you want to be a part of the grand total coming your way in just 2.5 minutes, or as Phil has been saying, this link will be active. So if you're watching this telethon later, there is still time to give. Phil?
And I see Megan Phillips at $50 just donated. Jared Smith, Jared, thank you. Got that in at the last minute, 75 from Jared. So thank you. I want to go around the horn with our collaborators here and kind of get a recap of the day. James, I'm going to start with you only because you've been going all day, 12 hours straight, and I'll let you, maybe you can go to bed when you're done talking. I don't know. We'll see. But how was the day? Recap.
I don't know if it's staring into the lights or just being in one place all day, Phil, but I think we could go for another 12. What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, honestly, if you're saying that, if you and Tim and Jared say that, then I think the rest of us would easily tag along.
My biggest takeaway from today is not only the generous financial donations of our viewers, but also the folks who came on to talk with us and share their stories and their livelihood. That cost them time, and so many of them also made donations that was unexpected and very much appreciated.
Very good. All right, Gabriel Harbor, what's your thoughts on the day? Recap.
I just thought it was a really great opportunity to get to know so many different people in the weather community. Obviously, the donations were first and foremost, and helping out with disaster relief is the top priority. But it's just really awesome to get to hear from and meet a lot of people that I haven't had an opportunity to interact with before.
Awesome. Bill Murray, WeatherBrains, Give us your thoughts, sir.
Phil, I knew when we showed up for the pre-show this morning and you had on a jacket, we were in some pretty tall cotton. And it was just such a slickly produced program. I don't know that we appreciate, I know we do, but the viewers love the way it looked. And that's thanks to everyone and all the great planning and all the behind the scenes, to Tim and Carly and James and Jared and everybody. And Phil, you for thinking it up. But, just to have the National Weather Service director, the deputy director of the National Hurricane Center, Mike Bettis, and Cantori, all in the same hour. It shifted time. I think all minutes shrunk to like 20 seconds long because it went by way too quickly. And I've loved every minute of it. And I want to thank each and every one of you for including us and letting us be a part of it today, because it was a blast.
Thanks, Bill. Carly, what'd you think of this 12-hour?
Yeah, everyone's
event?
sentiment is my sentiment as well. It went by so fast, so many powerful stories from people. But I just wanted to say my favorite part of this community is not only how diverse it is, but how willing people are to give back to the community no matter what. As soon as something happens, people are always willing to be so generous. And that's just one of my absolute favorite parts about the weather community that we're in.
Okay, and it looks like I'm just getting word we're now at 7,160. We got Brandon Jarvis also threw in $10, so thank you, Brandon. Thank you to everybody that gave today and helped donated to make the Red Cross and help the Red Cross understand that the weather community is here to support, here to provide, and for all of you to certainly make a difference for a lot of families that are going to face a lot of still weather disasters and natural disasters that are going to be coming. So thank you for showing up and making a big deal out of this. I again want to thank James, Gabriel, Bill, Carly. It's been great working with all of you planning this whole thing. We've been planning for over a month, getting together every week to figure this out, what we want to do, how we want to do this, because let's be honest, I am certainly not aware that a 12-hour telethon in the weather community has ever been done before to bring all these people together in a matter of 12 hours to chat and support. So great job, all of you, for doing that. Again, special thanks to Brad Panovich, who came on and helped give an hour. And of course, I'll say it again, but James, Tim, and Jared, what you guys have been doing behind the scenes that most everybody else watching and listening will never realize, the kind of work you put in today for 12 hours so that we could chat with these guests. Thank you. Thank you guys very much for doing that. I'll finish this by saying we were, you know what, I'll double check where we stand. We were with the Red Cross. Before we started this hour, we were 7th out of 220 current donor drives going on right now with the American Red Cross. With the money we raised, we were 7th. We now stand at 6. Woo! And as I mentioned before, everybody, this will stay open. This will stay open for months. So if you are watching this after the fact, maybe you're listening to this on one of the audio podcasts that I know we're going to be pushing down the road, you can still donate and you can still make a difference and you can still show up for the weather community. So before we head out, any last thoughts from anybody?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I just wanted to say that I now feel comfortable throwing this out there. If we can get to $10,000 before we sign off here in like 2 minutes, I'll shave my beard live on air.
Wow. I think we're going to midnight. So I think we got to go to midnight.
Jeff threw in
$100 in there.
Me and Eric can take over. We can do this.
Hey, so y'all go take a nap. We got it.
Yes.
Well, Jeff, thanks for your donation on that as well. Anybody else closing thoughts? All right. Well, all of you, thank you so much for finishing us up again, Eric and Jeff, for joining us this last hour and giving us that energy we need to get through the finish line. Thank you, everybody. We love you, and have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Bye,
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
See you, everybody.
Bye, bye.